cars and the sports everywhere. It's like, whoa, that was pretty epic.
Yeah, he got a video game. Good video game.
It happened so fast.
Our friend Mick West made that game.
Mick West, yeah.
Oh, hey. Mick West, hey. I bet he didn't know what the fuck a board slide was before that. Or a kick flip.
It's just like listening to music while looking at the Black Swan is like, yeah, I get around.
Or a ollie.
I
Yeah,
get
the
around.
whole
Mike,
California pool is empty as oil prices go through the roof.
What was that?
Do you remember the 80s boom of skateboarding, Mike? Mid 80s. It was a huge.
Sports sucked.
yeah, but it was big. But I don't know. Like, it was big. It was big over here in the UK at one point, like mid to late 80s. So I was in America. I just wondered if it was anywhere near as big as like the Tony Hawk video game era.
Matt Hoffman. Pro
It
beat
was
Matt.
big, but it was different. It was different kinds of boards too.
See
Yeah,
that
yeah.
backyard? I tore that shit up with the quads and the snowmobiles just 2 days ago, and you can't even tell.
Yeah, I guess I was saying, that's when I saw Tony was the early 80s, like before that happened, and definitely happened so fast. Like these kids were just using not skateboards that we would recognize to, boom, everywhere.
I always went. Actually, I've
Yeah,
been
they
skateboarding
went from
since-
having one tail to two tails.
Yeah, they were wider and heavier, and
Like I started in '86, and I still skate to this day. I went yesterday, and the weirdest thing about the whole Tony Hawk thing was at that point, when the games came out and he became this huge superstar, vert skating was like just looked down upon in skateboarding. It was just, but I think it's because the X Games, if I'm thinking now, actually, because the X Games was so big. I think vert skating had a little resurgence, and then Tony Hawk became
The
the god.
X Games?
I think you're right. Yeah,
Are you saying X or X? The X
Like
Games.
Extreme games.
XYZ.
I know
X.
they're the X Games. It just sounded like he was saying X.
No.
X.
It's the language.
Popular because videos coming out of
Mountain Dew X Games.
the videos coming out of California in the early 80s were that the swimming pools were empty because of the economic crisis, and kids were using skateboards in them. They were doing fucking crazy shit.
Yeah, the T-boy era.
And I feel like there's a lot of like garage bands that were kind of using the skateboard videos as music videos, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, definitely Blink 182 and those kind of bands overdid skateboarding in videos.
They said that Red Hot Chili Peppers song, you're in the video game, skateboarding around. It's more like a '90s thing, right?
Yeah, I think they skated actually. They were kind of involved in the '80s with skateboarding. The Chili Peppers' first album was very like in a lot of skate films back then.
Just the skater boy, or something like that.
Back to the Future.
Emo life, right?
Yeah, 85. You got Back to the Future.
What's up, man? What's up, dude?
That was the first
I'm
time
a
I could
rebel.
recall ever seeing skateboard being cool. Like,
I'm a rebel too, man. You want to smoke some weed? Oh, you're so rebellious, man. Let's smoke some weed and be rebels. All right.
You're talking about skater bands from the 80s, Suicidal Tendencies,
Hell yeah.
Pennywise,
Agent Orange.
I don't watch movies.
Agent Orange. See, this man
Yeah.
knows the Faction.
Yeah, Faction. Oh, well, Steve Caballero was in the Faction, the pro skater.
I've met in real life
KFA,
like normal people. We're just confused.
Dead Kennedy.
Chuck Treese. He's a
It's like
skate punk guy.
Yep. Circle Jerks.
what's emo mean anyway? Like, emotional?
or that movie Kids.
Man, that was a jacked up movie, dude.
Yeah, it
He
was.
raped that girl.
Yeah, man.
That movie would have been
Great.
cool
hated
if
that
they'd left that part out. It'd have been all right.
I hated that movie.
So Harold Hunter was a pro skater. He was in that. Black guy. He's dead now. He died or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I was like, what? I can't believe that just happened. I wished I wouldn't have watched this.
Dark,
This
dark,
pissed
man.
me off. Yeah, there was no reason for that to be in there. They were just trying to promote that type of activity, in my opinion.
I remember seeing Freddy Krueger when I was little. I was like, hell,
Yeah,
man, cockroach scene.
Even the description of the movie, I'm looking at right now, is like a day in the life of a group of teens as they travel around New York, skating, drinking, smoking, and deflowering virgins.
Yeah, it doesn't say anything about rape.
It looks like they're in love.
It's marketable. Yeah, it was marketable at the time. People, the culture. You know what I mean? Like, now they're popping pills and lean and all this crazy other way of rebelling. It's like trap emo. Doom, doom. Boom, boom. Right? Mumble emo. Mumble rap emo. Yeah, man. Popping pills. I'm so addicted to pills. Like, how do you even afford them? It's like you can grow it on tree, like in the garden, right? Pills.
Rappers wearing dresses with rainbow color hair, but they're still gangster.
Island boy.
Island boy.
I was like, hey, these guys, no, those guys are different. Those guys are just, TikTok people. I was like, oh, okay. So they're not part of. What about that other rainbow face guy? Which one? 6ix9ine. Is he like the? Oh no, not that. That guy's some kind of plant. There's. Oh, okay. It's only the people that are dying from overdose that are actually. Yeah.
Gonna take it to the top. Just an island boy.
Hey, Flatty, speaking of things in the past, what did you think of the Princess Diana debacle?
Oh, I think that was. Do you remember what year that was?
90?
Was it late 99, 98, 97 maybe?
Yeah.
That might have been the beginning of my awakening.
Really? Okay, so you do.
Everyone here in the UK knew there was some fishy shit going on there. Like a lot of people just thought because she was seeing Dodi Al Fayed, the son of the guy who owns Harrods shop, like the famous. I think he's Saudi, something like that.
Yeah, it was pretty public at the time.
Yeah. So
the story,
the initial thing. Yeah. So in the news, it was the paparazzi made them crash by chasing them through the tunnel in France. But everyone just think, well, no, the royal family killed them off because she was seeing, she was going to leave
she was pregnant with another racist baby and been a disgrace to the royal family.
Yeah, but
she also knew what was going on, kind of, right? Like with the.
That's it. Yeah, in my mind, I was like, oh, she knows the secrets.
Yeah,
I think that was the beginning of it.
Cryptic interviews where she kind of alludes to that.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, that was the start of my awakening, I think, because I just knew there was something fishy. Like, I don't know, like I think I started with JFK because I used to watch the Oliver Stone film a lot, and then
how many people were in the car?
Those
Four?
her, the boyfriend and the driver is from what I remember, but I could be wrong.
Oh wait, JFK.
JFK.
JFK, right?
Yeah, sorry, my bad on Princess Diana.
You remember 4, right?
Didn't that boy call himself the Virgin Surgeon?
One.
Yeah, I'm just asking because I remember 4 as well.
I remember 4, yeah.
Especially when I was studying it. But yeah, that's one of those Mandela things because you ain't gonna find a video with just 4 people in that car. There's 6 now. I drove this old man crazy. Man. Like the guy that I met. He's the first person I ever met. First person I ever met in person that like knew about as many conspiracies as I did. And he was really impressed because I was so young and he was older. And when I came across, look, I don't tell anybody about that stupid Mandela thing, right? Because of this experience right here. I told him, I was like, hey, man, how many people were, because he's big on JFK. I was like, how many people were in the car when JFK got killed? He was like, 4. Why you ask me such a dumb question? I was like, because you can't find a video with only 4 of them anymore. There's 6 people in the car now. And he's like, bull crap. I'm like, I know, right? Because whenever I was studying it, there was only 4 people. I don't remember much, but that's one thing I do remember.
And then maybe
I kept watching this video over and over again. Because they were trying. This one theory was trying to say like the driver shot him, right? And he played it over and over in slow motion, over and over. And I remember seeing that, and there was only 4 people. And I didn't buy that theory, but I watched it, because like don't condemn a matter before you've looked into it type thing. And anyway, so he's like, no way. So I show him a few videos. He's like, dude, these are doctors. You're just trying to joke with me. I'm like, no, get on your own tablet there and like just try to find a video where it's 4 people. Like you ain't gonna find one. And he's like, I'll go get my newspaper. He's like, I got the newspaper, the Dallas newspaper.
Yeah.
And he's like, I've read it a bunch of times. So he goes and gets his newspaper, right? And he starts reading it out loud. He completely wigged out, started screaming and yelling and stuff whenever he read in his own paper that he'd read many times before. When he read that the governor's, that Conley and his wife was in there in the car too. He was like, "This paper didn't say this before."
Yeah, he should freak out. That shit is scary, dude.
Holy
he's
shit,
throwing
man.
a fit. He got sick afterwards. This is why I don't really talk about it, especially like people I know. He got sick after. He was sick for like a good year and a half, man. I think it stressed him out so much. Like I think he lost it. I think he lost his mind for a little bit.
That's a good reaction in my mind. Like that's how people should react. Really.
Yeah, he didn't have the cog disc. He didn't like. Nah, that didn't happen. He went with it. Yeah, that's good.
Hey Ben, I don't know about everybody else, but you seem a little bit low for me. I don't know. Is everybody else heard Ben pretty low?
Which person?
You mean my volume?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Thanks. I'll fix that.
Yeah, no problem. Just want to be able to hear you. But yeah, the JFK thing, and one of those conspiracies that is a deep, deep rabbit hole. I remember getting into that one, and the first things I questioned was the video itself, right? Like, there's only one video, and that's called Zapruder Film, and it was debuted on Geraldo Rivera talk show on TV 13 years after the event. 13 years after. And there's always been questions around that video. Like, we're talking about one video, we don't know the source. Like, we don't know where it came from, how it was, manipulated. We just know that it showed up on a TV show 13 years after the fact. So I definitely question that, and I question the whole freaking event. Like, you just have to wonder if anything is as depicted in the media. Like, if you look into false flags and hoax events, that's a heavy one to take, but you got to question the whole thing.
There's an excellent documentary on it called Everything is a Rich Man's Trick. I think it's YouTube only. I think it was made in like 2014 or so. And I never really cared too much about the subject, but I found that documentary to be fascinating. It covers a lot of ground, but super good.
That's the one that shows Daddy Bush, a picture of Daddy Bush in Dallas that day.
Yeah, and it goes back into like the World War II Bush connection, and
yeah, with the Nazis and stuff.
Yeah,
he was CIA or
money.
CIA.
Like, I mean, going back to the moon landing to 9/11, like, there is no hoax too big, like there is no hoax too small, for that matter. So it's amazing how much nonsense we know, like we can prove is nonsense, and then how much more there is that we have no idea about. And that's why I stick around with these kinds of places. Is you never know what you're going to hear. Like, if you're open-minded, you hear about all kinds of topics you never even thought about questioning. It's like,
Yeah, it's iron sharpens iron, you know?
didn't think about how the sun worked, the moon worked. I didn't think about how the stars worked. I just knew that they were up there, they're spinning around. It's all good. Maybe I should question these things.
So the moon landings, JFK and 9/11. Like I'm convinced they're all like false flags, inside jobs, whatever. And in my mind, because of how much time's passed, I think that other people, like stupidly, I think other people feel the same way. So I was talking to some random guy in the skate park the other day, some dad of a kid who was skating. And I was like, oh yeah, you mentioned something. I said, oh yeah, just like 9/11. And he looked at me, he's like, what? And I was like, oh, whoops. Yeah, I forgot that other people still go with the official
Forgot I'm not on Discord.
Yeah. Forgot I'm not talking to myself in my head.
Oh, right, box cutters. Yeah, sorry about that.
But there are a lot of people who I never would have suspected to, I guess, think about that in that light that have now. That it is surprising to me.
And it's one of the less taboo topics, right? We had 9/11 as an inside job, as an actual movement. Like, it's all shit, posters, billboards, newscasts. Like, it was publicized, sort of like, Occupy Wall Street. So there's some interesting.
Michael Moore did the thing on it, right?
Yeah, there you go. Michael Moore, yeah. What was that? Fahrenheit 9/11? Is that what his was?
Yeah.
Yeah, when Michael Moore does a film on it, you know that there's just something to it, right?
I can't figure out where he is.
He's in the dumpster, man. I can't bear to watch anything he makes.
He's definitely controlled opposition vibes, isn't he?
He's got to be.
Well, then let's put some of the more controversial ones, Alex Jones or Joe Rogan, or
Yeah, but still, he did a documentary on it for whatever reason.
Yeah, Joe Rogan had Flat Earth on his platform multiple times.
And in that everything rich man's trick, that the idea is laid out that Oliver Stone, some of the stuff he did in covering the JFK thing was like a distraction, a controlled opposition type.
Yeah, the stories upon stories.
Wonder if in his contract it says like he can't have Eddie on. I was on mute, but I said lying to his mama seemed to pay off pretty good here lately. Joe Rogan, that things. Him saying he'd lie to his mama.
Right.
Got quiet, like I gotta explain myself or something. We'll give you this $11 million contract, but can't have Eddie on no more.
So the 9/11, like what you're saying about how there was like a movement and there was like posters within 9/11's inside job. That kind of, when that was happening, seemed a bit. Are they controlling a bit of this narrative? There's some kind of insidiness to this.
Yeah, I mean, what choice would they have other than ridicule?
Yeah,
I like the 9/11 change movement. It made quite a few, like underground journalists.
We are change. That was a big one, yeah. Now we have an anon, like QAnon, and Anonymous. Like, Anonymous is supposedly the largest protest, one of the largest protests in human history, because the amount of people that, I guess, globally participated, or worldwide, however you want to put it. But that was a little bit more under the radar, right? The massed marches across the country, but it still got a little bit of publicity.
It all
lots of my friends had those. Yeah, lots of my friends had those masks, but I'm like, dude, I'm not wearing a Jesuit mask, dude. That's who runs the world, man. Why are you wearing that? That dude was a Jesuit.
I feel like it all gets subverted. I mean, look at the Flat Earth Society.
Oh yeah, that's a good one too, right? Because you got presidents speaking about it, all kinds of politicians. Flat Earth Society. Like, where'd that term come from?
Do you think QAnon's like a totally controlled opposition kind of deal then?
I
By
can't believe
the
people
end
are
of
still
it,
buying into that, dude.
Yeah. I mean, they realize actually these people now are so stupid, but we can just spoon feed it to them and say trust the plan, and they'll believe. They'll just come along with it.
Well, there was
Dude,
a
I
marked
called-
shift in direction in that. Like about halfway through it, it changed entirely.
I called like a YouTuber because he puts his phone number up, right? I called him like a year and a half ago and asked him. He's like part of a multi-level marketing thing. I was curious about like how much it cost, and I just want to talk to him. And I noticed he had like put a like some Q crap on his video, but it was like subtle, right? If you didn't know about it, you wouldn't have known what he was doing. So I called him. I was like, "Man, you're not falling for this Q crap, are you?" And he was like in it, like that's the only crap I talked really. I let him talk, right? Anyway, I called him last week because my dad's getting pretty bad and I want to buy these supplements. And I was like, so what's your opinion about Q now? I was a little nicer about it. And like he's still man. I'm like, how can you be so brainwashed to think that everything's going to be happening in 2 weeks, right? Now it is a year and a half later, and clearly none of that happened. He's like, no, there's politicians disappearing and blah blah blah. They're just doing it low key. I'm like, man.
Yeah, I don't know
Okay.
about all that. I'm with you on that. That people, but I will say one thing is it brought a whole new audience to the idea of they're being lied to, like the whole boomer sort of generation. Like people like my folks are like flat earthers now, which that never would have happened if they hadn't started down that road.
Yeah, I think that's something they didn't realize could happen. They didn't think about that consequence. That
Right.
like pushing it so like in that way, it'll actually have the opposite result with a lot of people.
And it opened a lot of doors in that generation's mind, I think. That I can't fault it for that. Well, no matter what it was or what it was intended to do, I'm grateful that that was one of the outcomes.
I just posted a video of a gentleman who has done some deep research into the subject of, the Epstein and the political connections he had. And he goes down that rabbit hole and he discusses QE as well. So I posted it. And his conclusion was that Q apparently is a code for CIA or something like that. And they had positioned him to, in a sense, deflect those in the community who were already skeptical about what they were hearing from the mainstream, and to steer them in a direction that they controlled.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Yeah, I can see that.
Like with everything, I feel like even there things get away from them.
Yeah, but someone's on the job, right? Like, think things are at work. No doubt about it.
They get together quite often during the year in secret meetings, people the influencers of the world, and they discuss absolutely every aspect of their plan and how to execute it. So this has been going on for 30 years now. And they're clever. It's not that they don't make mistakes, but I think that they're moving in the direction they want to move quite precisely the way they want to. The pandemic being, so sort of this last phase of it. For the Great Reset,
So, just out of curiosity, do you feel like the current event was executed in the manner that they would have liked?
Yes, absolutely. Look at it. Has it not had the effect worldwide lockdown? How are they? Could you have ever conceived of such a thing before happening? Within the a very short time parameter, the entire world shut down.
Oh
That's
yeah, no doubt. You're right. I couldn't have conceived of that. I feel like some places, though, it was different in different areas of the world. I was just curious what your thoughts were on it.
You cut out. I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry. I was just saying that I feel like the effects were greater in certain parts of the world, and I was just curious if what your thoughts were on that.
Yeah, it's a
If you felt like they did it correctly, or if it kind of got away from them a little bit.
well, I think they've accomplished what they've wanted. First of all, the pharmaceutical industry has made more money than it ever has in its entire history. Those people who are connected with that industry at the top have made an enormous amount of money. So they've accomplished that. They've accomplished they've furthered their totalitarian agenda, scaring the entire world into thinking that their neighbors are their enemies, isolating everyone from each other. That's been accomplished. There are now many very powerful rebellions going on around the world, but it comes at a time when they've already instituted the plan as they want it. They're really headed for a one governmental agency that runs the entire world. That's their aim, and they're going to introduce the cryptocurrency very soon, which will give them the power over everyone's livelihood. So, yeah, I think they're doing a pretty damn good job.
If it was the 1980s and you would have said crypto, everyone would have thought you just said communist currency.
I've been studying it for a year, Bitcoin and crypto. And there's Bitcoin, and then there's everything else. Bitcoin is an entity unto itself. Cryptos are different. They're just startup tech industries. That's all they are. They use the currency as a stock to raise money. Bitcoin is in a class unto itself.
So, do you think we are losing the fight?
There's a fight. Where? I want to fight. Let's go.
It depends. I think that the mainstream, the people in the mainstream, the normies, as you call them, yeah, they're about defeated. But there are always, and no matter what kind of horrible governmental situation the world is in, there is always a small band of rebels who turn the tide eventually. And I believe that to be so right now. It has to be that way, because this is really a more of a, if you zoom out, you see it as a sort of a part of human evolution. spiritual evolution. It's almost a necessary part of the materialistic philosophy, scientific materialistic philosophy that has been embraced for the last 500 years or so. It's a natural consequence of it. And I think it's a necessary spiritually evolutionary event. So yeah, I think it's necessary for the growth of the human psyche to, I believe we're all divine. And this is a school we're in to learn how to be more divine.
Well, that was refreshing. Hope. Nice to hear once in a while, that not everything's a shit hitting the fan. Yeah, it's pretty, when we start seeing all the amount of lies and the magnitude of them, and the idea that, in every school across the country, in the world, kids are being lied to. This is a morality thing, right? So, what kind of morals do you really have? Interesting to see where you choose to live your life, right? Because it starts there.
I think you gotta keep hope somewhere inside
Absolutely.
you. You can't just give in. I think I'm sure the civilizations have gone through massive tyrannical kind of things, and there's been like rebellions and kept in small pockets, and and not died, just carried on.
Well, that's what Flat Earth really opened up for me, was I am here, right? Me being here, this reality is all I'll ever need. I mean, it is just magnificent in and of itself. If I don't pay attention to all the bullshit that's being spewed, all the nonsense, I'll be able to appreciate that beauty each and every day. Like it's magnificent, just it's a beautiful place.
That's right. And if I overdo it sometimes on the conspiracy stuff, on the flat Earth stuff, and my brain says you need a break, and I'll go and I'll switch off for a week or so, and you go outside and you use your senses, and what you see the beautiful world around you, and know nothing else.
Yeah, go look at the stars, go look at the moon, go look at the sun, and
And even if
all
you
the
don't know what they
different
are, they're beautiful.
phenomena that they present. And go to the places that are known to be able to experience them the best, right? Like, you want to hear the crickets, go somewhere where there's a lot of crickets. You want to hear the frogs, go somewhere there's a lot of frogs. There's just so many different things.
Waves, go to the beach. Yeah.
Exactly. And you can go see a sunset over the ocean. It'll resonate. You'll feel how magnificent it is.
So do you think they calculate us into their plan at all? Do you think they think that they will be these non-believers? Or do you think that they're just so pig-headed and arrogant that they just think, yeah, we're going to take over everyone?
I think they just think that we're never going to be enough of us to make a real difference.
I like the way Alan Watts put it, and there's a little caption, society needs outsiders, right? And the idea that, there's always going to be people that are thinking outside the box, so to speak, that they're presented with. And yeah, I mean, they go through extreme discipline to keep track of each and every one of us. So yes, they're well aware of how many are in the herd and what the herd's up to, where it's at all times, what it's getting into. Facebook.
Oh, absolutely. Now, yeah, they've got all their info. Just they listen to us now. Yeah.
And if they can lump a group of like-minded people together and put them down, and by default elevate the others into thinking like, well, we're not them, so we must have something figured out. That kind of a dynamic.
Have y'all ever seen the documentary Human Farming?
No, is it pretty good? It's worth watching.
No, it's on my
The
list
first-
now, though.
The first 3/4 of it is pretty good. You know, like it's just a different mindset of thinking about like how they potentially control the world. But then I don't know, it goes off into some mumbo jumbo that I can't really buy. But I can buy like the first 3/4 of it as being true. It's hard to find online. I don't know about BitChute or Odyssey or something, but you're not going to find it on YouTube. It hadn't been there for years.
I find the more experience I get discerning all this nonsense, like the more I see it everywhere. It's like, wow. I was watching House the other day, pretty well known, medical TV show. And in the first episode, they bring up the Tuskegee experiment. You're like, all right, let's just drop that one in there. In the second episode, they're talking about baby vaccines and baby coffins. And you're like, whoa, like, where are we going with this? It's really just like everywhere you look. It's like, wow, there's a lot of people that know shit that aren't actually, verbally putting themselves out there on the ledge, so to speak, but seem to be finding ways to communicate it at least.
Interesting connection with that is Hugh Laurie. Is that the star of that, the British guy?
Yeah.
So his comedy partner that he did comedy in Britain with a long time is Stephen Fry. Have you heard of him? So he's a very like outspoken kind of truther kind of guy as well. But that's a little tangent that just connected this one.
Did you ever watch Hugh Laurie in the space thing he did? What is it called? It's like a mockery of Star Trek.
I kind of like he was, their comedy was very like mainstream kind of TV comedy. So it wasn't like something I was into. So I kind of wrote him off a while back, and I really looked into. Do you recommend House though? Is it a good watch? Or?
Yeah, it's a medical thing, so it's a bunch of nonsense. But I like the attitude portrayed in it. So it got pretty good reviews. I wouldn't say it's a truth thing at all. Like
They drop some like not ideas, but subjects that are related to what we kind of look into.
Yeah, you'll find more on South Park. Like, there are seemingly TV shows designed specifically for, talking about this shit. You find a lot of stuff in Always Sunny for Philadelphia, like you were talking about earlier. But I'm always amused when something seems specifically designed. Speaking of specifically designed, what is that English film that was a series that, it was totally about the pandemic. Just watched it recently. It was freaking amazing.
Oh, I don't know. What was that?
I'm gonna have to find it.
Like in current times now, kind of.
Yeah, they remade it in American too, and it was a totally different kind of thing. It had John Cusack in it.
Yeah, okay. I saw some clips from that. It was nuts.
Yeah, the English one though was like, spot on. They both struck the tune of the pandemic. Prior to the pandemic, it was sort of like foretelling how this was going to go down.
I think The Strain is the only TV show I've watched that's kind of similar to any kind of outbreak kind of thing.
You got me, so I got to look it up. IMDb John Cusack. Utopia. Utopia.
Okay, yeah. I've heard it's pretty good. I knew there was 2 versions of that. I think it's on Netflix. Both versions might be on Netflix for us.
Should watch Europa.
Is that about the stars?
It's only 11 hours long. No, it's a documentary.
So it's a quick one sit-in watch then. 11 hours.
Yeah, on times 2, that's only 5.5.
I was just watching a 5-hour thing Indio dropped in here. I think it was Indio. I shouldn't say Indio if I'm not sure, but someone dropped in here, is America free? Like, all right, here we go.
Even that.
Oh, no, you ain't.
Yeah, I guess there's some paperwork somewhere that says differently, right?
You're
All
lost
this,
at sea like all of us.
all this damn paperwork everywhere.
Just in case that paperwork matters, my children have no paperwork.
That's pretty cool, man. Congratulations.
Good, man. Yeah, congratulations. That's awesome.
All 4 of them. They've never seen a doctor in their whole life from conception till now.
How'd you pull that off?
We had them at home. Feed them good.
Found the truth.
Humans are the only species that thinks that they can't reproduce without help.
Ignorance, right?
That's
Like,
dope.
doesn't everybody know how to deal with that? Seriously. Like, why does everybody?
I think it's fear. I think it's just fear based.
Ignorance created an industry, right? Like, the ignorance creates industry. Like now
False
you have,
hope also.
well, now you have to get an ambulance, right? Because these things never happen when they're supposed to happen, or sometimes they don't.
Let's schedule it. Let's cut your guts open and schedule it.
There you go. We can tell you exactly when.
Well, we didn't think we had a choice with it, with the registering kids, getting them paperwork. We just,
Oh, I don't have kids.
Ah, yes, children.
I have property. But yes, I definitely don't let people call them kids. They'll tell you they're not kids too.
They don't have horns, like goats.
No, none that you can see anyway.
Cut them off like Hellboy.
Yeah, I was just thinking about how righteousness, it really starts with language, right? How you choose your words and what they actually mean, and if they're misconstrued or not. Isn't that on you to be clear and concise with what you say and how you say it?
Oh yeah.
It says every idle word that comes out of your mouth, you'll be accountable for. I don't know exactly what that means, but
It's like looking for needles in haystacks when you're looking for truth, man. It's not easy to find. A lot of conjecture surrounding little grains.
then down in biblical, we get in trouble. It's just like ballers come in here, right? And like y'all don't let them get away with making claims they can't back up. And down in biblical, people come in, and they'll say something, and it's biblical, right? We're supposed to be able to discuss biblical. It's like, show us in the Bible, man. And then they can't. They have knee-jerk reaction, just like ballers. They run off whining, playing the victim. It's like, man, we ain't doing nothing no different than y'all are up here. We're just asking them to show us where they got that from. And then when they can't, they freak out.
Reminds me of the NASA quote when they were describing what a supermoon is and how it works. One of the employees says it's an illusion in your mind. Lots of illusions in people's minds, that's for sure.
Don't believe your senses.
I dropped the crater question on my 12-year-old son this morning because we were talking about that earlier. And I said, I got a little kind of puzzle for you. I said, these craters that we're told that meteorites fell from space and created. Before I could even finish, I could see it in his eyes, his little brain, his big brain was going, and he said, "Where are they now? Who moved the meteors? Why aren't they just holes? That doesn't make sense." So I could see the deprogramming is already working on that child.
Well, since the face that we see of the moon, whatever we see, it's always facing us. It's always facing the Earth. So
Yeah.
in a heliocentric model, how in the heck did all those meteors hit in a 90-degree angle? Were they coming from the Earth? Because, they'd have to be on a parabolic curve to go around the Earth and hit it. How'd they all get in there at 90-degree angles?
His question to that, he said, well, I suppose they, he uses they as the scientists, they will say that the gravity or the atmosphere or something, as it came into the Earth's gravity, it straightened up. As it hit a certain point, it straightened up and then came straight down. He says, well, that doesn't make sense. Why don't airplanes get pulled down if a massive, super heavy ball of rock flying 1,000,000 miles an hour gets straightened up by gravity or the atmosphere or whatever? He said, why doesn't that pull down planes and stuff? He was like, yeah, that's nonsense. Like, I was very proud dad moment though.
Insert SpongeBob meme here. Gravity.
Yes, please.
Yeah,
I haven't got posting privileges, so I can't put anything there. Someone would like to give me that.
Anytime you have a child ask a question, it's always inspiring, right? And to present an idea that makes them question things is just the best. But thinking about the whole moon thing, you're like, well, if the moon is a rock that is circling around the Earth because the Earth is big, why aren't there any small rocks circling around the moon? Like, it's just a dusty thing, right? Like, wouldn't there be a lot of dust and rocks to be circling the moon?
Well, they've all smashed into each other and just turned into dust on the moon. That's why it was dusty there.
The moon's gravity is so different there, right? Like, it doesn't hold things as firmly to its surface.
Hey, it pulls a whole oceans.
This is sort of off-topic question from y'all, but where do we get a 7-day week from?
Oh, we touched on this a little bit earlier.
Say it fast. Come on, don't Google it. Where do we get a 7-day week from?
Oh, I don't know. Someone else go.
The sun, right?
No. It's the moon. The moon changes phases every 7 days.
Ah, yes, 28.
Quarter phases. It's actually 28 and a half day cycle, but yes.
And a half, okay.
From conjunction to quarter is 7 days. From quarter to half, 7 days. From half to back to... I meant from full. I messed up. Sorry. 7 days from conjunction to... Somebody's echoing bad. A quarter, 7 days. And then from then, 7 more days, it's half. It's full moon. 7 more days, back to half. And then it's back dark again.
I got a quick question on the moon that I haven't heard the Glober's argument about. about the hot spot. If it's a sphere, shouldn't there be a hot spot from the sun if it's a certain distance away? Or am I getting that wrong?
Well, if it was a sphere, yeah. We can demonstrate that, right? The effects of a light source on a sphere.
Yeah, because my other son brought up so that the hard kind of shadow, the light to dark, and he was thinking if it's a sphere, there should be more of like a gradient, but we couldn't kind of really work out that. But then I mentioned like the hot spot and showed him an example, but I haven't really heard on here or anywhere about how they account for that magic.
Well, we have one on Earth. How could we not have one on the moon?
Same way they account for how far away they say the moon is and the amount of luminance it puts out, but yet the astronauts didn't go blind.
Yeah. I'm just trying to I was
Magic.
I was flat earther before I came here, and I can speak on conspiracies all day long, but I love how some of you guys in here just your knowledge on how to debunk their flat Earth claim, their globe Earth claims. I just need to I'd love to be able to do that. I just need to listen to everyone just brushing up on a little bit. So
Yeah,
Michael.
To approach it, right? Like, you don't know where to start sometimes. Absolutely.
Yeah, because I've got to the point where I understand it all, but for me to it's going to come up in conversation now with other people at some point, and I don't want to be like a bumbling kind of idiot, kind of just with half facts and things. I suppose I can look in your resources, can I?
In just casual conversation with Michael, he don't appear to be as sharp as he tries to act, right? But then you hear him debating somebody, he's sharp, man.
Definitely.
Good debater, man. I'd ask him that question.
Crack Villain, he's got like a strong kind of Cockney sounding accent. Are you familiar with the Cockney, London Cockney accent? So sometimes that can sound to other Brits as being maybe not as intelligent. It doesn't make sense. It's just kind of like a British kind of thing. Like some people think the Southerners in the US, the rednecks, a lot of people seem to think that they are less intelligent because of their accent. So hearing him going off with his Cockney accent, just going off on people, it's just amazing to hear. It sounds good that that way. Like if it was some super intelligent sounding like posh guy doing it, it wouldn't be as impressive. I don't think it wouldn't hit as hard.
My girlfriend thought, an old girlfriend of mine, she went to private schools her whole life and going to college, and she just thought it's absurd that I couldn't read very well. That I can read, but I can't spell hardly at all. Hardly at all. And I told her if English followed rules, it'd be a lot easier. She's like, it does. I'm like, no, it doesn't. She goes, yeah, it does. I said, spell wait. She's like, well, it depends on which kind. I'm like, exactly, but they're pronounced the same. Spell toe. I'm like, they're all spelled differently. But anyway, later on, she came to realize that can't judge somebody's intelligent level off whether they can read or spell like she thought they could, because after a while, she figured out that I can't speak very well, and I dang sure can't spell. But it didn't take her long to realize I was more intelligent than she was.
Yeah, the language doesn't stop your brain understanding things, and the inability to say things doesn't necessarily mean you don't understand. Certain things.
My intelligence is being able to figure out stuff. I can just figure out stuff even if I don't necessarily know what I'm doing. I can figure it out.
Yeah,
I can take it apart, put it back together.
My wife hates me for this, but I've kind of got that brain where, we'll have an idea, even as simple as buying some new furniture for the house, but my mind goes to, right, I can't go that way because it'll stick out there. I can't go that because we need to walk through that. She's like, oh, you're so negative all the time. But it's like my brain instantly goes to the problem solving before we rush out and buy something. I just go to the potential problems.
Have you ever seen the where they get men and women to take everything out of a trunk and then put it back in, and it's like completely full? Most
No,
women just
no.
can't. Most women just can't test. They just can't Tetris, man. The way their brains are made, they can't play Tetris. They can't put it all back in. Almost all the males can, but the females only like 20% of them can get it all back in.
Oh, I'll look that up. That sounds cool. I definitely believe that. What is the word for it? So when you're driving a car, I'm not sexist at all, but this is a fact that I've observed with previous girlfriends and my mother and other family members and things. But women can't seem to judge like the speed of an object moving towards them, as well as, you know, if you're at a junction and a car's like going past, you could pull out like before that car gets to you, but they can't seem to gauge that object getting to you and how fast, how long that will take.
Most of the people that live out here in rural areas in Texas, they just don't care. They pull right out in front of you, man. It's like, dude, the speed limit's 55 here. You're gonna pull out in front of somebody like speed limit's 30. But it's really, they just don't care. They just expect you to slow down for them. Like they all have like this "my shit don't stink" attitude.
Yeah, is that like a California or a bit like that from what I've seen from TV shows? You know, obviously that's no real gauge of stuff. And then some other states are a bit more polite, or
Well, if you go to the city like Arlington, people there, they clearly drive differently because I'm from a small town, right? You're supposed to be polite. And so you let people, go before you, you wave them on. In Arlington, you sit there for 5 minutes telling somebody to go and they think you're tricking them or something. They will not go.
yeah. I find that
Here,
difference between Wales and England. It's the same. Wales are quite polite, and then you go over the border to England, it's like you wave at people for letting you through or letting you in. They just look at you like, "What are you waving at me for?"
people in California seems like also like families, right? They'll just jump in their automobiles, even if they're going like a 3-hour travel. They just all like just take out. It's no caravanning or nothing. People from smaller towns and whatnot, different states, like families going somewhere far away, like you all stay in sight of one another. You don't just take out.
Yeah.
My wife just doesn't get it. I'm like, look, I need to see you. Like, if you're not going to keep up with me, then I'm going to follow you.
Yeah, the convoy.
Like, we're supposed to watch out for one another. You can't watch out for one another if I can't see you. You're going to rely on your cell phone call, like if something happens.
In LA, one of the harder parts of town, so to speak. I was on my own quite a bit, and I think that small town people's fear of big city is a little bit exaggerated, because what you recognize by living in the big city is that most people are just trying to get along, right? They're not looking to create waves or drama between each other. They're just trying to take care of their own business. And there's good people around no matter where you look. Like, you're always in shouting distance of a good person. So bad people don't rule the day, so to speak, in the big cities as much as you'd think. There are neighborhoods, obviously, that you probably shouldn't be in if you don't know it, that kind of thing. Don't get me wrong, but I really enjoyed growing up in a big city and feeling like, I saw people for what they were, no matter what their culture was and how different they were. They're just trying to take care of their own business.
Yeah, I've experienced that. I lived in Cardiff, which is the capital of Wales, and it's very cosmopolitan. A lot of people from all over, and it's cool. And then, yeah, like, so you go to small places and you see a bit more racist attitudes or whatever. But then in the cities, I think I come from a smaller place, and you'll see like an old man had fallen over, and the amount of people that don't stop to help him get up or whatever, whereas I kind of rush over. There's a bit of that kind of thing as well with cities that people don't like to get into other people's shit at all.
It took my wife a while to realize, like, if somebody's broke down and we're not in a hurry to get somewhere, I'm gonna stop and try to help them.
Yeah, of course.
I don't care. I don't care how long she got to sit in the car or the children got to sit in the car and wait.
That's awareness of where you are, right? Like, you know where you are and the people that you'd find on that road, and that kind of thing. Definitely different in the city when it comes to that. You don't know who those people are, and there's always someone on the way to help that, as a professional to help them. So you usually don't take that on yourself, but yeah,
Yeah, I just don't care. I've stopped on the highway and tried to help women, and they're all scared and shit. And I'm like, look, just stay in your car. If you're scared, get in your car. I'll change your tie out for you, and then I'll let you know when I'm done. Like, I don't want no money. I'm not here to harm you. I'm here to help you. I'm here to help you get off this dangerous side of the highway, okay? You're in the middle of nowhere. It's the middle of the night. But I also always carry, so I don't have fear some people have. Even when I wouldn't carry, I'm not scared, but still.
Oh, you roboted me then, I serve.
Yeah,
a big chunk of that.
Yeah, the sun's starting to come up. I don't get as good a service. I was just saying I help people, and they're scared a lot of times.
Yeah.
That was my point.
So is your service not as good because of the gravity? Is that what you're saying? Or the refraction?
Something to do with the sun, man. I don't know. Once the sun comes up over the horizon, my service is not as good. I only have one bar out here during the day, and at night I'll have two most of the night. As long as I leave my phone sitting in a certain spot.
Yeah.
There's like 3 spots on the property where the phone will work.
That's pretty interesting, man.
Usually, always, except for when the sun comes up.
But if the sun was billions of miles away, that wouldn't make any difference, would it? But if it was local and it moved a bit closer to you occasionally, then that could affect your phone.
I think it's some type of like static electric, some magnetic type thing. Same thing that makes the sky all those different colors as it's coming up, exciting all the different gases. It's just my opinion, but
yeah.
There's some proof of that stuff. Absolutely. Definitely can't believe people when you talk about that stuff. But yeah, you're getting back to the whole idea of where to start with people and how to shape your argument, so to speak. If you even want to make it an argument, you gotta question that premise to begin with. Like, oh shit, am I looking to get into an argument or a debate? Do I want to do that? Because that's a totally different animal than just discussing it or introducing it or planting a seed. Or there's a lot of different ways to go about it.
Yeah, you can't get into it. If you're interacting with someone for 2 minutes, a passing kind of comments, it's not going to work, is it?
Yeah, but language is a powerful tool, right? Like, maybe it only takes a word or two. I remember the person that ended up sparking the interest in me didn't talk about it with me. They just used the term flat earth. And I got triggered, and I recognized I got triggered. I was like, holy shit, why did I get triggered and say that was crazy? I don't even know what it is. What does it mean? Like, how can I say something's crazy without even knowing what it is? And that's what
I see what you mean. So they dropped a little seed, in there, and then it kind of grew. But yeah, just from saying that one word.
Yeah, that one word was a trigger for me. And I was like, holy shit, this isn't the first time that I've dismissed this term. without even knowing what it means.
Yeah, I was talking to a guy in it that I kind of know in a shop, and he was telling the person before him, and then started telling me in the queue about, oh, I was watching videos of flat earthers. How can people in this day and age be so dumb? And I looked at him and thought, no, it's not the time or the place for me to. But I probably could have said one little thing that could have sparked something, but I decided not to.
Yeah, I'm sure you know all about Einstein. I got you. Yeah, the level of certainty we have with this belief system is phenomenal. Like, that made me cry, man. I was like, holy shit, none of that was real. Like, none of it. Not the launch I went to, not watching the Challenger blow up. Like, what was real? Like, the space station, moon landing. Like, oh shit, where's this stop? Like,
Yeah.
oh my.
My brother accidentally, he's not fully down the road, but he's into like sci-fi and moon stuff and things, and he showed me that that 70s movie Capricorn 1 is on YouTube. So I said,
There you
oh, cool. And the day before, we'd been discussing about how can the lie be so big? How can the engineers working, on the launch in front of their consoles, how can they be lying? Have you seen the film?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
What?
Capricorn 1.
My wife told me about it, but I haven't seen
Yeah.
it.
So it's like they're just about to launch the rocket, and they get pulled out, and then they pretend to do it, and they just feed all the test data to the engineers, so they think that they're kind of monitoring or controlling the rocket go up, and in reality, or in the story, they're just feeding them like test data. And I said, well, to my brother, I said, well, that's how they could lie to those engineers. They're not seeing any rockets with their eyes. So
It's an old movie from the 70s, right? That
yeah, I forget the actor's name. That's the main guy. I remember him being in Ocean's 11. He's like a big guy with a kind of deep voice. Oh, I should I could look on IMDb again.
they're literally faking the moon landing in this movie. That's what they're doing. They're showing that they faked it, or at least leaving that impression.
Showing the studio, showing everything. It's amazing.
The movie's more real than reality. It's like, what's going on here? Watched another parody about the moon landing being faked. Moonwalkers. Have you seen that one? The British parody.
It sounds.
It takes a lot to.
Sorry, it sounds familiar. That does, but no, I haven't. But go on. Sorry, I interrupted.
No, it's fine. It takes a lot to make me laugh, like a whole lot. But if y'all haven't ever listened to the audio book Wagging the Moon Doggy, dude, that guy's dry humor had me cracking up like almost the whole time. He is so witty, and like the common sense stuff that he brings up about the moon landing. It's worth reading or listening to. It's called Wagging the Moon Doggy.
That's not on the list as well.
I think I'm gonna listen to it again because I keep telling people about it, and I only listened to it once. But I remember like I was laughing the whole time, and I really don't laugh hardly at all.
Elliot Gould is the guy from Capricorn 1. I was gonna. Sorry, just drop that back in there. Wagging the Moon Doggy.
That dude just died not too long ago. I think maybe he died a long time ago. For some reason, I think he just died. Maybe somebody told me that. I don't know.
Yeah, we're talking about the ISS and how they're going to blow it up or whatever. And I got a picture of Elon Musk's face here thinking about Tesla in space. And my goodness, was that just a really poor job or what? Like, you think, all right, we're going to the future. Let's do some futuristic shit. Like,
What did he say? It looks so fake. It's got to be real. Okay.
Yeah. And I mean, it doesn't work, man. It didn't work. Like, it doesn't even look like they put effort into it. It's so bad. They got people thinking they're landing rockets backwards. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, that car thing, I reckon, was a mistake by them. Because that's like people who believe everything else can doubt that thing. Chucking that up there and just leaving it go.
It's from his favorite movie, right? Winnebago's in space. Spaceballs.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Where he got the flamethrower idea.
I love the vacuum cleaning robot thing.
Right. Sucking.
I was watching those rockets land like over and over again the other day, and I'm just like, man, if that's real, like, who gave them that technology? Like, where did they get that technology from? Because it looks so amazing that I just can't. My mind just can't believe that that's real.
Everyone I've seen, there's a cut as either just before it lands, they change the camera angle, or there's smoke, and then there's an obvious like the smoke changes drastically. Is that something you've noticed, or is that just one video I may have seen?
Well, even more than that, where is the technology on the rocket? Like, that's just not possible, man, unless you're doing something. And to show you're doing nothing, like, there's no effect to evaluate. Like, you can't do that. This is not possible. Doesn't anybody know anything, like, about physics? Or, like, come on, man.
I guess that they just think we've seen so many Hollywood movies now of things landing on things that it's just in people's minds that is a possibility, and they just accept it.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost one of those things that I don't even want to explain to people why that's not possible. They should know why that's not possible. Like,
But what if you went and saw it with your own eyes?
well, I mean, experiencing something is totally different. Like, if you saw that shit happen, then all right, like, I want to go see it too. Like, let's go see it. But come on, no one's seen.
I was just watching.
It's land on their ass.
Yeah, I was just watching it the other day, just over and over again. I just got this eerie feeling, like, man, if that's real, that's like fallen angel technology or something.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just, what I know, but that's like saying, well, what if I took you to outer space? It's like, no, bro, like, show me how it's being done, or don't fucking claim it. Like, there's no evidence that they're even doing anything that would make that possible. Like, the amount of adjustments you have to make for all sorts of things, the payload, distribution of the forces at the top versus the forces at the bottom. Like, the wind isn't the same at the top as it is at the bottom of a rocket. Like, it's just not. Like, pushing up through it is one thing. Falling down is a totally different thing.
What do they show in the videos? Do they show it just coming straight, like arse backwards, downwards?
No, it's coming at an angle, and then the ass end sort of like straightens up.
Okay.
Like it's coming in like a parabolic almost. Not exactly that much of an arch, but coming at an angle. And then when the bottom rocket kicks on, it straightens up and then lands. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy looking, man.
So I was just thinking, if I was there in person, I'd want to see it from as far up as the eye could see, or through a telescope. Sorry, my dog's going. Do you know what I mean? Though, as far as I can see, I'd want to see that, not just like, oh, there's a cloud. There it is. It's like they cloud seeded, put a cloud there, and then they're dropping it from above. I don't know how that would work, but
yeah, I think the one I was watching, I think it did come through the clouds. It pierced through the clouds.
Yeah. So they've got like Avengers-style helicarrier just hovering, hidden by a cloud. And then they say, "Oh, there it is, coming through the cloud. Perfect descent."
And the clouds are there so that some type of a jet can make the sonic boom happen.
Yeah.
Two jets, because there's two sonic booms that you hear.
Right. Yeah. And then the big helicarrier thing just moves away with the cloud across the sky, and and it's gone. I'd want to see that come in as a little dot from space, as far as I could see, to believe it fully, you know. Or
Bro, I just need to see it land. Just show me the fucking thing land on its ass, straight up. Like, please. You know, I don't know. Maybe I've watched too many people launching rockets, or flying a kite, or too many different things to recognize that the wind has an effect. If you're gonna ignore it, like, there's no aerodynamics to a pencil, bro. Like, a cylinder has zero aerodynamics. Don't tell me those fucking fins are doing something. I can model that shit and show you they're not. Like, that's
I remember
happening.
This is like one of the only times my dad was cool. I was in 7th or 8th grade, and we were going to shoot our model rockets for school. And I just sort of thrown a package of D rockets. I knew my rocket would only weigh in almost to a C, but still in a B class. They call them motor, but it's not a motor. It's a little rocket thing. And I just sort of threw him in his lap as we were going to my school, and he put them in his pocket. And on the way to the launch thing, he took the motor they gave me out and put one of those D's in there. And the wind was blowing real hard that day, and I saw everybody's rocket was like just doing this. The wind was just making it mess up, and so I bent my fins on mine like really bad, all three of them. And when the rocket took off, it instantly started spinning. Mine was the only rocket that went straight up, man, and it went out of sight. That was the only time in like pretty much my whole life I was ever like really. I thought my dad like was cool. Cause he, there wasn't no words spoken or anything, like just on the way there, I threw these, D rockets in his lap, and he looked at them and looked at me, and I put them in his pocket. He didn't know, it wasn't even nothing. He just looked at me. He looked at him, and then looked at me, and then after we weighed our rocket and they give us our little deal, and we're walking to the thing, and he put that D. Took that B one out and put that D one in. I was like, I can't believe he did that. I couldn't believe he did it.
That's right, man.
Cheater.
It wasn't getting no reward, just.
I'm just messing.
But it made me think of that because you talked about the aerodynamics of it.
Yeah,
and I think that's the only reason why mine went straight up, because I saw how bad the wind was blowing and how crappy everybody else's were doing. So I bent those wings to make it spin, and it went straight up.
There you go. You got to have fins on a cylinder to have any aerodynamics whatsoever. Those things got no fins. Like,
Anyway, the sun's coming up over the horizon now. I'm gonna go to bed. Y'all have a good one.
peace.
You too, bro.
Well.
Flatty, what was the last good protest that you wanted to be a part of?
Oh, I don't know. I've never been to one. I thought about going to those, big ones during lockdown in London. Thought about going to those, but just couldn't. Had other stuff to do, so couldn't make it. But I don't know, what about yourself?
No, you know, Occupy Wall Street was interesting. I've never been motivated to go to any of these things. It's kind of interesting, you know. I remember hearing about nuclear waste protests. That's an interesting one, right? Like, how far do you go with your concerns? You know, are you gonna protest climate change? You know, most of this always feels there's some controlled aspect to it, and that's it's disturbing.
Yeah, that's what scares me a bit. Yeah, like it could be appear peaceful, and then at any time, some agent provocateurs could just like, you know, do a 180 on that, and it could just turn into chaos. Or yeah,
You see that, you know, intentionally happening too. I think that's why they're present at all these different, you know, so-called protests, right? And all of a sudden, you just don't know what's going to happen. So how can anybody get behind something where they think it's going to get out of control?
yeah.
Basically, anytime that people are gathering to fight the system, there's some element that is being portrayed as out of control, even though it's probably very scripted.
There's always those black Escalades with the blacked out windows parked around one street away.
Oh, we're getting back to black cars. So now I got to go back to Princess Di. And do you think Princess Di died? Do you think JFK? Did you ask?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. You know, that's the thing about JFK and her that I never questioned was, did they actually die? You know?
Yeah, that's the ultimate question, though.
Yeah.
Right. Let's start there. Like, how fake is the hoax event or conspiracy?
Yeah.
How deep does it go? And that's asking the hard questions, right?
Did they got to the end of their usefulness? And
Or to make a statement, right? We're all very aware of the JFK speech, right?
yeah. Yeah. Oh man.
Secret societies. Sure.
Yeah,
Did sell a lot of going to the moon, though.
Was it Eisenhower did the military industrial complex speech as well? When he obviously didn't get killed, but was it him, or am I thinking of another?
It sounds right, but I'm trying.
Beware the military industrial complex.
Pretty sure it was Eisenhower.
Oh, I think so. Yeah.
That sounds right.
Yes, there's a possibility that they were just actors in on something for a while, and then they give this kind of cryptic kind of speech at the end of their time, and then they disappear off. Like, you know, your job's done. You can go to the island or wherever. You know, retire off.
Are we buying that they're all related? That they're all part of the same family?
I've seen some people try to explain that there is connections between the Kennedys and the Bushes, the Obama, and the Windsors.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? It's like, I don't know. Like, somebody says they are. Like, they're not disputing that. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, that's true.
What's the guy's name that signed the Magna Carta? That's who they say they're all related to.
Oh yeah,
King George.
Someone put that in the chat a couple of days ago. I've got the document. I can't remember who it is now, but yeah, that name is on there. Oh no, it wasn't that. It wasn't Magna Carta. It was it must have been Battle Mod, because it was something to do. He was saying about a law or a treaty that was signed by the natives, but that I think it's the same dude might be on that kind of on the Magna Carta if the kind of dates match up. I'm not sure, but yeah, the names are on there. You know, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, and then the ones beyond.
Are they on the Magna Carta?
No, I don't think they are on that. But
they're on the Balfour Declaration.
The Balfour.
Okay.
these important documents we didn't learn about in school. We didn't pay much attention to, I guess.
Yeah. Damn, I knew something was up with history when I was in school. I did not pay attention to a lot of that because I don't know, I had bad vibes from the teacher. Felt like he was lying to me. I knew there was something up there.
Yeah, unfortunately, I was a little bit the opposite. I guess because I had a dad that was in Vietnam and a grandpa in World War II. Both grandpas, actually. But yeah, just not being close to them, living on the opposite coast, it was more a story to me. So I was drawn to the stories and what they were all about and things like that. But talk about a curveball.
That's
whoa.
You had a slight bit of emotional investment, I suppose, because your family members were part of things. Sorry, my dog's just gone nuts.
We can't hear it.
Oh, awesome. I'm surprised. He's a chalky, a cross between a Yorkshire Terrier and a...
Oh, heard him that time, but before we did.
Oh, yeah. There he is again. Yorkshire Terrier and Chihuahua mix. The ultimate intruder alarm.
They were giving me shit the other day because Helio was talking about Bluetooth or something. And I was like, my Bluetooth's badass. And they're like, yeah, everybody says that. I'm like, no, my Bluetooth really is badass. Like, I'll be on the tractor and people ask me why I'm yelling at them. And I'm having to yell because I can't hear myself think because the tractor's... And they're like, oh, crap. I'm like, there's a chainsaw 3 feet away from me and I guarantee y'all can't hear it. They didn't believe me. They thought I was BSing them. I had to go turn everything off.
They just don't hear that
on Discord,
noise.
turn all the
sound
and
suppression.
make it hot mic.
Yeah. Yeah, they just didn't hear that background.
Can you hear it now? Yeah, if you ever need a Bluetooth that goes really far away from your phone, a Go Work 2. That's what I'm talking on.
Oh, okay.
They're sweet.
Go Work 2.
I can get 100 yards from my phone and still talk on it.
So what's up?
They break easy.
What's up with the Bedford? What? Did you say it was the Bedford document?
Bedford. I don't know how to pronounce it correctly. I'm a Southerner, we don't know how to pronounce anything correctly. That's why I can't spell. But it's called the Bedford. No. Balfour Declaration, or I don't know. Look up document that gave Israel to the Jews or something like that.
That was the creation of Israel.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever that's called.
Yeah. World War II.
After, yeah. If you find it, tell me what the correct pronunciation is.
I think you got it right the same time, Balfour. I don't know, Flatty. It's from your parts, right?
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, is it Winston Churchill or something on there? I don't know. I'm not, because I dipped out on history. I still need to go back to kind of World War II kind of stuff and these kind of, document kind of style things.
All good.
I've dipped in a little bit with World War II.
Right? Like, searching out the lies from the truth and stuff. And sometimes you don't want to spend your time on the lies. And
most that's right.
History is a lie.
All information ever, we've got to go through and change back to the what happened.
Stick with what we can prove, what we can do.
So you were a black belt flat smacker.
You can say I've been around a while.
Cool.
Yeah.
I think I've been in, like, I don't know, maybe 6th day it might be, maybe a bit longer than a week. I can't remember. So when I first, like, it seems like a week ago, there was a lot of Globers coming in. There's a lot of activity here. It was amazing to hear. Like, my introduction was so good to it, and then they all seem to have just run away now.
Oh,
It comes and goes. Mud, did you say hi?
I think I heard Jenny, maybe.
I thought I saw Mud light up.
Oh, okay, yeah, I see Mud as well.
Yeah, as far as being a black belt, so to speak, you can be around the information and familiar with the information for a long time, but that doesn't mean that people you share it with, you're gonna convert or open their mind, right? You recognize the longer you're in this, and the more people you do try to share it with, that it's a very personal thing, and people have to come there, on their own accord. You're not going to be pushing them down that road.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's a huge, like, just mind-changing kind of thing, isn't it? So yeah, there's going to be a lot of people that just aren't ready for it.
I actually think the people that are becoming flat earthers are more interesting to me, because a lot of them are still susceptible and haven't been in the game that long, right? And where are they on their path, and do they want help with that? Right? There's a lot of people that are just getting into this information and seeing it for the first time, that are curious and have questions, and I love those questions, because not only does it remind me of a time I asked them, but they inspire more questions, right? Make you more curious. Other questions that, what's next?
I like in here as well. Yeah, there's flat earthers that seem like they're quite high level or whatever, and they disagree on things. Like, everyone disagrees on something, and I love hearing those little, like, they're not arguments, they're like little discussions over, just little things like that. Someone will have a slightly different view over something. I've heard Elijah talking to someone else about something. Damn, I forgot what it was now. But it was good, nice to hear two people like on the same page, but with slightly differing views on one little thing, and then they kind of just like went back and forth, and I'm not sure if they kind of changed each other's minds, but it was just nice to hear like the little kind of intricate detail things.
Yeah, there's people around here that have been juggling this information a long time, and the words they choose to use are very specific for a very specific reason, and the language, the way they shape it, and it's interesting how people portray the information. It's a personal thing, right? Everybody's going to come at it from a different place. That's pretty cool to hear where people are, emotionally with it, and articulating it. What are they able to get out?
I realized pretty quickly that the hard debate between absolute globers, like I always use the Gem Pandas server. I've seen a few people hank over there and get and a few people like that, and just there's no point. To me, it seems like there's no point, because those people will not. Their mind will never be changed. They're just so like pig-headed and just childish. It seems to me, just the way they go about it. Instant insults.
But prayers people for that, though, right? Like, recognizing that that's going to happen to you in reality. Like, people are just going to shut down, close their minds, not want to hear anything, go on with their own narrative, and you're not going to get through to them. And that's where you have to make the choice. Like, am I going to continue to put effort into this, or how long is it worth it for me to put my effort into this? When you recognize that, well, they're just going in a mental circus kind of thing, where they're looping around and again to sort of dismiss anything that anybody else is saying. When you do that, it's pretty obvious, right?
Yeah, and like I was saying, on this server, where everyone's like, when there's no Globers here or new people coming to learn, and it's just kind of people on the same page. There's nice discussion over different topics and things, and you go in, like we have this morning. We've gone, we've covered a lot of different subjects, conspiracy kind of stuff. But over there on that server, all they talk about is how they can prove the globe and how stupid everyone is. And then if there's no flat earther there to discuss it with them, they will turn on each other and start using the same tactics on each other. And I'm like, what are you people? It's insane.
Sorry. I know exactly what it's like over there. And that's why I'm laughing. Good morning, everybody. Sorry to come in like that. Please continue what you were saying.
No, it wasn't anything.
Okay. Yeah, you're exactly right. When there's no flat earther in there, they just turn against themselves and they cannibalize each other. I mean, it doesn't always happen that way, depending on who's in there. But yeah, I can't be in there for more than a few minutes. It's all I can take. Unless I have somebody in there with me or something. But yeah, you guys know me. I'm too thin-skinned to be in there too long. No.
Yeah, I tried talking when I first went in there, and I'm like, I'm not cut out for this at the moment. I think the Queen of Trolls was in there.
Yeah, they're professional.
She is special. She is something else. I've never experienced evil like that. Queen of Trolls. That's what her name was at the time. I'm not sure if that's a unusual name,
Wait, you're talking about a female troll?
Yeah, Queen of Trolls. Her
it's been a long time since I've been over there. I have not heard her speak. Unless
Australian accent she has.
Okay, then maybe I have heard her. But at length, no, I haven't heard her.
I'm sure
she's got a silver tongue.
Oof, she is. She's got some evil in her.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, I am even careful about the music I let in my ears, let alone some person like what we're speaking of. And I'm sure they're nice in real life to their family, hopefully. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm the same with the music and things you kind of you eat or anything's the same.
I try to be really careful about what I eat. Like maybe once a week I might, kind of go off the wagon like last night. I had ice cream and brownies. Mm.
Oh, man.
So good.
Oh, you got to indulge a little bit now and again. You can't be too strict always. But even like the stuff you put on your skin, like suntan lotion, could be harmful for you. And there's everything affects us in a way. So definitely the sound. Yeah.
This is my question here. This is my question. What is it in our existence to which there is absolutely not a conspiracy about?
I think you might have asked me this before, Jenny, and I think I said everything. There's a conspiracy about everything. So
yeah, but I really want to know if there is one thing. I want to know that one thing.
We talked about this. It was nighttime for me a couple of days ago. I think about it, and you asked. We were on with Elijah, and I thought about it for days after, and I can't think of one thing.
Wow. That's cool you thought about it after. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no, you hit something I've never been asked before. It was amazing.
Well, because it's a shorter conversation. If you talk about what's not a conspiracy, that's how I see it.
Yeah, it forced me to think of everything, and
you might as well start from birth to think of everything. I mean,
that's it. Yeah,
before we are born, it happens.
Yeah, that's what did for me though was define that, right? Like I needed empirical information. I needed absolutes, right? There's no question about it. So, yeah, finding an absolute is not easy, and it takes work, and it's not just an answer. It's a process, right? It's a method. It's the best we got, I guess.
And I stupidly brought that up when I was on that Gem Panda server. I asked. I can't remember who it was. Someone, I said, well, how can you be sure of absolutely anything in your life is 100% real? And then if they said, well, if you don't, then you're obviously just an idiot. So that was the answer. So
yeah, that's how they do over there. Yep, that's how they do.
You got me thinking about that again now, Jenny. That question.
We should think about that because we should ask other people that question. I mean, if you ask me, that's the quickest way to meet somebody where they are. Just be blatantly obvious about it. What do you think is not a conspiracy in our existence?
But I think myself and is it Thema? Is that how you pronounce your name? Thema. We were talking about like I was just saying how I found you guys like a week ago, and I can't, like, I'm not good at I believe all what you guys are about, but I just can't tell it to someone else. And I've got to the point in my life where I feel like I need to speak to someone else about it, and I needed to kind of.
Sorry. Keep going.
No, go on. But I think that what you said, like, what isn't a conspiracy, it could be a good, like, Thema was telling me like lots of stuff.
See, the thing is if you're green to flat Earth, if you're wanting to meet somebody where they are with some other conspiracy and then move into flat Earth, if you're green to flat Earth, I would wait a while till you're a little more polished.
I'm not green to flat Earth, but green to discussing it. I'll say, you know. So it's in there, but I don't know how to articulate it in a way that I think I want to get it out. You know what I mean? So that's why I've been listening to you guys.
I would just wait.
Yeah, just listen.
Because you can really damage someone's idea of the whole topic, and it could make them not look into it for years, and maybe that's how it's meant to be or whatever. But also, there's one other reason I was going to say. Oh, you could damage friendships and family with friends and family.
Hello.
Yeah, if you want to practice on strangers, I guess, but don't do it with friends and family.
Hey guys, real quick. I just checked in. I don't know. I think he wants to ask a few questions. And,
yeah, exactly. It's actually for a YouTube video. It's an interview with a flat earther. It's going to be professional, no trolling. Everything is going to be normal. So I just have a few questions. I got them here. So can you tell me what a flat earther is?
Are you writing a research paper?
We don't start like that.
It's actually for a YouTube video, that's it.
What do you think a flat earther is? Do you understand?
Well, I'm asking you. You should tell me.
But you have to understand the nature of your question. Are you looking for a human being? Like, flat earther is a human being.
Okay, I can go to the next question if you ask me.
Let me add a little bit to that. We touched on this in the VC check-in a little bit. I would say that you could almost safely say that a flat earther is or was a globe earther who took the time to look into that those claims. So I would say that a flat earther at one time was a passionate glober who looked into their model. So you could add that.
May I add to that? So it would be a flat earther who was lied to make them think that they were a globe earther, and then they looked into things, and then they became a flat earther again.
Yeah. So I'm going to go to the second question. So you guys basically believe that the Earth is flat?
No, we don't believe it. We know. Because it's observably. It's observably and measurably flat. It's been done.
Exactly. Do you have proofs that the Earth is flat? And could you show me?
Yeah, we have citations.
Okay. So you guys got proofs?
Yep.
My next question: Can you guys show me those proofs? Like.
Yeah, we have them handy. No.
Or maybe send a link in the chat or some shit. I'm sorry, I didn't want to say the bad word. If you feel offended, I'm sorry.
No, we're not.
Okay. Do you guys have any pronouns like they, them, or something?
No, we don't do that here.
Oh, okay. So you guys are religious?
No, we're not.
Oh, so atheists.
Okay. So one thing that all flat earthers agree upon, and that is that it's just not a globe.
Okay, so it could be a donut.
Okay, this is a little going off the rails here. So.
No, I'm sorry.
I don't know.
I really didn't want to interrupt.
Remember that I told you to refer to the rules, so that's clearly
I'm
stated
sorry.
in the rules. That's
I
trolling,
apologize.
So.
I apologize. I'm on my knees. I'm sorry. So the next question is. Let me search up one sec.
Please don't start a sentence if the Earth was flat. Please don't do that, because I feel like that's coming on.
No. But
okay,
if the Earth is
please
flat,
continue.
no,
Continue.
just ignore that. No, I'm not going to ask such a question. Promise.
Can we make it a two-way conversation? Can we ask?
So no, it's going to be quick. But I don't get it. Like, if you are on a plane, for example, or on a high ground, why do you see that bulge or whatever it's called? Like, you can see it's a fucking circle. Shit, bro.
That's not true.
What the fuck are you talking about, you brain dead bitches, dude? Man, you're fucking 50 years old.
That's not true.
Dude.
So even the smarter globe earthers will tell you that's not true. So.
Why are you so angry about it?
Well,
I wasn't this upset.
I want to hear the full meltdown. Like, how far does this craziness go for him? Like,
Aww.
Why is there
crazy enough to lie about why he's here?
I don't know.
So I'm sorry, I got interrupted by my cousin.
There are other globe earthers in the server, and the smarter ones, they don't say that you can see curvature from an airplane. So just be careful about, the claims that you're making.
You know, like these videos
not everyone agrees with you.
Like, throw that balloon to the sky and then you can see that circle. Jesus. What I don't get it. Like,
what altitude though?
He's talking about a GoPro lens.
So I don't know what altitude.
Okay, I'm sorry, boys. My camera just fell down. Anyways, okay, so you guys not religious? You believe that the Earth is flat?
What altitude?
What? Like,
you said, you sent a balloon up. How high?
So you guys don't even have proofs that the Earth is flat. That's the thing.
I just put one in the chat.
It's probably Albert Einstein saying that the Earth is flat.
No, it's
I can see already.
Evidence of the Earth.
That's rich.
Oh my god.
Dude, so I don't know. This is really bad acting because you couldn't even hold character for longer than 5 minutes. So maybe if you calm down, we can actually go through the evidence.
Actually, thank you guys so much for watching.
Can we take away that VC verified?
Yeah, I got you.
Thank you.
You should just ban him.
No.
Don't ban me, please.
I thought you don't put up with liars.
Yeah, it was doing it for the Instagram anyway, so.
Yeah, good publicity, right? All publicity is good publicity. Maybe somebody will hear the questions we asked them.
That's exactly what I told him.
But yeah,
stupid, whatever.
As far as posing the question and answering the question, right? Like, sometimes it's better to ask a question, like, well, why don't you prove the ball? Like, what do you know? It's proof of the ball. Yeah, that was simple, right? We don't have to get into proof of flat Earth. I don't have anything to prove to you. The Earth proves itself. Go look. I like deploy though. I don't know. There was a time when all of the anti-flat Earth stuff bothered me, right? Like, there's a lot of it out there, just making people out to be a certain way, right? We're the crazy people, we're the idiots, all that stuff. Like, damn, really? You gotta paint me in that box every time I look up, they're telling me I'm an idiot. Like, all right, here we go. I don't think anybody was prepared for that. That a simple fact. Like, no, there's proof. It's a fact. Like, shit. Now I'm stupid.
guys are just angry about?
It's the epic twist, right? You learn something, and then you're classified as stupid. It's like, wow, that's heavy.
Oh no, I mean, we're not classified. I mean, it's just you know what I mean? It's like the Matrix.
So all idiots are geniuses? Whoa, what's going on here?
Oh, yeah. I don't know. Nope, not really. More like brainwashed people. Is that what you guys? So you guys religious? Oh, what? You're the one acting religious. I mean, he's the one acting religious, right?
Yeah, he's believing in scientism and he doesn't even know it. That's kind of really uncomfortable to think about that's happening to people. What do you guys think? I mean,
Yeah, the great minds of
okay, so definition of a flat earther. What do you guys think about my 2 cents that I added in?
what is
A flat earther is someone who was born on a flat plane and then a group of people conspired together to tell us all that it was a ball, to which we lived our whole lives believing that. And then one day you heard something, you looked into it, bam, you remembered that you've been a flat earther the whole time. That should be the real definition of a flat earther, in my opinion. Because that's telling the whole story. Thank you. Right?
Yeah, that's the story. I like the proof you gave, though. I mean, it's as simple as we know there is no observable, measurable curvature of the Earth. That's all. Like, we know it. We know there's no. That's what flat Earth means, right?
No, he said flat Earth. What does that mean? So is that asking about the person, or?
Well,
I mean, if you're asking otherwise, it's self-explanatory. So what do you think? I don't know. Maybe I'm approaching that in my brain incorrectly. Help me out.
Well, when asking what is a flat earther is someone who knows there is no curvature of the Earth because we've observed and measured the Earth.
Okay, so all right, I guess this is where I'm confused. Help me, please. All right, so what is a flat earther? If you're using common logical sense, you shouldn't be asking that question. Am I wrong on that? It's someone who lives on Earth that thinks it's flat. I mean, sure, you can elaborate and make it sound pretty and say that there's no curvature, but why would you even need to say that out loud? You know, I mean, why is that even a valid question? I'm not trying to be unkind here, but what the heck is going on? Am I being weird and unreasonable? If I am, I can recalibrate.
Well, insane questions make a sane mind sort of go a little haywire.
I guess so. But you can't get more simple than that. There are people on the earth that think it's not a ball. I mean, I'm still, the light bulb's still not on why that was really a question. What is a flat earther? Why is that a question? I really want to know.
To confirm the box, right? To confirm the ideas that are created about such a person.
I didn't understand that. I didn't understand what you just said.
Well, it's a label, right?
You're right. Yeah, absolutely.
Identifying a person as a flat earther, it's a label. So what does that label mean to the person that's using it versus the person that's being called it, you know?
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. We got to consider that because the basic components of language, right?
I think the problem is that they don't understand language. They
No,
don't
I meant the
understand the
basic.
words they're using to ask the question.
No, the basic components of communicating language. I didn't say it right the first time. Yeah. Yep.
Oh,
I'm
they're
pretty
just
sure
that
there's a
ignorant
video for that. Oh, sorry, go
that they
ahead.
would. They're just that ignorant that if you were at a restaurant and they ask you where the bathroom was and you said there's no bathroom in this building, they would not understand that you're being pedantic.
Nor would they investigate for themselves. They would just say, okay.
Where's the outhouse?
Right, where do y'all go to the bathroom? That would be my first question. What do you got to do? Go outside, down the street? I mean, I'm a question person. I've always been a question person.
In order to go to the bathroom, there has to be a room that has a bath.
Oh, then there's that too.
You didn't even get what I was. I'm sorry.
No, okay, so I
You're
try to
talking
use,
about-
when I'm at work, oh, sorry, who said something?
You were talking first, Jenny.
Oh.
Yeah, you were talking.
Okay,
I was
so
just.
when I'm at work, I try to use the word restroom instead of bathroom because there's no bath in it. There's no bathtub in there. It's a restroom. I'm certainly not going to say the toilet room. Well, what else would you say?
There's a potty room.
I got to go to the can.
Lube.
I think you're referring to the water closet.
Oh, okay.
You see?
Water closet. That wouldn't include a bathtub, would it?
No, I don't think so. I think it's
Okay.
toilet. Yeah. Predates me, even that.
It's different over here than it is over there.
Yeah, I think it might be a bathroom thing. Outside.
I would absolutely love it if we in the United States called it the loo.
Yeah, the loo.
That would be cool. That's a cool name for a bathroom. I see. I still call it a bathroom regardless. I mean, it's an effort for me to call it otherwise.
Yeah, the only boot on our autos over here is if you parked in the wrong place and they put a boot on your tire.
Boot. Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me. I've said it all my life, but thinking about it now, a trunk makes more sense because it's like something you put things in, like a trunk.
I think Vladdy went to the restroom, Louvre. What's going on with your mic there, buddy?
Is it weird? I'm on a different set of headphones. Sorry.
Did you have That's why you got broken mic gang tag.
What happened?
I was on a different set of headphones and I sounded crap now, I think.
And then I said that's why he's got the broken mic gang tag.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's a real broken mic. He should get a different.
No,
it's real broken mic.
It should be my good set of Bluetooth headphones. Battery doesn't last very long, so it runs out and I've got to charge it. But I thought instead of not having a mic and being in the broken mic gang, that I'd put a crapper pair of headphones on.
Hey man, if you like using Bluetooth and you're going to be on Discord a lot, look up a Go Work 2. It has a mute on the headset.
Ah, perfect.
So you don't get to carry your phone around and stay open mic and mute yourself.
Nice.
So, Flatty is new, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So he sent me a friend request and I saw that broken mic gang. I'm like, no, I'm not putting a friend request for somebody that ain't got a mic. Nope. But so you took it off then?
It was my only one apart from VC verified. It was my only other.
Right? Yeah. I saw that.
I was quite proud of it for a bit.
Well, is anybody game for giving him a seem sincere or some positive tag so people know he's been spoken with before?
I've spoken to him a little bit.
I enjoyed the
I haven't seen any
conversation.
real problems with him, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, can somebody?
Me neither.
Go ahead, whoever was trying to talk.
Oh, I said I've enjoyed conversation with him tonight. Been talking to him for like 3 hours or more.
Okay, so we got 3 people that have spoken with him and determined he's a pleasant person to talk to. Okay.
Oh, thanks, guys.
Too many Jim Panda references.
Yeah, I'm not going to mention that anymore. I'm done with that place.
All right, so I'm going to take off the broken mic and put on seem sincere. Wait,
If he's a troll. I'm sorry, go ahead.
What'd somebody say? Somebody say he's a troll.
I was gonna say if he's a troll, he's the best troll that's been in the server in a long time.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, well, I'll have to keep that in mind.
Yeah, there ain't a troll that good. He would have to be so intelligent to have the conversations we've had tonight and have all the right, responses and whatnot without.
Hey, maybe we should come up with
ever
a top
having
5. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
having any kind of emotional responses.
I've even joined in on singing with Sonny with his guitar. We were singing Pearl Jam the other night.
But we can't understand what you're saying. It sounds like that microphone's in the back of your throat, dude.
Hey, oh man, that sucks.
It's all good. It was just this last bit that he had this bad mic, so it's all good.
Maybe we can make one that says bad mic instead of broken mic gang. That's very bad.
Is that
better? I was gonna say, Discord has been wacky lately too. I've been getting a lot of static through mine, and I rarely get static through my headsets or anything. And lately, I've been getting all kinds of breakups and like not being able to understand what people are saying, even though everyone else seems to hear. So it might be something to do. It might be something to do with Discord, not just necessarily him.
Okay, I'm still trying to find that damn tag because we got too many rolls. And before you look, I got the roll that says too many rolls complainer.
I'm off headphones now. I've just got my iPhone.
Can it just be alphabetized? That's all I want. It can be as long as you want it to be. Just alphabetize the son of a bitch. This is ridiculous.
Are there really that many roles that you have to scroll through all of them?
There
is.
Jen, you can't alphabetize them though. It's a hierarchy system.
Can't we
It's a hierarchy
alphabet?
system.
Okay, can we simplify the
A roll
list?
that's above. Yeah, well, we could probably delete like 70 roles. Like most of those are just.
Maybe we should put you in charge. Oh no, we're not. No, we're not. Sorry. Rewind, delete, carry on.
Careful.
I know. I slipped. I told you. Mm-hmm. Anyway, well, yeah, you can't alphabetize it.
Yeah, there's a hierarchy.
All right, I'm gonna have to start complaining more to the higher ups because this is ridiculous. I've spent like 2 minutes trying to find this damn roll. This is so unnecessary. Now I'm getting mad.
You can focus all your complaints to the complaint department.
Or hierarchy? Is that how it works, or what?
I found it. Oh my god.
What was that?
What the mods tell us?
Deal. Oh my god.
Jenny, isn't that what all the mods tell us?
What?
You can focus your complaints to the complaint department.
Yeah, I might. I just might. I'll figure out how it works so then I can direct people appropriately because I did it. Mm-hmm.
Well, in that case, you might need this, Jenny.
Huh.
I'll post it in the voice text tag.
I'm looking.
Thank you for that. Seems sincere, Jenny.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
And if you do, all right, going on what that you were the best actor ever, it can be taken away. I'm just kidding. All right, I'm waiting in anticipation for what somebody was going to post, and then after that, I got to go get ready for work. Oh yeah, there we go.
There you go. There's your report
All right,
for you.
date of hurtfulness. All right, I'm going to fill this out. Just talk it out.
I love this.
Date of hurtfulness, February 9th. Time, I think it was like, I don't know, 8:10. What caused the butt hurt? Someone posted it. Offensive picture on the internet. Oh, no, I can't do any of those. Was a tissue needed for the tears? No. Will you be able to move past it? No, I will not.
Damn those rolls.
Reason for filing the report. I am an idiot. I am a crybaby. Thin-skinned. I could check that, but I have to do another one. I am a little bitch. I want my mommy. I felt picked on. I'm better than anyone else. I'm a prude. It wasn't my joke. Never heard that one before, but okay. No one liked my selfies today. Life just isn't fair. And then there's plenty of room to put other. And what would I put? Right, reason for filing the report. Too many effing rolls. It takes too long to find them. But yeah, I could come up with something better than that. But that's funny. The butt hurt report. I took that for my own records. I think we have another one like that floating around here. I like the one that says, I am a little bitch.
I want to make a new one, but I didn't have time to mess with it, but somebody gave me that. I think it was Lou or somebody that gave it to me.
Nice.
No, I didn't do that. I can't hand out roles anymore anyway. I haven't been able to hand out roles in I don't know how long.
That's not what I was saying. I was saying the butthurt report that I posted up there.
Oh,
a little picture that says, how was your butt hurt or whatever. That's the thing I posted. I was saying. I think it was you or somebody in the room that posted it that I snatched it from. Is all I was saying.
That sounds so bad when you say it by itself. How was your butt hurt?
I thought it was hilarious. When I first saw it, I laughed my ass off. I was like, this is going to be good for all kinds of texts. Can't wait to use this one.
Okay, but all right. So it says what caused the butt hurt, referring to it as it
could be funnier.
Implies in context, I mean. Was a tissue needed for the tears? Was a tissue needed for your issue? That's how I always like to say it like that. Do you need a tissue? Do you need a tissue for your issue? That should help you. I'm amusing myself. Everyone. Thank you for putting up with me. Especially
we like you, Jen.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. You know what? I had a random.
Well, you know why I always say hi to you? It's not because I'm flirty. Well, I'm flirty, but I'm married. So.
Oh yeah, no, I never got
because I like you. I think you're cool. I like the way you talk. I like, I'm not trying to blow smoke up your ass. I'm just saying.
No.
You seem like a really, really friendly person. I like the way you handle yourself and you keep your cool 99% of the time.
Thank you. Well, I work. Of course,
I always say hi to all the girls when they're in the room.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So I work as a grocery store cashier, and somebody who I've waited on a couple times randomly, far apart intervals. He came up to my line with a bouquet of flowers, paid for them. I asked him if he wanted his receipt, and he said no, and then he handed me the flowers, and then he walked, he gave me a second to thank him, and then he walked away. I'm like, whoa, okay, that threw me for a loop. So it wasn't like a guy giving me, I don't think it was, I don't know.
Were you having a bad day or something, or what?
I'm not trying to be a bitch.
Totally?
Way shorter than me. And I don't know. It just doesn't seem like a love connection to me. I didn't get any vibes like that from him before. But we did have really nice conversation about plants. So, but yeah, he just randomly handed me the flowers. I'm like, wow, thank
Plants,
you.
huh? Yeah, that's usually a lead into a date thing, Like, let me plant a seed.
Really? So I'm naive. I guess maybe I'm naive.
I don't know. He might just be nice. I don't know. I didn't meet the guy. I'm just saying. I mean, usually when men buy you flowers, it's either because they feel like you need to be cheered up and they're really nice people, or they're looking to tap that. Just saying.
No, I didn't get the tap that vibe. I could be naive, and maybe he's shy and doesn't want to. I don't know. Who knows? But next
Maybe
time
he
I
was truly hoping you would because of your personality that you would have said hey or something like that if you were interested. I don't know. Maybe people, like I said, men do different things for different reasons, but usually it's because they're interested.
Oh wow. Okay, I'm an idiot then. I guess I'm gonna have to tell him.
No, you're not. Because I didn't meet the guy, but I'm saying in my opinion.
Well, I'm just gonna say, were you just trying to be friendly, or am I an idiot? That's what I'll say to him.
Well, yeah, you can ask what his intentions are. I don't think that would piss him off.
Well, no, I mean, we kind of have like a microscopic, like acquaintance type of interaction.
Right, because you see him quite a bit, right?
No, not quite a bit at all. That's the whole thing.
Oh, but just you mean?
Yeah. Like I've worked there almost 2 years now. And I don't know,
Wow.
At best, I think I've waited on him 3 times, maybe 4.
Okay.
Yeah, so I didn't get the. So if I do something like, were you just being friendly or am I naive about something? And then he'll probably laugh,
Well, that might sound a little bit desperate. I don't know. I didn't meet the guy. I don't know the situation, but I'm saying.
Yeah, I
you don't want to
definitely
seem
don't
desperate,
want
but
to
at the same time, you want to know what his intentions are if you're interested. If you're interested in the guy, I'd say ask him. He might.
No,
you're
I'm
right.
not
Maybe he's just too shy. Well, then I'd say just let it go.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't want somebody that's shy.
Just be nice and just make sure that you're kind of like forceful enough to let him know that I'm not really interested in a relationship, but I appreciate everything, and we're friends and all that. It's just that's where you want to keep it. I don't think you need to say that necessarily. You just kind of give off the vibe.
Yeah. I mean, what if I said something like what if he asked, all right, I don't want to think about it too much because it hasn't happened, so never mind on all that. Moving, I took it as him just being friendly, and that I don't know, maybe he heard something, because there's a lot of drama at work with the cashiers, so he could have.
Yeah, it might be that he heard you, upset or something, and thought maybe you needed to cheer up.
That's how I took it, because I've had other customers do the same thing, give me really good compliments and stuff like that. So, yeah. Why did I even bring that up? What were we talking about before that? I hate it.
I don't know where this came from, but I was just feeding it. I don't know.
We were talking about the butt hurt report. About there being too many fucking goals. When it takes me 5 minutes to find something. Well, for me personally, if it takes a lot of time to find something, I change it. But that's just me. Yeah.
Yeah, I get in trouble for that shit a lot. For rearranging stuff to make it easier and faster. And they're like, what are you doing? You can't change this. I'll be like, dude, it takes forever. Why are we doing it that way?
I mean, the point of it is, something doesn't have to look organized to be organized, but you have to be able to go right to it for it to be organized. If you got to rifle through shit, that means you ain't organized. That's all it is.
Or you just got too much shit.
That too. I don't have too much shit. I'm tired of that.
I do. I'm kind of a pack rat when it comes to.
If I have too much shit, it's too much kitchen stuff. And that's not necessarily bad in my opinion. Because I do have a kitchen cooking. So.
I have boxes of shit in my garage that's full of kitchen stuff we never took out from when we moved.
Dude, that means you don't need it. Get the fuck out of your house.
Well, it's mostly like crap. It's mostly like, drink mixer kit sets and shit like that. But still, it's like, I never
have
let
a
go of it,
garage sale, dude. Just leave it in your garage and have a garage sale.
I couldn't have a garage sale. I'd have to tear this place apart.
Eventually, he's going to need that crock pot or that fondue pot or something like that. Like,
Well, I'm able to get to those. The whole house isn't piled. It's just my garage. And the backyard a little bit. and the spare room. But, it doesn't go through the whole house.
Yeah, for me, if it's been like 6 months or there's dust on shit, I reevaluate. If it's a keepsake, of course.
You get a point. It's not like I can't get rid of things because I give stuff away all the time. It's just like I hold on to stuff if I think I can use it again. You know what I mean? And of course, it doesn't necessarily mean I do. But
if you use it
occasionally, I give somebody something. They're like, "Oh my god, I can't believe you had one of those." It's like, oh, that makes me feel good, so I hold on.
Yeah. So if you use it like on a holiday, that's useful to hang on to. I mean,
you might be holding on to something for 5 years without using it. 10 years. The moment you throw it out or get rid of it, whatever, it only takes a couple of weeks. You're like, shit. Now I need it. Like
that sounds like a self-fulfilling prophecy to me, Lou. That's my impression. What you just said.
Hey, I never said I wasn't nuts. All I said was I'm a fat rat. Damn it.
For me, it's like cables and adapters and shit. Like I've just got this huge freaking collection of like wires, adapters, cables, just tons of that stuff. It's really hard.
Things break all the time, man. You don't even have to move them. You don't even have to unplug them from the TV or anything. They just break. They're all junk. That's why I keep plenty of them around just in case.
I think I've got like 3 old routers, maybe 4 sitting around. Like, why? I don't know.
I took mine apart. They're just parts now.
And a cable collection is a bitch too, because that stuff always wants to just get all tangled. Like keeping it organized and untangled, you got to have a strategy for that.
There's never enough zip ties.
No, it's called you just need twist ties. What do you mean?
No. Actually, you know what works really good? So it was like some life hack thing that I think my ex years ago saw on freaking Instagram or some shit, but just save old toilet paper rolls, and then so you can you can label what it is. You can wrap it up nice and slide it in. And then
because some people don't like to bend their cords and such. I do.
No. You definitely aren't supposed to be bending your cords. You're not supposed to be kicking them in any way. And yeah.
Oh man, yeah. I need to get out of that. That's a bad habit I have, and I know better. But anyway, so yeah, that's a fabulous idea, actually.
Yeah, it works pretty well for a lot of stuff. Right, cut up paper towel rolls a little bit shorter, or save the old toilet paper roll, whatever.
You know what? I got a funny story really quickly about paper towel rolls. This was oh my gosh, almost a decade ago now. And I was a totally different person, but still me. Anyway, so I felt compelled to save my toilet paper rolls. And it was no purpose of my own. I was just putting them in a garbage bag. And because I knew they were used for, like in my subconscious, I knew, well, whatever. I knew that they're used for crafts or other different types of things. art projects, what have you. So I had no idea what I was going to do with them, but I was saving them. And so at the time I was going to church, and I'm standing in the church office, and there's, the director and the lady that did the children's program, the director of the children's program. And she said, I forget what she had said, but she said that she needed toilet paper rolls. And I said, you know what? I just so happen to have a whole garbage bag full of them, and you can have them. And she just dropped her jaw. That was like the best synchronicity that I can think of. Definitely a top 3. I don't know if you guys would consider that a synchronicity, but she needed them for the kids, for some sort of project. And she said she had gone on Amazon and couldn't find what she was looking for.
God needed you to stop collecting paper towel rolls, and he gave you.
But it was so good. It was such a great feeling to be in that moment.
That is an interesting thing.
Yeah, it was a great moment. It really was. I mean, I guess in my mind, I was under the impression that I would eventually use them, not to give them away. I had no intentions of maybe giving them away. So, yeah, it was great. It was the best. For me to be there when she said it, yeah, that would have to be called a synchronicity. Others would call it a coincidence. We all know that doesn't exist. So, yeah, whenever I think of toilet paper rolls, kind of, sort of, that's what I think of. Like when you hear a song and it takes you back to a certain moment in time, something you did. I mean, it can do us. I don't think I have a smell or two. I think everybody has all those, right? Anyway, we should do a Globy check. Is there anybody? Did anybody join? Probably not, because it's early in the morning.
Well, that answers your question.
Would that be a negative?
I'm not looking at the board, but I'm assuming it's negative.
I know, but Rookie, what's your favorite flat earth topic to talk about?
Let's see. Probably like atmosphere, atmos plane, whatever you want to call it. That's probably one of mine because there's so many reasons why it can't match up with a ball. That's probably one of my favorites. But I like all the topics. I like, depending on the situation. I mean, I like talking about.
So when you talk about the atmosphere, or when you like to, would that being your favorite subject, really?
Sometimes, because it usually leads to something interesting,
How do you apply that to people you talk with in real life? If you were able to segue into that, I mean.
Well, I don't know. Let's see.
So you're talking about the average individual that doesn't know the heliocentric theory, let alone that it's not even supposed to be a model. People don't know that stuff.
Right. Well, usually what I do, I guess what I would do is generally I'll wait for them to bring, something like that into it. Like, the air is going around with the spin of the earth because of gravity and all that. And I'll say, okay, well, how does that make any sense? And I'll explain to them. What do you mean? Okay,
no. I meant it different. Okay, let me try to this is my bad. Let me try to.
How do I bring it into a conversation?
If you were to make it seem like it was a casual question, for me, I would say to an average person, wow, did you know that we only see one side of the moon? And then start a casual conversation with that, and then bring it into flat earth. You know what I'm saying? So you got to take what you're passionate about and be able to take that information and be able to simplify it for someone that you would know in real life. And then you would be able to talk about it for a moment and then bring it to flat earth.
Then I guess I might want to change my favorite then.
Really?
I like that topic so well just because there's so much to it and so much you can talk about, and there's so many things about it that don't match up, right? Whereas like some of the other subjects just seem like, they hit on things but they're not really convincing, you know what I mean? Whereas when you start hashing out, how pressure would work and the pressure gradients and all that, everything to do with like, containing pressure and all that kind of stuff, it always leads to like things that people people question about, right? That's why I like that one. But I guess if it would be like my favorite one, I don't know. Like, I usually bring it into a conversation very carefully, though. I usually won't say flat Earth at all. I'll just bring up something like, have you ever noticed that when you're on, because I live near the ocean, so I'll ask people like, you've been to the ocean, right? I'll bring up something like that. They'll be like, yeah, why? And I'll be like, well, have you ever noticed that when you're standing at the ocean, how flat the horizon is? And they'll just look at me like, yeah, okay. And then I'll bring that into it. But I don't know. I have so many favorites though. It depends on the situation though. It all depends on the person, and I'm very careful about sharing because I get rejected a lot, and I don't like rejection. So on here it's a little different,
The trick is to ask a series of questions because you're trying to help.
I don't know. I guess I haven't really sat down and thought about that side of it, to be honest with you. I do a lot of sharing on here, and I do a lot of talking, and I'm knowledgeable, obviously.
Well,
but
the sharing you do
I guess it's a fear, It's a fear that
the sharing you do on here is completely different than what you do in real life. All you have to do in real life is make a connection with someone on what they consider to be a deception. You need to figure out what they think is a conspiracy.
Well, I talk about conspiracies more than I talk about anything. I'm always talking about chemtrails.
So whenever I hear somebody mention a conspiracy, my head perks up like a little meerkat. Ooh, and I'm like, okay.
So does mine. I love that conversation.
That opens the door. That's a door opener. When somebody mentions conspiracy, I slide right on in. Oh, this is a better picture. I slide right on in like Tom Cruise in Risky Business. What'd you just say?
Right, yeah. What'd you say?
Yeah. So you have to make a mini connection with someone, if that makes any sense. And once you get that mini connection, then you can take it. Then you're not going to listen to you. What's that?
I said that's the most important thing, because if you don't bring them to your level or stoop down to their level to pull them up, or whatever the case is, depending on the situation, they're never going to listen to what you have to say. They're just going to consider you're just going to be talking to themselves. Yeah. So I try to make sure they know I'm talking to them, and that kind of thing. Just get their attention.
You have to navigate carefully around the virus program that is controlling their brain. You have to find a back door in to release
very difficult.
them.
You're right. It is a psychological type of stuff that you have to yeah.
So it doesn't always work.
That's why I think we all come here, is because we all have kind of a knack for that, or we feel like we feel compelled to
use
share
your spidey senses. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Well, I got you. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to use your spidey senses. So you may have to turn the conversation around. If they say some major sheeple kind of comment, you got to be like in your head, warning, warning, back out, or whatever you say to yourself. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't want to damage that acquaintance relationship. Because it could be, a week from now, they could hear something from somebody else, and then their mind is blown, and then they come back to you and ask the real
question. They won't if you're an ass. Yeah, I know that. I try to keep that in mind too. But there are some people that just rub me the wrong way, and I just tell them to go stick it.
Yeah. You are not meant to interact.
It depends on my mood and everything.
No. That biological response that you have, that's your signal to know that you are not meant to interact with that person. That's my opinion anyway. So
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I can usually tell if somebody's not gonna, like just
Same
just
thing
from the look on their
in here.
face and their response, it's like I don't got time for you. But
Yeah, and the same thing in here happens. Usually within 30 seconds, mods in here can pretty much predict what's going to happen. That's the kind of what I see. But I could be wrong on that, but I don't know. That's my opinion.
well, I'm sure we all make mistakes. I mean, I'm not a mod yet, but I'm just saying I'm sure that everybody makes mistakes and kicks people that are just having a bad day or whatever the case is. But there's been a lot of people lately that I thought were at least genuine about curiosity anyway, and they got themselves kicked somehow or another. Of course, some of them were drinking, some of them were just being an asshole. I mean, it does happen. I mean, when I first came in here, somebody yelled at me and it pissed me off. I almost just just quit completely. But
I just bet.
Came along and told me give it another chance.
I just bet one of the mods in here could do a troll assessment flow chart, which would happen over the course of probably 20 seconds, a conversation. So, depending on what they say. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Drace and I were doing a little thing the other day where he had this sheet that he was going to go by. He was talking about, updating it and trying to work it, to get it to where you could kind of use it on anybody. And so we were role playing with it, and it was funny because people kept coming in and going, "Who is this guy? When did Rookie become a ball earther?" And I'm like, "I'm not, dummy. I'm role playing." And they're like, "Oh shit, you had me convinced."
Oh, like, wow. Okay, so if you guys are ever ready to share that, I'd like to see it. That'd be great.
Yeah, check with Drace. He's got the sheet. I don't know what he's done with it, but let him know.
Okay, I'm writing his name down. I'm going to ask him about it. Okay, cool. Because unfortunately, there is nothing new under the sun. And so I've always been, occasionally interested in abnormal psychology. It's never something I've gone gung-ho over, but, it's really difficult for people to be original unintentionally, So when people come in here, they're just doing the same damn shit other people have done before them.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. I've only been here for like a year, so I can imagine if I was here for 5, how I'd be frustrated.
Lou, did you just laugh at me? It's okay if you did.
Might have been.
I know that laugh. Was that you? Or was that?
I don't know. Might have been me. I don't know.
I swear that sounded like Lou, but okay. I'd be interested in his opinion or whatever happened. Did anyone see? All right, let me check. I have a bad habit of not even looking at my phone. He's not even in here, so it was you. Okay. Yeah. I need to visualize it a lot more that I need a damn desktop.
You still need a computer? Yeah. I don't have a tower. I have like a cheap Walmart laptop and a phone. That's what I use mine.
Maybe
I don't know if I really want to spend any more money on it.
You can directly plug your internet into it, though, right?
Yeah. Oh no. Actually, it does not. Wait, does it? No, it doesn't. It uses Wi-Fi only, and it doesn't have a disk drive or anything. It has a card reader. It has a headset. It has a couple of couple of USB ports, and there's some other kind of port over here on the side. I think it's for a hard drive or something.
I guess I could buy a cheap.
It doesn't even have a disk drive. I was really surprised. I was like, what the hell? Paid $400 for this damn thing and didn't even get a disk drive. I was kind of disappointed.
I could get a $200 Chromebook maybe till I get a desktop. I'm just fucking tired of my phone. It's getting really old.
Yeah, you know what? I'm so used to the phone part of it. I like the phone.
I know, me too, but I'm really tired.
Because I don't like having to sit down and and I like being able to carry it around with me so I can listen and just cut in whenever I feel like.
I'm at the stage in my life where I'm thinking, I don't need to be connected to the internet at any given time. I get it, like if you're traveling, maybe you might want internet or something, but I'm kind of thinking I want to be a stereotype meme and just have a flip phone because I'm 50 now. I should have a flip phone.
Really? I didn't know you were that old. Your voice makes you sound really young. I was thinking 30s,
Well,
late
I
30s
am
maybe.
really young. I am. You're right, though.
Well,
I am.
I'm not trying to say you're old. Don't get me wrong.
Oh no!
That
I
wasn't
don't
an
get.
insult.
I
I
don't
was just
get
gonna say
wrapped
by your
up in
picture
any
and
of
your
that.
voice, you sound like you're in your 30s. You don't sound like you're in your 50s. That's all I'm trying to say.
Well, up until like 5, I have to be really careful with how I take care of myself because like up until 5 years ago, people did think I was 30 and I was 45. Yeah. But I mean, I still look. I'm very happy with how things are going. I mean, well, so for the most part. But yeah, I refuse to act my age. I've never been this age before.
You got kids, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I wasn't sure.
And most
I'm
people
sure they're
don't
grown by
think
now,
I
right?
act my age. Most people don't think I act my age, and that's fine. Because I don't want to act like no buddy-duddy with, reader glasses on a necklace. No.
Then again, maybe it's just because of my age, and maybe you sound younger to me just because of my age. I know a lot of times some people will say you sound like an old man, and other people will say, "Man, you sound like you're 20 something. You don't sound 50 or 48." I'll be like, "What?
You're 48. Really? You sound good.
Yeah, 48. I know. My voice. I look good too. I'm not an ugly dude, but I got lots of gray hair, and I'm bald. But I mean, when I shave my head and
No. It is okay for guys to be bald. You do that baldness, bro. You just go, yeah.
Yeah, it started when I was in my 20s, so I kind of gave up on having hair at all.
Aw. Yeah. Hey,
it
don't
started
matter.
thinking when I was like 22, dude. I swear. I was like,
dang.
Everybody give me a hard time about it, but like I said,
you want to talk about hair?
when you deal with something like on a daily basis, after a while, it's like, what the hell?
All right,
if
you want
somebody
to
doesn't
talk
like
about
me or
hair?
doesn't accept me, then fuck them. Which I can do.
All right, so I have horrible hair on my mother's hair, and it's really thin. So, considering all this
thin, except on the top, but I'm saying my hair is really thick otherwise.
Yeah, I don't have like pattern thing or anything going, but my hair is really thin.
Right.
My hair's really thin, so and my mother told me that, I didn't have hair until I was like 2. So, usually how your hair is when you're younger is how it's going to end up. So I just started using baby shampoo. It's supposed to have gentler ingredients so the baby's hair don't fall out, right? I don't know, maybe I should research it. Because to be honest with you, if I had to resort to something like using baking soda, I would do that.
Somebody else talking, or is that you? Who was talking?
Somebody else tried to join.
Yeah.
Come on in.
Speak up a little bit. We can't hear you.
Just me.
Just me. Make up. We can't hear you, man.
Yeah,
what were you gonna say? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to run you over.
Oh no, just saying the same thing you were saying. Look into the ingredients, basically. Look what's it's good and not good for the body.
I don't trust
the same.
Well, I guess the only thing that you can do is find what's least bad as possible. That's the only thing you can do. Does that make sense? I probably could phrase it a lot better.
It does make sense. I've heard that there's things that you can buy and use on your hair that aren't like that. That like distilled water, and there's different kinds of like lanolin. There's different kinds of things that are natural that you can get from plants that put in your hair that makes it that makes it shiny and all that stuff. Makes it thicker or fuller.
We need to do something.
It's not. You don't necessarily have to use those chemicals that they sell you at the store. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I do have a new category of things that I need to focus on my life, and that would be something like in that category. But yeah, finding natural shampoo, that's definitely that I would find interesting looking into that.
Have you heard about the Aleppo soap? Aleppo? I don't know how it's pronounced in English. But
no. Can you type it in chat?
Yeah, sure. Aleppo soap.
You mean like glycerin soap? You like the kind
I love glycerin soap.
degraded animal fat or whatever, but it doesn't have all those additives or whatever.
I actually use glycerin soap.
This one is made of what do you call it? Virgin oil and something else. I forgot the name of it.
Dude,
natural ingredients, basically. Natural ingredients.
Well, I'm hoping maybe if I do that, use that soap and it's natural, it'll help inhibit maybe more hair growth. Maybe if I do certain things to manifest like in my brain and go towards my body, hopefully, crossing my fingers. That's the hope. Well, that's the wrong word.
Well, I would say if you're a religious person, if you have to be inclined for that,
I'm not
I would say, you could probably, if you believe in God, then I'm sure God will take care of you regardless of what you eat or what you take in. But at the same time, I mean,
Creator,
at the same time, I don't believe in polluting your body deliberately, but
no,
if you know something's killing you, then you ought to be smart enough not to take it or eat it or whatever.
The category is a beauty routine. Like, I need to actually brush my hair more often, like with a horsehair type brush.
Stimulate the follicle and all that, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just going to be doing things like using my intention that the Creator gave me and using that with my action and, let the rest take place how it was meant to.
I type in the voice text chat if you see it there.
Yeah, I got it. I wrote it down. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you can look it up. It's very interesting.
I will.
The ingredients are pure natural. Like it's nothing added. Like,
well, what's your opinion on glycerin soap?
Glycerin?
Yeah, glycerin soap.
I've heard it's good, but I don't know. I stick with Ivory. That's what I buy. It's cheap and it's less. It doesn't leave all that.
Well, the price isn't a concern for me.
Is it expensive?
Ivory or what? What do you mean?
Glycerin.
Oh well, glycerin soap. I think it is a little more pricey than like Ivory or something a step above that. But I buy Neutrogena. It's actually face soap, but oddly enough, it works really well if you use it on your hair. But you have to use another product right away. So I use baby shampoo.
Yeah. All right.
But the reason why I use the glycerin soap on my hair is because I use, like hairspray. And I'm not really, I don't know, like I would have to use a harsher shampoo probably to get that type of stuff out of my hair. Mm-hmm. And I don't want to. So I would have buildup from that product in my hair. And baby shampoo isn't designed to take out that product out of hair. So glycerin soap. I will definitely look up this Aleppo soap.
Yeah, this soap is...
But I'm concerned, is it a lot of oil? Because...
there are different degrees of it, like in percentage. You can choose from, yeah. You have high and low levels.
But it's a bar soap. It's supposed to be a body soap, right?
Yeah, it's body. You can use for the hair as well. The body.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, because I'm 50, I'm just putting more attention to taking care of myself. Because I really don't want to go in the hospital or have any surgery or take medication and all the other bullshit that people have to do now. If you guys saw people in the grocery store, it would motivate you to do the same because there's so many individuals that can barely move. It's so disheartening.
You mean out of old age?
Is what it does.
Old age or bad health. People are morbidly obese. Super morbidly obese. I think there's a title above that, and I'm not exaggerating.
Yeah, I think that's what America is known for, obesity, I think.
It's
in America, but yeah, it's definitely an issue. I'm not sure that it's even really from overeating either. I think it's literally because of the chemicals that combine in your system.
Yes. There's so many different things that contribute to it.
Yeah, I could be wrong.
And I'm not at my perfect BMI, but I'm pretty close. But I just see people all day long, and it's like, oh my God, how can people let that happen to themselves? And that's been a question of mine for over a decade. How can people allow them to be like that? How can people allow themselves? They're so, I don't know. I mean, they must be in denial about their depression or something. It's crazy. I think it's a big, huge conversation that shouldn't be had here. And I need to back out of that one. Toot, toot, toot.
Yeah, I mean, people are just used to it nowadays, so it's...
Appreciate the reference, you guys. Thank you. But hey, I got to jam. I got to get ready for work, you guys, for real. So I'll talk at you when next time, whatever.
All right, Jenny. Nice talking to you.
Sure thing. Take care.
Yeah, bye.
Bye. Oh.
Now what are we going to do?
I don't know what to talk about.
I don't know. I'll let you bring up a subject. I'll just go with whatever you.
I got nothing at the moment. I'm just looking through the glycerin part of soap she was talking about.
I've always got so much to talk about until somebody asks me what I think, and then it's like, hold on, let me think about it. You know what I mean?
I have no new topic to bring up. Essentially, like
there's not a whole lot of new topics. Yeah, that's the problem.
But if you do, I don't mind listening.
I don't know if I've got really anything. I mean, I could probably come up with something, but usually it's spurred by someone else saying something, and then it triggers me. Yeah. Funny part is, I've been thinking about writing all this stuff down. You know, like make a list of all the things. You know, because I know there's many more than 200 proofs. But I always thought it would be cool to like put all the information that we absolutely know for sure together in a book or some kind of a thing we could pass around. You know, not necessarily make money off it, but you know, just make it available for people to use in their day-to-day, you know, debates or arguments or whatever, you know, chat conversations.
Yeah, the more you look into the flat Earth subject, the more questions are rising.
Yeah, more questions come, but a lot of answers do come too. You know?
Yeah, with it, yeah. When you start looking into it, each one of them, of course. But like you said, there's so much more out there, and we are restricted, you know, within the globe model. You know,
right?
Antarctica off hands, whatever. You can't go past that. No one can do that. Well, try though, but yeah. I've been caught in jail and I don't know, threatened to get back where it came from. So yeah.
All right, I want to ask you something. This is it's related to flat Earth, but it's not necessarily a topic that we normally discuss. But I mean, since there's nothing else to talk about here, I don't see a problem with it. It's not a. What I was going to say is, what do you think about what's at the North Pole? Really there, like, because I'm sure that nobody that I know has been to the North Pole. I'm just curious, like, what do you think there is there? Do you think that it's just the ocean and there's just a pull towards the center piece, or do you think there's actually something there to cause the pulling magnetic field?
I can only go off based off what I've heard and such. I haven't looked into it myself, but they say people live up at North Pole. They have been settling down there as well, and more. It's kind of crowded in a way, to a certain extent, of course, up there, North Pole. But then you have the other part where you can't cross over the North Pole for some reason as well. You're not allowed to do that. Like planes are not allowed to fly over North Pole. You know.
Have you seen that video that's online that shows an airplane flying around some big giant black hole? And they claim that's the North Pole. Have you ever seen that yet?
Yeah, I think I've.
I wish I had a copy of it. I should get it and post it. But
I saw that, but I couldn't tell if it was real or not. It was kind of weird. I've seen that as something.
It's definitely like, I don't know. I tend to think there might be some credibility. I'm not saying that I believe it. I'm saying that there could be some credibility based on the way it was filmed. You know what I'm saying? Like it looks legit to me, but I mean, I really don't know if I believe anything like that.
Wasn't that
I don't know.
Wasn't that
It would make
blood
sense.
over intent? Wasn't that blood over intent bullshit? Like where they're talking about trying to get people to go to the North Pole and jump in the fucking big black hole.
You got to bathe in it. Yeah, that guy that said he was Satan. Yeah, we were talking about him yesterday or the day before. I forget his name, but
I wouldn't trust it. Let's just say that.
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying I was just asking him, what does he think is at the North Pole? What do you think? Like, there's obviously something pulling towards the north, right? So what is it? What's there's got to be a physical item there. It can't just be pulling towards a nothingness. That doesn't make sense, right? So I mean, that's why I tend to believe that somewhat what they're saying about that magnetic pole goes downwards, but I really have no idea because I've never been there. But I mean, it would make more sense, right? Than it was all just pulling towards this imaginary space in the middle of the ocean, right?
Mm-hmm.
You get my point? It's like it doesn't make a lot of sense, to be honest with you. But then again, neither does the magnetic field they claim goes through this ball. So I mean, there's really no logical explanation for it, you know.
Molten iron core.
Right. Yeah. And the only problem is molten iron doesn't have magnetics to it. Yeah. And even if it did, it would be magnetic pulling towards metal. It would pull on everything else. So it's kind of dumb.
Yeah, this is just the problem. The heat degree of heat it reaches when it loses magnetism.
Well, and the magnetics of metal is only towards other metal, right? Magnetic types of things. They're crystal. It doesn't necessarily affect like human beings unless they have lots of iron in their system or whatever. Can you see my point?
Yeah. No, I wish we had more more stuff of North Pole to go with. I feel we have more about South. Not pole. I'm talking about the southern part, like
yeah. But it's a little bit more difficult to travel there, isn't it?
Yeah, beyond that, yeah. But you have pictures. You have the picture of the ice wall, videos of the ice wall. Like, so it's something to go on of and talk more about it. Like, but yeah, anything beyond that is just speculation because we don't.
I've heard about that cruise where they take you out there. They let you climb up on the wall and you go skiing and whatever up on top of the wall. The ice sheet or the shelf or whatever the hell it is. I'm not sure that's anywhere near the edge, though. I'm sure it's not.
Edge of the other side.
If there is an edge, yeah.
Oh, you mean like that? Yeah.
There is.
Oh, they're basically at the shoreline, peninsula, whatever it's called. Peninsula, am I pronouncing it right? That's probably That's basically at the shore of the ice wall, basically. Somewhere there. It's not even that. It's like the tippity of you're barely scratching the surface if I put it that way.
But I mean, there's all these things like that are so fascinating that we haven't figured out yet. I just wish that there was more people that were interested in that and like trying to figure that out. It would be fun. I'd love to get involved, especially I don't have a lot of money, but
the problem is they're either threatening you, shoot you down, or they catch you off shore by plane, whatever. You can't get past anything.
Yeah, that's what everybody says, but we all know that they can't catch everybody if there's a group of ships. It's going to be a lot more difficult for them. Plus, it's going to cause a lot of attention.
Oh, no. I see what you mean. Like the storming
they start rounding up people in boats and stopping them from going to the North Pole. I think it's going to cause a huge outrage.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I think because there is no treaty that protects the North Pole. So if they say, "Oh, you can't go there," they're full of shit. You know what I mean? I'm sorry.
Yeah, but isn't it like the military bases guarding that? Up there?
I don't know. I don't know. They claim it's in the middle of the ocean. How do they guard the middle of the ocean? I don't know.
Right? The ocean is by the buoys, as I understood.
And wouldn't it be obvious that if there was a bunch of ships at the North Pole guarding it, wouldn't that kind of prove to you that there's something going on?
I mean, if
it give you a reason to like start asking more questions, right?
Yeah. The same with Antarctica. The same way. Why would you close down something and not allow people to explore? And their excuses.
Right. Certain times of the year, though, supposedly the North Pole area isn't frozen and it's not as cold, so you could actually get there without needing some kind of a special, vehicle to keep you warm and protect you from the elements. It's like a minus 100 degrees down there or something crazy ass. But the North Pole, I don't know what the temperature highs and lows are, but I know that it's not frozen all the time. So. And we actually fly nearby it, so you can see a lot of it. Not that you fly over the center, but Which I don't know. I don't know. It just seems odd to me, like why there isn't more people wanting to know the answers to these things. Considering the North Pole isn't that far away from most of it, at least on the northern hemisphere or hemiplane, whatever you want to call it, towards the center of the dot, like a big target. Yeah. And the other thing that I'm questionable about is like, I know this is just philosophy and ideas. Don't get me wrong, but what do you think about there being more suns like rotating around the outside of where we live? I mean, I'm not saying that I believe that. I'm just saying I've heard a lot about it, and it seems like an idea that could make sense.
I have seen that the map, but yeah, it's I don't know what they based it off, but yeah, it's possible.
Well, I mean, it could be that there's ice and then it warms up, right? Again, and that there really is no end, right, or edge. I mean, there's all kinds of possibilities. I'm just saying. I'm just curious what you think about, like all that, because it seems like we don't talk about it enough,
Yeah, but I mean, when the sun is not reaching, of course, it's going to be colder there. I don't see like how I wouldn't be more ice on that part of the side, and then beyond that, when you got a warmer climate. Well, if you want to go by off the Admiral Byrd's diaries, he was explaining that it was a warmer climate beyond the South Pole when he explored.
And there was land like larger than the United States. That's crazy. Yeah, I was like, what?
I mean,
he could have just been a crazy old man.
He could have.
But I doubt it.
I don't say trust.
I'm surprised that video even exists anymore. Because it's pretty damning. That's one that got me really. I was like, what? Wait a second. What? What did he say? Of course, they just laugh it off as, oh, well, he was just a crazy old man in the last years of his life. That's why he was talking crazy. But I don't know if I believe that.
No, they did plenty of trips over there, and it wasn't just a one-time thing. So, I mean, for me, and you have the documents as well, the footage, like when they travel over there. Of course, they don't show you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's all kinds of videos.
Everything, but they showed you how they dug the tunnels, the underground tunnels, like to store the food, whatever. Because it was.
And they also show about the underground bases that they built too, under the ice, and they had to find the cap for them. That blew my mind. I was like, what? So I guess the ice keeps building up. Yeah. So I guess the ice keeps building up and building up. It doesn't just stay the way it is. It continues to like snow and melt and freeze to the top of it or something. It's weird.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. I mean, so for me, it doesn't sound that far-fetched when you have these kind of, footage materials to go by. His diaries, whatever they've been manipulated afterwards, I don't know. Of course, some parts may be left out. I don't know who's been holding was it his brother or some relative that was taking over his stuff after he died? I don't know. Maybe there's some parts of his diaries were like, excluded, whatever. I don't know. Who knows?
Well, yeah, we all know that when somebody that's involved with the military dies, they always go and take any, or at least attempt to take anything that might, incriminate them.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't blame them for that. But I think what they did with Tesla is kind of rotten, though. If that's really true, I tend to believe.
I feel like Tesla rediscovered most of the things he was talking about, the things he presented. You know what I mean?
Right.
I feel like those inventions already existed in the or we can call it before the reset of 1900th century. I don't know if you look into the lost history part.
Yeah, I've looked into a lot of that stuff. Not really extensively, but
you see tons and tons of fucking buildings still standing. That's supposed to be like some kind of mock-ups, or you know what I mean, like made of whatever, not plywood, but some kind of wood structure. And like, it wasn't supposed to be standing for a century or even that or less.
Right.
After the World's Fair, I don't know if you.
Yeah, I know exactly. 1850.
They knocked down many buildings, but for some reason they kept other buildings. I don't know why though, but. And they said they were just a mock-up for the World's Fair. Like there weren't actual structures like that was supposed to be standing for centuries or whatever, or for God, how long it's supposed to be standing there. But but they're still standing and they're looking good. And tells me a real structure, buildings actually engineered. Not some just mock-ups for the World Affairs to just to show the public, like, oh wow, this is what they had before the Tartarians, what they kind of achievements they had during that civilization, like that time of period before they got, I don't know what they disappeared though. It seems to me they've got wiped or they got removed, or I don't know. The history got removed though. That to me, it feels like something has been left out. Doesn't add up to the sightings of the buildings and the other parts of the world. You can see the diggings of mud floods. They've been excavating, tons of buildings of them. They've been finding like several floors below the ground with windows. Like, how do you explain that? So yeah. There's a lot of questions to be asked, of course. The more you look into it, it just tells me some big part of the history has been left out or hidden, whatever. So it just takes you back to where you
I agree completely.
Yeah. And to sound a conspiracy or not conspiracy, but I feel like they're trying to do some kind of other reset at the moment, at our current time. But yeah, that's just me thinking out of the all the agendas that's been playing out lately. I don't know, for some reason you can I don't know how true it is or not, but you can actually read their plans. You know what I mean? Like, there are books about it. The agendas, Agenda 2030. Like, for example, you could look it up.
Yeah,
everything is laid out, like for people to read. I'm like, are they doing this just to mock with us, or are they just trying to play? I don't know.
I think they have to do it that way. It's part of the rules.
Yeah, it's like you read about it,
and even if Satan exists, he has rules and limitations, right?
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, it's crazy. I don't know what to believe anymore when it comes.
Well, the thing that fucks with me the most is that people see all the horrible evil in the world, but they don't want to believe that there's an ultimate good. It just blows my mind that they think that this world is such a horrible, mean, cruel place, which is really not. It's just we misunderstood it. We misunderstand it so much. We don't really know why we're here, and we don't search for that answer, and that's probably why we don't know the answer to that question. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sorry, that's my daughter playing piano in the background.
No, that's cool. It's not that loud. It's actually nice. It's just kind of lower, low volume of it, so it's not that bad. It's not that high, I mean.
Yeah, I'm sure it focuses most of it out.
Mm-hmm.
I got a keyboard from a long time ago. I've had it probably for 35 years or something, but we pulled it out and we realized that there's all these things on the internet where they'll play the piano and they'll show the keys flowing from the top of the screen and then show you which keys to hit. And so her and I have been sitting and trying to play our favorite songs and learn how to play them just based on that. It's pretty fun. She's getting really good at it, as you can tell.
Buzz.
She plays this song by 21 Pilots called Chlorine. She does pretty good with that one too. And now she's telling me to shut up and screw me. Whatever, dude. Calm down, daughter.
No, music is, it's using this kind of instrument is playing, freak sounds, whatever, like the way they, make you feel, and it's pretty cool. Like, I
love music.
Yeah,
one of my favorite things. I just hope that when I get to wherever I'm going, that they haven't gotten rid of music, because I'll be very disappointed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Although I don't think that there is even a possibility of that, but you know what I mean.
Who knows? You don't know what we know in this realm.
It sure is quiet in here this morning. Wednesday, isn't it? Damn, Wednesday already.
I live in Europe, so I feel like it's more active during the North America, like the American time zone.
Yeah, probably. Well, I don't know. There's a lot of people but you're right. They come in during the nighttime when Americans are on.
Mm-hmm.
You're getting pretty good at it. You got me beat. I can't play it that well. But I can also write my own music, though. Even though I can't read music, I can play stuff until it sounds right to me.
For sure.
I want to be able to because I took lessons when I was a kid, piano lessons. So I know how to play deep down. It's just been 40 years probably since I played. Like seriously, like, reading notes and all that. But I did know how to read the notes and things when I was a kid. But I did realize, though, that I bought a couple of play the piano books, that teach you how to play. And when I realized that there was only 7 keys and five like frets or whatever you want to call them, the black keys. When I realized that there was only really 7 keys and you just had to move down the fretboard, I really thought, wow, this is easy to understand. Why didn't I try like getting back into this when I was younger, like when I still had, some of the memory of
I don't think I'm familiar with the key part you're talking about. I'm not sure what that is.
Well, there's 7 keys. There's 7 notes on a keyboard, and then there's fret.
Okay.
Then they move up scale, right? So there's key of A, B, C, D, E, F, G, right?
Mm-hmm.
F. There's A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Yeah, it's A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So that's A, B, C, D, E. So,
yeah, I'm just saying.
So once you understand where the A is on the board, like on the fretboard, where at the top there's 2 black keys and then three black keys next to each other. On the left side of those 2 black keys, the left one, the note that's right below that to the left, is actually A. And so anywhere on the board, anywhere on the fretboard where those 2 dots start, those 2 hashes start in the top, that first key on the bottom left of that first of the 2 keys is the A key, and then you go down from that scale. So if you can understand what each note is in A, B, C, D, E, F, G, if you can memorize those 5, then all you have to do is remember where to move your hands up and down the fretboard to play each section. It's really not that difficult. It seems like it's this horrible, like, difficult thing to get and understand, but it's not really. It's actually fairly simple. When you compare it to, like, guitar or a horn instrument where you have to memorize the sounds of the keys rather than just pushing the right key,
Mm. Yeah, I guess it's just about remembering the letters as that correlates to the keynotes key part. Yeah, I've been looking up checking out the North Pole. It looks like you can travel there, but it costs you a lot of money.
Yeah, it's pretty much like it's not quite as expensive as going to the South Pole if there is such a thing. But yeah, you're right.
According to Google, it costs you unsupported though. It costs you $100K.
Unsupported, as in just go there by yourself. You have to pay $1,000.
Yeah, basically go there by yourself. $100K.
That's not bad. That's a lot cheaper than $5 million just to get yourself across to Little Italy or whatever the hell they call that.
How big of an area is the North Pole? Because, by the time you get near it, your compass is spinning. So,
how do we know
How do you know?
How do we know that the compass would spin? I don't think it would.
I don't know. They say that it makes sense that it would.
The only way that it would spin is if there was actually a pull downwards. Otherwise, it wouldn't. It would just go around, and depending on how close you were to it, it wouldn't necessarily spin. It would just get stuck in place. You know what I mean?
It becomes unreliable as you get. It becomes unreliable as
right.
You get close.
You would think so, but we only know that information because someone told us. I've never been there. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just saying. Let's say it does do that. Let's say it does do that, and you're trying to get there. Like you might be still. You might still be 1,000 miles away from where you're trying to go. You just can't tell where you're trying to go anymore.
Yeah, that's a good point. There might be anomalies as you get closer to it. Yeah, I don't know. That's what we were talking about. I was like, what do you think is at the North Pole? Because it doesn't make sense that it would just be pulling towards a center point of nothingness in the sky or in the air above the water, right? It would make more sense if it was pulling down or whatever, up or whatever, right? Sort of.
Yeah.
You hear where I'm coming from on that, Lou?
Is there any videos of anyone that tried to go like to the very center of it, like, and didn't make it?
That's just it. I don't even think there's a way to tell if you're at the center of it. I don't think you can get. I think you have this huge area where you're like, well,
I think
close
you're
enough,
right, though.
because close enough. This is about as good as we're going to get because I can no longer tell what direction I'm pointing.
Yeah, they say magnetic North Pole is located in Canada. Is that
I thought it was kind of near Siberia or moving towards Siberia.
Yeah, I'm just reading off some comments here. I'm not sure what I mean.
That's what I thought it was.
But you need some permission anyway to go there, seems like, so.
Yeah, that's the other thing, too. If you're trying to go to geographic north versus trying to go to magnetic north moves around.
Yeah.
It's been drifting.
Hasn't it's just frozen ocean. Yeah, so no one really owns it. So you can't really own anything out there. Yeah.
Makes me want to go. I really would like to see I'd like to see something crazy like that before I die. I'm only 48 and all, but it would be nice to actually visit somewhere, something that I could tell my grandkid about. You know what I mean? And just, I don't know. I just think it would be it's definitely a bucket list item for me.
Yeah. But these North Pole tours, which way are they going? Like exactly, are they going around the geographical North Pole or the magnetic one?
I doubt they go near. I doubt. Well, there shouldn't be a geographical one because we don't live on a ball. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah. I mean, if you're gonna go based on their model, whatever,
Well,
honestly, we really don't have a choice, do we? Because they're the only ones that have parts to it, so we have to kind of like go by what they do feed us.
Yeah. So I'm wondering which way are they really going? If since we know.
I mean, north isn't
ball, but yeah.
It wouldn't be. That's not determined by a ball either. Like it's for a geographic north, like all of our like coordinates and stuff, it's based off of the path of the sun, I believe. So
I mean,
you could be at the center of the circle of the sun. That would be your geographic north on flat Earth, and that would be the same place on a ball Earth.
Because I don't believe they're passing by the North Pole, but they just basically maybe circulating it in some way. You know what I mean? Like, so it's kind of hard to tell if you actually are there or not. So I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, but it'd be interesting to see more of it, like more footage, whatever. Like someone actually getting very close to the center of it. How that's going to be accomplished, I don't know. Since no compasses works up there, supposedly.
And there is another thing that we have to consider is maybe they put the magnet at the North Pole to confuse us.
Who are
you know what I mean? Maybe the pole towards the north is actually an anomaly or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, and they're lying about it completely. It's possible.
That gotta be pretty as strong as magnetic then.
Sure, but how do we? I mean, we don't know. I mean, if we've never even been up there, we don't know what kind of things they have. I mean, this could be a million things that we've not even heard about. You know what I mean?
I mean, if it's you talking about man-made or is natural, like magnetic?
Oh, I'm talking about it could be either or. It could be something they mined out of the earth. Who knows? I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, how are we really sure that the North Pole is actually a physical thing that the Earth does, and it isn't something they created to convince us of this ball? See what I'm saying?
Yeah, so either man-made or natural. I don't know if this is a technology they possess from some other civilization.
Well, they do push this obelisk, right? You know, the black obelisk that's in all the movies. Maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know. I mean, you know, we won't really know until we go and do it ourselves. But based on what evidence that we've gotten, what record that they've left us, or whatever you want to call it, the scientific thing that they feed us, it seems like they're hinting to something being there than just empty ocean. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. No, something's got to be there, of course, if the compasses are pointing towards that direction. But yeah.
Yeah, Santa and his elves.
So I would love to know. But yeah, we'll see if in this lifetime it will happen or not. Hopefully. But yeah, it would be pretty cool to find out more.
You know, when we talk about deception, I think it's important to consider that the deception could be 100 times more complicated than we ever consider. You know, maybe they thought of all this stuff that we're just figuring out, and that's why they don't worry too much about it. They censor it to an extent to get people interested so they can dodge out and trick us. You know what I mean? What I'm saying is we're kind of limited to the evidence that most of them have given us. We don't really have a lot of our own personal, you know, like seeing it ourselves.
I mean, we are limited to the places that we can't go to as well. So it makes it harder.
Exactly. That's what tells me that, you know, like I can pretty much travel to any country I want, right? Provided I get a passport so that they know I'm leaving the country or whatever. It's not like I can't do it, right? But I can't go to these two places. That doesn't make sense to me. Like, what difference would it make? You know what I mean? And I don't want to hear that whiny crap about how there's all these stuff up there that they don't want anybody to find out about because it's going to save the world. Bullshit. Because that's a bunch of crap.
Yeah.
Well, there's all these elements up there, and we're all just going to agree not to destroy it because there's these pelicans and these other things, these penguins there, and we don't want to kill those penguins, so we're going to save it, and we're not going to let nobody go there but scientists.
Yeah,
That's
the
biggest
excuses are lame. Yeah.
Biggest crock, you know, country crock I ever heard.
Yeah, the excuses are lame. Just, I don't know. It's not enough considering what the history has been showing us in the past, what the countries have been doing to each other over land and resources and whatnot. So yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a tease to get us to think about it, but not get us to want to go because we know there's somebody guarding it, right?
Yeah, well, hence the
all the oil companies, all the coal companies, all the lumber companies, whatever kind of people would want to go to get whatever resources are up there would have gone already, and they'd be gone, right? Or they'd be effectively destroying that resource pile, right? We all know that that's not why they're saving it, right?
They're not saving it for whom?
That's like saying that we're not going to drink milk because cows might be harmed by pumping it from their nips. You know, it's like, come on, give me a break. You know, like this, I swear to dude, this wimpy stuff that I keep hearing about. I'm trying to be nice and not cuss a lot because I've been doing too much of that, but you know, it makes me mad at how people believe the stupidest stuff. It's like, what? You really believe that something that was made in a laboratory from a plant material is better for you than just eating foods that we already know? Well, provided that what we're getting from McDonald's is actually food. I mean, I heard somebody talking about that only 20% of McDonald's meat is actually meat. I didn't know that, but it doesn't surprise me if it wasn't horse and whatever else kind of meat, or maybe even people. Who knows? I mean, what are they doing with all these aborted babies and all these bodies that they claim that they're donating to science? I mean, do they really, put them in baths of beetles and then hang their bones on a stand and sell it to schools, or are there enough of those already passed around? I don't know. It just seems odd to me that it just creeps me out to think that there's people somewhere that take cadavers and things like that apart and do nasty. Oh God, it's just horrible in my mind. Like, why you would want to do that in the first place? I just don't get it. But I think I kind of get it. They think they can live forever if they can figure out how God made us and how we were put together and assembled, right? They figure they can live forever by knowing that information, but I don't think there's any possible way to do that based on what we're made from. You know what I mean? It decays. It has half-lives and what have.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, another thing. Oh, before I forget about it.
Yeah.
It seems to me like it's a ticking clock. If we're de-evolving and not evolving, right? Like people, that is, not necessarily animals, because that might be a different effect. Effectively that might be different. But if people are de-evolving, then eventually it will come to an end, right? To where we can't function anymore. Like we'll be so mixed up that we'll all be so dumb we won't be able to. We'll become an animal again. It seems to me like that's what would happen. If you just look at the degradation of humanity and how it goes up and down over the years, at least from what we know, it seems to me like there's going to be an end and a re-beginning or some kind of a restart of some kind. Not saying that
you're going to get yourself in trouble
it's on the
around here.
dial, but
Thinking
I know.
evolution's real.
No. I did not say that. No, I'm not saying that.
You did by saying evolution.
No, I know I'm comparing, but I'm not really saying. No, that's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying there are some things that we do know about, how our bodies work. But I think it's funny that they talk about DNA strands and all this like as if they've ever seen one. You know what I mean? It's like people don't realize that this is just a scam. It's the way they explain how to talk about it so they can describe it and they can use it to theorize and all this other crap. It has nothing to do with reality because they can't see a DNA strand. They can't. But that's where I come from there. No, I know evolution's bull, but I'm saying there are things about. I believe that we are de-evolving based on our genetic code. It seems to be getting worse. We get effectively getting more disease and more this and more that, whether that's effectively caused by the environment and what's being put in our food, or whether that's just something that's just happening to us over a period of time. It just seems like it's counting down to something. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying somebody's going to jump on you when you say de-evolution or evolution, so maybe a different word.
I know. I've gotten jumped on already, so I know what you're talking about. I'm just saying. Still, though, we need to. I mean, people are going to be curious about this stuff. I think it's important. You know what I mean? Although I agree, it does take us off the subject. I apologize. I'm sorry, though. What happens to me in the morning is my brain is going a million miles per hour. Because
every morning
when I wake up, that's
as an evolutionist, when you have to break that at the end of the day.
Fucking smart ass. Okay, that's enough of that. Picking up. All right, go ahead. Get it out your system. Are you done yet? Just let me know when you're done picking up.
No, I'm gonna. If you're on all day, I'll just make sure to surprise you once every few hours.
All right, thanks, buddy. I'll appreciate that. Maybe that'll teach me to say it, huh? All right, so I'll save that for another room, but my bad. Booker. Anyway. I don't know. The Evo conversation I love it because it's funny how all this crap is so fake and they don't really have any proof of it, but yet they talk about it like as if it's true. So I like taking it apart, and I've been reading a lot about it to try to help because people come up with a lot of stuff like, well, what about this? What about that? I don't know. I like to have some kind of answer for it, even if it doesn't necessarily convince them, makes them think, make them go research it maybe.
Which part? The DNA part?
Just any part. I mean, you start researching the stuff to see for yourself what's true and what's not. You find some truth. You know what I'm saying? If you're diligently looking for it.
Yeah, for sure.
So really, all I'm trying to do is whether
you owe it to
you to go and research
it,
right?
About certain
I can't
things.
force it on you.
Yeah, I mean, people are indoctrination camp is one thing, but finding the truth, you gotta owe it to yourself to look for it. So no one's gonna hand it out on a silver plate nowadays. Anyway, that's what I feel like. So even the governments.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. That's why I said some people, you have to reach them by making them think hard about things that they already know. So if evolution comes up in their conversation when you're talking to them, you're going to need to know something, right? About how to dodge it and how to, or not dodge it, you know what I mean? Like how to shoot it down and show them, hey, well, wait a minute, well, what about this? If you don't know that information and you don't ever talk about it, I'm just saying, then that would kind of be a defect in your, I don't know, I'm not trying to like defend myself on a stupid level. I'm just saying, like I see where this information and talking about it can lead to reaching people. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I get it.
Last rolling paper.
You're rolling a cigarette?
Something like that.
You don't have to go into details. I get the point. I get the hint. Right back.
And I'll have you know that I have held my own on plenty of conversations about Evo. So
What, you were defending it?
no, jackass.
No.
No. Keep it up. See, I told you, you're going to make me not want to talk about nothing. You keep it up. You're just going to scare me away. I'm going to go hide in my hole again.
You know I'm just fucking with you.
If I thought you weren't fucking with, if I thought you were being serious, I probably would have just left already. Yeah, I don't usually stick around and let people abuse me if I really think they're trying to. Yeah, I can take a joke.
Little softy.
Yeah, I am. Sometimes. I'm very empathetic and very emotional. That comes from being abused and all the other crap that happened to me when I was a kid. Not trying to say it's an excuse. I'm just saying it is who I am, you know? Enough about me.
So now I've got to decide whether I'm smoking this joint right here in the living room or not. I'm watching my dad's dog. They're supposed to come and pick him up today. It's gonna reek like fucking weed in the house when they get here, but whatever. I'm a 40-year-old fucking man and it's my house. Fuck them. They can get a dog that smells like a freaking joint.
A dog that smells like. My daughter cracked me up. She catches me every morning when I'm taking her to school. Yeah, I know. I'm talking. Okay, sorry. And she gets on my case about how I don't do anything, something right. Like, you know, I normally do stuff everything perfectly, but when I'm talking on here and I get sidetracked and make mistakes, and then she's like, "Dad, hello, you get the wrong button. That's the wrong thing." I'm like, "Oh, forgot to close the door, Dad." It's like funny. Cracks me up. I love kids. Hey, just remember, enjoy being a kid while you can. You know why? Because when you get older, you won't be able to remember stuff like you do now, and it'll be more difficult. So make sure.
Have you had any interesting globers today? Refuting the flat Earth.
It depends, I guess, on where you are. The day is young.
Isn't the 90s young they usually say? And the day is longer? I don't know.
I don't know either. I think I've heard it as a saying, the day is young, like when it's early on in the morning or whatever. If not, I just made it up.
Mm.
Yeah, we don't get too many Globers joining in the live stream these days.
During the time I've been here, I see them come and go. Sometimes in groups, in waves, whatever, or one by one. But some of them are trolls, whatever. Some of them asking actual questions, and then I don't know.
even the trolls, you can teach people that are watching the show, they're listening. You can show them that they are trolls and that they're just here to, make discord. I'm just saying, properly polished attitude and all that could possibly, effectively convince anybody, right? I mean, hopefully that's true. Then I don't know. It's a crazy idea, but.
This bozo guy posting in text chat.
Come in here. Come on in and talk to us. I mean, we're mild compared to some of the people that come in here. You might want to, if you're going to come on, you might as well do it while the people will go easy on here. I'm kidding.
It looks like
Too bad we couldn't get all those.
Huh?
Too bad we couldn't get all those dumb YouTube viewers, the ones that chat in the YouTube chat. Too bad we couldn't get some of them in here to defend themselves, to defend their beliefs.
They don't have the balls.
They know who they are.
You can't get them in here. The people who chat there have already been banned from here. They're in there because they're not allowed to talk in here. Most of them.
Probably, yeah. You're probably right. And they still have a grudge after all this time, because I've seen some of them been in there for over a year that I've been in here. So I can only imagine.
No, they
That's a lot
just
of hatred
behind the monitor and the keyboard.
That's a lot of unforgiveness. I don't know. I usually forgive people after that long.
You can tell all the stuff that they type. It's all fallacious reasoning. It's all that same stuff that they be saying when they come in here. They can't handle themselves. They can't be intellectually honest. And for some reason, they've made it their life's goal to try to basically just troll the flat Earth.
Yeah, that's true. Then there's others that seem like that, but then you kind of get the feeling that they're not coming here to really trash us. They're more just coming here to learn or something. It's almost like they come in here just to learn what we're talking about, so they can try to dodge it and figure out ways to, you know what I mean, to argue with it without really arguing it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they do.
They like to monitor us. Fucking creepy.
Yeah. It almost seems as if that's the point. But I don't know. Maybe some of them are genuinely just curious, trying to learn. Maybe they're just on the fringe but don't want to admit it or whatever. Like Matthew Learns, somebody was talking about him last night. I overheard a conversation they were talking about that they like him to come in and they think that he's kind of here for a reason, like he's in some way or another trying to portray that what science is telling us on that part of it is not correct. And he does it by effectively coming in and talking about things, but he's not really like a troll. He's more just starts talking about things to get us in talking about stuff. You know what I mean? But I don't know if that's true. It just made me think about it
though. What did Chad 2000 get banned for? Is it because he posted the Carl Sagan links or?
I have no idea.
This isn't got server banned, but his recent post about the Carl Sagan, some book about the pale blue dot. I don't know.
Yeah, it is. It's quiet in here, isn't it?
I'm just looking through the text chat, see what's up there, what I missed, whatever. You know, doing the different time zones.
I figured that's what you were doing. I just got home. I just got back from my little trip to take my daughter to school. So when I'm back, I was going to start looking too. That's a good one. Women after using 37,000 hair care products. That's hilarious. That's a good one. Smart cat, you always want to be in my lap. What's up? What's up, kitty? Lay down then, silly. Lay down. There you go. Good kitty. Are you looking in YouTube chat?
YouTube chat, no. Is anyone there typing?
I don't know. I'm sure there is. There usually always is in the morning. We'll look here in a second. Hold on.
All right.
See, we did get some responses. Nothing in the last 20, 30 minutes, but when we were talking about the center of the earth and all that, when we were talking about the pull towards the north, we had a whole bunch of people talking about it.
All right.
I just said hello. We'll see if I get a response. I know when Terrain is on there. She's always on there. Was doing good too. She's starting to delete messages. Some of the stuff, like I was starting to get mad about it because some people were posting some crazy stuff in the chat, and it didn't seem like there was anybody in there doing anything about it. But now it seems like somebody's in there every morning. That's pretty good. I like that. Thank you for your dedication, Winter.
There's a guy in the chat that typed,
Hey, Ryan. Did you bring news from over the ice wall? Oh, yeah, definitely.
I like the Greg part when he said that some kind of Flat Earth Society member mentioning about magnetic north being the gravity.
And he says here, you can have the t-shirt. A Flat Earth Society t-shirt.
Oh, my God.
That's funny. Sorry. Oh, for anybody that didn't know, My name is Ryan. That's why they're calling me Ryan. My name's Ryan S. on YouTube. Who was that? Who is it?
Me?
Is it you we are looking for?
I'm here.
Oh, yes, you are.
You made it? All right, cool. What's up?
What's the good word?
Yeah, the usual. Just in here farting around trying to get a conversation striked up.
Oh.
Yeah, I'd like to see that too, CGI Fan Dan. I wouldn't mind seeing some curve. I wouldn't mind somebody bringing something in here except their conjecture and all that other things. It would be nice if somebody come in here with seriously, with a head on their shoulders, tackle it, like from a perspective that we all did at one time. That way we could like bring it all to a head, but it seems like they always just go off on this little spiraling salad thing without the ranch,
It would be nice if everybody could just open up, but I don't know if they can. They might be under a curse.
I think the ones that could talk about it can't because of their affiliation and fear of their jobs and what have you.
For sure, some people can, but I think most of these guys are under a curse. The reason why I say that is because they're not that dumb. These people are not dumb. They've graduated, they've gone, they understand concepts. But there's a reason why they're not getting this, and I think it's a curse.
It could be. Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. There's a lot of evidence for that. I mean, just based on, some of the weird stuff that they just put out that you just hear about in conversation and on television, in shows. And then after a couple of weeks of hearing about it, you start to have this feeling that you think you know something about it. And then you start arguing it. And it's kind of weird how people don't see that as brainwashing. They just kind of like ignore it and say, oh, no, they wouldn't do that. Well, yeah, they do. Yeah, it might only be temporary, like they claim, but doesn't mean it doesn't affect you. Over a period of time, it can curb, your thoughts and give you ideas that you normally wouldn't consider, or even talk about, or even allow, to happen in the world. But you do because it's been normalized. You know what I'm saying?
I agree. Yeah, planting the seed, right? Plant the seed, and it could be water. I mean, it could grow and it might not.
Absolutely. That's why I'm always looking for different ways of reaching people. Like I know there's no perfect way. Like I talk about that a lot, but I just believe that, like we have a lot of guys on here that are really, really good at talking, and they're really, really calm. They keep their composure, and when they can't, they usually just jump out. I'm not saying I'm one of those people, but I want to be more like them because I like the way they do it. I think they reach more people. I've seen a lot of people that are complete ball earthers, and they've turned over time by sitting in here and feeling included. You know what I'm saying? When you include someone and you don't make them feel like, they're just dummies. Of course, the trolls, it's different, but you know what I'm saying. It seems like, even trolls can be reached sometimes, because sometimes they come in here with this idea because someone told them about it, and then they just decided to do this because they're buzzed or something, and it's fun, or they think it's funny. But then after they stick around and talk about it, they start to realize, hey, wait a minute, these guys aren't crazy. They actually do have some stuff that doesn't, and I'm questioning it now too. Doesn't take long before that starts to sink in, you know what I mean?
I do, and I'll say one thing: you're a better person than me because you actually care about those people. I don't. I don't care about anybody on the internet. I have people in my real life that I care about, and I'm trying to tell this information to, and they don't seem to care. But I focus on them, and I also focus on the people in my real life. When I come to the internet, it's just some guy on the other side of the phone. And debates usually just push each person further to their side of the topic. Nobody wants to admit they're wrong, especially when they're in a group of people. This ego thing. But I still try. I don't try as hard on the internet, but I like to listen.
Well, that's part of the reason why I come in here, is because I can't reach some of my friends and family. And I've been, basically shunned by a couple of them. They're not family I normally talk to much anyway, except on YouTube or on Facebook, but I don't even use Facebook anymore. But the point is that, I've had people like not want to talk to me because I keep trying to tell them about flat Earth or whatever. And so because I failed so many times and because my attitude sucked and now people don't want to talk to me about it, I made those mistakes. Now I feel like it's my duty to like fix that and come at them with a better attitude and still try to show them what I'm talking about, because I think it's important to everybody in their lives. Flat Earth, it extends into all kinds of other things about the world that you'll start to realize once you start to look into that particular subject. So, I just feel like I want to be able to learn here and get better so that I can reach the people I love. Like, I can't convince my wife yet. And my daughter's like I don't know what my daughter thinks, but I've made her think by showing her some experiments at home, like showing her that things disappear from the ground up, even on a coffee table. That blew her mind. And there's been a few things that I've said to her that's made her think, but, I don't know if she's really taking it seriously or if she really, her mom's got her convinced that I'm just joking around or not to take me seriously. Of course, I understand my wife's trying to save her from any more trouble at school, because if she goes to school talking about that stuff, she's going to get laughed at, and I don't want that. But I don't want her to be confused and not understand the truth either. So I'm like stuck between the two. And so I guess that's probably one of the biggest reasons why I have so much passion about what I do here and why I am here. Not necessarily that I don't make mistakes and I don't goof around a lot, but you know what I mean? It's like, all right, I'm going to stop monologuing. Doggone it. I've been watching. Oh, somebody playing a song now. That's a good point you made there, Will. In order to go to the North Pole, you would need to be directly under the North Pole, right? Yeah, I guess that would be true. So yeah, once you got close to it, that would make sense, right? You would have to follow the star, try to get below it perfectly, and using like a sextant or something. Of course, maybe your compass wouldn't work. I don't know either way, but it would. I mean, but since it's in the water, that would be not make sense, right? I know you're here. You listen all the time, Will. I don't know if you're able to talk though.
All right, I'm back.
Oh, yeah. Cool. I was just replying to something that Quetzalcoatl said earlier in the chat, live stream chat.
Sorry, what?
Nothing. Go ahead. What do you got?
No, I just heard my name. I didn't hear what you said.
I was referring. I just. I don't know what I'm saying. I was just saying that I was responding to something you posted a few minutes ago about. Well, I won't even respond now, but it says you cannot compartmentalize people that much to hide that big of a conspiracy. And then it says,
Yeah.
well, actually, the size of the Earth, in combination with our inability to see it for ourselves objectively, provides the ultimate opportunity for compartmentalization that can ever exist in any situation. Exactly. It's very, very important. I was going to say is this is an important part of understanding how to decompartmentalize everything. You know, in your mind, how you can break this stuff down and kind of figure out at least how to avoid things that you know are involved with that kind of thing. You know what I mean? They show themselves. There's a tell in all of it. They have to tell each other what's safe and what's not, right? If there really does exist some kind of conspiracy, correct? So there has to be a way that they effectively avoid being duped by by each other's crap, right? If they're all in one little club. Get me? I mean, I don't know if me saying this is making any sense or not, but
The feeling that they're turned over to the evil desires of their heart, and that's why they can't see it.
yeah, sometimes I believe, yeah, that's absolutely true in a lot of cases.
To say that the Earth is spinning, but saying you can't feel a spin, you can't feel a spin, but to just believe that the Earth is spinning, that takes a lot of faith.
Yeah, it's a belief. It is a belief because it doesn't present itself that way. Unless you're drunk, that's the only time you feel dizzy, or unless there's an earthquake or some kind of vibration in
Right. There
under your
is an
feet.
instrument to measure, the Earth's movement. It's called the Richter scale, right? The earthquake.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that,
Right.
it does not move. Right.
Yeah, I was going to say, how did they tune it to work when it's swinging?
But the
Makes
whole
sense.
world believes it spins at 1,000 miles per hour. They really do. You know, my PhD dad is the first one to teach me that the world is round and it spins. And I believed him.
That's
I had
great.
no reason not to believe him when I was a kid because they taught me in school and everywhere else on the television. So the whole world, it is possible. Like it's right in front of
Yeah,
us.
it is possible. Yeah, it is possible, and it is. Exactly.
It's happened. Now, here's the thing. How did you get out of it? How did I get out of it? Right?
I don't know. I was led.
You were led? How? Tell me.
Information.
Right, but you got yourself out of it, right? Did you have to come to like
Yeah. Well, no, actually,
Discord?
when I was a kid, I was told. I was shown in the Bible, and I was told, and and I realized that it was true, and I thought about it for a long time. But when I brought it to my parents' attention and other people, they just shot it down and told me I was stupid because I was a kid, and I listened because I was already having trouble getting along with kids anyway. So I just shut up about it, and then when I, and every 10 or 15 years, it seems like God or whoever was teasing me with it. They would show me things like I found out about evolution not being true and all this other stuff. And I found evidence to support it. And I was like, wow, I didn't know there was this much evidence for it. But I didn't really like get to the point where I was back to thinking, believing that the earth was flat, right? And then in 2018 or 17, whatever it was a few years back, when I found out there was all this evidence and people were actually talking about it, I was shocked. I was like, what? No way. So when I went and looked, I was thinking, okay, I'm going to prove these guys wrong because they're probably full of it, right? Because I just assumed that it was so similar to what it would be like on a globe that they had it all figured out to where people could be confused by it, right? But then it started to very, very quickly, it was like I saw 200 proofs and a couple other things, and it made me start thinking. So I started doing research, started reading stuff, started getting books, started going on Amazon and reading things, and I was like, wait a minute, there's something to this. Like, I don't believe this. There's actually evidence. Just like all these years I've been waiting. It's like it was like a leap in my heart. It was like wow, like I never thought this was going to come up. And then when like I said, I did a little research, and it was like, wham! It hit me right in the face. It was like, well, you were told a long time ago. I should have remembered. I kept thinking about it here and there, but it would only come up like when I was a teenager and stuff, and in my 20s when I'd be partying or whatever, we'd start talking about crazy ideas about ghosts and all this other stuff that I'd bring it up. But you know what I mean? I never really took it seriously until recently. But it's kind of weird for me because it's kind of like I felt like my whole life I've been lied to, and then this is just another reason. So it's kind of like it fits into this little package that tells me that there's something going on. Somebody's out to get me or do something to me, and I don't know why. And the fact that it worked makes me wonder, maybe they don't know me personally, but they're doing this somehow. Somebody's doing whatever this is somehow to put these thoughts in my head. I'm like, well, why would, I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of things I could explain that probably don't belong in here, but based on flat Earth and all that, yeah, it just blew my mind. And then the more I looked into it, the more it led me here. 9/11 brought me here. A lot of other deceptions. I'm still not sure exactly what happened, but I know it wasn't what they claim it was. That's all I know. But and then now we've got this new thing about jibby jabs and all that other crap. So
Right.
it's like all looped into one big deal, right? All right, I'll stop and let you talk. Go ahead.
No, you're right. See, something that you mentioned, 9/11. See, a lot of these guys don't even get 9/11. That happened right in front of their faces, right? 3 buildings fall, 2 planes and 3 buildings in New York. Nobody can see that. When you show them how the building fell, like a pancake, flat like a pancake,
Right.
they're like, you don't know enough about physics. This is something I've had experience trying to tell people about
I don't
before I
need
learned about
physics, my
flat Earth.
friend.
Well,
Just listen for a second. I mean, I was trying to tell people about 9/11 for a long time before I ever learned about flat while I was a Globie. Okay? And I had the experience of how these motherfuckers react. Like, the smartest people, the ones that I respect the most, come back with the most asinine answers, right? To 9/11. Okay? So they don't even get that subject. Now, when it comes to the flat Earth, good luck. I mean, I'll still try. I told them. And I've lost a lot more friends this way. I don't care. But I planted the seeds, and that's just how it goes. If they don't get 9/11, I mean, that happened for the people that were living at that time. I was 20, 21 years old at that time. For the people that remember that and still don't get it, they're ridiculous. And it's not that they're dumb. I'd like to say that dumb is a cop-out word now for me. I really wanted to call them dumb. It's a curse. They've been turned over to the evil desires of their hearts. It's like God doesn't want them to know, or something like that. I've taken it that far now.
Yeah, I hear you. I don't think 9/11's a bad subject for the live stream. I just think that it's unrelated necessarily to flat Earth. You know what I mean? That's all I was trying to say. I didn't mean to jump in there and make you feel bad or something.
No, I agree. I mean, you did bring it up though, and I just wanted to say that 9/11.
I believe touching on it. Yeah.
That I've had experience trying to tell people about, and I saw what their reactions were, what a normie's reactions are, and how they just get all defensive, about this subject. And I've had experience with that. So when I became a flat earther, I already knew what I was in for. So I went ahead and told them anyway. And that's what you do, though. If you love someone, if you love your friends and your family, you will tell them the truth. That's it. All my friends and family know I'm a flat earther. And I have nothing to hide about it now. It's not like I'm so happy that I don't have to pretend when I go somewhere, Sometimes I'm even introduced as a flat earther. Great. Good. Showtime. But I'm just happy that it's out there. I don't have to pretend with anybody.
Yeah, I hear you.
Does it even matter? I mean,
probably not.
Being introduced as a flat earther is kind of like, hey, I'm Bob, I'm gay. It's kind of like useless information.
Yeah, I hear
What are you going to do with that information, dude?
Yeah, because we don't really know. So yeah, it's just another thing to sidetrack us. That's what I was saying. That's what it's really about, is keeping it off here just for that reason. It separates us and all that.
Like, I can tell when it's coming when I'm in friends or family party or whatever it is. I can tell when it's coming, and there's a little nervousness in my stomach because they're about to just let it out. Oh, he's the flatter. And I'm not a person who's very social. I'm more introverted. I don't want to get social with people. But when they do that, it's got that nervousness inside me, but the excitement comes out. I just let it out, and I don't care. I lose people even more. I'm actually happy about it because by the 25th, 26th person you lose, it's just like, oh, you're just another one of them, So I just keep going. Just tell the truth. I'm a decent person. I'm normal, I have a good way of talking. I'm a nice guy. There's nothing wrong with me, and I get along with people.
There's definitely something wrong with you. Oh, I'm just kidding. There's something wrong with everybody, though. I'm just teasing you, though.
Well.
Yay, the sun came up.
Yep.
As in, Sonny's alive.
Sure, there's nothing wrong with you.
Yeah, there's a lot wrong with me. There's a lot wrong with me, I'll admit it. But there's a lot wrong with all of us, but are we willing to admit it? Most of us probably aren't.
like when I talk to you guys, I feel like you guys are decent. You know, like, decent. You're able to.
I think we all try to be.
You're thinkers.
I try to be nice. I mean, I try to like listen. I try to listen to people, and then usually they can tell that, and then they respect you for it. And that's how you make a connection. I like people, so I prefer for that everybody thought I was cool, but I know that's not possible. But it's not doesn't mean you can't strive for something like that.
So we don't tolerate degenerates. So,
like, I feel like I have more meaningful conversations, even if I don't talk much. I listen to you guys. Like, I feel it's more meaningful here, and that's what's decent about it.
you don't want to talk about the Kardashians? Come on, man. Talk about the Kardashians. High intellectual combo there,
bro. No, this place is a really special place for me, man. I don't say much, but this place is really special. I enjoy listening to all of you guys, even if some of you I don't like listening to what you guys have to say. But yeah,
all kinds of stand still.
This is why this Discord is good. The diversity and various topics. But yeah, since I joined a couple weeks back, I feel like you can vibe with people, like no matter your opinion, whatever you believe in. Like, you can who?
Oh, we're all in trouble. We're in deep trouble now.
Oh, well, more people came in.
Because we have an audience.
But yeah, I feel like I can vibe with people here better than I usually do with others. That that doesn't believe in and whatnot. But when you talk about this very same topic that we all can feel and sense and actually confirm and verify, etc. It empowers your mind and makes you feel more at ease at home as well. Anyway, so yeah, so I'm kind of I'm grateful for being here actually, and I'm learning as well. I don't know everything, so still learning. I listen to all kinds of people talking, taking points here and there, coming up with my own conclusion.
Wow, it's going to be 78 degrees today and 80 tomorrow.
What?
78 degrees.
Where are you at? You up?
Southern
California.
Are you
closer to the...
I'm in San Diego.
Yeah, I'm northeast. Yeah, I'm in Antioch up here in the Bay Area.
Yeah. You're like East Bay?
Yeah, deep in on the East Bay, like towards Sacramento.
Oh, yeah.
Right there. It's like... You go like basically San Francisco. Yeah, you go between the Golden Gate Bridge. You come straight down the it's the San Joaquin River, and then it flows into the Sacramento. Yeah, well, the Sacramento flows into that. Yeah, that's how it works. But yeah, I live up on one of the legs of the Sacramento, little spider webs.
All east of Berkeley and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yes, way east. Yeah, but I'm about 33 miles from Oakland, east.
Oh, okay.
Not necessarily. Yeah, it's like by the way the crows fly. I'm like pretty much even with Oakland and San Francisco.
I'm like
we just go straight east.
How far are you from the 5? Very far?
No, I'm not far from I-5. I'm closer to 80 though.
Oh, okay.
I-80.
That's the one that goes through.
Well, if you know the freeways, I live off Highway 4. Antioch is if you just go up Highway 4, east, you'll run right into it.
Well, I've been through Antioch. I've been through Antioch and all those places. Yeah, I've hitchhiked.
Oh, have you? Yeah. Too. Oh, really? That sounds like fun. How long ago?
In the 70s, me and my friends, we were teenagers. We used to hitchhike from Santa Monica all the way up to San Francisco. 16 years old. 16 years old.
Or 79.
We do this at 16 years old.
So you're a lot older than me then.
Yeah, I'm a lot older.
You don't sound a lot older though.
I know everybody says that. I think that's why people kind of diss me sometimes because they go, "He's young, doesn't know what he's talking about." No, I'm 60.
No, you don't sound young. You sound, you sound 40. I don't know. I was always assuming about late 40s, early 50s.
Yeah,
You know
I'm
what I mean?
63.
Like my age. Well, yeah. So you got some time on me.
But look,
48.
I pretty much operate the same way I did 30 years ago. I mean, I have some aches and pains. I have a couple issues, but generally during the day, I'm out exercising. I go out on my bike for a couple hours every day. I go get sunshine. I go walk to the store. I'm pretty active.
Been lazy lately. I don't know why.
I go out into the woods because we have a huge park here that's actually larger than Central Park in New York, and it's full of forest and woods and huge like eucalyptus trees and seasonal creek beds. And right now it's like kind of like springtime and everything's green and bursting forth. All the flowers are coming out. I mean, it's so beautiful. So I like to go out there. I found a little place where I can go sit in the afternoon and the sun shines right into this one little area around these trees. And I can sit there. So I started cleaning up my little area because some people do stupid shit. Like one of the most beautiful places I've ever seen, people will throw trash. So I'm like, screw that. So I start cleaning all the stuff up. Because look, when I'm out in nature, I don't like seeing things that are artificial laying around. People's little wrappers and freaking cigarette butts. So I clean everything. I clean it all out. I get rid of everything that's not natural in my little area.
I don't blame you. I do the same thing.
Yeah.
I'll do it in the parking lot of Walmart sometimes.
Yeah.
I'll pick up stuff, throw it in the basket, and then I'll push it in there and I'll hand it to one of the employees and say, "Here, I picked up some stuff for you."
Yeah.
And they would look at me all crazy. I'd be like, "No, it was in the parking lot. I mean, then whoever it is, don't have to clean it up. I was
They're probably like,
picking it up as I walked."
They're probably
They just
like,
look
what
at
is
me.
he talking about? We don't pick up anything.
Yeah, they do, but I don't know who does it, or it's probably the street sweeper, but whatever. I just feel obligated if there's trash on the ground. I just pick it up. I don't know why. It's just been a habit of mine. Sometimes I find money and interesting stuff in bags, but sometimes I find gross stuff too. But we got some of the boys in here now. Where's everybody else at? Where's all those ball earthers? Are they getting tired of bugging us or what? If I had that in my backyard, bro, I would go walk every day. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, that's.
No, that's cool. I see that Crispy's back. Maybe he got
Damn
some.
you! Stop doing that. I'm sorry. It seems like every time I go to talk, you do too.
You talking about the YouTube chat?
No, I was looking in the live stream chat because he posted a bunch of pictures of where he goes walking and all that. Or somebody, or no, Sasha did. Sasha did. That's beautiful. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
I would go walking. I'd walk around that every day if I would live next to that. Hell yeah.
I'd go lay down and roll around in those flowers.
Well, I'd probably take acid first, but no, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, just to like lay on your back in the forest, like in a place, and I find a flat place and I put a tarp and I put my towel and I can just lay down and look up at the sky and just lay there and relax and watch the trees, listen to the birds, listen to
all these little animal noises around. If you're quiet enough, you can hear them. And I also notice, like, when I'm inside my apartment, I live in a building, right? I'm on the 8th floor, so I hear a buzzing going on here, an electrical sounding buzzing. When I go outside, I hear a different kind of buzzing. It sounds like a buzzing from all the insects. It has a slightly different quality to it. And I saw my first snake in the woods today. I'd never seen a snake there before in about 5 or 6 years. I've never seen a snake there. Only first time today. Yesterday, rather.
It's a sign.
A sign. And then I saw these people have their property right up, backed up against the canyon, right? So they have these like decks and stuff. Yeah. But down back behind one of these houses, I saw this huge cat. And I'm sure it's an owned cat. You can tell when cats are, when they're taken care of. Their fur looks nice, But this cat was gigantic. It looked twice the size of a normal cat, and it's out there in the back in the forest. Like, can you imagine how many mice that that cat kills? Rodents. I thought that's pretty cool. This is like like the king cat of the area, and I never saw it before.
Is it just me, or have you guys noticed on YouTube you can't dislike anything anymore? Or is that just me?
Really?
Say it again?
You know the like and dislike button. I noticed that they removed it completely. Like, you don't see the numbers anymore.
There is I think they've been doing that with a lot of stuff.
There is an add-on you can get that reveals the dislike numbers. They removed it because they didn't want people to dislike their woke messaging.
Yeah, that's what I figured. That was YouTube doing it, yeah? So, yeah. That's YouTube
It's so
doing.
funny.
Yeah, it's
The
funny.
delay gets me all the time when we try to talk, and then we think no one's talking, and then all of a sudden it's like, wait a minute. I don't try to do that, by the way, guys. I'm just trying to get used to the damn delay.
Yeah, we all kind of have that problem because all of us have a different delay or latency, right?
And we're also on the same wavelength, I think. And we just kind of we think the same things or similar arguments at the same time, and we try to get it out fast.
Yeah.
I feel like
that's why I do it. I just like to...
I think some of the problem. I think some of the problems some of us have in conversation is we are very fast thinkers, and we try to preempt the conversation sometimes. I think that's what I need to do. Like, it's like tone down this preemptive, like I'm going to fill in the blanks of the person's conversation. No, let the person fill in their own conversation. Why do I need to fill it in for them?
I do the same thing, but I think I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's kind of self-centered, on my part. I'm talking about myself here. I try to keep it on my side of the street. I statements. That's the safest way to go when we're talking. Is like I lose rapport with somebody as soon as they start talking about somebody else's behavior. Now, I'm not saying I haven't done it and that I don't do it. Obviously I'm human too. But I don't know where I was going with that. Anyway, yeah, I think if we don't preempt the conversation and don't try to guess or be a fortune teller, just wait until the person finishes. Then we can decide what we're going to say.
I agree with you. I have that problem.
Yeah, we all do. I think it's just part of human nature, and I think we discover these things in our nature when we do start having these conversations, because the conversations go along the whole entire spectrum of emotions. Is what I'm thinking. Like it triggers people in different ways at different times about different topics, and so forth.
Yeah, well,
so we'll come in and we'll get activated, and we want to say something right then because it triggered us in one way. I'm not saying it's bad.
Right.
I don't know. Listen, what happens to me sometimes is there's a point that's brought up and I'm like, ooh, I need to say something. I want to interject something right there because it's directly related to what was just said. But then someone else is having this conversation. They may have started before me. And then I lose the moment. I go, well, I missed my chance there, but it's okay. Like I have to get over like that. It has to be done right now, that it's extremely important that I get this out right now. Like, why is it so important? It's not. Like, I'm not losing anything.
Yeah,
I don't say this right now.
I think it stems also from because I can't see the person that I'm talking to. So I don't know if they, and I know they can't see me and whether I'm paying attention. And a lot of times I think people, I can't tell if they're actually listening to me. So I start to like say things like in a questioning way to get them to respond to make sure, because I know sometimes I'll be talking and then all of a sudden I'll realize the person left the room because I'm not looking down at it. You know what I mean? So, and also I try to sometimes let you know I'm listening to you by cutting in every once in a while just to say, yeah, or this or that, just to let you know that I'm still following you. And I do that so much that it actually turns into this. It seems like I'm just trying to be pushy and you know what I'm saying? So I am working on it though, just so you know.
I know.
And I know you weren't directly talking that to me, but I'm saying I get it, like I am actively working on that. I have my issues.
Look, I'm talking about this topic because, like, we have a lot of conversation here, but we don't often talk about how we are having the conversation and how I am speaking and why I'm speaking at the time I am. And, so it is difficult because, we have up to 50 people in the room sometimes, so I don't know. So I think if we discuss this thing, like you said about, making a notice, like somebody says, yeah, well, I was at the park, and then you can say, oh, okay, I get it. Like, you can make little statements there, but I think it's and I've done it myself, and I'm not happy about it because I've interrupted people when I talk about not interrupting people, and people think I'm a hypocrite. I know. It's not that I'm not, I'm trying, I have my own difficulties, and we all do, but I think pause, is a really good way to just to pause. When someone's talking, instead of just I'm already ready to jump in. As soon as they stop, I need to pause there for a second. I know it seems like, oh, I'm going to lose the moment then. No, maybe not. Maybe the moment is in that pause. And then, I don't know. I think if we slow down, it might help.
Yeah, I like that idea. Take a breath here.
Yeah, maybe we can even have discussions in chill chat about just how we are having conversations, and not that everybody is going to take on to it, or that everybody, even some people, aren't even going to listen or pay attention or care, because they just want to have the conversation the way they want to. They don't want to moderate themselves, but that's okay. That's part of this deal too. But if we get a large majority of us that are paying attention to how we're having the conversation, how we ask questions, how we are listening and responding when necessary, in appropriate ways. Not like some of us get in there and try to change the subject, which is starting to irritate me. I know it irritates several of us, maybe all of us, but.
Oh yeah, sometimes when I'm hot in the moment and I've got something going and I'm trying to make a point with somebody and they seem to be listening, and then somebody comes in and goes, well, we're not going to talk about that. It's like, oh man, really? But yeah, I mean, I get it. It's like, yeah, sometimes it's easier to just kind of yank that out and move it to the side. But yeah.
And
we should have more stuff on the side so people can get that stuff out.
Yeah. I notice because some of us will try to bulldoze through volume, and I've done it myself because I'm talking to somebody and someone else is coming into this from the side with something else. I'm like, and I don't want to lose that moment. So I found myself, and I don't know. I think it's just we learn what's appropriate, what's not, and how to get the point across, even amongst friendly fire.
Yeah, I like that people give me a hard time and steer me without being rude. Like there's a way, like, because I do try to be nice to everybody, I don't try to be a jerk. But sometimes I do kid around and I go too far. Like I do fart around a lot in the evening when I'm tired. I get kind of goofy when I'm tired. And so I like to fart around and put memes up and all that and be funny and make fun of everything.
Yeah.
But I do that too whenever there's like a crappy, like when it seems like everything's going to a negative part, I try to like liven it up a little, and people get mad at me for it. But they're like,
no.
"Stop spamming it with all the memes." I'm like, "But they're funny," and it like break. Yeah, you guys are trying to make a point, but this guy isn't listening, obviously. So sometimes it's funny to throw some funny in there. Just sometimes it even makes them laugh, and then they lighten up a little bit. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I go too far sometimes.
Yeah. Like I'm starting to have a different point of view of the Glovers and like that, because I've even had a couple Glovers write me, DM me, and just say hi and stuff, and it was like I felt good about that, because I'm like, I, like you said earlier, like you like people. I like people too. I don't really care what you believe. Shit. You know what I mean? If we were just hanging out, there might be points of contention, but it's not something we need to fight about just because we believe something different. Some of us want to fight. I'm one of them, actually. But I've just learned in my old age, like, you just can't fight everything, like if you're like me, one of these fighters, I wanted to fight everything and everybody. I didn't care. Okay, you might have had something good for me, I still don't care. I'm from Missouri. You got to show me. If you're not willing to represent and show me, then I just don't have time. Like I don't know. Well.
Yeah, I'm from Missouri myself.
Yeah, man. So
born in Henry County.
Erie?
Henry County. I was born in Clinton. Clinton, Missouri is where I was born.
Uh-huh. Right on. I have a lot of fond memories.
I'm pretty sure that that Mike guy that does that above ground world news. Have you heard of him?
No, not familiar.
Check him out on YouTube. It's called Above Ground World News. But he does this. He does this thing about weather and how. Anyway, just check it out. I don't want to go too far with it, but
yeah, you know what?
His post office box is the same city as where I was born. I thought it was interesting, though. I'm just saying it because I thought it was weird.
That's a trip. Yeah, I left Missouri in '73, so it's all changed now, I'm sure.
I've been back and forth because my dad still lives out there and I got family, but I moved out here in '79, right before '80. It was like in the winter of '79. So I've been here off and on in Antioch, and then we moved up north. We moved to Anderson, Redding, and other places around, but Concord. I've lived everywhere, all around the, not Southern California, but most of northern. But I know my way around from everywhere, from basically from the Grapevine all the way up. I've been around Bakersfield, all that stuff, all along there. Yeah, I know it because I delivered stuff to it, like shower doors and things like that. I had different jobs where I was driving
You ever
around.
been out there by Victorville, like San Bernardino Mountains, up by Hesperia?
Yeah, I've been out. I've been near there because I've been on a couple cruises and we left out of San Diego, but I haven't really driven around the back roads or nothing. No.
Yeah,
like I know where the port is, where all the cruise ships were, but I don't think I've never gone there for any other reason except to get on a cruise ship. So I had lunch,
truck driving,
on right down there by there and all that, but it wasn't, what I mean? It was for vacation. But cruise ships are fun. I like them.
Right on.
There's nothing better than all you can eat food.
Yeah. Well, I think actually in some ways, as flat earthers at California, if we make an effort, I think we could do some really cool get-togethers, even just some smaller ones scattered around. And like my problem is transportation, but that's soon to be resolved. So
Well, I would drive down to you. I wouldn't mind driving that far, even 400 or 500 miles away. But going all the way to the other side of the coast and not having to ride a plane and have to take some kind of, that bothers me. But you know what I mean? But I don't know. I'm not sure if you can actually refuse to take all that. So I don't know. I'm still looking into the laws on how they can even make that possible. But
to stop you from traveling is freaking a crime against humanity.
It is a crime, considering they claim we're free, and when they take that away from us, regardless of what it's for. They tried once, back in 2001, but it didn't actually work all the way, I guess. But it seems to me like they have a purpose for what they're doing. Whoever they are, it seems pretty obvious that there's something going on. So,
yeah, that's interesting. You, Napalm, you and myself, all from Missouri. You've talked with Napalm before too, right?
Oh yeah, I've talked to him a lot. Yeah. Not necessarily just one-on-one or anything, but yeah, I've talked to him on here plenty of times.
And you've heard him.
I like him a lot. Yeah, I always get him mixed up with other people, but I like talking to him.
Yeah, it's interesting talking to people that grew up in the same kind of basic area there in Missouri that I did, which is outrageous.
Yeah, and you're not that much older than me that it's not like you don't understand, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You came out here in 73. I was born in 73, but I was only 4. I was only like 5 and a half when I came here, so.
Yeah. Looking.
But I've been here off and on pretty much forever.
I went to high school in Santa Monica, so I had friends, and one of my best friend, him and his mom was kind of this hippie lady, and she was going to go write a book down in Mexico, so she took my friend, her son, with her, and before they left, they asked me, "Why don't you come with us? We'll go talk to your dad," my dad, in other words, and my stepmom, and we'll talk to the school, and we'll get permission to go travel. So we did. And we went all the way down. We partied. Oh my God. That was a wild time. Me and my best friend on the loose all the way down in Mexico, 1,200 miles south of the border. On a beach where it's like 80 degrees in the water and 80 degrees in the air.
I had an experience in Mexico. It scared the crap out of me. Well, because I had never dealt with that before.
Well, like a violent?
No, it wasn't violent. It was just when you go on the cruise ship and you get over to Mexico, you stop here and there, and we flew down to Cancun is where we stayed, but we flew there. We didn't take a boat this time, but
nice.
my buddy was going to go anyway, and he offered me a free ticket to go, so I was like, hell yeah, I'll go with you. But we went to Chichen Itza and all this other stuff, and it was awesome, dude. It was great. I'll never forget it. Like I got to walk inside of this like pyramid that's like got this really really narrow ass staircase inside of it, and it's like a quarter mile walk or half a mile walk up inside of it. It's really cool, and it's like there's very little air in there and stuff like that. It's trippy.
I love that. But anyway, I love that. I've like studied those ancient sites since I was little. I know I would love to go see all of those, like the Bolivian highlands, like Cusco and Cozumel, and I want to go see all of that.
But anyway, while we were there, I went on this 4-wheeler, quad ride, and when I was riding, I was following him, but I kind of got spooked because I had never ridden a quad before, right? It was the first time, even though I'd ridden motorcycles and stuff, I had never ridden a quad, so I was not used to it at all, and I was really afraid of falling over and all that, so I was being cautious, but I couldn't keep up with the crowd, and they were all just going crazy, and I'm like, how are these people doing this? Even people that had never ridden it before were going crazy. I'm like, I'm not going that fast. That was scaring the crap out of me. So anyway, at first, right, and then I got turned around, right. I ended up following the wrong trail, and I ended up on the beach. And I was like, oh shit, did I go the wrong way? Because there's nobody around. And I was going down the beach, and all of a sudden, this guy with a fucking machine with like an AK comes out on, a military guy comes out, and he's like, no, you go over there. And I was like, oh shit, I slammed on the brakes, and then another guy comes out of the forest. I was like, holy fuck, dude, they're serious about fucking security around here. Shit, it fucking terrified me. I was like, they didn't point the gun at me, but they had guns, and they were like, holding them in a manner that they would be using them on you. Not, it wasn't like he had it on his back. He had it out on his shoulder.
They had
Anyway.
Marines. They had Marines in my village where I was living down there too. They had Marines. They would stand on the corners, couple corners in the town. They would stand there with their gun. They're just, I don't know, trippy. Totally different than what I was used to.
Well, of course, this is a tourist town, so I'm sure that's why they put them there. It's just because, unruly Americans and whoever, a lot of people party. I mean, I remember I got drunk and was fooling around with some woman on a bus. Like, I was so drunk. It was funny. That's back when I used to drink. I was going back.
Some wild things,
I'm
wild
telling you.
adventures.
But yeah, well, Cancun was fun. I mean, they had all these bars where, they would have women going around and giving you shots, and
they're half
just
naked.
all kinds of. No, yeah, well, yeah, they're basically hotties, and there was this interesting bar where people would slide down this thing into the water, and there was all these little things where they go around the room with a microphone and ask trivia questions, and you'd win drinks and all kinds. It was crazy. It was like just nonstop, interesting, fun stuff. Like
nonstop
for a drinker anyway, for a partying young person.
Yeah, I've never been to that side on land. Anyway, I've sailed past there in the Caribbean side though when I was later on after the first Mexican trip. Actually, in '79, I got on a boat and was sailing. I sailed all the way to Martinique from Marina del Rey with these people. Delivered a boat.
I went up to Fort Bragg recently. I love that place. You ever been up there?
Been to where?
Fort Bragg. It's up north of here on the coast.
I don't think I ever stopped there. I've been. It's right along the one, right? Or is it 101? Isn't it 101?
It's where Highway 1, the Pacific Coast Highway breaks off, and you can't go straight across. You have to go like back down into the inland, and then go around. Yeah, it's right. Yeah. It's right up past that.
Yeah,
I've
been
beautiful.
Up around there. I've been up around there.
It's beautiful up there. I'd never seen. Me and my wife are going to go back there again next year, I think.
Is it? Wait a second. I'm trying to get my bearings because it's been so long since I've been up there. So, like, is that? Let me see. So,
it's a beautiful coastline. It's where they used to mine. They used to do all kinds of logging up there and all that.
Is that just south of Big Sur?
Might be.
North of it.
It's north of it, I think. Oh, no, it's north of Big Sur. Yeah, it's up past there.
Okay, now I can
if you follow, you go up past Santa Rosa and all that. If you follow inland, that's how I get up there anyway.
Santa Rosa.
So you go up. Yeah, you go up 101 to get up there. You go all the way up 101 till you get to Cloverdale, and then you split off from Cloverdale, and you go down this highway that takes you all the way down by the coast, and then you pop out in Fort Bragg.
Near the.
If you know the area, then you know what I'm talking about.
Near the American River.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly.
Right there. Me and my friend were right there. We were looking for my friend. We couldn't find her. This is before cell phones, and yeah, we hitchhiked all the way up from Santa Monica to Santa Rosa, and back.
Wow. Yeah, there's a place right outside of Santa Rosa that'll take you to the coast too. It's a little bit different, but yeah, where I'm talking about is north of there, about 40, 50, 60 miles, something like that. I don't know exactly, but it's right. You can get there from Cloverdale. You can get there from Cotati. You can get there from a bunch of places that are up there in that area, because there's different highways that lead to different places. But it's kind of like this network of spider webs, roads and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's a wild area.
Beautiful. It's like going back in time when you drive down these roads, because they're narrow and there's no like side of the road. It's just grass, and it's beautiful, and it's green in the spring. Oh, it's so beautiful up there.
Totally.
It's trees, and it's like going back in time because there's still like old buildings and like old farms that look like like going back in time, kind of like Missouri. The back roads of Missouri.
Yeah, yeah.
I say Missouri because I'm so used to saying it out here. Everybody calls it Missouri, but when you live here for 40 some odd years, it kind of,
And California is so huge that there's so many these little nooks and crannies of places like that you're saying are absolute paradise in some places. Like there's so much land still here, really. If you think about it.
Yeah, north of Santa Rosa, it's really moist up there. It rains a lot, and there's lots of fog, and on the inland, it does not burn off. Like the East Bay is like so dry and nasty most of the time.
That's true.
You're like right, the green for part of the year, and then it's dead the rest of the year. It's ugly.
It's like a rainforest near Santa Rosa, isn't it?
Yeah, you head up that area, and it's a totally different. It's like almost tropical.
Yeah,
as you get towards Oregon and stuff. Yeah, Redding's beautiful too, but it's really dry.
It was so freaking hot and humid. It was unbearable. It was 105 degrees and high humidity. My wife and I went through there.
You've forgotten about what Missouri's like, right? Because Missouri's like 70-80% humidity and 100 degrees. It's like unbearable.
95% humidity in St. Louis and 105 degrees. Like, wow.
Yeah, that's crazy weather. Yeah, I went to a baseball game there.
But listen, the only place I've seen it, how I felt it worse, is in places like Costa Rica and Panama. And Panama was the hottest and most humid, nearly 100% humidity and over 100 degrees at the same time. You're dripping.
Oh wow! Yeah, you have to constantly drink water in that case.
Everything's sweating. The walls are sweating. It's freaking crazy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's moisture on all the walls, no matter what. You don't want to touch anything, or you get wet.
It never gets dry. It doesn't matter if you take a shower. You take the coldest shower you want. You're not going to be dry. As soon as you're out, you're wet again.
Yeah, the only thing that would protect you is wearing clothing, but you can't do that because it's too hot.
Yeah, exactly. So there's only so much clothes you can take off. So
now you know why the Mexicans run around in just their shorts.
You literally had to stay at a bar. You had to stay close to the bar and be sucking on a cold ice drink, or else you would freaking pass out. It was wild. So they're moving all the ships back and forth through the canal. That was a strange trip, man. Wow. We were on a little 50-foot sailboat, and we're here tied up with these 400 feet long ships going through the canal and between them and shit.
I've been on a few sailboats, and one of them was that size, about 50. I think the other one was 100 and something. But
yeah,
huge keel. I mean, when it came out of the water, it was like it stood up. It was insanely high off the ground. I didn't even know they could get it underneath the overpasses. Crazy.
Yeah. I lived on a sailboat for 8 years, 42-foot catch.
Oh, that'd be fun. I spent the night on one a couple times, but because it was a friend of mine's that he had it, docked, and he let me spend the night in it. And we partied and went fishing off the boat. It was pretty cool.
I'm probably docking myself, but I really don't give a shit. I don't really care. Like, the only people that would know this information are people that know me, that are relatives, my family, brother, sister, so it doesn't matter.
Honestly, if I got attention, I probably wouldn't mind it. I'm kidding. I don't worry about my identity. Like, I don't just give out my whole name all the time. But,
I know.
Sometimes I tell people I'm not afraid. It's just I'm not going to give it to all the trolls so they can call me or nothing. But by any means. But.
Yeah, and if I was persecuted for some reason for being honest and being outspoken about what I believe, great.
Just motivate me
more noble thing.
Yeah, it would motivate me even more to do what I was doing.
I'm just you know what? Like, I'm gonna continue being free to the best of my ability. How's everyone?
I guess we all out. I was gonna say, is there anybody around? I'm sorry, I was gonna do the same thing. I was gonna change direction.
Yeah, see, you and I think alike. That's one of our problems. We think like each other. So
Well, we're from the same area. I mean, we're from the same state. You know, we're not that far. Yeah, we got a lot in common. You and me, and there's a couple other people in here. Like I noticed that me and
I know.
What's his name? What the hell? My brain is like fucking dumb today. No, yeah. Well, I like Battlemon too, but Helio and I are like we're like 2 months apart or something like that.
Wow.
So we're born in the same year, and we're not from the same place exactly, but you know, we like be eye to eye on a lot of things, even though I don't drink anymore and none of that. But I like him a lot, but he forgets every conversation I have with him. We talk about how we have the same, similar, you know, year of birth rate, and then he forgets. And the next time I talk to him, he goes, "Hey, you're born. Is that your birthday year?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "I was born in '73 too." I go, "What? Really?" I go, "We talked about that last time." And he goes, "We did." It's funny. I like him though. He's great.
Wow.
Uh-oh. We're in trouble now. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I was in 10th grade in '73.
Yeah, they were just born out of Vietnam when I was born, I guess, August of '73.
I was born right before the whole thing. I was out of my
Yeah, so you can relate to everything I'm going through because you were older and you remember it better. So that's kind of cool. That's why I've always kind of like been attracted to like personalities that were older than me because you have more experience and you remember a lot of the things that I can't remember in the past, but you remember it because you were older and you haven't forgotten it. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
When I was 5 and 6, I don't remember much. You know, that's where I started remembering everything. But most of my memories are like tales that my grandmother and my mother told me for years, and it just kind of like set in my mind as a memory. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I went to Google Street, and I went back to my community that I first lived when we first moved to St. Louis from Chicago. And the first place, unfortunately, is a parking lot for the airport there now. But the second house we lived in is still there, and that neighborhood is still there. And I walked on the street as if I was going from my old house to kindergarten, just like I used to do in kindergarten and first grade. And that's pretty incredible to walk down the very street. Like I never did that before. And see the hill where I used to jump up, run down. I used to run and think I could jump off the steep hill, put my jacket out with my arms and like wings, and try to jump off the hill. To see the church that got the roof got half wiped out in a tornado. See the neighborhood that got like totally wiped out. That was right across from my school in elementary school. Outrageous, man. Wow, what a life. Used to see him rolling around capsules because I lived right across the street, one of the streets. One of the main streets was McDonnell Douglas World Headquarters. Now it's Boeing International, but McDonnell Douglas, I used to watch him rolling around F4 Phantoms all the time. That was during Vietnam. All right. Anyway, I'm going to shut up before I start waxing and people get upset.
Yes, son. Wax on, wax off.
Wax on, wax off. Anybody else? Hey, hello, everybody. Hey, Elijah.
Elijah's in here.
Elijah.
Big Cat just showed up. Or he got in here at some point.
Good to see Flatty here again.
Hey, guys.
Yeah, Flatty.
What's up, dude?
Quetzalcoatl, nice that you're here again.
I'm here, but I'm quietly listening. I'm charging my phone.
Flatman,
hey guys.
How dare you? How dare you just listen while you're charging your phone?
Nice to hear you, Flatman Camp.
I just woke up and getting ready for work. I hear you guys.
Right on.
How are you?
Very good, very good.
Good. So far.
Thank God. Thank God.
Thankful,
I'm
yeah.
watching
I'm
the
blessed.
protests happening in New Zealand as well. It's spreading like wildfire now.
Oh yeah.
Blocking the road to Parliament in New Zealand.
Really?
That's what happens when people get pissed off and they storm the
Yeah,
castle.
man. I mean, they think, what are we gonna do? Like, they think we can't do stuff.
I know it's
Yeah, it's
funny.
only
Well,
a handful
America
of them, or more of
they
us,
did the same
so
thing.
it's possible.
Think about that. They're like, they'll be so afraid they won't resist.
Exactly.
Yeah, bullshit.
You remember when they put military all the way around the D.C. after the supposed thingy dingy that happened? That what do we call it? A pole flag or something like that?
Yeah, what
A
happened to that
flagpole.
actually?
That's what it is.
What happened to the DC thingy with the army being there?
Well, I think it was pretty obvious.
Last year?
They were afraid when they pulled that little stunt that people would join in or something. Probably that's probably why it ramped up right before it happened.
Maybe that's what
But
they
nothing
were
happened
counting
though.
on.
Yeah?
Maybe that's what they
Or-
thought would happen.
So, what did they do after that? Like, I didn't
know.
see much of the news of that anymore.
Yeah. So listen. Here's my take on that: is that was a media-created coup. It failed. It
Yeah,
was stupid.
I've seen.
Idiots.
I've watched it over and over and over, and it's so obvious how fake it is. Their actors are horrible actors.
And
Wait,
those
who
people are
staged the coup?
crisis actors. They've been filmed at all these different locations, like dozens of locations. The same people.
I challenge you to
who
watch
do you
the
think
video of
staged the coup?
it. Don't matter.
What the hell?
What the heck?
That wasn't me, bro. I don't know what that was.
Oh, get
Nice.
together! You blowing your nose online?
We know you're getting ready for work and all, brother, but
We don't need to hear
No,
all
I
of
was
that.
asking who do you think staged
that
the
was
coup?
actually
Was it the
quite
military or
a
someone
perfect tone. If you learn how to blow that right, you might actually sound. You could play an instrument.
It's-
through.
Oh yeah,
Sounded almost like a trumpet. Yeah.
I can do a trumpet sometimes.
No, I was
guitar
asking
is-
Sonny. Who do you think staged the coup? You said someone staged the coup.
The media and the crooked elite, the ones that run everything. They're the ones behind
okay.
all of it. Yeah, George Soros, those idiots.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fascists, the fascist left. Yeah, those people. They're the eugenicists. They're the Agenda 21, Agenda 30. They're the depopulation crew. They're the ones in charge of killing millions of people. Because they can't stop the profit from flowing in from both sides of every conflict. So they have to keep creating conflict. So it's about the profit margin. So they own the media. They have all the politicians in their back pocket. They own you. They own me. They own all the property. They've convinced everybody that you have to pay for your rights. Serious trouble, folks. We have big trouble, capital T and River City, capital R. Oklahoma.
Yeah, crazy times we live in. But it seems to me like the car house is falling down piece by piece.
I'm surprised it held up this long.
Yeah, it actually shows how fucking brainwashed people really are. Like I honestly didn't believe to this fucking magnitude people were this fucking stupid. Sorry my language, but holy shit. It doesn't take more than two brain cells to figure it out if you really look into it. People are just lazy. I don't know. I don't know what happened to them. What happened to the generations of I don't know.
That's a great question. I've been trying to figure that out myself. I boil it down to a curse.
Yeah, sure, you can say it's a curse, but I mean, if people are comfortable with whatever they have, you know, and as long as it doesn't bother them, like as in the government will come in and take your stuff away, whatever, you know what I mean? Then they just keep on going, living comfortably with that lie, or even though they don't like it, but they just go along with it. Too afraid to, you know, stand up for it.
That is true. Because if it doesn't happen to them, they're okay. It's the selfish part of them. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I feel like
as long as it doesn't happen to them,
submissive.
they won't do anything.
Yeah, very submissive type of societies. Like when you stop thinking, just listen. Oh yeah.
Because they're not exactly dumb, are they? I want to call them dumb, but they're not. It's like they're too smart. Can you be too smart? Yes, you can. Too smart. You're so smart that you deceived yourself.
Yeah, the problem is the divisions they created. That's the problem. People are not coming together in the right way or fast enough. I would say, like realizing stuff or not what they supposedly are. Creating these divisions, these hate debates against each other. You know, people not following along the same route, like the same way. Solidarity, whatever. This kind of stuff. I mean, it's like here in Sweden, like people like, if you don't follow the mainstream wave, whatever you want to call it, they attack you. They see you as a bad person for some reason. Even though you're not harming them physically. You know? So, I don't know.
That's why I come here, man. This is like therapy for me.
Yeah, of course. It's nice for a change. Like if you can, you know, end up in a open free platform, having, you know, just whatever you feel like, talking, debate, having discussions, different topics without being judged or pointed at. But yeah.
I think, though, there's more to learn than just the flat earth. I think the flat earth is the base of our knowledge. The things that we're going to learn in the future, because that we know about this truth, is going to be even greater.
Yeah, for sure. It opens many more roads to discover. Um,
For example, I think a flat earther has a better chance of making a machine that floats in the air, kind of like a UFO, than a globe earther. Why? Because a flat earther deals with reality. We know there's no such thing as gravity, so we don't have to contend with that force anymore. Meanwhile, a glober might still be trying to make an anti-gravity machine, not knowing that gravity doesn't exist, trying to contend with a force that doesn't even exist. It opens up so many things for us because we deal with reality, you know?
If we're talking about flying saucers, is this something to do with like the negative charge and the positive charges in the air? That
No. All I'm saying about this subject is I've always wanted a flying kind of car, right? Some kind of genuine flying car. Not one that's sitting on 4 helicopters, but something that floats in the air, kind of like a UFO, like people describe UFOs, that I've always wanted that. All I'm saying is a flat earth scientist who deals with reality has a better chance of creating that invention than a glober who still thinks gravity exists and is trying to, I don't know, fight a force that doesn't exist. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it. I mean, they still haven't proven the gravity part, so it's kind of ridiculous at this point. But I was talking about flying cars, whatever, flying saucers, whatever you want to build, upon the reality we live in. I mean, we can actually confirm and verify that Earth is like a giant electromagnetic field. So in that sense, you can create something. I was talking about the negative charge and the positive charge, which you can measure from ground level up towards as the higher you get, the higher elevation you have. It's measurable and testable. Things we can actually, verify for ourselves. I mean, in the realm of science, as we say. Then when you look it up, natural phenomenon, things like that. So gravity hasn't been proven, to be honest. It's just to say in what they believe it's doing, but it's,
No, exactly. I agree with you. That's what I'm saying is like a globy scientist still believes in gravity. A flat earth scientist knows gravity doesn't exist. That's the difference, right? Maybe I'm not making myself clear. Forget about it.
No, I think you're making yourself clear. Yeah. I was just trying to distinct two parts, what is science and what is not science in both aspects. Like, if you go by the globers and the other part.
Don't forget about it. That flying, we should be able to. I agree with you on the points you made.
What is science and what is pseudoscience is good defined.
I'm a bicycle technician, a mechanic. I was a machinist. I think I could help build a flying vehicle. The plan I have, nothing solidified, but this should be able to go over water, land, or in the air.
Right, and I think you have a higher chance, Sonny, because you deal with reality, right? You're not trying to contend against a force that doesn't exist. Whereas those other guys think there's something pulling them down. There's a magical force, and they're trying to fight that force that doesn't exist. Therefore, they might never get anywhere with their invention. But you're dealing with reality. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, you can make a solar wind turbine. There's all kinds of things you could do. You could have a solid dirigible, a personal solid dirigible with very simple. It could roll on the ground, or float in the water, or
get up in the air using buoyancy and power itself still. I mean, you could have a choice of different power situation. You could use, once you get up, like if you could use a bicycle mechanism, you could have that be charging something. You could have solar charging batteries to do different operations, different things. You could have everything you need there. Holy crap. I would love to build something like that. I just don't have the resources. I don't have the shop. Like, I don't have a shop. I don't have a place. Very limited. Like, but I pretty much have an amp repair shop and a bicycle repair shop and just a regular household repair shop. Like, yeah, I've thought about this for a long time. This some kind of device that, I mean, it could start simple. Maybe it doesn't have to go in the water or anything else. How about just on land and then be able to go in the air? Try that.
You know what an asymmetric capacitor is?
Yeah, man. Does what you say? The super capacitor?
An asymmetric capacitor.
Ah.
So asymmetric capacitors, you can make them levitate, basically.
What the hell?
You never seen a lifter? You never seen a lifter?
I think I probably have.
Called the Byfield-Brown effect.
Yes, I've seen those little. Is that where?
Okay, so I got a couple videos. I got videos of, well, so the theory of how they work, right, is that there's an ionic wind, right, that when you run the high voltage. So let me describe for people that don't know what it is. So it's a thin wire on top, and that's like the positive, and the negative is like a sheet of aluminum foil that's sideways, that's like vertical. So it has a high surface area, but it's really thin. So when you run a DC voltage through this, high voltage, like something like 40,000 volts, it'll lift off the ground. So the mainstream theory, it was actually controversial, but they finally settled on it's this ionic wind, right? So that the positive terminal is ionizing the air, and those ions are shooting towards the positive, creating like this ionic wind, right? Because there's a little theory of inertia, right? When you throw something, you go in the other direction. So that's their theory. This has been proved wrong.
Guess what?
And I'll tell you how it's been proved wrong. So I got two videos.
Sorry.
So I got two videos. One video, they encase the positive in vacuum tubes, and it still lifts up. And the other one is, instead of making the bottom piece of aluminum foil a sheet, they make it like a roll. So it's just hanging there. But when you put the voltage on, that roll actually picks up and goes towards the positive terminal.
What?
So if there was an ionic wind, it would be blowing down. And this wasn't be picking up towards the positive terminal. Yeah, so my hypothesis is that whatever gravity is, I think it has something to do with the Byfield-Brown effect. I think that is somehow peering into it. Now, problem is you don't get a great deal of force, but no one's ever like really. I mean, imagine like hooking one up to like a Tesla coil that can generate millions of volts, right?
Yeah, really. That's outrageous. I found a NASA article about, just like, I just happened to like type it in, and all of a sudden a NASA article about it popped up.
Yeah, they tested it. They used they were going to use it for space, right, as space propulsion.
Yeah.
They used what's called Kaptan. So Kaptan is like foam, but it's like it has a high dielectric constant, which means it's a resistor. It resists some current. It's an insulator, but it's very light. So they use a copper disc, a cylinder of Kaptan, and then I think a round copper tube, and they see this is controversial whether they got results, whether it worked in vacuum or not, because that's what they were testing. But they actually own the patent for this particular design. NASA does. But it's one of those things like they bought the patent and then they just don't use it. You know what I mean? They shelve it. So no one else uses it, which is a common tactic, you know.
Yeah, I understand some of those concepts, Indio, but I think the point is like when you started mentioning that, I was thinking about the previous conversation of the different skill sets that we all have, how diverse it is really incredible. So like building something like having this knowledge of mechanics and machining and like engineering kind of specifications, blueprint reading, that kind of thing, which is my knowledge. Like other people have electrical knowledge that is phenomenal. Like I have just a really elementary kind of understanding of electricity. I know how to put stuff together. I know how to test electrical things. I know some of it, you know, but I can put components in. If I have directions, I can build pretty complex devices at the component level. Like, but some people have an understanding of like you're talking about these different field and forces. Like that's a little more complex than my 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 education or whatever knowledge level. But I appreciate it because
Well, I mean, nobody knows how it works, so that's the point. That nobody really knows how this works. And the bifield brown, this was discovered in the 40s.
This is
not like this is a new effect that was just discovered. They've known about it for a very long time.
Yeah, it's incredible.
So I also have dude. So there's also what else? I also have so it's a published paper. It was done by a guy named Data. He's a professor at the University of North Carolina. Could be North Carolina State. But him and his students, so they tested so-called gravity, right? It's called, and the name of the paper is called Indications of Electrogravity. So what they did is they took, yeah, dude. So they took a pyramid. They took I think it's a metal pyramid, and then they put metal above it, right? And they ran a voltage and just kept it that way. And what they discovered, I mean, ran constantly. So they ran this for like months. And so but they had it on a scale. So they actually measured a weight difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I'm gonna post that too. So and another one of these videos. So I posted 3 of them. I got one more. So what I'm saying is that whatever they think gravity is, they're wrong. They're just wrong.
Yep. So it's going to take flat earthers to invent the new technology.
Hey, Sonny, mic check.
I hear you.
Or Indio.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yep.
Y'all finish what you're saying here, but Adam AO's here is a VC version. Just want to let you know.
Yeah, let's talk to them.
All right, let's talk to him instead.
Adam AO, welcome to the server. What say you? I'm just listening in. Who's it? You got a real crappy mic. Was that just me?
You're going to probably have to go turn. You're going to have to do something with your mic.
I was just listening in. Says he's listening in. We can barely hear him. So anyway. And now he's gone.
Wow, that's weird.
Y'all continue to find gravity or whatever.
I still hear him.
No, you don't.
No, I don't. I did a second ago.
He's gone out of the room now, or is that just me?
I see every single.
Anyway, y'all were defying gravity or something, right? Go ahead. Okay, he just typed in text. He's driving a big rig, so that's why his mic's fucked up. So, cheers, Adam. Don't worry about it. Listen in. These guys are going to lay down some wisdom here, Indio and these guys.
Yeah, Indio, can you continue with that, please? I was into that.
Yep. That'd be awesome.
You know, Indio has a PhD. He just hasn't told anybody. I'm just kidding. He might have. I don't know.
G and OPP.
So the bottom line is NASA is using this asymmetrical capacitor idea for propulsion because their bogus failed gravity nonsense is non-existent. Thanks.
Is NASA working on the flux capacitor too? I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
So what would you replace the word gravity with if it's electro what would you say?
No, I don't think. Listen, I don't think it is electromagnetism. I think it's hard to describe like exactly what I think. So I think electromagnetism, or not really electromagnetism, not really the magnetism, more like the static fields. Not electromagnetism is a dynamic electric field. You have a changing electric current. When you have electric current, you get a magnetic field. And when you have a changing magnetic field, you get electric current, yada, yada, yada. But there's a static electric field, in which we're all bathed in all the time, right? So there's a vertical voltage of 100 volts per meter elevation. And I think it caps off at 300,000 volts. So if you went up 30,000 meters, there should be a voltage differential. See, it's something I always wondered, right? Like if they went to the moon, right? So vacuum's an insulator. So they take off from Earth, right? They got the electric charge of Earth, right? So whatever charge Earth has, they took it with them to the moon. So why does the moon have the same? Why is the moon grounded to the same potential as the Earth? Why didn't they like shoot like a giant fucking lightning spark onto the moon, or vice versa? Because there had to be a potential difference between their little homeless tweaker shelter and the moon. Anyway, I think gravity is something. I think what causes gravity. I don't think gravity. I think gravity and electromagnetism are a second order effect of something more fundamental. But what that is, not the ether, but some other thing. Not the ether as the ether is thought about by like people like Lemon or whatever. I think the ether is something else. Because there's this one fundamental fact of nature, is that everything wants to reach its lowest energy state, right? So we always talk about density and buoyancy here, right? And I'm not a particular believer in that density or buoyancy causes anything. But what I do think is that if you were in that it's just a law of nature that the lowest possible energy state you can get in is when you are in a medium of the same density that you are. And I mean density in all connotations of the word. Well, if you think of the equation E equals mc squared, right? So say you could add, if it was the same unit, say matter and energy equal the same thing, right? So let's think of it this way: 5 matter and 5 pieces of energy equal 10 whatevers, right? And that is like energy density and matter density. I think that is the actual density of something. I think there's density beyond just like the matter per unit volume. I think there's an energy density, and together they make like some other combined density. And I think that when something is in a medium which is that same combined density, that is the most possible energy state it can reach. And I think things in reality try to reach that state. So that's why things try to reach the density of the medium they're in, right? That's why like you get those density towers where everything stratifies. That's their lowest possible energy state. To stratify like that in some sort of density gradient.
I'll say Indio as a layman with very limited knowledge on this, it sounds like a good thing. So you got any proof of anything?
No.
Okay.
Complete conjecture.
Yeah. Fair enough.
I just wanted to say homeless tweakers.
Well, I mean, we have sparse observations, right? We do know things stratify in density, right? Denser stuff on the bottom, less dense stuff on the top. We do know that happens. Why that happens and why so like if I have thing of one density and something that's more dense underneath it, why doesn't the less dense thing penetrate through it? Right? It ain't gravity. Gravity is not what binds matter together. So a lot of these Globers, I've heard them say it. They think like matter is held together by gravity, when matter is actually held together by electrostatic forces, right? Intermolecular forces. The van der Waals force, the Casimir force, the electrostatic force. This is what holds matter together. It's not gravity. So why, if I have a density tower, doesn't gravity pull the less dense material right through the more dense material?
I just want to point out,
and it end up mixing, right? Why doesn't it just mix together? Why does it stratify at all?
Yeah, that's a good point.
That means there must be something. There must be something, some force, for lack of a better term, or some resistance that makes it want to stay with its, like. You know what I mean? Likes it. It wants to be with things that are like it, and that is what that's what everything wants to be. It wants to be near stuff that's like it. And the property that's like it, that they want to be around, is the total density of that material. But why it goes, thicker, more dense on the bottom and less dense on the top, I mean, doesn't even matter. Just the way nature is.
That's a good point. We're just trying to accept nature as it presents itself, what we can prove, right? And the heliocentric theories do nothing but throw spanners in the works and trying to figure out what's really going on. Because that's just gobbledygook, made up bullshit,
So I'm going to explain something. This is a real super simple concept. So there's something called a surface normal. So a surface normal is 90 degrees from the surface. So if you guys are following the sextant thing, right? So zenith is 90 degrees from the surface of Earth. So if you have a material 90 degrees from any part of that surface, even a curved surface, that's called a surface normal. Comes from geometry. So anyway, Snell's law actually states that when a beam of light travels through a medium and hits the boundary of another medium, it is refracted toward the normal, right? So if you draw a line 90 degrees from that boundary, that light is going to bend towards that 90-degree line. I never hear Globers go, why does it bend towards that line? Refraction must not exist because we don't know why it bends in that direction and not in the other direction. So some things nature just does, and we don't know why it does it, right? Why does it prefer to bend towards the normal and not away from the normal? There's no reason for this, right? There's just no reason for it. but that's what it does.
Yep, nature does whatever it does. We're just trying to figure out what it's doing, right? Put it simply. It's like entropy. Gases fill the available space. We don't know why they do that. We just observe that they do it every time without containment. You know what I mean? Looks like Dead Air Dave was struck again. Somebody talk, so I gotta get off here in a minute.
All right, so we're just carrying on with Indio here on this these complex fields that are. I think what it comes down to is light. We don't know what light is, or in actuality, we really don't even know what the medium is either. Outside of our bodies, we don't know what that is. Like, okay, you could say there's air. We know there's pressure, but there's something there. How are gases suspended omnidirectionally? By what? What force is acting upon the gases? Like, it's only buoyancy density? Like, they're sitting in something. There's So, in other words, the most fundamental thing about our reality we know nothing about. The nature of light, the nature of space between us. What's in this stuff? What is it? There's got to be something there. We can't see it, taste it, smell it. Just food for thought. I mean, if you want to go biblical, I mean, we're not going to here, not with me, absolutely not. But if light was created, obviously. Light was created, so the fundamentals of what light is, cannot be answered by us. That's my opinion.
If we can't have flying cars, I'll settle for a portal.
A portal? Portal sounds a little scary. I'd go with the car no matter what. A bicycle, shit. I want to have a flying bicycle. Before I die, I want to build a flying bicycle. The flying bicycle for the people.
Actually, they just unveiled something called the Jetson 1, I think 6 days ago. It is a flying VTOL, vertical takeoff and landing.
Yeah.
And I'll post a link. It looks pretty cool. It's a drone, actually. It's just somebody sitting in a drone.
I've seen those. I checked that out. I saw those before. I think it's lame. That's all they got.
It is lame. It's pathetic, dude. They called it Jetson. I want real propulsion, like like UFO propulsion.
Look, I don't care if it's like freaking steampunk propulsion, like whatever. You know, there's high tech things you can do with steam propulsion. It's all about the engineering and the building, the quality of the materials, and craftsmanship.
Like one of those silent, really fast, stealthy, be able to go from New York to California in 5 minutes or less. Something like that.
Actually, well, that's one direction.
Oh, look, a giant donut shaped machine just proved a near limitless clean power source. Thank you, CNN. Thank you for the donuts.
Tokamak is a failed project.
I've seen, just looking through the chat, looks like India's looking up lifters.
Yeah. Well, they still need air for those.
Hey, I don't know if they work in a vacuum or not. They don't work in a vacuum?
No.
Because they call it ion leakage, right? Or ionic wind. But there's no way that the ionic wind can
they need
defeat
the air
attraction
to
of the
ionize
ground.
it. Yeah.
So it's almost like they're ionizing the air above them to make that negative to allow that to attract the crap.
Yeah.
That's all it is. It's electric potential. It's not. It's capacitors.
In a vacuum, they are useless.
Well, they're capacitors. Will they even capacitate? Will they, like in a vacuum, will they even capacitate in a vacuum? Because if capacitors don't work in a vacuum, then there's a big problem with spacecraft and electronics in space, you know?
Well, capacitors, they do have a liquid between those two foils inside.
Not all of them.
Something like a liquid.
Yeah,
electrolytes. Or conductor. Yeah, electrolyte.
But those are the electrolytic capacitors. They have non-electrolytic capacitors as well.
Yeah.
I can't remember the name of them, but they're like dipped in plastic, or not in plastic. What is it? Epoxy, as opposed to the cans.
Yeah, they're pretty well sealed.
Yeah. But it's like a metal film against a plastic film with another metal film. So it's like the same kind of thing, but no electrolyte. It's just material properties.
Well, it replaces the electrolyte, but it serves pretty much the same purpose. The only ones I can see like viable would be either electromagnetic levitation, like dielectric fields and stuff, or centrifugal gyroscopic effects.
Interesting electrolytic capacitor in a vacuum. This guy says, I have designed and printed a circuit board for a CubeSat, small educational 1 kilogram satellite. The circuits on this PCB have few capacitors from 10 microfarads to 220 or 2200 microfarads. Question, do electrolytic capacitors work in a vacuum? If not, what alternatives do I have? They might work, but I doubt they put electrolytics in satellites in the first place. Tantalum is always the alternative that might work for you, though they are slightly more expensive. So that's what they're, tantalum capacitors.
Yeah.
They will work if at the right temperatures. So no, the electrolytic capacitors do not work in a vacuum.
Yeah.
Because the big problem. And then the thing is what about the tantalum? Well, that only depends on the temperature. Uh-oh.
Yeah, temperature is very important.
Wow. I mean, do they even understand?
Yeah, we take it like granted, you know. Hey, if I build a car and I can drive so fast and, you know, we fallaciously imagine that, wow, if I take this car and I go into space, I'm gonna be floating there in the car. But the car was not designed for that medium. And I'm not referring to the vacuum, the imaginary infinite vacuum. I'm referring to the temperatures that are up there.
I'm sitting here talking to you, and I said, yeah, it's the temperature environment. It's not necessarily the vacuum.
Yeah.
Plastics, right?
Well,
Nothing
even
special.
plastics, you see, plastic and rubber, when you go below 100 Celsius, you start having problems. They become brittle. They lose
Yeah,
their
you see the thing, and
properties.
you see that roadster, right? Because they have a
Yeah.
camera on it or whatever. And nothing's changed.
Yeah.
Like, they have somebody going in there daily and washing that son of a bitch, man.
Yeah, it's too immaculate, you know.
Yeah.
That car in the daytime is exposed to, let's say, not 1000, but 400 degrees Celsius.
Well, let's put it this way, right? If the car that you have, if you have that car for like 5 years, 10 years,
the
sun on Earth will start destroying the tone and clear coat and all that stuff. So the paint will actually oxidize, right?
Yeah.
It would happen a lot faster in that extreme temperature swing environment, right?
Well, not just oxidation, but you
Especially
have
when
the
any
ultraviolet
it would blow chips
exposure.
off. The vacuum would blow chips off when it degasses, right?
Yeah. Yeah. You see, when the cars are new, they do this ultraviolet treatment to the components on the body kit, and also for hydrophobic. It's like a polishing process, but they use a hydrophobic solution paste. And this protective layer will make water not stick to it so easily. So the car stays as new for about 2 years. But once you lose that protective shield, which you don't see it, it's on the windows and the car body kit. But after 2 years, the paint looks like it starts degrading, you know.
And people
then,
still buy it. They actually
yeah,
think that there's a fucking car up there.
yeah, they hallucinate.
Sorry, I had to drop what I missed.
Welcome back. Oh, we were talking about the cars in space. How would they degrade, decay?
Well, the interesting thing is I heard that lifters don't work in a vacuum, and all that is a giant capacitor. So I looked up, do capacitors work in a vacuum?
Yeah.
And no, they don't. Even the tantalums have an issue with temperature range.
Yeah.
That's a big problem with satellites.
What do you mean capacitors don't work in a vacuum?
Electrolytic capacitors don't work in a vacuum. They die real quickly. But the tantalum, because they got the electrolyte inside. But the tantalums, they tend to last as long as the temperature is maintained at a comfortable level. If the temperature swings too hot and too cold, the tantalum coating will crack.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, anything that is a dielectric will make a capacitor. So, and it, like I said, it's controversial whether the asymmetric capacitor works in vacuum, because when I was researching this about, 15, 20 years ago, there was a video of a test where it actually was working. And then they said something like, oh, the results were inconclusive because they did something during the experiment they weren't supposed to do or something. It was a big controversy back then. So we're talking about early 2000s.
Oh.
Because the
You
main
remember that
some
site?
French guy is the one that did most of these asymmetric capacitor tests. His name is Jean Nodlin. And this is when NASA was testing it, because they wanted to use it for space propulsion.
Yeah, but if you put one of those lifters in a vacuum chamber, I will say it will not lift.
Space propulsion? But you can't do that in a vacuum.
I'm just saying what their idea was.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were trying to create an ion engine.
Even within their own narrative, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Well, it probably don't work. It probably has something to do with, like I was describing before, the combined energy material density of something, that it's trying to reach some state of equilibrium. And a vacuum is kind of like all bets are off. There's no medium there at all. So it's probably like a different relationship than like being immersed in air or some other medium.
Indio, equilibrium on the sun side, 500 Celsius, and on the shadow side, minus 200. These are the
Whatever can withstand that. They need to make coffee pots out of that. So,
I mean, wouldn't the paint on the Tesla be destroyed by now?
What about the foam seats?
I know,
foam
right?
Foam is plastic with air bubbles in it, right? So all those air bubbles are at standard atmospheric pressure. So when it gets in space, man, them seats should have exploded and there should have been foam seat everywhere.
Yeah.
It's okay, guys. It's just a movie. Movies don't need to be analyzed.
Well,
but they actually use that as
the script is
just eat your popcorn, laugh, and go home.
I ran into a group on Facebook, and they use the Tesla as proof of Earth being a sphere in space. I go, you guys are special, aren't you?
It's weird though. It's like like witchcraft or mind magic, whatever, right? Because even people with big brains, right, and not just like mockery big brains, actual big brains, they still get caught by this like spellcraft or whatever the word is, right? Because they will analyze anything to the 10th degree, but then this one or certain other subjects, it's just like their critical thinking is switched off, and it's just let me accept the narrative because we know we've been there, we've done it.
Yeah. Well, they turn authoritative, yeah.
Who are you?
Well, it
Do
has
you
to
have
be like
NASA
this.
money? Yeah.
Shit, imagine what I could do with NASA's budget. There'd be no
And
homeless if that
scientists.
was.
Yeah. And science team.
I would just do nothing. It'd be more productive.
No, I'm saying take the money and do something with it. Like build a housing project or start building homes for homeless people where they don't have to pay for it if they don't need to, and they can destroy it if they want.
I get you. You could do a lot. You could do a lot of good, but I'm saying like if you literally did nothing with it, it would be more productive for humanity than what they're doing.
Yeah, look, I think there's two options here. One, you either you are paying people to do all sort of research to advance progress, science, and stuff like this, but you have to pay those people big time, big money. Or you have this budget and you make a contest, people to make all these projects and innovations and research, and only those you consider to be helpful for perpetuating your scam, you actually pay them and hire them.
Hey, you know what actually would even be better than doing nothing with the budget? Would be to just burn the currency. Because then you would be taking a chunk out of inflation.
Signing it does the same thing, but you didn't hear from me.
Building and
signing your currency before you spend it does the same thing.
Really? Is that how it works over there? It's not like that over.
It's how it works anywhere. But nobody signs their money.
Oh, maybe signature specifically, but over here, even if there's graffiti on the currency, it's still valid. But maybe explain.
Okay, so I'll explain it. So the person that's liable on a promissory note or a bill is the last person who signs it. So what signature is on your money?
Treasurer.
The treasurer and who's the other guy? Opposite something. Opposite of the control of the currency or something. Okay, so a Federal Reserve
in actuality, though, if I literally just signed it, isn't that stuff still valid? People just look at it and like,
yeah, it's still a valid note. But listen, the Federal Reserve note, the person liable, on the Federal Reserve note is the Federal Reserve, right? They're liable for payment of the note. The note itself isn't worth any money. The note is supposed to be redeemable in money. That's how promissory notes work. The promise
but
to
they
pay.
don't have any money anymore.
Yeah, so it's just legal tender script. But at least in the United States, payable by statute. So it's statute U.S. Code 12 Section 411 says Federal Reserve notes are payable on demand at the U.S. Treasury or any Federal Reserve Bank. Right? So the way promissory notes work is the last endorser is the one that's liable on the note. So if you just take a note, right, and you spend it, the Federal Reserve is just liable on that note. But if you take it and you sign it and you give it to somebody, you're liable on the note. That's your liability. So at some point in time, anybody that actually gets that note can bring it to you and say, hey, give me the money for this note. But you don't actually have any money. I guess you could pay them in coin, and that would be payment of the note. But guess what? When you sign the note, the previous signer is not liable on that note anymore. So like I said, you want to get rid of the debt, you can get rid of their debt by signing a note and assuming the liability for yourself.
In theory, that's wonderful, but in practice, that would never work, right?
No, why would it never work? Well, everybody would just have to do it. Everybody would just have to sign their notes when they spend them. And see, this is the entire legal justification for the income tax is that you're using somebody else's credit. When you're sitting there spending Federal Reserve notes, you're using the Federal Reserve's credit. You're not using yours. So the usage of their credit is it's privilege. Yeah, listen, paper money is a really fucked up shell game. That's really the only way to put it. It's just the shell game.
It's a fugazi.
Yeah, it's certainly a fugazi. But
Not even
fugazi.
has been. It's a never was.
Listen, and it's easy to prove this. So if the Federal Reserve has a bunch of dollar bills, how much money does it have?
Nothing at all.
Has nothing. Every Federal Reserve note is a liability to the Federal Reserve on their books. So if they possess their own liabilities, right? It's like you writing a check to yourself. Literally, write yourself a check.
Isn't that part of the scam though? Is that they don't even actually print the currency. They get the banks to do it for them. The Federal Reserve is like king middleman.
Private. Yes, the Federal Reserve is exactly that. Listen, the United States. So during the Constitutional Convention, they had a vote on whether they were going to put in the Constitution the ability to issue paper money. It was voted down. The United States government cannot issue paper money, currency. They can't do it. It's against the Constitution.
Yeah, that's why
they can have a third party do it though. So what they did was they have a third. So what they did was they have a third party issue notes, and they recognize those notes for the payment of taxes. Now, everyone, if they want to pay their taxes, they have to acquire those notes, which give those notes value, right? Now, because they're required to pay the taxes. So they let a third party, a private third party, do what would otherwise be illegal for them to do. That's the scam. That's the scam. It's for that they couldn't do it, so they got a third party to do what they couldn't do. Mm-hmm. And the United States does this all the time. That Five Eyes program.
It only works.
Have you ever heard of it?
Everyone buys into it, right?
I have heard of
You've heard of the Five Eyes, right?
They've hacked
all these countries. They couldn't spy on their own citizens, so they got foreign countries to spy on their citizens, right? And they gave the information to them, right? So I can't spy on a U.S. citizen, so I say, okay, Great Britain, spy on my U.S. citizen, and then you give me the information, and then I'll spy on your citizens, and I'll give you that information because you can't spy on your citizens, right? So you just outsource shit to third parties and it isn't against the law for the third party to do it. It's just against the law for you to do it.
This is as old as time. It's loopholes upon loopholes. Like, no, obviously, it's hard for me to not refer back to scripture in any of these deeper conversations. But there was that guy who couldn't directly.
Scripture is based upon strict liability.
I know, but check this, right? There was this guy, Balaam, who wanted to curse Israel, but he couldn't, right? So he had to find a loophole, basically, and his loophole was to get them to curse themselves. So he just tricked them into basically playing themselves. And this is what it seems like, right? Because the only way this stuff works is because people allow it to work. And like you said earlier, it's a giant shell game. It's like that. What's it? Find the Queen thing that they play on the streets with the 3 cards, and you like follow the Queen. But meanwhile, they're taking the
Oh
piss
yeah.
because the Queen
It's
is
called
never there
3-card
to
Monty.
begin with, or whatever, right? Whatever the
Yeah.
scam
3-card
they're
Monty.
playing is. And that's what they're doing with the currency. And the only reason it works is because people play the game. If you don't play the game, it doesn't work.
But Indio, as you were saying, in a crime, for example,
Yeah, that's
when a man commits a crime, kills someone, okay, he's guilty of first-degree murder. But if you hire someone to kill someone, that's a war. That's worse, actually, because you are like conspiracy.
Conspiracy to commit
crime.
murder, right?
Yeah. And it's a much worse punishable crime than actually doing the killing. And
well, because of the premeditation, right?
Now the U.S. government is hiring someone to spy on the U.S. people.
Okay, so I know I've talked about this. There's a
Even
difference
that, though,
between
right?
murder and other crimes.
Obviously, I don't give them. But this, I just want to mention one thing to do with the spying, right? Even that, and I'm not giving them any excuse. Those guys are pure evil, right? But it only works because people allow it to work. So it's same with the quote unquote foreign things being inserted by way of penetration of the skin, right? To put it in a covert manner, because I just don't want to get this place flagged again.
Sounds like great.
Right, that yeah, you know what I mean, right? I just don't want to say the word because I'm trying to give a monkeys, right? But that only works because people allow it to work. Like they made it, they produce it, they're pumping the fear, pumping all of that, right? But who's really the guilty party? The guilty party is the one who allows that thing to happen to themselves, or allows that thing to happen to their children, or allows that thing to be done to society at large. So I'm not taking the blame away from the peoples who are instigating this stuff, but really we should put a lot of the blame on the people who allow this stuff to continue and who participate in it, wittingly or unwittingly.
100%, you're correct.
You follow me?
Yeah. You're 100% correct. The people that are more guilty in this scenario are the people that have allowed it to happen, and the people that have accepted the contract of death in which they have accepted.
Well, people like to play that game, find the queen.
Oh, I just want to say one thing. If I'm over talking people, it's because. Okay, I just want to give if I've done any rumpusing, it's because my application just sucks. So apologies.
You're alright, mate.
No, you haven't.
We can sort of tell that anyway.
It's worse than what you're saying. People aren't just allowing it. People demanded it. They asked for it.
Yeah.
They didn't just they're not just allowing it, they begged for it.
They're begging, yeah.
Oh, I'm too much of a pussy to stand up for myself and fight the quarantine, so please poison me so I can get my life back to normal. And I grow a third eye and my dick falls off.
They say in Romania on the radio, I heard that the immunization is contagious. So you can become immune from someone who got it, you know.
Hey, apologies. I've kind of fixed by going on the browser, but India, you said it's worse than that. Could you repeat that thought? Because I didn't hear any of it after that.
I said people aren't just accepting it; they have demanded it. They're not passive. This isn't like a passive thing. Accepting it it seems to indicate that they sat there passively. No, they asked for the Fauci allergy. They wanted it.
Yeah. They beg for it.
They demanded it.
Yeah,
It's like the govern me harder, daddy crowds.
Yeah, you're right.
That's right, man. Go balls deep.
Yeah, maybe I should have been a bit more blunt with it, because I kind of think like in the whole scheme of things, those people are gonna get judged so much more heavily than the evil people who are just doing what they had already planned to do anyway, right?
Yeah.
Because they're just doing what to me in my mind is what they've been put here to do anyway. Because again, with the scriptural stuff, but it talks about like, okay, beware the false prophets. But within that warning, right, it says he's put that prophet there to test you whether you are true to who you say you follow, right? So you put that there and you're like, oh, well, okay, these people are just kind of doing what they're, quote unquote, with many asterisks, predestined to do anyway. But who's the guilty party here? The guilty party really is the one who's going, yes, give me more, give me the lies, let me take the lies and let me put those lies on my children.
Well, not only that, let me defend those lies, so that the lies that you say are backed up by me as a crowd, and that's really what it's been. It's been society as a crowd sticking together like glue to reify these ideas that have come from so-called experts, these fake prophets that Elijah's speaking of. And it's true. And Elijah, I know you're saying that, oh yeah, I shouldn't take it too scriptural, but it's true. It says as well that the whole world will be completely deceived by pharmakia. And like, you know, what is this? We have a prophet now. We have a prophet of pharmakia. The world has been deceived by it, and the world is helping the rest of the world deceive everyone else with it. It's just like, okay, great.
And it goes deeper than what people kind of limit that word to, being just drugs and stuff. That it's like witchcraft. It's sorceries, and that goes to the technology. That goes to everything. It actually permeates basically the whole of modern and what's to come of society.
Well,
that's a deeper thing. You know, castles in the sky, Ethereum crystals, etc. I mean, we could kind of go down the rabbit trail here, but it's the main thing. I was just kind of like, I'm glad India brought it up. Is that these people really, man, they're gonna be ashamed of themselves. They're gonna face heavy judgment.
They're going to be judged by their own words and actions, so that's when it's going to be difficult for them.
Yeah. The kings and the rulers are going to be judged, right? That's a given. But it's almost like they don't really have a choice. I'm like, I don't understand how people don't get more pissed, because people are doing this to their own children. Like, what the? Like, how do I not say an expletive at this point? Is my question, because that to me is just pure evil. Because it's one thing just being ignorant and whatnot, but it's another thing like
ignorance to your children.
Well,
anyway, I don't want to get down that path. But yeah,
you don't have to, Elijah. Elisha, you don't have to.
Hold up, I'm finished. I'm glad India brought it up, but it's true. It's like that, like in the whole scheme of things, who's more guilty in that point? Because like, okay, the big bad wolf is doing what the big bad wolf has always done, but why did you let him in the house in the first place?
Exactly. It's true.
We are all looking through his window. Windows.
The pharmakia thing, though, just to add to that further, we have the application of it across society, across the board. Like, again, when they talk about this mass psychosis, right? A form of mass psychosis. Yeah, and it's a form of indoctrination, and it's every layer of society that has come up and ran to prop up the leaders that are propelling the lies. And in doing that, it's almost like a scrum. It's like a rugby match. It's like a scrum that comes together. You've got your first row with your strong props, which would be the heads of state, the people that are seemingly the authoritative body. Then you've got these people behind them, which is the main heft, the weight. And then you've got the people behind. But the people from behind the scrum actually are the ones that can actually affect the scrum the most. It's like they can quite easily pull people down to the ground by pulling back, by not pulling forward, right? But not carrying on pushing. So it's like the people at the back are more like the people, in my opinion, or and the people in the middle. And it's like, I guess it's kind of like the people in the middle feel trapped. I feel like the people in the middle maybe feel trapped by something behind them. Well, this is what I've noticed in the socialistic type countries like I'm in, is that even if you're in the public, it's like your brain doesn't want to go towards the way of thinking the government might be lying, because if you start to think the government might be lying, there are a whole other plethora of things that are effectively that come under the banner of government, right? So those things that come under the banner of government that help you, that aid you, that you think aid you, because I give my taxpayer money to these people and they filter it back down to me through social programs. I have school so I can go to work and all this sort of stuff, because they're not remembering where the origination of the problem started. They're thinking about the problem as it is now and who can fix the problem as it is now. So they're thinking we have to go along with the government right now as it is, because they're not realizing that, okay, if we just scrap the government, then all the problems that seem that the government fix actually wouldn't even be there in the first place. So it's like an Ouroboros over and over again. It's the back row pushing the middle row into the front row over and over again, like in a circle. It's really weird. And I don't see how people haven't got minds that are like able to separate from this enough and just go, wait a minute. Oh, okay, so the reason I need a school is because of the fact that they made women feel pressurized into having to work every day for half the amount of wages of men, and then now we've got double the tax force pay. You know, like, why don't they figure this out? It's the only reason you need the school, and the only reason you don't want to piss off the government is because it provides these things for you. And it's like they provide those things for you at your malintent. It's malintent why they did it in the first place. Sorry. Yeah, it's stupid.
There will be change if your voice will be heard on the radio or the television.
Yeah, not likely. People don't want to hear sense. But I got a question, because I came in late. India, how did we get onto this topic? 'Cause it's awfully convenient for me that it got onto currency and such. But how did it get there? Because
I have no idea, man.
Yeah, from capacitors.
I see the connection.
Capacitors don't work.
I'll never complain, because I've always got something to say about funny money, but just trying to figure out how it happened.
I think the part about
So you said something about erasing the debt.
I need to turn Sonny up. Sorry, guys.
That's all right. Sorry. It's the lag.
Somebody was talking about
the latency.
what if we had control of NASA's budget. No, my bad, Sonny. I spoke of you, but I remember now. Someone said something about taking over NASA's budget, and I was like, look, just doing nothing would be better than or burning it. But carry on, Sonny.
I was just going to say, I thought it was very interesting, the part about how capacitors don't work in a vacuum. I guess they had to change where the atmosphere ends. I guess they're going to have to keep changing that now. They sure gone. And
630,000 kilometers.
And because of Winston saying a lawsuit was forthcoming to sue NASA about the IRS.
They're going to crash it.
Fakery. Now they're going to crash it. 5 hours later, they announced they were going to crash it. Amazing. What a world.
Yeah.
What? I'm curious.
So
why does the capacitor not work in a vacuum?
I don't know. It just doesn't, according to these guys. I don't know. I don't have any confirmation of that.
Yeah, I'm dubious of such a statement. I understand propulsion not working in a vacuum, but capacitance, that strains credulity for me, at least. But carry on.
Oh, so what I was going to ask is, does NASA license its logo? Have they ever sued anybody for trademark infringement for like printing NASA T-shirts without like their permission? And if they do license it, how much money are they making? Like, I'd like to dig into that.
Well, I just
That
had
would
a
be kind that would be a bit boring, but I'm sure they license it or get some kind of kickback, right?
To answer your
No,
question,
it'll give us an idea of what they're really doing. Because if you actually look, so there's budgets, right? But then there's actually like the financial report. And if you look at NASA's financial report, they have a lot of assets, a lot. They have very low amount of liabilities. So,
to answer your question,
dude, the devil's
Andy,
always in the slush fund. Anyway, go ahead.
I had a question because apparently those lifters don't really work too well in a vacuum, and they're capacitors, right? So I figured, well, does the capacitance work? So I just asked a question in the internet browser: do capacitors work in a vacuum? And this was talking about somebody building one of these 1 kilogram CubeSats and the PCBs, and he wanted to know what kind of capacitors, because somebody told him that capacitors don't work in a vacuum, and he wanted to know what his alternatives were. So they said electrolytics do not work in a vacuum, simply because of the fact that the electrolyte would degas and sublimate off. But the tantalums will. However, the tantalums are subject to temperature. If the temperature gets too much, they'll break down.
Oh, so they're saying if you don't build a closed capacitance system and you just leave it open to the environment, then it would just mess up. That kind of makes sense, but that's kind of a weird thing to jump to. Surely, if you're going to build capacitors, it would be a contained system. If you're going to operate within a vacuum for whatever
Capacitors are
bloody reason.
sealed.
That's
Yeah, like some kind of heat shielding.
That's why it didn't. That's why my initial thought was that's bullshit. 'Cause why wouldn't it work? But if you're gonna not build it properly, of course it's not gonna work.
Yeah, and I like what Indio said earlier about grounding. How did they achieve grounding?
The same way they had a landline connection between the moon landing and the.
Where did they
president's
ground their
office.
electronics to? Please tell me.
Hey,
Yeah, and
it's the same thing. It's the elevator, right? The moon elevator.
So also according to them, up there, right, is the ionosphere, right, which is full of charged particles. So
you'd be getting zapped.
Why isn't like the ISS have some gigantic amount of charge built up, and then when they come from Earth, like some huge freaking spark shoots out from the Soyuz spacecraft to the to the ISS. None of that stuff happens. They don't compensate for any of that stuff. They never said that they compensate from that stuff. So like, did you just forget that these other laws of physics exist?
Of course, it's just like with the Van Allen belt. If you didn't know about it, it doesn't affect you.
Oh, right.
I mean, what is it like for every
So
for every meter?
So if you have sex before you know the birds and the bees, you can't get pregnant, right?
Isn't it for every meter in height there's an increase by 100 volts, something like that? Which is why we get static electricity,
right?
because our feet aren't really getting grounded and our body's getting the charge from the air, and then when we touch something that's grounded, then the charge dissipates. So there's no static charge when these Soyuz craft attached to the space station, right? Because the space station is up there collecting this charge. That's bullshit. They're in water, guys. So of course they're going to say they're going to crash it, and all they're going to do is just release it from the bottom.
We're gonna have to find a new analogy because bullshit is way more tangible than what they're talking about.
Okay, fairy farts.
There you go.
Or hen's teeth. I mean,
honest politicians.
Yeah, because I know how bullshit is made. I've seen it happen. I've had to pick it up. Cow pies. So apparently ODD has been getting attacked quite often. We all know that he got hacked. He just got hacked not too long ago. Again. And this time, since he knows how to get his content restored, he got it back within a day. And then they said, well, we don't think your content is good enough. So then he did it again. And then they come back and said, well, it's good. So he's got a way to say that what YouTube's decisions are doing is simply based off of the complaint that's made at the time in writing on Twitter. And you can even do it via private messaging. Team YouTube, Twitter. Holy shit. Hey, you guys ever heard of adonitology? ADONITOLOGY. It's a religion.
Yeah, it's a religious order, right?
It's a religion where people worship curved butts.
Yeah. It's weird as hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, very strange. Why? What are you looking into it right now? You thinking of becoming one?
No, this just popped up, and I'm just like, wait a minute, what? So then I'm thinking, the music industry since the '90s with the rap and the big booty hoes and all that shit.
Oh yeah, of course, that was all big butt worship. There was like, that used to be like the porn, like back then as well. That was like what the porn used to be called, like big booty worship and all that.
Yeah.
That was all about interracial mixing and stuff like that as well, I think. Like, not that I'm against interracial mixing, I'm just saying that like it was to promote interracial mixing.
What are you trying to say? I'm mixed. I'm white and Japanese.
Good. I think you've probably got good genetics because of it. Slightly smaller penis, but that's about it.
Nah, it's actually...
I'm playing with you, brother. I know that's a myth.
It's actually different.
It's just different. That's brilliant.
That's just extra right there, man.
Yeah.
No, the main thing is if your earlobe's attached to your fucking...
Yeah, dude.
You're not.
If they
Your
just go
earlobe
straight
attached to
into the
your
side
jaw?
of your neck. Yeah, like
Does it wiggle side to side?
Hitler had Stalin's earlobes checked out. Did you hear about that, bro?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. I find that
Well,
story
apparently
great.
Hitler found Stalin. He recruited Stalin.
But Stalin's ear had actually did have earlobes though, didn't he? So he was like, oh, okay, he's got separated earlobes.
Yeah.
All that was done by the Rothschilds. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Well, the investigation, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course I know that, bro. What are you saying? Are you trying to say I'm a baby truther or some shit? I'm just imagine getting at that.
It wasn't.
Imagine getting at that.
I heard you for like 3 hours. No, yesterday. Anyway, I went for a bike ride for an hour and a half. I came back. Crack was still talking.
Good. There was nothing going on, bro.
It is good. I know. You have a wealth.
Well, people call me the king of monologuing, and it's like, well, okay, I'll shut up then, and let's hear how quiet the actual in English hours, especially, bro. Like when there's nobody talking, and it's like, if I don't speak, then sometimes no one will speak.
No, I like it because
So
you have
it's
a lot
hard.
of information. You have a ton of information and knowledge that you have for someone so young. To me, is astonishing, and I freaking really appreciate it. Like,
I spent 2 years in bed, bro, like pretty much bedridden. So, you can imagine, yeah.
to hell with the haters.
I was blessed with the knowledge by way of research, and I also think some of it's God-given, genuinely. Just discernment to know what's right and what's wrong, and what's true, what's false.
I think it's the family you grew up in.
Maybe, but like they didn't have too much to do with me. They didn't have too much influence on me. Maybe it's my mum alone, and that's it.
Maybe your mother.
My father. Yeah. Because I wouldn't say they had like a whole deal of influence on me.
But if you grow up with parents that are kind of like seeking truth in some way or are able to discern BS when it comes along, then the child's going to kind of learn, oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I heard that in Japanese then.
I'll do my own investigation.
Sorry, Joshua. Joshua just said like he's Japanese and then we're taking piss out of You do this to me. You remember the Japanese movies like back in the day and like when they would be dubbed, yeah, and they were the best films, and they were so good, bro, because like I hear talking to me, and then the mouth would continue moving. Like I remember doing that for like my godchildren, like or for my goddaughter. Me and my brother would be there, like like continue moving our mouths and stuff like afterwards, and she'd be so confused. And then we eventually showed her a kung fu movie, and she just erupted into laughter, like because she's a bit older and she started to understand it.
Okay, tell me
She's
what
like,
this word means. Buddy. Arigato. What is that?
Arigato. Come on, man. Come on. Hi. You serious? Why are you asking? You know
much is what arigato means, but domo arigato is thank you very much.
Domo, oh, that's right. Thank you very much. That's right. And doi tachimaste is don't mention.
Don't mention it. Don't touch
Don't
your
mention
mustache.
it,
Doi tachimaste.
Doi tashamase.
Doi tachimaste. Maste. Doi tachimaste.
Doi tashamase.
Doi tachimaste.
Domo arigato, Mr. Rubato. Everyone remembers that, but Japanese culture never been the same since. I'm just saying, bro. The Japanese are one of the craziest warrior cultures. Why is there gas leaking out of the side of this lighter onto my fingers, man? Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Is that gonna burn me?
That was
Yeah, that's gonna burn me.
That stuff is very resinous. Oh, yes, I was going to say my bonsai plant are doing very well. Asshole.
Come on, bro.
I'm being genuinely funny, so it's okay.
Yeah.
Joshua knows that.
Genuinely funny? Oh, you're being genuinely funny, are you, bruv?
Authentically.
In London, we would say that would mean that you're being genuinely a piece of prick shit.
I'm being a genuine dipshit.
No, because in England, being funny with someone is being like nasty, narky, like being a prick, being nasty to someone. You know, I'm just being funny, brother.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Would you be using the word dickweed by chance?
No.
That's never used? Okay.
Never.
Just checking.
When did you ever see weed grow out of a dick? English are a little bit more literal than that, mate.
I think it's a kind of a auxiliary dickhead comment.
I get it.
Sorry, this is.
But we've all seen dicks grow out of heads.
Let's
We've
not
never
go
seen.
there. Let's talk about something a little more adult, shall we? Why don't
Got any suggestions? How was your bike ride actually? Why didn't you start crack villain? Why would you say let's go more adult and then say why don't you start crack villain?
I know.
Silly way of going about it, really, don't you think, Sonny? Realistically, let's face it. So anyway, I will be adult. How was your bike ride?
I didn't go yet. I need to go.
You said you were on a bike ride yesterday, so you're lying to me. I'm on about yesterday. So
No, I
yeah.
was yesterday. Yes, it was awesome, man.
Right, sweet, awesome sauce. That's what I wanted to hear.
I'm starting to walk down these gravelly hills because I have a big old front basket where I carry all my weight because I have a drive wheel in the front. That's the hot rod part. Motor on the front that I can spin the front wheel, and I don't have very thick tires, so I can't go down gravel roads. I've fallen on my ass a couple times, and I can't afford to do it. So now I'm getting smarter. I'm walking down the really steep ones. And
Yeah, that's
one really steep one I go down, there was a freaking tree that fell across the path right in the middle of this really steep hill. That's more than 15% grade. It's probably 20% grade. It's like a freaking super steep hill. And it's like gravel. It's like trail gravel. Like if you get in the wrong part. I learned how to go down this one by just not stopping. But when you get to the certain part, your velocity starts picking up. And it's right where there's gravel, right where you need to control your speed because there's a creek that you have to cross that's steep and narrow. So bam! If you don't take that. And what I do is I just angle my tire to go, my wheels to go right through, diagonally through the creek bed up to this little place. It's fun, man. I have fun on my rides. Like I go, it's pretty wild.
Sorry.
Like generally I'm just taking my time and there's plant life all over the place. And I could stop and pick up big old handfuls of sage to burn in my house. And use the sage for.
Why are you burning sage?
It cleanses, supposed to cleanse the air.
No,
It's like a natural
no.
incense. Listen, I use it as a natural.
Use it as an incense if you want, but don't give it any spiritual meaning. Don't give it any of that shit. I'm telling you right now. Otherwise, you're. That's just my opinion.
I think in Jesus' name, I could ask.
No. Okay.
Cleanse the area, please.
It talks about that in the Bible about burning incense. That's all I'm saying to you. You should read about it.
It's part of the fallen ones. Probably is.
It's part. Yes, it is. It's part of fallen technology. Exactly right. You're exactly right.
So I like the idea about incense because
Why? Listen to this. Let me talk about it to you like this. Okay. So why? When we have thermal exchange into a room, yeah. Okay. Right. So we have thermal exchange. When we put gases into a room, right? What does that do? It changes the atmosphere. When we speak life into a room, it changes the atmosphere with our mouths.
Yeah.
Resonant frequencies. So by pouring sage, which is just like a plant, right? Like, and some sage is actually a hallucinogenic, like Salvia divinorum, right? That's for instance.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, what you're doing is you're filling the air with basically a breath of plant life, right? Of plant life. So you're filling it, but it's carcinogenic. It's dead plant life, not life itself. It's dead. It's death.
Yeah.
You're better off getting sage, twisting it, putting it in the corner of your room, and smelling the aromatic from it.
Crack filling. No, listen. There's this place where I go sit, and I notice there's these little mosquitoes, and I burn some sage.
Yeah, and it makes them go away because they're life.
No more mosquitoes.
Yes, because you're burning something and turning it into a fume of death unto life.
Good. If it gets rid of the bugs.
But that means you shouldn't do it in your closed house. Do you get that?
No, I got you there, but
right. I'm sorry to say it to you like that, Sonny.
I shouldn't smoke in my closed house either.
Well, yeah, but green plant material that's alive is a bit different to burning. You're taking off the resin off of it first, which still has properties that work, right?
And
but then I disagree with smoking cannabis, so you know that anyway, don't you?
I know you do. I know you disagree with it. I know that.
Even though I'm the crack villain, like I prefer you to smoke crack than cannabis. To be quite honest with you.
Are you serious? No way.
Yes, bro. I think crack's probably better for your brain than cannabis.
No.
At this current time.
Listen, crack villain.
At this current time, yeah, the hydroponically grown shit. Yeah, bro.
Young too, crack feeling. I'm 63 years old. Do you know how much pain I have? Like I haven't lived a real easy life. I've been fucking tumbled, hit by vehicles, like falling off of shit, like slid across the ground, like all kinds of weird. Like,
why are you smoking cannabis then? It's a disassociative of pain, not a painkiller.
Look, it solves like more problems than it causes. Like I truly, honestly, it's the only medication I use. Period. No pharmaceuticals.
I get it, and I don't have a problem with it. I'm just saying the route of administration is what I take issue with, and I think the route of administration is so enjoyable that everyone wants to defend cannabis before they start to check themselves and maybe what the route of administration is doing to their body.
I have an oil too. I make my own oil. I cooked it 2 days.
Nice, good.
And it's the leaves from my plant I'm growing right now. So
always the leaves, never the bud, right? See what I'm trying to say there? Like you have a propensity to want the flower for your. I have to just be honest.
The flowers are growing. They're on their way. They're just.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, I thought you had like separated the flower to smoke with, and then I'll make some oil out of the leaves.
No, I just took all the trimmings off of the leaves. I've trimmed throughout the whole time, and I just like they're still pretty potent, even though they're young.
Yeah, of course. They've still got lots of THC on them.
But I had about a half ounce of leaves, and I put just little, like another, like a half gram of some good bud with it, with some used vape stuff that I had. Like it's nice. It's a
nice, bro. Nice, seriously, nice.
2 teaspoons, and I am like fully medicated. Like,
listen, you're growing this stuff yourself, correct, as well, and
yeah,
and you're using just a full water grow, right? Like just a water grow, like hardly any.
I do have some Fox Farms Bloom Grow, which is a balanced nutrient.
But what is that built up of? What is that built up of? I don't need to know the name of it. I need to know what it's built up.
Back guano and here, I have
Couldn't hear him at all. Joshua, did you?
It has bat guano.
No,
Back
I'm sorry. I'm working on something right now. I didn't realize I was hot mic.
back guano and what?
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay, good. It has. Let me read it. Earthworm castings, bat and seabird guano, rock phosphate, sulfate of potash, magnesium, and kelp.
Yeah, that's fine. That's not hydroponics or nothing. Yeah, that's different. That's just normal food that they would receive from the earth, from, you know.
Yeah.
That's what they would receive. That's what plants would receive out in the wild. So yeah, cool, man.
This is so well balanced of a nutrients that you just use it like half strength, and you can feed it general feeding every other feeding. So I've been doing that.
I would say you could give it as much of that shit as you want.
No,
by the sounds.
I'm rinsing out the soil now because it's in the flowering stage. It needs to be cleared out.
But flushing, you know the process of flushing?
Flushing, yeah, just slowly.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Let's do it very slowly, yeah.
Watering it, just tap water that's been sitting out for 48 hours or longer.
It's like people think when I say I'm against cannabis, it's like I'm not against cannabis because like of ignorance, like, oh, I've never smoked weed before, I'm a Christian boy. It's like, no, I smoked cannabis every single day of my life until about a year ago. Do you know what I mean? Like,
I remember you told me the story.
From a very young age. And I know exactly how damaging it can be.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm trying to get my household in order because my sink drain and my bathroom drain are both freaking stopped up. Like the sink barely drains, but the kitchen sink, I had to remove the pipe, put a bag over the exit drain, because it's completely stopped, and use a bucket because otherwise my kitchen like off limit. I don't even have a kitchen, so now I'm getting reclaiming my kitchen back.
Good. That's genuinely a good thing.
Sucks, but see,
House in order, bro.
Work though, because like I have to use a bucket under my sink. I have to go empty the bucket every couple hours. It fills up. I'm gonna have to wash all my dishes because they've been sitting. Because there's been nasty, filthy water in my freaking sink because it won't go down at all. So I got
that stuff's scummy.
Again, put some bleach in it, put some tea tree oil in it, cleaned it all, emptied all the water out into a bucket, and got rid of all
We tried using vinegar and just like vinegar
baking soda, but it didn't work.
Instead.
Yeah, it was like
soda crystals.
I mean, it still didn't clear it. So it's
soda crystals?
It's further down.
Soda crystals?
No, listen, it's in a high-rise building. It's further down. It's stopped up further down.
Oh, it's just stop up. Okay, I get you. Sorry. When you said it, all right.
My next door neighbor's is plugged too.
Now I've got you. Now I understand you.
So that probably means that the whole entire floor, or this half of the floor, is probably all plugged up. So,
yeah.
I'm gonna wait until she calls the plumber and gets cleared out, and I'm sure that I'll clear mine out too. I don't want them in my apartment. Fuck that. No one needs to come and see. They need to give me 24-hour notice if they're gonna come visit.
In it.
So she's like, I'm the
same.
she goes, I'm gonna call just a personal plumber after hours, and they have to send a plumber.
Yeah, personal plumbers.
Not the regular contracted guy here, because I don't trust him in my apartment.
And he's there to report and snoop, bro.
Yeah.
You can't let him seal the crack pipes, bro. You can't let him seal the crack pipes.
They don't even do what they're contracted to do, because they've put in here more than a year ago, and about 4 or 5 things in here that need to be fixed according to their contract, and they never did. And they won't replace light bulbs or nothing. So I'm like, I mean, I understand it is my own place. I don't mind buying those things myself.
Nah, but I know what you're saying.
When it comes to like my AC filters and stuff, those are expensive.
Right, he looks okay.
Right now, because it's like it's going to be 78 degrees today.
That's all right. Just leave me and Joshua to talk about some stuff that we shouldn't. If he's still here.
Yeah, I got this great little. Well,
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just working on stuff.
yeah, I'm just waiting for this.
Why isn't that
melt
working?
so I can take a couple of teaspoons. Oh yeah.
Trying to snort some water that's like full of like.
What?
Yeah, like full of.
Oh.
It ain't working though. Nothing's going up my nose.
Don't get too much moisture up there.
But I know what I'm doing.
Well, maybe you don't have to worry about it. But too much moisture gets in my nose, or it starts draining too much. It gets in my lungs.
Oh yeah, obviously. I'm not.
And I get a bunch of congestion and shit.
Yeah, but that's because it's going straight up your nose, all the way back your throat, and dude, I could snort water all day into my mouth. I can close my gullet and I can open my gullet too. So that would never happen to me. We figured that out when me and my cousin was waterboarding me.
Go down in your nostrils. I've done that before, and out your mouth. Yeah, that's clean it out with salt water.
That's what I'm doing. Himalayan salt water.
Yeah, I've done that.
More info on the waterboarding, please.
That's probably not bad at all.
Me and my cousin waterboarded each other before. A couple of times.
Use your own urine. I know that probably sounds.
Damn. I couldn't handle that for a second, dude. Sorry, Sonny.
We managed to get it up to about 5 minutes each of waterboarding. And realizing at about 5 minutes is about the point. If you can make 5 minutes, you can pretty much make any distance of time, I think. Because there's a technique. There's a technique to it, basically, is the point, is what I'm trying to say. It's like if you can close your gullet, right? And then if the flow is constant and it's a pressurized flow, it's really difficult to do. Obviously, if you've got a cloth over your face, which is the way that they're supposed to do it. If they don't do it with a cloth, then you're fucked.
Yeah.
But yeah, so if you've got the cloth over your face, then obviously, like I was saying, you can breathe is the point, is what I'm trying to make. You can breathe, but you have to kind of breathe out heavily and then breathe in a little bit and then hold your breath. So it's like and then breathe in a little bit. Do you see what I mean? Breathe out of your nose or your mouth quickly, and then after you've done that, breathe through one of the other parts, and then hold that breath in for a bit, and then once you feel the flow sort of change a little bit in some way, you know what I'm trying to say? I get it.
Yeah. So you're just Wim Hof method in a way, but I know what you mean.
Yeah, it's not a foolproof method. Don't get me wrong. It's nothing special.
So if they come for us, and one of us is going to be captured to be tortured, you're the man for the job.
I did it because someone actually was threatening to waterboard me.
No way. Damn.
Yeah, so they were saying that if they got hold of me, they were going to waterboard me and stab me up. So I was like, all right, let's see what it's like. He who makes a beast out of himself gets rid of the pain of being a man.
Yeah,
that was my motto.
Good prepping.
That was that time when that was a threat that actually came from the police. That's why I took that seriously. The police were the ones that delivered that threat to me. That you're going to be stabbed and waterboarded if you get caught by this group of people. We have credible intel to say that you're going to get waterboarded or stabbed. And I was like, all right, cool. I was like, yo, cuz, you need to waterboard me, shit.
So the police were doing you a solid by letting you know? Or
not really. They made me less safe because the moment they did that, it meant that I couldn't walk around with a roll of tinfoil in my pocket or something like that. A roll of tinfoil was basically a metal pole, right? I used to carry one everywhere with me because I'm going to a barbecue, you know? And you could use it for buckets and stuff like that, when you're smoking weed, whatever, you know, you could use it. But it's a metal pole, and I used to tape it up, and I'd have a string going through it with a knot, right? So then it was a metal pole on the end of a rope that was legal to carry around, and it was fast to swing around because it's got that air hole in the middle, right?
Yeah.
And but now the police have given me this Osmond warning. It's look, they said to me what have you got in your bag, and I showed them and everything. They said, look, if you're carrying this around with you, they said, you're going to get done for going equipped to do damage. Meaning, and I said, how? And I said, because we told you that you have somebody after you that's trying to hurt you now.
Yeah, there's a threat of violence against you.
Yeah, a cricket bat, a baseball bat, anything like that on you, you know there's a threat of violence out against you. You know that you're potentially going to have to use this in a violent situation. which means you're going equipped to do damage. So they made me less safe by telling me anything.
Yeah, that's true. Damn, boy. That's crazy.
Cunts. Not really cunts, to be honest. They did look out for me a little bit, you know. They liked me in the end because the people that I was dealing with, the police really didn't like. I'll put it that way. They were actually hoping that I'd end up killing one of them. And they said that they would defend my ass in court to the hilt if I did end up killing one of them. And I was just like, I ain't listening to you. Like, I'm not killing one of them. Like, they were pretty much telling me to kill one of them. I was just like, what the fuck are they saying, bro?
So have you moved away from this area where this happened now?
No, bro, not at all.
No way.
Why would I move away?
I don't know. Don't know. Sounds dangerous to me, man.
Well, it's not anymore. It used to be. It's not anymore. Most of them guys went to prison.
Yeah.
/ tried to continue fucking around with me and didn't really go too well for them, to be honest. The whole reason they didn't like me was because of the persona that I put out anyway, right? And that persona was like no retreat. Like, you know, I wasn't gonna give an inch to any of these guys. Let's put it that way. I had to leave school because of these pricks. Like they literally came to my. This is the first Osmond morning that I got. They came to my school with knives and balaclavas trying to stab me. Stabbed the deputy head of the school.
Oh.
Yeah, because they used to go to the school, so when they couldn't find me and they saw him, they stabbed him instead.
I never
and it was with shitty kitchen knives anyway, so like they wouldn't have really done any damage to me if they found me. Like, they didn't know what they were doing, but that way, right?
Damn, man. Gangster, look.
That's just a very small. That's what happened. Yeah, like that's just a very small part of the story. I'll tell you the rest of it another day. Maybe I've told it in here enough times because I want people to understand what it's really like. Because I don't even live in London, bro. Do you know what I mean? I live south of London, quite a ways away as well. Like I live in quite a nice area as well, considered, right? It's considered a nice area, but there's fuck all to do here. So it's just drugs and gangs.
Yeah.
And when you're a young kid who isn't even from the area, and then you've got an Iranian foster brother, should I say, you're classed as the N-word lover growing up. And my foster brother was stabbed up by the same group of people. He got stabbed 9 times in one sitting with either a chisel or a butterfly knife. We still don't know because they never found the weapon, but based on the wounds, it looked like a butterfly knife or a chisel. I think it was a chisel because he didn't. It nicked his liver, and the wounds, because obviously a chisel's got a flat front to it, right? So, to me, if he was stabbed with a butterfly knife, which is pretty much almost like a dagger based on the geometry of it, it's got like a clip point edge on it, usually a bell song has, and a very sharp edge. I feel like there would have been a lot more internal damage. You know, he's got the puncture wounds that are like full stab wounds. But like, there wasn't that much damage done to him. Like, the guy was out of hospital by the next day. So, like, to me, I think he got stabbed by a chisel.
Oof.
Mm-hmm. No, that's a good thing because obviously getting stabbed by a chisel, there's a lot of surface area for that sharp edge to go through. So by the time it had gone through, a lot of it would have slowed down. You know, much like punching, like trying to like puncture like a big, wide, circular fire poker through like a piece of like gelatin or something.
Yeah, and it's going to stop following it. Yeah, I know
exactly. There's no sharp edge there to help with, you know, causing incisions on the inside.
And
left or right,
no damage on the way out either then, because there's nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, what it did is what it did. My brother was fighting him, and my brother thought he was just getting punched. He said it felt like punches, and the sound sounds like punches as well, and it was like in his rib cage and around his side. So to me, that sounds like he was getting hit with like a solid metal object that was like poof, poof, like this. He wouldn't have heard or felt a bell song going into him like a punch, you know?
Yeah.
He wouldn't have felt anything, in fact. And then the moment they realised that something was going on was when he started feeling faint and dizzy and started falling to his knees. And then my brother realised that there was blood everywhere on the floor. And my brother just turned around, and because my brother was toying with him, like boxing him.
Oh, okay.
Because he wasn't as good at fighting as my brother. My brother was a professional boxer. And So my brother at that point just was like whack, elbowed him in the jaw, and then just headbutted him as hard as he could, knocked him out. And then the problem is there was no repercussions in court either for this, because everyone that was there, that was my friend of my brother, even the guy's friends didn't stick up for him. They were like, "What the fuck's he doing using a weapon?" You know. People proceeded to stamp on his head, and he was put in intensive care. He was damaged worse than my brother for stabbing my brother. Is what I'm trying to get at.
You put yourself in a lot of violent and big boy situations, Craig.
I wasn't there. I was a 9-year-old boy when this happened.
You're pretty much a badass at 9, huh? Beating the shit out of adults. Crazy.
I didn't. That wasn't me. That was my brother in that scenario.
I'm just
don't make jokes like that.
My back is killing me.
Makes
I'm trying to fill it with joviality. But are you your brother okay?
Yeah, my brother's fine, man. He's absolutely fine.
Super.
He's absolutely fine, thankfully. Praise Yah. Praise Yah. He probably deserved it, to be quite honest. He probably had sex with one of their girlfriends or something, I don't know.
Whoa.
Not that he deserved to get stabbed over that, but you know.
I was going to say, damn, bro.
I'm just saying, he probably did some shit himself that caused the commotion.
I would say the thing that you said deserves a swift punch to the neck and throat, for sure.
But, like, you know, it affected me a lot. It affected me a lot, you know.
Oh, sure. 9 years old? Damn.
Well, no, I was 9, but they started to pick on me when I was 15. I looked like a fully grown man by the time I was 15. Same dudes, yeah. That's the people that I had to beef with when I got older, yeah. Those are the same group of characters, yeah. Yeah.
Well, at least you knew how to insult them at that point, right? Take them down a couple notches. You knew them for so long, you know.
Exactly, mate. Exactly. Yeah. A lot of them were from like Liverpool and stuff like that, like Liverpool gang lads that had moved down south and thought they were something
they're all
big.
They're all dirty as fuck.
Yeah, mate. Yeah. Yeah. They used to their Stanley blades, mate. They used to love fucking carrying Stanleys, and they're very dangerous. Stanley blades were more dangerous and more scary to me than the big kitchen knife.
Some of those dirty Liverpool
I carry around a spider coat.
What?
A spider coat. It's more like a pocket knife.
Oh, nice. It's good.
Yeah, it does the job.
They're well built. Folding those.
You know where I got it? It was really surprising. I was in Texas at a huge Walmart, and I found it. It was the last one there. It's crazy.
Makes sense you found it at Walmart, to be honest. They had a contract with them.
I have a pretty good little tactical knife I keep with me.
Well, it's weird because in the South, you're right, Crack. It's like you're likely to find stuff in the South, but now I'm back in the Midwest, and our Walmarts are slim pickings.
So, like, for me, what I have to carry around to protect myself is basically either a walking stick, right? Like, just a genuine walking stick. I've got one with an antler horn head on it. It's been sharpened. That's if I know I've got a problem. But if not, then I'm not under any Osman warning. I can carry a roll of tinfoil around still. I genuinely don't do that, though. Because I just can't be fucked. I don't want to have a string bag on my back, which has got that in it. Because then obviously, like, I just can't be bothered. That causes problems itself. Someone could grab hold of the string bag and they basically got a harness around the top of my body. But then, so, like, the main thing that I carry is just a form of a Cubaton / knuckle duster, which is a massive carabiner. And it works as a knuckle duster perfectly.
Oh, really? It's a big one?
Yeah, but it'd be illegal if it was anything but a carabiner.
And depending on which side that you choose, is one of the sides with the tooth on it that it might be able to cut someone if you
it hasn't got a tooth on it.
Oh, okay.
I'll send you a picture out in a minute.
Okay.
I have it on the end of my keychain, so I can swing it as well. Basically a mace.
Right. So you're in a part of your area where violence is kind of if it happens, it happens kind of deal.
It doesn't happen to me anymore.
Okay. Right.
I've sort of got a reputation. Like, people have tried to, play around with violence with me already before, like, and it's not really gone their way, so they don't really try that shit anymore with me.
When I was doing Uber, I would carry that knife around, but my city's so tame, man. Everybody here's, I guess I could just say lazy. There's not a lot of crime. You know what I mean?
Maybe there's not a lot of drug use. Maybe that's what it is.
There's enough for it to be like, I know where the parts of the city not to go to, but yeah, you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a big city.
But the last violent altercation I was in was like 4 months ago. I was in a shop, accidentally knocked the thing of biscuits off and the side. I tried to pick them up, I couldn't because I had too much stuff in my hands. Bent down, picked it back up, kept falling back down. So I left it, I pushed it underneath the counter so I'd pick it up after I'd got my shopping, right? Once it was all bagged up. I thought I was going to grab a couple of things, I didn't. I grabbed more than a couple of things. And I was already flustered. And then as I walk off, there's this Polish guy there with his other Polish friend, both stocky guys. Both drunk. Like half cut. And all I hear is, sorry, I'm making a scream. And you disrespectful fucking cunt. You're disrespecting the shop. I'm like, alright. Half ignore it. But that amped him up because he's like, oh yeah, he might be afraid now because I ignored him.
Mm.
And he's like, fucking come and pick these up right now. I said, bro, you do not want to speak to me like that. I had a mask on, luckily, because it was and it was the one time I'd worn a mask in like a month. Because I'd just been to the chemist next door, and you have to wear one to get the prescription, and I was getting my mum's prescription.
Mm-hmm.
So luckily I was wearing a mask. Everyone in the shop that was in there knew me. There were kids in there, for fuck's sake, as well. And all of a sudden, I go, bro, I'm not the person for you to start trying to bully right now. I said, the biscuit thing? I said, no. I said, you're causing more disrespect. I said, I know the people that own this shop. I said, I'm not disrespecting them. I said, fucking leave it now. That's it, end of, right? So I'm going to queue, get my stuff. I started queuing up, and they both come and stood behind me. Instantly. And so they're standing behind me, and I'm like, fuck's sake. So I walk out of the queue, and I stand behind them. I said, yeah, that's right, you go in front. And the whole time he's facing me with his friend facing toward the kiosk. He's facing, staring at me. And one of the guys behind in the queue turns around and he's like, bro, just leave it with him. Like, trust me. And I'm like, and I look at him and I'm just like, look, I'm telling you, leave it out. I said, I'm telling you, mate, leave it out. I said, if not, I said, go outside and wait outside of the shop for me now. I said, leave out the shop and wait out there now. I said, you're intimidating kids, women, whatever.
Yeah.
Don't like it. So I get my stuff. This is where I get annoyed. He goes outside to wait for me. I get my stuff. I turn around. I go loop back round to go get the packet of biscuits to pick them up. As I do it, he stood in front of the biscuits. He's picking them up, puts them on the counter side, and he goes, "Oh, look." Like, and I'm like, "What the fuck are you doing?" I said, "You just made a commotion, tried to embarrass me like I'm a disrespectful prick." I'm so annoyed now. I said, "And now you're picking them up." I said, "You could have fucking done that originally." And he was just like, look, like that, going, look. And I'm walking towards him, and I said, you're a fucking idiot. I said, why would you do that? I was like, what was the point in all of this if you've done that? I said, you realise when you stood outside, you didn't want to. I said that I was being serious with you in the crowd. I said, if I wasn't as outspoken, I said, you would have been a bully, man, and waited outside for me and beat the fucking shit out of me. I said, get outside. And he's like, look, brother, I don't want no problems. Obviously, he's gone outside, and then I look. When I go and leave the shop afterwards, there's a group of lads out there. And the group of lads that are out there, they must have said something to him like, oh, you're about to have a fight with him. Like, trust me, you don't want to go there. Like you just don't want to go there. And so as I'm saying this to him, there's like arms moving around and I'm shouting. He anticipates that as like aggression. So he tries to like throw a punch at me. And so I just move out the side and I just palm him in the jaw. And he hits the ground. And as I do that, his other Polish friend that's there, like throws this weird ass kick at me in like this tiny little space in this aisle.
A
this
kick?
weird kick. Yeah, he throws like a
little
kick.
there. Oh,
he throws
God.
a little kick. I just move out of the way, grab his leg, and I've got hold of his leg, and then I just like go whack, palm him in the jaw as well. And then like I just walked out of there. And then as I'm walking out, the guys are like stumbling. They come outside, and I'm like, bro, I said to the police, I said, your name's Sasha, right? And he's like, yeah. I said, Sasha, I said, your child comes to my house to play Fortnite with my godchild. I said, and you're starting on me in a shop and you don't even fucking realise who I am. I said, you're putting yourself in more danger than you even realise. I said, you're literally starting on someone in public drunk. I said, that has access to your child. I said, I know the name of your child. What's it? And I told him the name of his kid. It was like Red. And I was like, exactly. I said, you're lucky that I'm not that sort of fucking person. I said, because if you have bullied me, I said, some people are nasty people. I said, you could have bullied me today, beat me up. I said, and I could have just waited for your child to come round and give him a slap. I said, you're a little fucking 14-year-old boy. You know what I mean? But no, I said, I'm not like that. And I'm letting you know. I said that, like, be careful who it is that you're saying stuff to because you're drunk and you think it's fun to bully people. I said, like, it's not always going to work out for you boys, you know? But like, that's the last time that anything like that has happened with me. And I couldn't take it because it was him trying to embarrass me.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
And it was a weird one, yeah.
You're very, very connected to that situation. You know what I mean? Like, it's not just some rando. It's like, there's a lot going on in that scenario.
Like, straight up weird. At the same time, I'm thinking, like, I didn't realise that was Sasha, the guy whose child comes to my house until after I'd hit him and he was on the floor.
Oh, okay. Still, that's crazy.
Yeah, man. And then so actually, let me finish the story because I might as well finish the story. So about a week later, those two so Sasha wasn't there, but the other guy that originally started it, Sasha was the guy that threw the kick afterwards, like defending his friend, yeah? The guy that I originally hit was sober this time with two other drunk Polish guys in a walk through like alleyway and it's like a field, like a marshland, right? Yeah. And I'm walking through, it's like a connection point from one part of the town to another. I'm walking through and they're shouting at me from over the benches and it's about 100 meters away because they're in the middle of the field and I'm on the walkway. Like, wait, come over here, big boy, come over here. There's three of them, I'm on my own, right? So I just ignore it. And then they start walking towards the path. By the time they get to the path, I'm 100 meters still ahead of them. Then I look and I realize there's a girl walking, like behind them now, like on the path. And then they grabbed the girl by the hair and then slapped her across the face to antagonize me, to get me to go over. So obviously I turned around straight away, fucking run at them. Like I run at them and just basically run in there, just like boom, just like I was brutal this time, obviously. So running, bang, kneed one of them straight in the fucking like chest, like slash shoulder. Flattened him. The girl was there. I'm like trying to fling her. I just threw her flying, like flung her. I didn't care, like. And then literally I just started like whack the other two straight away. And then the two drunk ones that were more drunk was like tying themselves up in it. The other guy's trying to like back off, and I'm more sort of focusing on him. And I grab him, pull him in. At this point now, I've got like three people like holding on to me. The girl comes over and like whacks one of them from behind in the ear.
Nice.
And makes his ear pop, and it's like bleeding. And I'm like, nice.
Cool.
Like, yeah, man. And like, so I'm just using open hand strikes, just like going whack as they're holding onto my coat. For some reason, they're all holding onto my coat with two arms. I'm like, there's no damage you guys can do to me. You got all your arms holding onto my coat. I'm just gonna stay here. Like, I can see where your hands are. You haven't got any blades. You're wearing t-shirts and shorts. Like, I'm just gonna stay here. Within 2 seconds, the police come over and just like bosh. Into the group. They'd obviously already been called because they've been being like shouting at people. So yeah, man, the police like start splitting it up, but there's only 2 officers and they're failing to arrest 3 men. So they ask me for help, and I'm like, I'm gonna help you. I said, but I'm gonna help you like properly. And they said, okay, no worries. And they didn't know what that meant. Like they're holding on to one guy, come over and just go whack, like palm him straight in the jaw, knock him clean out. I'm like, now put the cuffs on him. And I just basically proceeded to knock every one of them out. And it was like, look, we're going to have to arrest you. Like,
to you?
Just in case anyone's watching what just happened. You have just assaulted people while the police were holding on to them. And I'm like, yeah, it's fair enough. I said, but like, you guys were like panicking, saying you couldn't handle the situation, help us. Like, they asked me for help.
It's funny.
So like
You say, "Hey guys, give me a badge and a gun, and I'm the smartest guy on your force." Seriously, by like 100 IQ points. Anyway, go ahead.
And then, so they arrest me. They take me around the corner, and then they're like, "Right, so where do you live?" And then I told them. They drove me back to my house, let me out, and it was like, "No worries, de-arrested. Like, you won't hear anything else about it. Like, we just won't include it in the report or anything. They said, we'll just leave it." They said, luckily, there's like no cuts on any of them at all. Like, they said I had broken the collarbone of one of them. They said, but that could have happened when we were slamming them into the ground or something. They said it's nothing like cuts, like they've been punched. But I know when I broke his collarbone, it was the first guy, that's why he was backing off, is because when I run at him and I kneed him straight in the like chest, I broke his collarbone, man.
Crazy.
Like I felt it. And the only other wound was by the girl, and she was like willing to admit that she hit one of them after they'd hit her, and it was luckily
didn't look good for them.
It could just be swiped. It could just be swiped, and they like, do you want to press charges against any of the people that were involved in this? And they're like, no fucking way. Like, it can just be dropped. Like, one of them had charges pressed against them for like assaulting her though. But he was luckily the least damaged guy out of the lot. And that was the last scenario. And I saw them the other day at about 12 o'clock at night in a group of 6 of them in a small sort of alleyway where I couldn't avoid them. And I just like put my hood up and just bust through really quickly, like ready to like just throw an elbow at one of them. I had to. I think they half noticed me, but I think they sort of wanted to not notice me. They were like kind of trying not to look at me. Like, I just don't think they could be bothered to continue with me. I think the police would have given them like a word of warning as well.
Yeah.
And that was the last thing that's the last violent altercation I've been involved in. I've been extremely lucky every time that I've been in these violent altercations. Like, to be honest, I forget to say that in that altercation, obviously, I had like marks all over me, like I got hit in the face a few times, but to me it was like nothing. Like, I've done judo and boxing for years. Like, that's something that I used to go and walk into for fun. Like it wasn't anything like a knockout blow or anything like that hit me. So it was just superficial stuff. But the Polish guys that hang around on the corners drunk, they usually never cause any problems like this. So, but sometimes stuff happens. I think the problem with me having my face covered that day, in the shop, that's what caused it. If my face wasn't covered, they would have seen my face and seen how serious of a guy I was, and they would have never have said shit to me.
It's a strange deal, man. I got mugged when I was 12.
Really?
By like 13-year-olds. Yeah, my dad, he was deacon at Lutheran Apostolic Church in the ghetto. And he lived there. He lived atop it. They let him live there for taking care of the place. And so I'm out walking around, and I go to take something out to the dumpster, and I'm all alone back there, and there's no cars in the parking lot. It's just empty. And these group of 3 kids come up behind me out of nowhere, and they want to rob me because they see I have like Abercrombie and Fitch clothes on and stuff. So they're like, "Oh, he's got to have some money." And I had a chain wallet too, so it was easy for them to like. They grabbed it and took it off me, and then they're like, "There's nothing in here, rich boy." And I'm like, I don't have any money." And they're like, "Well, that means I forget what they said. I was 12, so it was a while ago, but something about beating me up harder because I was broke, and so they, beat the shit out of me. They gave me like a couple punches to the gut, couple punches to the chin. That was it. And they were, we were all like 12, 13. It's not like any of us could really hit. So it wasn't a big deal, but it was so weird to get like, it was like that was their standard. Like they'd done that a million times and they came to do it to me. It's so funny. Weird. Yeah. And then I saw them at a service at the church months later. And I was like, these motherfuckers. And they just looked at me and they were like smiling and they were with their mom. And it's just like, this is fucking weird.
That is weird, bro. Dude, that's pretty intense, man. Fuck.
Yeah, but they didn't listen. They hit me like they felt like they had to get it over with, like out of the way, and then they just left.
Yeah. Like one of those things. It's like, it's to show to the gang that like, I'm willing, I'm on this, I'm about this.
Exactly. White boy ain't gonna scare me away. Even if he ain't got no money, let's fuck him up, that kind of thing. And it was a race thing where I was. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I was well-dressed white kid in the fucking ghetto. You know, I didn't belong.
And how dare you go there? Like, you know.
Exactly.
It's your own fault, as far as I'm concerned.
I think so. Well, it was my mom's fault. No, I'm not blaming anybody. It's nobody's fault. It was just,
I'm just fucking
that's
around.
how it goes. If you do something like, I should have known at 13, I should have just stayed inside. You know, been like, yeah, I know where I'm at.
Anyway. That's funny. Sorry, that's funny to me.
It is fun. I think it's great. It's hilarious.
It is now. It wouldn't have been when you were a kid.
Well, you know what's really weird is I told my mom about it when I got home. She was pissed, and I was like, fuck, I shouldn't have told her that. She got mad at my dad. And then, but I kept thinking to myself, like, that's what getting mugged is like? That's not that bad.
Right.
I mean, I guess. But I forgot about weapons and guns, the things that they didn't have, right? They had their attitudes, and that's it.
What was the age of the robbers?
12, 13, maybe 14.
Oh,
and I was 12.
Well, that's different.
Yeah.
I was 9, and they were in their 30s.
Oui.
And yeah, I was coming from school like 20 o'clock, 30 minutes. It was dark.
He lives in kind of a rough country.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, they took me from behind. They just kicked me with the feet, in the back. I fell in the front. I had my backpack. And yeah, they put their knees on my head and searched pockets, and then they left.
Yeah, that's all right. At least they didn't kick the living shit out of you, like.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, they didn't do that to me either.
They did hit me.
No, I know, but they didn't beat the living shit out of you and put you in a coma as well.
Either of us, yeah.
They said, they threatened that if I shout or stuff like that, they will do much worse.
Yeah, they probably would have.
Yeah.
Yeah, you both did the right thing in that scenario. To be honest, just just let it happen, get it over and done with.
Well, I was a weakling. Like I had maybe just started skateboarding and hanging out with like the cooler kids, right? The tougher kids, but I wasn't tough at all. Like no way. If somebody would have been like, you need to stand up for yourself, I would have started crying at the thought of it. At 12 years old.
Man. 12 years old, 9.
I was a tough kid at 12.
You're no way tough.
I was quite tough, but I wasn't.
I was quite tough. I'd been doing judo competitions at that age. I weighed like 40.
Yeah, that's probably. You were tough.
You're nothing against an adult.
I just thought.
Not against an. Well, I had a fight at the age of 14 against an adult that was drunk, and I knocked his teeth out. And if he wasn't drunk, he probably would have killed me.
Exactly.
Crazy.
Yeah.
That was because I asked him for a lighter, and he was on the phone having an argument with his girlfriend. Good times. Good times.
But the worst I hate are the rapists.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
From the bottom of my heart.
Yeah.
I mean, clearly.
Glass like, really? Oh. You really hate the rapists? I'm surprised
shifted
about
gears,
that
man, from 3rd to 6th. But all right.
Time for a couple of teaspoons. Oh, yeah.
Hang on, I'll be right back.
Yeah, the rapists are the worst. The people that will actually rape kids and stuff like that, especially. That's messed up shit. It's like, yeah, we're mugging you, but really we're going to rape you, right?
Yeah, I saw it. 5-year-old got raped. A boy got raped by 25-year-old.
That's never.
And he was gay. He was gay. It's gay rape. Yeah. So.
Always the worst type. Well, not always the worst type.
You.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
the
like
victim is destroyed for life. It's stealing his soul.
Soul,
the victim's soul.
Yeah. I don't think it steals their soul. I don't contend with the idea that you can take someone's soul, but like It destroys the vibrance of one's soul.
That child is never gonna grow up. Never.
No, never.
Yeah.
100%.
No matter how much
love you put into
psychotherapy and stuff you're doing, you can bring all the psychologists, whatever, all the experts. They won't fix him. They will not be able to undo what happened to him.
100%.
And yeah.
I guess that's why I speak quite openly about some of the experiences that I've had, because it helps other people. Maybe, I don't know. Hopefully, I hope it does.
Yeah.
In some way, shape, or form, I hope that it would help someone else. That someone that's been through something. No?
People don't listen until it's happening to them. Because today's people, they are not stupid. They are dumb. A stupid learns from his own mistakes. A wise man learns from others, looking at others. But a dumb one will not learn, not even from his own mistakes. And that's how most of people today are.
That's true. It's very, very true. I'm listening to you get me get. I'm just doing something at the same time. So,
have you heard of Lambada Earth?
No.
I was thinking about it last night at work. Lambada, the song, the dance Lambada. And,
of course, I know that.
It's the globe spinning around its axis, and it's tilted, so it's wobbling. It's Lambada dance. Yeah.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, you can have it, with the Polish people, it's lightweight. They are drunk heads.
Yeah, a lot of the time it's easy with the Poles.
Yeah,
bro.
but if it were Romanians, if it were Romanian mobsters, thieves, and stuff like that, those are. I don't want to deal with them,
Different kind
they
of fish.
do you, yeah.
No, I hear that.
They do crazy shit in England. I saw how they rob lorry trucks on the motorway.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I know how they are robbing the clothes at the beginning.
Yeah, I know.
Do you know how?
I stole too.
But not from the shop, man.
Where from? Oh, from yourself.
From people.
From people.
From people. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate muggings though, like that.
No, I hate that.
Depends how you did it.
Mm-hmm.
I saw other people doing, I didn't do, but
yeah,
they was waiting that people dry, their clothes outside, and then they took it.
Yeah,
that was awful, but yeah,
that's disgusting. It's low life.
Say that again. Say that again. How are they doing
it? For example, I live in some building with eight apartments, and outside we had this place for drying clothes.
Yeah.
And you take that dry things and you put there in corner, and everybody in the that's space in the, but it's open space, everybody from street can come inside, that's the problem. And then then you have Romanian.
I've dealt with Romanians. I always got along with them though. Always have gotten along with the Romanians. They've got them, even Romanian gangsters I've gotten along with very well. Very, very, very well, in fact, actually, when I think about it.
Yeah.
I've always got along with them. They like to dance, and so do I. And that's true, get. That's true.
Yeah.
They like to dance. They're not like they're not always like, they don't just sit there standing still in the corner like, oh, I'm a gangster, I gotta stay still. Yeah. Some of the Russian
like
guys, they stand still. They stand still in the corner. It was very weird when we ended up with lots of Eastern Europeans in my area, bro. Like, because a lot of people were afraid of them, and I didn't show any fear towards them, so they showed me a lot of respect. And that actually was a big portion of the end of my problems with the people where I locally lived, the local gangs, because the Polish and Romanian, and so like it was almost like, right, before it would have been Polish, Romanians, and Russians were all separate, right? But because there were so few of them, they became more selective, that they got on better with, like, some of the Polish guys got on better with some of the Russian guys, and there would be like the toughest group and the toughest group, and drugs wise as well. Some could get weed, some could get whatever, right? So it made sense that they mixed. Like, the Polish were brilliant at getting cheap weed, the Romanians were very good at getting heroin, and then the Russians were really, really good at getting, like, anything else, like anything, basically, like weapons and stuff. So, like, it was like a group of them. And I remember, like, you had Belinko, I probably shouldn't say their name, should I really? Szymborski, Puścinosilo, these were the Polish guys. They had a Russian guy that was called Flicky. I don't know why they call him that, but they did. It was a nickname. And Flicky. But I got on with these guys because I wasn't afraid of them, but like it meant that, like, we had normal conversations, whereas other English people would just, like, avoid them like the plague, like fear for them. And I was like 15 years old, bro. They were like fully grown men, and I was very strong for a 15-year-old. So one, they invited me to a party, and I beat nearly every single one of them in an arm wrestle.
Yeah.
Right? And they respected it. I thought I was going to get beaten up. I beat this big Chechen guy, been in the Chechen war.
Yeah.
He was Yugoslavian, and he had fought in the Chechen war as a mercenary type. He wasn't in the national army of any kind or anything like that. But, like, you know how those wars go. Everyone from every country takes up their cause, and potentially they might be involved in the war because of their families from this place or whatever. And he had scars all over him, machete wounds, bro, where he'd been caught in a street battle without guns, basically. Like, he had a pistol, it misfired. He got too deep into enemy territory. They all had, like, machetes, and he had a crappy, like, Karkarov or whatever it is, pistol, crappy Russian-made pistol that they used to give to the people in the Soviet bloc. And he tried to shoot it, and it backfired and fucking blew up in his hand, and he got a piece of metal in his arm, and he started bleeding, and then all of a sudden, loads of them ran at him. He was a big guy, so people were afraid of him walking down the street with this pistol, obviously. Like, they were all backing away, letting him go where he needed to go. And they ran at him and just started, like, one guy pulls out a machete, and he was wearing a vest. So unfortunately, he got hit across the back, and he said he felt his shoulder drop where one of the ligaments had been hit. And he said, I thought I was dead, and he's got, like, a big wound across his stomach. Luckily, he was a big guy, and he had a lot of fat on him as well. He's got a big scar across his stomach, and I mean, when I say big, I mean, like, it's thick, wide, and long, and it's, like, gristly when you grab it and touch it, like, it's fucking ruthless. Sorry, Abayar, for swearing. And
well, I know, for example, in England, I had the
but these guys, let me finish. I'll
Romanian
finish what I was saying.
mobster. Yeah,
What
go
I'm
on.
saying is it was Russians, Romanians, Bulgarians, and the Polish. Right? They had all joined up as friends because they didn't get on necessarily with everyone that was Russian or Polish in their own group. Like because they there wasn't as many to choose from. If there was more Polish guys there, more Russian guys there, they would have never been in a group together. But because like it was better than them making friends with English guys, and they were tough guys, bro. And I remember the day I got in a car with them, right? And this is what happened, and was one of the things that was a catalyst as well. This was part of it, partially some of the work that I'd done. This is the thing that ended my beef with the older lot of the people I had problems with, because people I had problems with, they were already older than me, my brother's age. But the older lads than them that were like 31, that were like really dangerous and scary. A couple of them, one of them had done like a murder. They'd stabbed people and stuff, been in and out of prison, you know, since they were like kids. One of those lads, I saw him on the street. He had hit me from behind with a full can of beer, and like fractured my cheekbone and nearly knocked me out. It didn't knock me out, thankfully. I've never been knocked out. I don't know how. Lucky, I guess. But it caused me a worst concussion ever. Like that affected me for 2 years. That concussion. Anyway, he hit me from behind, and I saw him. I was in the car, this BMW with an English driver who was half Polish. He'd lived in England his whole life, but he'd learnt the Polish language. He'd gone over to Krakow with my friend Lucas, and they'd gone over there together. And he met Russian and Polish mafia guys alike when he was out in Eastern Europe, right? And he had brought back a load of them with him, and like, you know, they were all a good group of friends, and that friend group fractured, and the best of that group ended up with the Romanians and stuff. And so he was driving, Lucas was in the car too, another guy called Sasha was in the car, and then a couple of Russian guys, and like I'm a small kid, like in a five car, like five, and I was sat on the lap of the big Russian dude basically, and I'm a kid, you know, and I'm a big kid, like, and we're driving, and I see the guy who hit me with the can like the year before. And I point at him and I go, that's the guy that hit me from behind. And I still had swelling on my face a year later, you know, from this. Like when, you know, disfigurement almost a little bit. Luckily, all my shit repaired back pretty well. And I turn around and I go, that's the guy there who did that thing to me. They pulled a car over next to him. And like, oi, come here. They're like, get in the car. And he's like, there's no space in the car. And he's like, lay on top of those two's lap. So like he lays on their lap, and his face is like facing down. He tries to like lay on them, like sit on them. He's like, no, lay on your front. Like he didn't want him like sat up at all. And then his face is right next to me, and he looks at me and he goes, punch him in the face if you want. And I'm like, no. Because to me, I was like, I'll fight him for fair. I said, take us somewhere off and I'll fight him one-on-one, right? Because now I'm not worried about his boys getting involved, you know, because he was in a gang. And I said, I'll fight him fair. And they said, no. That's the reason why this is a problem. They said, you fight him fair. They said, this is the point. We want him to realize that you're not to be fucked with at all. They said, we don't, no, not at all. He said, if anything, one of us is going to fight him for you. And I'm like, well, I'll win. And they're like, we don't care. They said, there is a risk that you won't win. They said, there's a risk that one of us fighting him might lose. They said, one-on-one. They said, but two of us will beat him up in a minute. And then when we're driving, Lucas was a guy who was extremely smart. Lucas turns around and starts speaking to the guy, and the guy's shitting himself because he realizes who I am. His head's next to me, and he's looking up to me going, no, please. And I'm like, oh. And he goes, promise me nothing, like really bad's going to happen. Promise me. He's like, hold him back, stop him from hurting me. Because I didn't make this happen. I didn't want this to happen. When I pointed him out, I was just pointing out, like, oh, that's the guy who did that thing to me a year ago. Like, you know, and when they pull over, I'm like, oh, no, leave it, allow it. Like, I don't want to cause any more problems anymore. No, like, I shouldn't have said anything. And, anyway, so we're driving. Lucas is the intelligent one. He's the intelligent group. He's the drug dealer, and he's a pimp out of this group. And he turns around and he's going to the guy who's laying down. He's like, oh, you sell drugs, don't you? And he was like, yeah. I haven't got any on me. He's like, I'm not trying to rob you. He's like, we don't need to rob people. He said, that's stupid. He said, you're a bigger guy, could have bigger guys than him. He said, we're not trying to cause wars. right over this little incident between kids. He said, "But you sell drugs, don't you?" And he's like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Okay." And we pull up, and I see him whisper to the guy who's driving, the English guy who speaks Polish. He's sort of half whispering in Polish to him. And then they all start laughing. The guys understood it. And then they drive somewhere, and he goes, points at a house. He goes, "I want you to rob that house." He says this to the guy sat in the car. He goes, "I want you to rob that house." And the guy who's on the guy that had hit me, and he's like, "Oh, bro," he's like, "You know that that's my drug dealer's house, like the guy I pick up off of." So he's taken him to where he gets his drugs from, and he's like, "I want you to rob your drug dealer's house." He's like, "Do it or you're getting fucked up big time." He gets out of the car. He knew how to get into the premises, obviously, because it's where he goes every day to pick up his drugs, obviously. And he goes there and breaks in, I guess, through the back gate, or just walks in, comes out with like an Xbox and some stuff. As soon as he gets back in the car, the Polish guy's on the phone, rings up the drug dealer that he's just robbed, and he's like, "Right, I've got your worker in my car. He's just robbed your house. I've just caught him robbing your house." And then you hear the English guy that's in the car with us who hit me going, "He made me do it, he made me do it." And then you can hear the drug dealer on the phone go, "I don't give a fuck if he made you do it. You know? You did it." And he's like, "Okay, we'll keep him in the car until you come." All of a sudden the van pulls up. And then he gets out with all of his stuff in a bag, takes it, puts it in the van, and then the drug dealer's like, "Right, get in the fucking car, come on, we're going, like, we've got to deal with this." They take him off. After that, the guy had like these two big black eyes that were like really bad. Like, I mean, like he couldn't see for like, he had black eyes for a year, you know, like for real. Like his own drug dealer fucked him up so bad. So like, and then I realized I was like, these Bulgarian, Russian gangster types, they're smart. Like, they didn't cause a beef with the drug dealer. They caused a bond with the bigger drug dealer, who could have been the guy that got funny if we beat him up, this English guy, because instead they ended up creating a bond with him because it was like create trust between them. It was like, "Look, we made one of your own people rob you. We told you about it and we held it for you and gave you your stuff back just to prove to you that he's a weak link, you know?" And that made them tighter, and they obviously did business already together, like in some way. And like, I was like, wow, that really dealt with the problem. After that, like, it was kind of like all of the older lot from that group, they didn't want nothing to do with causing problems with me.
Man, I tell you, England is some weird country. I had, for example, a Romanian friend. He was a mobster. And in Romania, he killed about 10 people. And he's being given to the Interpol, you know. And this guy was living in England, in London, but under fake ID. And his nickname is the Pig, you know. Yeah, but he's a very tough big man. He did rugby and boxing, you know. And he's doing all sort of this proxenetism, human trafficking, weapons, drugs. You know, he's into everything.
Mm-hmm.
And late in 2005, something like that, he was making a team of hackers. You know, he heard about these things, and yeah, he took a lot of these young Romanian guys who know how to do these things and bring them to England and install these copycats on ATM machines and stuff like that, you know. And I knew his network, everything, and how I got friendly with him was
So wait, were they doing the ATM
his
card
wife.
catching?
Yeah, his wife was living in Palma de Mallorca, and with his fake ID, uh, he said he can't leave England, you know.
Yeah.
And I
Stuck
told
there.
him, look, if I make you a plane ticket, you can fly to Palma de Mallorca, no problems, and come back, you know. Because I was making business class or first class tickets, you know, and those cost a lot of money, you know. But when you go to the airport and you
When it's
show a first class
class ticket, they think
ticket,
you're all
they
that. Yeah,
don't check
exactly.
you.
Exactly.
Yeah. You go on the red carpet in the lounge.
There's
You
like
take
it's as
whiskey,
least
drink,
there's going to be as
smoke.
least friction as possible
Yeah,
in it. It's like they're not going to stop
yeah,
you. It's like it's about
yeah,
it being an easy experience. It's like first
yeah,
class for a reason, you know. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
They don't dare. They don't dare to do this bullshit they do with us, like economy class people. You know. Yeah.
That human trafficking shit really pisses me off because nobody's tried to traffic me. What? Nobody wants a 49-year-old male?
Well, when I said that, I mean I'm saying something like, you know, he's taking Romanian girls from Romania, bring them to England, and uh, put them in
Once you
this
get it, you're
network of
fine.
prostitution and stuff like that. Yeah. So, you know.
Well, his girl wouldn't have been like a prostitute anyway. By the sound of it, she would have been like more like a
Yeah.
madam, you know,
Yeah,
like a
and
pimp, woman pimp.
Mm. And he was telling me, you know, like how the Interpol is searching for him and all this stuff. But in England, he was living with this fake ID, and he even had social, how do you say, social, not social income, but they give you a house to live on that national insurance number, Nino, and stuff like that. He had all that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And
that's a cool story.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking myself about if I went to get somewhere with like, you know, with the jab with that passports and that, like I might get first. That's okay. Get if I had to get by plane.
Yeah.
Because really, I'm trying to like move away from where I am right now. Anyway. I'm trying to move. I'm trying to go to America. You know that guy's called Rookie, yeah?
I know. You want to go to USA now.
You know that guy. Do you know that guy called Rookie?
That asshole
yeah?
Rookie,
yeah. He's a bit of like a fucking weirdo, isn't it? Shit, he just kind of hasn't said that. So.
I can only be what I am.
Yeah, I love you, bro.
Yeah. And oh, by the way,
I might go down to beginners, Effie, in a second.
This mobster also knows the mafia boss, Romanian mafia boss, Nicu Gheară. This guy is this guy owns the island of Ibiza.
Ibiza, yeah. Ibiza.
He owns it. In Romania,
I know he does. Yeah, I know who he is. Yeah, he's a serious guy.
Yeah, he's
a pretty serious guy.
Prada, he's with those guys together.
Yeah, people used to speak about him. The Romanians would talk about him sometimes, like because he wasn't necessarily as well known 10 years ago.
They show his girls on FTV, fashion TV. Yeah, I mean, he's not some low life, you know. Yeah, and they are friends. The funny thing.
I accidentally clicked on the thing I was going to go to already. But yeah, no, yeah, he's involved with lots of things, isn't he? Like he's got his fingers in many pies, as it were.
Yeah. Well, the thing which he was most involved was credit card hacking, internet scams, frauds. You know.
Yeah, he would have been involved in that card catching stuff as well, though, like catching the cards and copying the numbers with a camera.
Yeah,
I
bro.
worked for him, and he gave me like the penthouse apartment next to the Romanian Senate in Bucharest. The building next door is his building, you know, and in that building live only all these people who work in the television, like news and TV shows and stuff like that.
He
All
owns.
those famous Romanians, yeah.
Wait there a second. He owns like literally. I think it's almost like 39% of Ibiza. No, like Ibiza.
Yeah.
39% of it, like, and it's mainly the coasts of it as well, which is like the coast of the island, which is mainly the bit that makes you money. Like he owns like something like 40 nightclubs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's like this guy has somehow been a gangster that's put his like he's done well as a gangster. Like he's done well out of it.
Yeah.
And he did well because all of the gangsters before him had managed to launder their money well, get it into accounts, and he didn't have to do too much. Once you've got enough money to make money illegally, like you never have to like risk yourself being in a situation where you're gonna look like a criminal, you know. Like I've seen pictures of him, bro, with like presidents and stuff like that. Of countries.
Yeah, he has pictures with Pele, with
yeah, bro.
You name it, the famous people, and he knows them.
He knows what he's doing. That guy. He's yeah. What's his name again? It's
Nicu Gheară.
Gheară. That's it. Like Nicu Gheară. Yeah, man.
Gheara. Yeah.
Straight up gangster.
And also, all the Romanian footballers. This guy has the agency in Romania for the best agency for photo models, and vast majority of Romanian singers
go through him.
He owns them, you know.
Yeah, he owns their contracts.
He decides which footballer marries which girl, you know.
Yeah, like, well, he doesn't decide who marries who. But he does fix them up, doesn't he? Like, puts them together.
Yeah, exactly.
And he thinks like who would work well together and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. Like, but he does it through parties, basically, right? Like he throws big
in
parties.
Clubs,
yeah, man. He also travels between Ibiza.
What are we talking about?
We're talking about this gangster that's a mobster that's very well known on the flat earth. Yeah, man. Someone that me and Get personally both had some semblance of dealings with, which is just weird.
Yeah.
That's all. Why, you want to get involved in the conversation? Do you know him too? Wait, what?
No. You picked the one conversation I don't want any part of. Cool?
No problem. Battle mode, we can switch. Yeah.
Well, no,
European
I'm not finished.
mobsters. Yeah.
Well, no, so but he owns like 39 nightclubs, man. Like,
pizza.
Yeah, and I think he owns the main construction company out there now too. It's like anything that gets built out of there now. You could say he's pretty much not a gangster now.
Is he
He's pretty
a
much a
politician?
businessman. No.
He's
You would like him.
Fashion
well, all
industry.
the politicians are gangsters. That's all.
I know.
Yeah, but they're in the public sector. The street gangsters are in the private sector.
He's a private sector gangster.
Oh no, they mingle with the mafia.
He is the leader of
the mafia is the state too, so there you go.
I know it is. It's like the numbers game in the numbers game that was happening
I got a video on that, man.
Little Italy and in places like in New York.
Everything's the rich man's trick.
Well, but think about it, like the American government banned the numbers game that the mafia were doing.
Video, man. It's deep on this subject.
Send it to me. If it's a YouTube clip, then I'll watch it. I can't download the 3 hour.
When you see, for example, a Gucci or when you see a fashion show like Gucci, Prada, all this stuff, and you see Romanian photo models, those girls are his. Yeah.
Oh, them aren't chicks. I've seen them.
Yeah.
No, the ones that we're on about, they're his chicks. This guy is
No, they're
gangster.
dudes. He's got trannies.
Maybe, but
I'm telling you, them ain't chicks.
he ain't paying for transitions. I'll put it that way.
Not all of
That's
them.
why
He wants. Listen, the models that he has, he wants models.
that's
Batman,
why
that people
most
can
of
pay
them
to have sex
haven't
with,
made
bro.
it to the chop shop yet.
Bro, he has models, yeah, okay, that people can pay to have sex with.
They don't have sex with trannies. The elite
Not
love
every,
that.
not every man. He's not involved with just the elite. He's the. You're not understanding the type of guy that we're talking about. Like he's.
I am the mafia. They're politicians, the elite. They're all the same shit. The world
know
is
that.
run by one form of mafia or another.
I understand that, but I'm saying his girls.
brought up
I've
this
met some of them. They're not trannies. That's all I know.
They all love trannies. All the rap artists, they're all married to trannies.
Yeah, that's true.
All the
That's
biggest
true.
rock stars, all the
They
biggest
could have
country
got
stars,
their
all
penis cut
trannies.
off, and
And they don't want the penis cut off, bro. That's the thing they like. Is the secret between the legs.
listen, some of them you
They
can't
get off
tell.
on it.
There are those ones you can't look at and tell.
I know. Start them young on hormone blockers.
I would say those are the ones you tell.
But like they like the fact that there's a secret between their legs because it's like another thing they can get over on someone. You know, it's like an occultic thing.
And it's not all of them trannies, you know. It's enough to be like 20 or 30% of those girls to be trannies. And then when you look at those TV shows or fashion shows and stuff, you admire them all, you know. When you see a woman, yeah, you're okay to admire her, but next one is this guy's
Most
man.
supermodels.
And
Most
then
supermodels
you
are
are in
trannies.
the wrong, you are gay, you know.
Hold on. Did he just say no supermodels are men?
I said most supermodels are men.
Oh, I thought you said
Gives whole new meaning.
Oh man, you need to wake up, naive man.
No, most supermodels are men.
Gives a whole new meaning to rebuilding the tranny.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I didn't know shit about that. A tranny went in a hot rod. You know what I'm saying?
You've rebuilt plenty of trannies, right, Batman? Just not those types.
Right. And if it wasn't a tranny, it was a gearbox.
I've never heard of transgender people referred to as gearboxes. I don't know what you're talking about now.
Get your motor running.
Get on the highway.
Oh,
or whatever comes my way.
Hoping them trannies don't come my way. Fire all my guns if it happens. Watch them trannies get explode into space.
I'm going to go down to FE Beginners. I want to listen to what's going on down there. I'm not in the mood for singing and shouting today. I've got a headache.
Listen.
Oh, come
headache,
on. Now
man.
you got a headache.
Listen. Put that pipe down and go to sleep at night. You'll be all right. But watch that video, man.
Shut up. Don't make those sort of jokes. I don't even smoke cannabis.
Uh-huh.
I don't. You motherfuckers are all the fucking,
That's too bad.
It's not too bad, bro. It fucks me up, bro. It makes me feel ill.
You smoking trannies, but hey.
I don't smoke weed, bro.
Take it
Listen, watch that video or you're smoking every drug there is.
Do you do edibles?
I'm serious, man. That motherfucker's deep, man.
I do fat edibles. It gives me less pain and hypertension.
People who think their government's corrupt should watch that damn video and be enlightened to the actual amount of corruption.
Oh, of course. This is why prohibition happened. Prohibition happened to the gangster.
Like the fact
that
too. American industrials supported the war in Hitler, the Hitler regime. They gave him free gas. His trucks had Ford motors in them. His tanks were built by Ford. Ford Motor Company built the trucks that ran over Americans in the war against Hitler. You know what I'm saying? They were selling them guns. American industrialists got rich off that war, and then they started playing fake war nonstop because it makes good money. You ever thought, well, we do it because it's economically smart? War. You should watch that video. That dude gets deep into it. He even tells you exactly why JFK got killed. He went against a mafia who owned the entire government at that time. They were all on the payroll.
He was also going to disband the IRS.
See, that's why. Listen, this is why politicians got greedy and quit taking payments and started running the rackets themselves.
Savage. I wish I laughed about that, bro.
Yeah, JFK, I believe, made a deal with the mob.
Listen, the same reason. No, you can argue otherwise, but people who make deals with the mafia usually don't get shot in the head as long as they follow through. That's some Clinton shit. But this is the reason why there was a certain time when countries started locking up all the mafia men. It's just so the politicians could take over their rackets, their numbers rackets, the casinos, the Teamsters. You own the union, you own the laborers, you own everything in America because somebody in a union job site got to build it. Some union.
That's how you get all the contracts for the construction. That's how you do it all. I've got 2 more. The following content has been identified by the YouTube community as inappropriate or offensive to some audiences. No. I understand and I wish to proceed.
It's age. It's age restricted.
Can I have one of them? You can have both of them. Oh, yes, mate, because I can just plug it in with a HDMI. We're not using it, it's just broken at my house. Yes, the HDMI cable and Ethernet on there. Where? HDMI. Oh, bro, get me one. Yeah, get me one then. Get me one of those laptops, because if it only thing that don't work on it is the screen, I can plug it into TV.
I didn't think about that, mate. I always kept this one up to leave it the screen works.
What? Yeah, Johnny Boy was supposed to get his brother Robert to back off the mob, and after he got elected, he didn't, so they whacked him.
Hey, what? Yeah. So, what kind of he took advantage of him. He got elected, and then he turned against him. He talked with him and all that until he got elected, and then he turned against him. But hey, tell me what kind of laptop that is, Crack. I got a bunch of old laptops for from my company, man. I'll probably get you a screen.
Hey, Crack, I posted the picture I just found. I was searching that guy. He's in the middle in that picture, but look what's written in the top right of that picture in the live stream.
I will do now, bro.
Joshua?
Yeah, Colibri Bird and Yeshua.
Yeshua.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the
It's
guy in the middle is Nico Guerra, and the guy in the left is Walter Zenga.
Yeah, but I'm thinking that the bird is a Y.
Yeah, it is a Y.
Or more like the iron.
Well, you know, the bird could be the resemblance of the dove that came down from heaven when he said, "This is my son with whom I'm pleased."
Yeah, but that's a colibri bird there.
I might be getting a new laptop because my cousin's got 3 of these laptops. Good laptops as well. But 2 of them, the screen don't work, and I'm like, I'll just plug that shit into a monitor with a HDMI cable.
You know, the hummingbird is like native to Americas.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's anywhere else. I think the Japanese have a type, but it's like very rare.
You can just hook up a regular old tower monitor the most laptops, bro.
Yeah, even the ones that don't have HDMI, they still have a line out for CRT monitors or what I can't remember what the fuck the old connector is called.
You can get converters for all them HDMI too. You can convert it to RC.
But basically, I'm gonna get a new laptop then, yeah, because I can just plug it in.
You might even be able to completely remove the monitor portion to where it's just a keyboard. Customize it, you know?
Well, you can do that. You just have to take it apart and unplug it from the board.
Yeah. But I don't know. Some models, if the ribbon cable's not plugged in and go into a board, so you'll have to like make a dummy circuit for it, then none of the output display won't work. The secondary, because it still needs to activate. So I think it's just a simple switch to pull it down low instead of have it high open.
Yeah.
If I change the administrator account on a PC, let's say a PC you've got it from somewhere like a school, yeah, so it's restricted so that only kids can go on only certain things, right, yeah? Like, you can't go on sites that are 18 plus. I could just use a VPN, but like, I mean, how do I take off that administrator code? Download like Linux,
Windows.
maybe? Reinstall
Windows. Yeah.
Reinstall Windows. Done.
So you have to delete all the windows and reinstall it. I don't know.
You could probably even make a recovery drive from
I
the
think to
system
be able
itself.
to uninstall Windows on it, I think you need the administrator account even.
No. You need access to the BIOS, and if the BIOS is locked, you need to take it apart, take the battery out of it for the CMOS, or if there's a jumper, jump it, cycle it on, cycle it off, and then jump it back, and all passwords will be clear for BIOS. Then enter BIOS. Starts off with a splash screen that's custom. Hit tab and it'll bring it to the C prompt, and then that's when you hit activate keys, the F1 through F12 keys, like real quick,
do this another
and it'll
time
pop
together.
up with the options. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do it now, Brent. Alright. We'll have to do this together at some point. Try and help me unlock one of these laptops, because I've got 3 of these laptops that are like school laptops, so I need to unblock it. Like, they've been given to us, like, it's not like they want them back, they've been given, but like 2 of them have got the screens broken, but I can just hook mine up to a 42-inch monitor. I've got a 22-inch HP monitor as well. I can just hook it up to that, because my laptop's so slow. This laptop's quick. You know, I can do everything on it.
Yeah.
Wait, what about like connectivity of like a headset? Is it a single or is it a dual port connection? It's a single port. It doesn't even need a splitter. That's so ideal.
Well, it depends. Look at it. If it looks like it's just a headphone, then it's just a headphone. But if it looks like a headset, then you can plug in, headsets, because
With a
it's
microphone.
got the 4-band barrel instead of the 3-band.
It's a proper laptop, bro. With like it's a proper laptop, bro.
Like usually, if they have a separate line,
It's got a line with a microphone on it. Yeah, it's got a microphone coming out of it.
So it's got the green and the red.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got them both. Basically. It's got the ability for me to plug in a headset without having to have a splitter like on my old laptop that I'm using now. Careful. Split that.
Yeah, because I have dongles that go from the twin to the single barrel, from the 2-barrel to the single barrel.
But I was just making sure, because it doesn't have two things on it, whether a headset would work. Just go on, in a minute, try and go on Discord. And if Discord works on it, I'm not that bothered. As long as I can go on Discord on it.
Well,
then I need to be able to go on YouTube.
One side will look like headphones, and the other side will look like a speaker. It'll have the emblem.
I know that. But I'm staying on this laptop. It's got one pin hole, that's it, right? And it's got a headset with the microphone that comes down from the headset. So it's both pins in one.
Yeah. It's modern.
It's singular. It's modern, yeah. It's a modern laptop. It's brand new.
Like the one on your mobile. Yeah. So you could just plug your
your
earbuds in.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly. But what I'm saying is that it needs to administrate a code in order for us to like get onto websites that are like bad or whatever. But I could just use it. I could
Well,
just get a VPN.
They probably, since it's a school, they probably disabled USB key, which can be unlocked
No.
through BIOS. But without that USB
Right.
key unlocked, you can't even download. You can't even have the little daemon program that'll pop the admin code
in your browser.
Well, it's not in your browser. It's when you're starting
No,
it
it's
up.
not. Well,
It boots to this
Discord
device and it
works.
pops the passwords, and then it reboots it.
Go on yours. Your username. Yeah, and then you know your password. It's like that password is Lula or whatever.
Or just call the school and find out what the administrator password is, so you can unlock the notebook.
Can't we just call the school?
They forgot we've got it, mate.
They forgot. We've got them. Okay. These are my godchildren's laptops. That's why.
Yeah, I would say
They've forgotten
go to
about.
school or ring up the school.
No, because then they'll ask for them back. Yeah, it's like that. It's just it's just one of the things. We've got 3 of them.
Well, if
I just think
if your godchildren are up for the op, they can go in there with certain code with a macro, open up the system. As long as they don't mess with the grades and they erase
I
all
want
traces.
Linux anyway. I was thinking about removing.
Yeah, do that. That's what I'm saying. Install a different operating system or update the system.
What if to install a new operating system, it's you need to administrate code to
No, you just
those that are on it.
You don't need to install anything because you do it from.
I could just take out the fucking hard drive, can I?
Well, you do it from Python.
And put my hard drive in.
Listen, you do it from Python. If there's a password on the BIOS, you switch the BIOS, the CMOS chip, or you remove the battery from the laptop, start it up again. Not the main battery, but the little button cell battery. And if the button cell battery is fogged in, then there'll be a jumper pin, right? And then you cycle it on and off, and then you switch it back. You cycle it on, let Windows load, and then turn it off again, and then put the battery back in or reset the pin, and then put the computer all the way back.
Okay, I'm not going to be able to
and then you have
memorize all
access
this.
to BIOS, because what that does is it clears BIOS. It clears all passwords.
Right, that makes sense. I'm not going to memorize that. When I get a laptop, yeah, will you do it with me? I'll have 2 of them to do it with. So will you be willing to help me do it on camera?
Yeah.
We'll both go on camera.
Yeah.
On camera.
Just let me know when you're getting ready to do that.
When I've got
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll do it privately.
Yeah, but you put those fucking emojis in your there. You put those stupid emojis in your name, bro. No, you didn't. You changed it for Halloween, bro. No, listen. You changed it for Halloween.
Oh, I put them on top of them.
Yeah. So don't tell me I changed shit.
Yeah, but it was originally. Yes. Changed it.
Well, it's that now. Look.
What is it?
That. There.
Pumpkin, Rambo, pumpkin.
Line, pumpkin, line, Rambo, line, pumpkin. Why would you put pumpkins in it? It's so fucking gay. Just put in line, Rambo, line, and then put the hashtag 6623, and then do your password. Hashtag.
Pound sign.
You're gonna have to find
the quid.
The hashtag.
Not on there, mate.
Yeah, it is, mate. Right.
I don't know, do I? Numbers?
Not there.
You know what's crazy about that hashtag? Like here in the States, we call it pound.
Yeah, that's just bad for you, right?
But
we used to call it that before it was used as a hashtag. We used to call it the pound sign too.
Yeah, but it's a tic-tac-toe sign. It's not a quid. That's why I was like, huh? But I guess the keyboards over there are different.
They're a little bit different.
Like the vector, right?
What do you mean? So how can a username not contain a hashtag? The usernames are based of hashtags. How can a username not contain a hashtag when... Wait there, mate. I really don't know what to do then, Brandon. I don't know how to help you. Like, all I know is the Discord works on it already, so. What, to download it? Yeah, just use the app on the thing. Log in with a QR code. Let me just log into mine quickly. Right. No, but I mean, I might as well just do it. You'll have to use this headset anyway. It should work because it's for 14 and above. Yeah, there you go. Email wrong.
You must have to go on my email.
Fucking hell. I can't get on my emails at all on that phone. I have to, like, it's so annoying. You might have to update the whole fucking thing. Log in. There you go. Got it. I'll join the live stream in a second and we'll see if it works. Right, I'll unplug the headset. So let me plug the headset.
Hey, real quick question. Do you know how you would raise your privilege level from inside the command prompt for running executables inside the command prompt of Linux, the terminal? Crack. Anyways, you type in sudo space su, hit enter, and then a prompt's going to come up wanting you to type in the administrator password. The administrator password is the password that you set up with your account when you installed Linux. If you didn't set it, then it's default nothing or admin. Sometimes root.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Jenny.
Are you guys all taking a nap? Or are you going to leave?
Oh no.
I really
You're robot.
Oh no.
No more got from Mr. Robot.
Is it just me, or did that robot sound like Jenny?
It still does. It's Miss Roboto.
Like check.
Check. I hear you.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Cash that check.
Where all the damn Clovers at? It's quiet.
I don't know.
It's the calm before the storm.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the same thing. Damn it, you got beaten.
The spiral is imminent.
We're in the eye of it.
They always come in crowds, so it'll be a troll train here anytime.
Well, I am expecting quite a bit of trolls coming in because I did join a bunch of Facebook groups and shared this stream. Last night I had a reach of like 842 people, something like that. So the thing is the message is getting out there and the link is getting out there. So hopefully we get some people coming in.
Awesome.
And that was just like a 2-hour segment at the limit right now that my page can stream. It's the only thing I can keep analytics on for Facebook.
They come in waves, man. They're like the Chinese in the Korean War. They just come running with their sticks. They don't even have guns and just throw themselves against the barbed wire.
So I can climbeth over thee.
Oh, it's not coming up. Well, up green there, but it's not coming up. Wait there. Maybe it's because I'm in here.
I haven't been muted or anything like that.
Oh, you're there, right there.
I can hear you.
You hear me? Oh, okay. So it works on the server profile. Like I can come on Discord on this laptop even if I don't do anything. At least, just I can't download the app.
And it's actually quite quick in it as well.
It's quick as well. Yeah, it is quick. But wait there. Where was it on live stream voice text? Like, let's see if I try and watch the video that Batmob posted, which it won't let you watch. No way. It lets you go on YouTube and watch any video on YouTube.
Yeah.
Any video.
Oh no, you can't watch certain
18 plus
like,
stuff.
No, there's a lot of 18 plus stuff you can watch. But there's certain music videos I can't seem to watch. But some ones I can with swearing all sorts in. So it just depends really.
Let's see if this video here you should definitely not be able to watch.
Well, see, I have my
wait there.
I have my channel set.
This video age restricted.
I have my channel set to non-age restriction, but not meant for children.
This is different.
It's
Like
been basically a minute.
it's because it's been given by a school.
Yeah, it's video making. Play anyway. I understand.
Your discretion is advised. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, it's working. So basically, I can use it the way it is anyway for what I need it for, bro.
Yeah, the other ones.
So bring me one of these down so I can fucking Discord my way this way, bro. This is
see if you can install Cody.
How do I
See
sound
if you
as
can
well,
install Cody on it. Pretty good, really good. No crackling, nothing. Crystal clear.
Dope.
Oh!
How can you have any pudding if you don't eat your meat?
Never crashed me ever. Once. Never crashed me before ever.
I love that.
Everything works pretty much.
I can't even hear
Amazon Prime stream perfect.
Everything works on there.
It never
I can't even hear
It doesn't stop me from
Godchild.
watching anything.
Not on Amazon or Netflix, no, anything.
But see if you can download Kodi on that device. If you can download Kodi, then you should be able to get a repo for it. Even
Basically,
if
wait there, Joshua, everything I need it for, watching stuff on YouTube, which is 18 plus, seems to work.
Videos doesn't you can't.
I can't download any apps like the Discord app, but I can just use the browser version, which I'm using now, which is
well, no, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
You side load it through your phone, so you would go ahead and download the exe for Kodi.
Yeah, I've already downloaded the exe, but then once the exe is downloaded, and you go to open it, it blocks it.
Well, I'm just saying, Kodi is it's Xbox media source, right? But what this thing is it's a repo, so you can watch like all kinds of movies, television shows from around the world, Netflix, all of that stuff.
Oh, this is
movies and
dope.
theaters. That's what I use. But you can't get links from it to share, so I have to use another source to find those resources, but they're never the same quality.
This is kind of
like
dope.
you can take an Amazon Fire Stick, because it's USB, HDMI type thing, and you can ADB sideload onto it apps. So basically, you pop it open, root it, and then remove the cord and reinstall, a base system with Kodi on it, and you basically make it a hacked device to where the first thing that starts is the VPN.
What I was going to say is when I do get this laptop brought down, will you help me try and uninstall everything though, so we can try and get it to be just a normal Windows 10 or a Linux or something instead, and then just I want to get rid of this administrator control on it if I can. If I can't, then I can use it the way it is currently. Just
if you can get access to the USB, the best thing to do to see if USB drivers will install automatically, take your mobile phone and plug the USB cord into it, and then plug that into the USB port of that computer, and see if a prompt pops up installing drivers.
We'll do it when I've got it, alright?
Because if it'll do that, then you're golden. If it won't, then there's Fortress on it, and Fortress is a motherfucker.
I think that's what it is on it, to be honest. It's something like Fortress, because this is British government technology that I'm talking about right now.
Well, it's the same thing. That didn't stop me when I hacked the school. They had Fortress on it.
Just like the schools, they have the administrator control over the whole laptop, so it stops you from uninstalling or installing any apps or any add-ons or drivers or anything like that. It's set up the way it is. It's got everything on it. It's already got Linux on it, I just realized as well.
Yeah, and it can block the networking. It can block certain ports. So even if you do connect to sites, these certain sites use certain ports for showing videos. It'll block that port. Yeah.
If I remove the hard drive from it, though, it's fucked, right? Surely, because it will be on the hard drive. This control, right?
No, the control's just software control, but it's preloaded, so it starts up before Windows. It runs in Python library.
Right, but what I'm saying is where's that stored to? The control from the administrator is going to be stored on the hard drive, correct? So I can remove the hard drive and put a different.
No, you just initialize. You reinitialize the hard drive with a new image. That's it. An image without it.
Okay. If not,
that's what I'm saying.
If that fails, though, I could just put a new hard drive in there. That's all I'm asking, bro. If that failed, I could put a bigger hard. I would need a bigger hard drive in it anyway, because it's got a small hard drive, right? Okay.
Well, you need a USB drive about 8 gigabyte, because the Windows installation files takes up about 4.7 gigs.
Yeah, no, I know that. I've got all of that, right? I've got 16 gig.
And you get the AIO. You get the AIO OEM installation one.
I know, but I'm asking one specific question. I'm asking one specific question that I want to know the answer to. I understand all of that.
saying if everything was to fail on it, right, and there's no way of getting around this administrator control that they've got, right, that administrator control has to be installed on the hard drive, correct?
No, it can be installed in the BIOS memory. So I said the first thing is wipe the BIOS. Wipe the BIOS and reconfigure it. Because the first thing that'll happen is log you into the BIOS, and you make sure you unlock legacy devices.
I'm just thinking about how I can remove
and what that does,
like basically factory reset the whole thing and then reinstall Windows afterwards with a new hard drive.
That's what I'm telling you to do. So, listen, after you do that and you set it to legacy, it's going to nerf the installation. So whatever program would be written to run in Python prior to the WinExe command is nerfed. Then you can go in there and wipe it. And then before you wipe it, right?
Yeah.
You just initialize and then you stop the installation. Though it's going to be a critical error, cyclical critical error, right? You start it up again, you go back into BIOS, you disable legacy mode.
Right.
Make sure that USB is set to open and have the option for F8 to open the boot options. Then as soon as it starts up, hit F8, stick your USB key in, hit boot from USB CD drive, and hit enter, and it'll reach
It doesn't
that
have
and
a
start the
CD drive
installation.
on it at all. It doesn't have a CD.
Yeah, neither does mine. Neither does mine, so that means it should have USB-C connection port.
Alright, well, as it is, really, I can use it for nearly everything I want, which is just like YouTube, Netflix, everything like that.
It should have Bluetooth on board, too. Built-in Bluetooth.
Bluetooth, yeah. Bluetooth works.
So you can use your phone as a display.
Yeah, I could use my phone as a display, but like I could.
You can also display your phone on the computer through an ADB program. It's called Screen Copy. S-Copy.
I'm just going to use a HDMI wire, dude. It's got a HDMI cable.
Fully master resetting it and wiping off every single account on there.
That's what we were talking about.
Yeah, just rebooting it.
Administration user as well. If you can figure out.
No, we're just going to smash the castle. We're just
so quiet.
Who, me?
No.
Me? I don't know. Am I quiet? Am I? I haven't looked at any of my settings. Let me look.
Oh, maybe
no. You're pretty loud.
I don't know. It just sounded like you were
Turn me
far
up
away.
then. Turn me up. Output volume. Input volume.
I already have it all the way up.
Output volume. Right. There you go. What about now?
You're good. You sound great now. Maybe you were in space away.
Onto your set, if you want to down here, maybe go to microphone settings.
I know.
Just go ahead and give me a hard time about it.
What about now?
Yeah, is it still good?
Literally, it's got so many controls on it that it's insane. Like I can't change hardly anything on this. Speech, UX configuration, recorder, voice recorder. If I try and turn voice recorder on, it works. Alright. Mixed reality portal, HP Smart desktop app web viewer off. Why?
When something's great, you can't change it. If it's coloured like that, you can change it.
Right. But yeah, Bran, this is what it is. It works. So for what I need it for now, it works.
Discord will work really fast. It won't fuck up. It won't glitch or anything like that, which is good. That's what you want it really for, really, isn't it?
Kind of, yeah. I want it more for that, and I want to be able. I want to be able to stream.
Always use Chrome. That one.
Find out what kind of administrative command is on that thing, and see if it's poppable. Usually, it's not because it's hard baked into the registry. So you have to clear the registry. The only way to do that is to do like I said and nerf it, NOP it by switching on legacy devices. Means it corrupt the previous Windows and it will not install from it.
I'll be honest, I don't know how to do any of that at the moment. So
corrupted code cannot be called on. It's a very simple way to NOP the operating system.
We do all of that when it happens, bro. When I get it. I'm saying I'm not that much of a nerd when it comes to computers because I haven't used a computer like this for so long. I used to be a nerd when it came to all this shit, but everything's changed. But at the minute, as it is, even if I get one, I can use it for what I want to use it for, which is what Discord. I can watch any video on YouTube that I need to watch. I can go on Netflix. I can go on Amazon. I can Amazon Prime. I can go on to pretty much everything that I need to go on to. Skype, I think, as well, will work on it.
You're just being lazy.
No, I want to do that. That's what I'm saying, but I don't have the computer yet to do it with. This one ain't mine to mess around with. This is just one of the other ones. We've got 3 of them. I can't do any of what you're talking about on this computer.
Yeah, but I'm saying once you get one of them running right, create a system image, an ISO system image, and then you can just use that on the other ones to clone the system.
Step by step how to do that. Do you get what I'm trying to say to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I can't. Like you can tell me that. Like I'm not gonna feign intellect. Like, oh yeah, cool, dude. I know how to do
basically,
that.
Basically, the Windows installation works off of a system image, a base system image, a base build. So you update the system on that. If all the systems are identical, then you can create one master system image, your own custom one, copy it, and then send it through to the others. So that when you install it, it installs a custom image. It's a program. That's it. So
okay.
It means you won't have to sit there and install drivers on the other 2.
I'll be right back, alright? Thanks, dude.
Alright. Any flat earthers want to talk about like the blatant truth about it? Water is level. 71% water, they say. So 71% level plane that does not work on a ball. It's simple math, guys.
Simple math.
Even if you say 70%, that's still 30% land. Some overall majority, it's flat. And then they'll argue, well, what about the terrain under? Well, the terrain under is pretty much flat. I mean, the abyssal plain. The landmass with the highest elevation is, in fact, Antarctica. And we live in a place called the Antarctic Basin. That's every human. Fun facts.
What do you think the shape of the Earth is?
I don't think there's a shape to dry land. Right? The Earth is just the land. The portions that stick up out of the water. So, flat is a surface feature. It doesn't necessarily denote a shape. Kind of like smooth or rough. Like I can sit here and rake out a bunch of gravel, and I know that's level. and flat. But when you get down to it and look at it, you'll notice that it's just, a field of boulders stacked on top of each other. It all depends on your perspective. And I see a lot of these flat earthers sitting here trying to explain a model, saying this is what it looks like from space. Well, that's logical fallacy right there. And I call them out in these groups and on their posts. It's like nobody's been to space, so how can you sit there and claim what it looks like from space? You don't know. You're going off of an azimuthal equidistant map based off of globe projection.
I know what we can talk about.
What's that?
The difference in the nature of the globe Earth claim versus the flat Earth claim, and what we use for evidence versus what they use for evidence.
Well, they can sit there and claim that we use photos for evidence, but the thing is you can actually go out and test the photo in real life. Right? You can test the film in real life.
That's what I was talking about.
But their evidence,
exactly what I was talking about.
we can't really go there.
I understand. Yeah, of course, and I'll tell. Listen, no, I admit, photos, they're subjective. They really are, because it's just like a visual impression. Unless the photo has unless the camera that's taking the photo is calibrated to accurately represent the world. Right. So you design the camera so that it preserves angles and things like that. So if I take a picture of something and it's sometimes a physical angle of say 1 degree out there in the world, that in the camera that angle is accurately represented in proportion to all the other angles. Right. So it's geometrically correct. Right. Geometrically accurate. And we know all cameras are not 100% geometrically accurate. It's just impossible at this point in time. It'll be possible at some point.
How would we be able to design optics like that, or perhaps not even an optic, but a sensor, right? A sensor that has no distortion without a need of an optic.
You have to have a planar lens.
Yeah, that's the issue.
Yeah. Has to be a planar lens.
The material we use is refractive unless we could actually do away with refraction altogether.
Actually, there is a lens that does it. It's called a confocal lens. Now I think about it.
Well,
confocal lens. They use it in industry to manufacture parts and to measure parts to tolerances. But it has to be at the exact correct location, and the sensor has to pretty much be the same size as what it is you're taking a picture of. So if you're taking a picture of a 1 inch by 1 inch cube,
that works too.
Your sensor needs to be, at least that size, because you need that straight lines, right? You need to, because because you need like a straight line. You need you need straight lines to go to each pixel of the sensor. Because if it's think about it like this, if it's up at an angle, this is a stupid thing. Like with Cobras, it's the same thing. Like perspective. You know what I mean? If I'm looking at a tile and I'm right overhead, it's a square. But once I start looking at it from some off angle, it's not square anymore, and it kind of turns into like a trapezoid, right? So a camera's the same way. If you have the sensor taking a picture of something on the optical axis, right, dead center of the camera, it's correct. But as you get to the edges, it becomes not correct because it's coming in at an angle. So that same tilt that you observe from looking at a square from an angle, right? That tilt is being, instead of you looking at an angle at a square, the square itself is tilting relative to what you're taking a picture of, that square being the sensor itself.
Yeah. See, I know, like, there's a difference in refractive index, but there is a liquid that has the same refractive index as a certain crystal. And if they make the lenses out of that crystal, I think it's sapphire, and flood the whole thing, like submerge it in this oil. I think it's wintergreen oil or something like that. Spearmint oil.
I've heard of this. Yeah,
that's just how they do like the lithography for like the extremely small like circuit boards for our phones. They have to use that because the traces are so small and intricate in places that without using that, there's going to be too much of a fuzz and refraction, and there's going to be electron leakage, and the circuit board's going to fail. Yeah, or the chip, right?
Yeah, it's getting as close to the diffraction limit without distortion. That's really what they're doing.
So if they could do that like that, then how would we be able to create a lens that has the same refractive index as air? You know what I mean? Create a medium, a crystal that has the same.
Well, they're working on it. It's called a. What do they call it? It's called a metasurface. That's what it's called. A metasurface lens. But they haven't it hasn't been engineered yet. No. It's a metamaterial. It's a metamaterial. It's basically the same concept as making a metamaterial. So the way a metamaterial works is you have, let's call them features, right? So you have features which are sub-wavelength. So that's the problem of designing it, right? So light is 400 nanometer to 800 nanometer. So you need to have like 16 at least. So it's like 16 little capacitors sandwiched in one wavelength, evenly spaced. 16 is like the least amount you can get away with. But it's even better if you have more. But good luck getting I think you need to make quantum dots, right? Because it's called superfocusing. Just look it up. Look up metamaterials, right? Just look up metamaterials or anything like that. You'll get things like invisibility cloaks and a bunch of hooey shit like that. But really, that's not. That's kind of like the press novelty shit that because the press thinks things like that are cool. But that's you can make lenses that beat the diffraction limit.
I think it's the Polish government, or the Polish military. They have a Polish tank out there that has active camouflage from infrared and X-ray.
That's absorbing, right?
Metamaterial. It's metamaterial.
Oh, then they must be. What are they doing? It basically.
But the problem is, mud will foul it, like dust.
Well, of course. Think about it like
so. All you would need to do is just pop smokes, and they'd come up on the imaging. It'd be a hollow. You just, there it is.
Well, see, light has electromagnetic energy. So one wavelength is an oscillation between an electric field and a magnetic field. So what you do is you make one wavelength. So you have one wave crest and another wave crest. So it moves across the medium, right? So in that little space of that oscillation, that magnetic and electric oscillation, if you have, like I said, little capacitors in there, right? So they couple to the electromagnetic wave, but they have to be sub-wavelengths. There has to be enough of them between the crests of the wave that it actually couples to the wave and interacts with it, so that you get something called you get what is a negative index of refraction. Yeah, that's right, negative. So when you do this, you actually get two focal points. Yeah, they call it left-handed metamaterial, because instead of the right-hand rule, the left-hand rule applies. They didn't think this stuff was capable of even being made, but someone dug up a paper that this guy named Victor Veselago wrote back in the 60s in the Soviet Union. It got translated, and then some Westerners got a hold of it, and a guy named Pendry made it real, but in the microwave frequency, in the microwave wavelengths. So microwave is like, it's easy to make that because that's like, 1 meter waves, right? That's 1 meter wavelength. So it's pretty easy to make, So what they did, they used what they call split ring capacitors. So it's basically, think of the letter C. Think of it. You have a PCB circuit board, and there's in that circuit board, the traces are they're copper traces, right? Formed in each trace is like a C pattern. They're not connected to each other. They're alone, right? So one of these little split ring capacitors is not connected to another one. So it's like a C inside of a C. So one C is backwards to the other one, but they're embedded in each other. And you put 16 of these in between each wavelength. So when you send microwave across this, like I said, it has a negative index of refraction. And it actually, the phase of the wave is actually superluminal. And they can even get the phase of the phase velocity to go backwards. But it has not been perfected or even developed for optical frequencies, because there's a bunch of problems that make it difficult. And one of the problems also is parasitic losses, because you get inductive coupling of these little split ring resonators, so you get losses in power. So the metamaterial absorbs stuff. Anyway, part of this development of metamaterials, they're making something called metasurfaces, right? So think of a sensor, and like when light hits the sensor, it shapes the wave, and it shapes the wavefront in such a way as to get what is called sub-wavelength information out of it. It's almost like a hologram. I don't know. I'm not sure if you know how a hologram works. They make holograms. Holograms are made out of holograms are made out of interference patterns.
Like laser refracting off of a prism or something, right?
No. What you do is you illuminate an object with a laser from one angle, and you illuminate it, and then you take a picture from another angle, and the interference pattern of the light that's already there and the wave, that wave interference pattern is 3-dimensional. So you expose they think they expose like an aluminum film, right? And then they can recreate that 3-dimensional interference pattern on the film, and then we see holograms. But it's because it's because the light that's being captured is actually 3D in a sense. So you get depth. Anyway, there's more information in that obviously, right? So there's more information in that 2 to 3-dimensional image than there is in a 2-dimensional image. So right. these metasurfaces, they can actually retrieve some of the 3-dimensional information that you can't regularly pick up with a camera. right? And because of this, they can make an undistorted image. I mean, you guys can Google all this, dude. I mean, seriously, like it's something I looked into for years, dude, years. This is why I know so much about refraction, because this I studied this for a long time.
Yeah.
And I was still studying this when I saw the Chicago skyline, and this is a mirage. So then I got distracted. So I knew at the time just about everything there is to know about mainstream science's models of refraction, all of them, right? So, like, I would say metamaterials is like at the cutting edge of what our knowledge of light and how it refracts and how it changes. So when I saw the Chicago skyline, I knew that wasn't a mirage, and I'm like, holy shit, there's something wrong here. And yeah, so now I'm flat earther. Because that's not a mirage. Yeah, so just like
it's not a mirror, Reen.
It's like one of those coincidences of serendipity.
Yeah. Well, it's not a mirror. The mirror inverts the image. It was not inverted. I mean, that's.
Oh, exactly. Doesn't have any feature, any characteristic of a mirage. Not a single one. I mean, back in the day, like in the beginning, like in 2017, they'd be like, "Oh yeah, it's a mirage." I'd be like, "Okay, put that image in paint, right, and draw an arrow right to the part that you see that indicates it's a mirage." I've never gotten anything. I've never gotten any Glober to like draw me a picture that like, yeah, okay, this part of the image says this is a mirage because I see this or I see that. No, they're just like, Earth's a globe. It has to be a mirage because Earth's a globe.
Earth glob. It must be because Earth glob.
But it has to be. Really, that's really that is the entire basis of the refraction argument. It's Earth's a globe, so it has to be, because that's the only possible way. Because we know Earth's a globe, so it has to be refraction, because that's the only way. Even though there's no indications of refraction, it's the only thing that makes it plausible. So we'll just say the only thing that makes it plausible.
Yeah.
Come to find out, it's not plausible. It really isn't.
But it's has to be.
Oh, I'm so glad I got that feature working.
So, and that goes to the nature of the globe claim, which is kind of what I wanted to talk about. So, their claim, so when they come into the server, though, right? Science proves it. Science proved the Earth's a globe. What does that even mean? What are they really saying? Oh, I know what they're saying. Science proved gravity. And because gravity forms balls, Earth's a globe, and that's what science proved. So I was listening to yeah, really, this really is their argument. Even though they don't know they're making that argument, that's their argument. And the reason they don't know they're making the argument is because they're parrots. But if they really thought about it, like, what argument am I making? I'm making a geometric claim, right? I'm making a claim of geometry. I say this is this shape. That is a claim of geometry. But instead of like what a normal person would say, right? If I said this table is square, well, how do you know it's a square? I took a tape measure and I measured it. and it was 48 inches on this side and 48 inches on the other side. There's 48 inches on all the sides, and that's a square. No. Instead, Goldberg makes an argument like this. Oh, I know the carpenter that built the table, and he told me it's a square. Or, he has a saw that can only make squares, so the table's a square.
Or they'll ask, how come you use a triangle to find out if something's square? It's like, really, guys? You know nothing about 3, 6, 9? Or, 3, 4, 5? Yes, the 3, 4, 5. 3 inches by 4 inches by 5 inches. That's a square. That's like you say you're building something and you want to rack it. It's.
Oh yeah, 3, 4, 5 Pythagorean theorem. Yeah.
Yeah. It's easy.
It's actually what I call diaphanes trip. It's called a triple, Pythagorean triple.
Yeah, they don't understand their own logic and science and mathematics behind their own claim, right? Like Eratosthenes' claim. They think Eratosthenes claimed that it was a ball. He never said no such thing. He thought it was a rectangle, and so did Mariner of Tyre. It was actually Claudius that made a map based off of everything, and he said that it was a correction of the Eratosthenes and Tyre map that everybody was using that was based off rhumb lines, right? And the thing is Ptolemy corrected it. Well, Claudius of Ptolemy, he corrected it, and the projection was round. He said he corrected the projection and made it round, right? Where lands were contracting towards the poles and expanding towards the equator, which gives the distortion, right? And if we're still using that projection to draw up a flat Earth map, then it is going to be distorted. We actually have to do cartography. That's measure every landmass straight on rhumb lines, chart it out. Even vast distances in the ocean. It's the only way. And like the Alberuni, all that was him just looking down on a sand dune and then rising up above the sand dune and noticing he could see more stars as he rose above the dunes. That's nothing. That proves nothing. So really, they have no proof.
Told you that. Plus, they didn't know anything about perspective anyway. So,
true.
They didn't know anything about projective geometry or anything like that. The perspective wasn't even a thing. It wasn't invented for another 1,000 years.
Like, take for instance, right now, I can see the moon in the sky. It's about quarter moon, half full. I can see it in the east, well, northeast. And yet the sun at this time is more on this side. So it kind of equates, but the moon will still be in the same phase as the sun sets. And the moon will only move about maybe to about 90 degrees in the sky, where it so-called rises at sunset, but it doesn't rise because it's always visible in the sky. It's all perspective. And it's not the sun that's causing the light of the moon. Especially sunset, and it's still the same thing. Well, right now it's above the Earth, where it makes sense for it to be a reflection of the light. It's like, anyway. Somebody actually said, well, the eclipses make no sense on a flat Earth. So actually, yeah, they do. They make perfect sense on a flat Earth. Did you know you see other heavenly bodies near totality?
So I was listening to like Wolfgang and somebody from the other 2 days ago. Wolfgang's talking to him, and he's like, "Well, what makes you think the Earth's a globe?" And he like lists seasons, blah 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 blah. Okay, all this stuff, eclipses. Thinking, not a single one of those things about the shape of the Earth, right? And they're all just stories. And if he grew up,
right,
and if everybody assumed that the Earth was flat, we'd have some story about everything, right? We'd just come up with some other concoction. No matter what the shape of the Earth was, if you start with a presupposition and then you try to explain the world within that framework, and you can't actually do the experiment to get the true causes, you're just creating a narrative. And the only reason he believes the narrative is because repetition, he's been told it over and over again. Because I'll give you, for instance, the seasons. What causes the seasons? First of all, which seasons? Meteorological seasons? Astronomical seasons? Okay, astronomical seasons. What causes them? Astronomical seasons are just the position of the sun, right? In the day, in the length of day. That's the astronomical season. What causes that? Oh, orbits. Anybody ever seen an orbit? No. Okay.
The position of the sun, right? The summertime, the sun is in the Tropic of Cancer, right? Or is it Capricorn? I forget, right? Yeah. It's in the northern tropics, where all the deserts are. And then you have the southern tropics, which has a lot of deserts as well. It's funny, the tropical environment is full of deserts, but yet the equator is very tropical. I think we have
it. The point is, nobody knows the cause of the seasons. Nobody. Mm-hmm.
That's that 12 degrees, right? 12 degrees arc in the sky. From solstice to solstice.
23-degree tilt or whatever.
Yeah.
Which is falsified by other information, but other points of data. Like, I mean, each one of these things, like they say, oh, this is the cause of that, right? It has something to do with the globe. But that claim is falsified by some other piece of data. And then you can,
what about?
You can go through all claims, where they claim the causes of this and causes of that. Orbits cause this, tilt causes that, rotation causes this. And you can go through all of them. And there is some data point that falsifies that claim, which proves they just have a story.
Well, it's
we have a lot of stories. So because I have a lot of stories, it must be true.
Right. We got all these books from all these
people.
Do
all that, man. He has even more stories. So Middle Earth is true.
So I get back to the seasons, right? We have solar seasons, right? We have a solar minimum and a solar maximum. Those are different seasons of the sun. We have astronomical seasons, so to say. You know, the zodiacal season, so to say. Like, we're about to go, or we have entered into the age of the Aquarius. This is what has happened. This is why they say now is the time to do their thing. But we're in the age of Aquarius. We were in the age of Pisces, right? Previous to the age of Pisces was the age of Aries. And prior to that was the age of Taurus. You know, so it goes backwards from the way that the zodiac moves in the sky. So it's strange. And that's those seasons, I believe, are what the great ages are. The age of iron, the age of gold, you know, the golden age, the silver age, the bronze age, iron age, because we're in the iron age and it's about to end to be in a broken iron age for 300 years. It's the end of the Kali Yuga. But that doesn't happen until 2025. So they have to make their kingdom, or it's doomed to fail.
So when that day comes around, does that mean I can get $5 a piece for my cans when I return them?
I don't know. I think that's 2025 is when the agenda or whatever, where everything's supposed to be switched over to the new system, monetary system.
Yeah, Lord of the Rings must have been a true story because it was such a long book.
There was so many other chapters to it, plus the Silmarillion.
Wait, there's no place called Middle Earth?
I guess in a certain sense there might be.
Maybe that would be the North, or perhaps a land beyond Antarctica. Don't know. I'm guessing it's just the land.
You fake all that paperwork.
Well, see, how that story started, how the Lord of the Rings started, was Tolkien telling his children bedtime stories and decided to start writing them down.
Well, I mean, there's whole languages, man. Like, can't possibly create whole languages. I mean, who could fake all that paperwork? No way. Has to be real.
He's got the elven language, and they went to the stars on ships, and we're going to do the same. I think that's an allegory for the fallen angels or whatever, the Nephilim, the Anunnaki, Elites, elves, right? What do the elves have in common with
Star Trek? Should be real too, right?
Well, I mean, the Vulcans could be the elves. Think about it. They all have long ears and big noses, just like all the central banksters.
And their own language.
Yeah.
But wait, how can both of those stories be true at the same time? How can there be a Middle Earth on a flat Earth, and Star Trek is real, and the vacuum of space is real too, and we're on a ball at the same time?
Because it's all in their minds, allegories. They're rewriting mythology. The whole thing is the CIA figured the best thing we need, or the one thing we need to do to create a deception plan so that everybody believes falsehoods and they will follow what we say regardless of the source. They will think the source comes from within. And the best way to do that is we need to create a modern mythology. And that's what they're doing. The globe, space, all that shit. Mars travel. Oh, we went to the moon. And then here comes all the other ones, like, what's going on now with critical race bullshit theory. Excuse me, it's not bullshit, because bullshit is actually tangible. You can have bullshit, so something that's absurd, it's hen's teeth.
Yeah, it's an excuse to get angry at everybody, everyone angry at each other theory.
To keep us divided and fighting amongst each other instead of teaming up against them. It's the same thing they do in the prison systems. They enforce these gangs and these cliques so that the inmates are always at war with each other instead of rebelling against the staff. They far outnumber the staff. But politics, right? So, and all politics is policy, and that's all enforced by the guards, and that is racism. So that is the systemic racism, but that's not what these guys are talking about. You can take evolution for all of that. It's the only thing that justifies the division. But color is an illusion, my friend. More than likely, if you're a white man with a red beard, you're actually black. It just takes a couple of generations for the color expression to change. So color is an illusion.
No, whether it is or not, it's irrelevant for the most part.
Exactly. Exactly. We're all the same. We're all the same breath, all the same spirit. We all have the same red liquid inside of us that gives us life. We all breathe the same air. We all eat the same food. We all drink water. We all poop. We all pee. There's nothing different between anyone else, right? So the absurdity of a king or a tyrant to think they are superior to somebody else based off of, provenance is absurd. Yeah.
Yeah, I think all races are equal. I hate everyone equally.
What?
I say that all the time. It's one of my funnier things to say.
Yeah. In my 30s, my slogan was, "It is what it is. It's all it ever will be." But in my 20s, that was my slogan. I'm not racist. I hate everyone equally. And now my slogan in my 40s is like, come on, man, stop the bullshit, wake up.
Too old for this shit.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
At times, I've felt tempted to make a T-shirt that says "No lives matter."
You should put "Golden Labs Matter" and have a picture of a dog in a hunting gear with a duck in its mouth,
Oh yeah, I've actually seen that similar kind of joke somewhere, except like it was a poster somewhere saying "All labs matter." There's a bunch of dogs.
Yeah.
So a few days ago, I was over at Gem Panda's server, just arguing with people about various things, and I came to the realization, and I even told this to them in their own voice text thing. After I was like saying to them, like, well, what's with all you guys' profile pictures? They're always like more than half of you are like, really dark, scary looking, blah 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 nonsense that you put as your profile picture, and it just seems like you're putting on a show for your inner feelings when you're not really that strong or dark or scary of an individual. You're probably just a wimp, right? And I was basically explaining to him, like, oh, now I know. They were asking me, oh, why are you getting so hung up on this, Orion? Why are you getting so hung up on our profile pictures? And I said to them, oh, it just dawned on me. It's because of all the time I spent in downtown Portland around Antifa people while they're putting all these black masks on their face and trying to make themselves look tough when they're really just a bunch of wusses, And I was like, that's what you guys are like. You guys are just a bunch of Antifa wusses. You're just doing it online.
They're AT&T tough guys.
Yeah, they're tough in their mind, and in their mind, the Earth is a ball.
Well, in their mind, their government loves them and cares about them and wants them to prosper and be more successful than them.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
What's that?
Yeah, that's what's going on in their minds all the time. Exactly that.
I like that one.
Good one.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is Photoshop because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a famous on the galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat. and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small, and now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal, indoctrination is awful because you're taught the glow model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting, the earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Nassau's got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Facts.
Anybody seen those videos of rockets hitting something in the sky and blowing up? You ever check that out before?
Oh yeah, it's like the Norway spiral. They originally said that it was a rocket that went astray, but I don't think it went astray. I think they keep hitting a certain spot, and that spot moves with the stars, right? I think it's the same spot where they did Project Fishbowl, all those launches, because it was a specific window at a season, you know.
Cracks me up, the music in the background. Like, here at this flat. happened?
No Globers want to talk. It's a sad day
Oh,
to be
no
a Glober.
babies want to get their butts kicked. Just kidding.
Yeah, I've been meaning to say this for a while. I think at moments like this, it's not that Globers don't want to talk as much as it is that they're not really ones who care about the truth enough to like come in here and talk with us. You know, like what I'm saying is most Globers I run into, most Globers that are friends of mine, most Globers that I know at work, most family members of mine that are Globers, it's not that they aren't willing to talk about, you know, the Earth being flat or the Earth being a globe. It's like they, how should I say this? They don't care about the truth. They just plainly don't give a damn about the truth. And so that's why they're not coming in here and talking to us. They just rather go off in their own space, in their own world, and be like, yeah, the Earth is a ball. The Earth is a ball in my head. I'll just ignore those flat earthers.
Good luck to them trying to ignore reality. Still got to leave the house sometime. They're going to leave the house, and it ain't going to be a ball when they get out there.
I guess it almost seems like it boils down to the question of how long will they keep believing that, 50 more years and we'll all be going to the moon, or 50 years after that, 50 more years and we'll have hotels on the moon. 50 years, they're going to be dead before 100 years goes by. So it's like, I don't know. It's just I think it all just boils down to a question of, how far will they believe? How long will they believe?
There's an interview on RT, Russian TV, of Gerald Hoof and some girl. Gerald Hoof is like a physicist. I think he was credited with the black hole. He might have got the Nobel Prize. I don't know. Anyway, one of the questions she asks him, she's like, when I was growing up, now this is a Russian, right? She grew up in the Soviet Union. There was the promise of going to space, and everybody wanted to be like an astronaut, and we thought space was like our birthright. Now this girl's my age, maybe a little bit younger, maybe 10 years younger, maybe like 30, 35. It's like, I wanted to be a ballerina or an astronaut. And it says, and we're no closer to going to, like, people going to space than before. and she's interviewing this Hoops guy, and this Hoops guy is like 70 something, 80 years old, and he's like, yeah, the same with me. The same when I was growing up. We thought we'd all be going to space by now. And I'm just listening to this, sitting, laughing, laughing my ass off, dude. There's 3 generations right there. There's his generation. She's too old to be his daughter. His daughter would be that girl's mother, right? So we're talking 5 generations of people thinking that they're going to space in their lifetime. And there's going to be a couple more. I can guarantee it.
I never wanted to go to space.
Neither did I. I think some part of me didn't even believe it then, like even when I was a kid. I mean, I was all into Star Wars and stuff, but I never thought like any of that was really going to happen.
But I like it a lot, like space movies and everything, a lot, But I never like it going to space. Never
Gotta love
had
them
in mind.
space movies, boys. What up? What up? Mute it again. Mute it again, bro.
Speak, yeah.
Joshua, you hear me? Anyone hear me? Mic check.
Yeah, we hear you. You just interrupted Get.
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear, buddy. Go ahead, dude.
Yeah.
No need to be rude to me.
You made him quit the server. Great.
It's Crack Villain. It's not Brambo. What? Who am I talking to?
That was so rude.
Crack Villain, by the way.
No, you cut off Get, and he quit the server because he's so pissed.
Oh, no. Oh, man. I'll go over to Romania right now and I'll cheer him up. Because I came in, I couldn't hear anyone speaking at all. So I was like, what's going on? And then everything activated because it's a new laptop. I'm on a new laptop.
Yeah, I'm sorting out Crack Villain on the laptop. He was just checking whether you get the app.
Yeah.
What are you saying? India was speaking.
That's what I had to say. No one's going to space, Glovers. You're not going to space no matter how hard you believe it. You're not going. No matter how much Elon Musk cock you freaking suck, you're still not going to space.
Hey, along these lines, I'm not really so much an expert on rockets myself, but I have noticed that things, even in my lifetime, have become drastically more efficient. You know, electronic items, gas-powered vehicles, airplanes, etc. So my question is to anyone here: like, does the same thing apply to rockets? I mean, certainly a rocket today is more efficient with fuel than a rocket in 1969, which is when they claim we first went to the moon. So the thing I'm wondering is, shouldn't people be getting suspicious about just that fact alone by itself? Like, you could build a rocket, with enough fuel in it to get to the moon with some amount of money, drastic amount of money in 1969, but you can't do it with, a little less fuel and a little more efficiency and maybe more people along the ride today so easily. Like, where's the efficiency range with that?
They're still trying to make a rocket that was as powerful enough, as efficient as, and with as much, as many parts and engineering and like this as the Saturn V rocket. Like, the Saturn V rocket blows all other rockets away. Like, nothing else is even close to like what it could do, according to them. And it really sucks that we lost the homework, that we lost all that paperwork. It really sucks, man, because those people took them a really long time not to be able to fake it. Hard to build that technology back.
Well, you call again that engineers and you make again.
Oh, that's not possible. Like once you destroy something, that's it. You're done. You got to start from the beginning, just like you never did it before.
Yeah.
Like if they destroyed all the tires in the world, could take us like millions of years to invent the tire again.
This one is good one. Yeah, that's the process.
Yeah, we'd have to like evolve a second brain just to be able to do it.
Yeah, they act like they say we destroy the technology, but that also somehow means in their mind that they destroyed the scientific principles that it's supposedly supposed to work on and all that stuff and all the memory of that, and no one knows anything about it anymore, and so we can't do anything to work on that. We need decades more to try to figure something out.
Well, you know what the real story is? It sounds just like a drug addict. They actually pawned it and went and got high. Like, oh, what happened to my VCR? Oh man, someone must have stole it. we lost the
It was the
VCR.
60s.
Yeah, they had weed, LSD. People were getting high in the 60s. I don't know if they were pawning their stuff to get high, but they were getting high.
That may have been a contributing factor of how the moon landing was so believable to so many people.
That certainly was a contributing factor. The copious amount of hallucinogenic psychedelic drugs people were ingesting, I'm sure, because their imagination was, heightened. Put it that way. They became more suggestive to absurd things.
I think if you show them in the school, the kids, the video from from 60s, moon landing, they will feel like I felt when I watched that from 1918 or something like that. Now kids watching all these video games and everything, and now they need to watch that video from 69, and it looks so fake that it's incredible. With kind of what's that black and white, foggy. You can see through the astronaut.
Yeah, but I think that black and white foggy thing you're talking about, I think that was deliberate because I think the reason why they do that, I mean, it's a guess, why they do that on purpose is because it's meant to look like a hard thing to do. You remember Kennedy's speech? Wait, we will go to the moon, not because it is easy, but because it's hard or whatever, or do these things because it's hard. The hell's up with that speech? It makes me wonder if he really knew what was going on. Like, was he in on it? I'm guessing he was, but I don't know. Maybe even he thought the Earth was a ball. Maybe it even fooled him.
ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
From the Channel 4 News, WSMV Nashville.
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Calling the kettle black, if I ever thought of it. Saying I misrepresented myself. Away from me. You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
You want me to knock you in the head?
Well, I want you to swear to God on the Bible that you walked on the moon. If you walked on the moon, we're given the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you if you don't leave me alone.
So why don't you just put the end to the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Cybro, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
I don't hit people, but you're going to be on the deck unless you get
I'm heading out. I appreciate it.
And get the hell out of the clubhouse.
Well, I
take your stuff and get the fuck out. Why don't you quote me and say it's bullshit?
I'm in the shadows in Iran. I don't give a damn about all that shit.
This is full of shit.
Mr. Seibel, you do not deserve answers.
If you show this publicly, you're open for a lawsuit. Okay?
Was that?
Any Globers in the house?
We got a VC
I
verified.
feel bad for any Glober that comes in here, man.
Not new. What's up, quick
I
man?
bet you're all gonna jump on him
Who's Brambo?
like a rat on a Snickers bar.
Off with his head. Yeah, Sasha, you're special, that's why.
No, only mathematically I'm more Glover than Flat.
You mean you balance both sides, like you keep tipping the scale, like
No.
feel like...
No, only because I'm 50 years old and I believed too many years in the globe. Only mathematically, I'm saying, nothing else. But no, I don't believe in globe. It's flat?
Wait, so you believe in the globe math, you said? Because you've been so brainwashed for so many years.
Yeah, that's the point. Maybe mathematically. 45 years. 43 years. Glover and 7 years flat. What I am now.
Yeah, it feels like a waste of fucking time when you think about it.
Oh, fuck, I was angry on myself, not on other people, you know. I didn't care about other people. I was like, why the fucking you didn't, how you didn't, like, realize this before? You're like an idiot. Something like that. It was in my brain. Saying for myself, you're a fucking idiot. You didn't realize that before.
How dare you?
Yeah, same. I mean, we all started the same, from the same point, basically. So
Now I'm idiot on another side.
Or at least we realized it at some point. At least, better late than nothing.
Yeah.
That's what some say.
Can you imagine that water could be flat?
To be honest, I think I knew that inside of me, but I just didn't think of it that way.
Okay. Because that should be the question. Because if we have some facts that it's not like that, can we at least imagine that could be?
No, I never mentioned that. I don't think so. The only time, waterfalls, sure, they go down and, they bend, whatever. But that's it. Nothing else I can think of at that time. And also at a young age, when you're, teenager or whatever, it's always been about the group pressure. If you're not in it, then, you get bullied really hard. Doesn't matter who it is. As I see you as a stranger or outcast or whatever, because you think a different way or believe in some different things that they doesn't align with them. So it starts off from young age, school, like teenager, whatever.
Yeah,
it has
true,
a great impact, in a way. The bullying and whatnot. People of being so brainwashed into thinking there's only one way in life, or certain ways, or and I think outside the box or whatever.
Because lie is so big that cannot be true.
Finally, the element that seals their fate. Of all the footage of Apollo 11 requested from NASA over a 5-year period, one gem was discovered just before the completion of this documentary. An old reel received by mistake. It contains the raw or unedited footage of the crew of Apollo 11, Michael Collins, Edwin Aldrin Jr., and Neil Armstrong, staging part of their mission for nearly an hour in living color, with exceptionally clear behind-the-scenes audio of conversations discussing the techniques used to achieve a disingenuous picture depicting the Earth at a distance, in order to falsely demonstrate their far journey from it and their ability to survive passing through the Van Allen radiation belts. It cannot be misconstrued that this staging was done for some other reason prior to the mission, for the reel itself is slated and dated July 18th, 19th, and 20th, 1969, the very days of the mission when they were said to be approaching and achieving lunar orbit. Furthermore, it is apparent they are in genuine zero gravity aboard the actual spacecraft, necessary to convince the mass media of their authenticity, just not any further than Earth orbit, as you will see. In this never-before-seen or heard footage, not only is the radio conversation between the astronauts and Houston Control audible, There is a secondary, private conversation taking place between the crew and a third confidential party, prompting the astronauts with what to say, when to speak, and how to effectively manipulate the camera to achieve the desired misleading effect. NASA claims that the Houston transmissions were the only ones taking place with the astronauts. Listen now as Houston Control initiates a conversation with the crew, only to find them too preoccupied with the behind-the-scenes trickery to respond. Moments pass and the oversight is picked up on by the clandestine third party, who quickly prompts them with talk. Immediately, Neil Armstrong speaks.
Hello, Apollo 11. Houston, Goldstone says that the TV looks great. Over. Okay, Roger. We're coming in on Earth.
Again, the illusion they are attempting to create is the Earth at a distance to demonstrate their far journey from it and their ability to survive passing through the Van Allen radiation belts. Understand, too, that only about 20 seconds of this raw footage was ever broadcast to the public, and these conversations discussing their deception were believed to be private. Until now. Here they discuss that these television transmissions were in fact not broadcast live as everyone believed. They were first screened and edited for playback later.
Roger, Neil, we just wanted a narrative such that we can, when we get the playback, we can sort of correlate what we're seeing. Thank you very much.
Here they discuss the fact that they have turned out the lights and have blocked out sunlight from entering the spacecraft through the other windows, as to not cause any reflected light to fall onto the spacecraft's wall in the foreground.
Okay, very good. Well, we shut out the sun coming in some of the other windows into the spacecraft, so it's looking through the number one window, and there isn't any reflected light.
The reason this was done is so that the truth of the matter would not be revealed. It is this. Though the federal government would have you believe that this is a view of Earth from a distance out of the spacecraft's window as it nears the moon, it is not. What they have ingeniously done is placed the camera at the back of the spacecraft and centered the lens on a circular window in the foreground, outside of which it is completely filled with the Earth in low orbit. The circumference of the window then appears to be the diameter of the Earth at a distance, with the darkened walls of the spacecraft appearing to be the blackness of space around it. That is why they wanted the interior dark and blocked out the sun from entering through the other windows. Here you can see the extruded window, probably 2 inches thick at the bottom. This is because the Earth's shine is coming in at a downward angle. It also causes the Earth to appear to be an irregularly shaped circle, for you are seeing the outside of the window at the bottom and the inside of the window at the top, which together form 2 different sized halves of a circle. Subsequently, this take was never used. As they perfected the shot, a crescent-shaped piece of black material was inset slightly into the window to create the illusion of the Earth's terminator line dividing night and day. It is uncannily convincing. During this segment, intended to be edited and played back later for the worldwide television audience, dated July 18, 1969, Neil Armstrong condemns himself as he states that he is 130,000 miles out, or halfway to the moon, as the NASA flight log also states on this date, when he is in reality in low Earth orbit of a few hundred miles.
Hi, Roger. Houston, Apollo 11. Calling in from about 130,000 miles out.
Here, during another segment, also intended to air after review, Neil Armstrong falsely explains to the viewers how the shot is attained by putting the camera's lens to the window's glass, as it would have to be if they were the claimed distance away from the Earth.
We only have one window that has a view of the Earth, and it's filled up with the TV camera.
If the window was completely filled up with a TV camera, as he stated, then an astronaut's arm would not be able to get between the camera and the window, as it obviously does here in this outtake.
South America becomes invisible just off beyond the Terminator or inside the shadow.
You can also notice how the astronaut operating the camera reacted to the mistake by attempting to pan away from it.
Blue cast, see white bands of major cloud formations across the Earth.
This is a segment that they believed wasn't even being recorded, much less suitable for broadcast, for the lens was being zoomed out and the scene was being changed to that of an interior of the astronauts at work, and apparently the stop button popped back up on the recorder without notice. Here is the diffused work light that they used to see camera controls, but not throw light onto the spacecraft's wall. Here they remove part of the crescent insert. Finally, the iris is opened up and you can see the real location of the camera and the very bright and near Earth out the window. Here is the slate for the 19th of July, and the same shot of trickery on the 19th of July, and then the 20th, and the same misleading shot on the 20th. Later that evening, they were said to be walking on the moon. How can this be when they were in Earth orbit only 9 hours earlier, and the moon is some 3 days' journey away? Furthermore, if they genuinely went to the moon, why would they be faking any part of it? Why this trickery with the window? By faking being halfway to the moon, it becomes apparent that they did so because they could not even go halfway. It thus confirms that the stumbling block to their success was the lethal radiation of the Van Allen radiation belts. Since the same equipment was used on the subsequent missions in the 40 months that followed, none of them could have gone to the moon. They only increased their proficiency at staging them.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that documentary is mind-blowing, to be honest. First time I saw it, I was like, holy shit.
Me too. I was like, what? No way. They really actually cut. I was like, how lucky.
And that's where the globe
How
comes
unlucky.
from, guys.
So they must have tapes to play the tapes, huh? Or did they send him a copy or something?
Mr. Armstrong, Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital. Wanted to give you the opportunity to swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon. Will you put your left hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Gentlemen. Mr. Seibel.
Yes? If you really walked on the moon, why would you not do that? So why don't you just put the into the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Seibel, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
Really? Well, no, it's a real Bible. You have the opportunity to have $5,000.
The meeting is not open.
Well, you have $5,000 cash. You can give it to charity if you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon.
Please
I have
give
the
it to
tape.
charity. It'd be fine.
Why don't you swear to? Why not? Why won't you do it? So why don't you put your hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Mr. Seibel has made a fool of himself in front of the world. Mr. Seibel, you do not deserve answers.
Mr. Collins, Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital.
How are you?
Good. I'm the gentleman who found the classified tape from your mission of you faking the window shot, putting the transparency over the window when you were supposedly halfway to the moon when in fact you were in Earth orbit.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I think you must be some kind of wacko.
Okay, well, we have the opportunity to set the record straight. We're asking you to...
I'm not on the record right now.
Would ask you to...
Would you please go away?
Well, asking you to swear in the Bible that you orbited the moon.
Would you please go away?
Well, if you really orbited the moon, why won't you swear in the Bible that you did so? Can you tell me why you would have a problem doing that?
Would you please go away?
You don't remember the shot where you put the transparency over the window? We have it being done up to about 10 hours before they supposedly walked on the moon. I just don't understand why if you orbited the moon you wouldn't have a problem about swearing to the Bible on it. Can you tell me why? Are you afraid for the truth to come out?
I think you're some kind of wacko, I really do.
Well, I think it's wacky to not swear to God on something that's supposed to be obvious.
I mean, do you have Neil Armstrong interviewed already?
No, he doesn't want to be interviewed.
Well, I know.
Why does he not give interviews?
Well, because that's his personal choice. And I guess it's mine, in a way, to do things when they've been researched and worked out as far as a business arrangement. This is not news. This is not an anniversary.
Well, actually it is. We found a very unique reel of footage that we have queued up to show you.
Yeah.
And it's from the mission. And to our knowledge, no one has ever seen it before.
Mm.
And it's 30 years old.
And you want me to see this while you have me on camera?
Well, and to tell us what it is. I mean, it's...
Well, I don't know why I should do that.
It's a very unique footage.
It may be that I need to see it, and then we sit down and we talk about what you're taking a picture of. I don't see where there's an advantage in it for me to do what you're asking me to do. I see all sorts of pitfalls. I see people who have managed to talk to somebody. Who did you talk to in our office?
I talked with Heather at Tor Books.
Yeah, but is this helping book promotion? Are you going to be putting anything out during the time that I'm marketing books? See, Heather does not represent me for the things you're talking about. She represents a book selling activity.
I think when you see the footage, you'll see that it's very extraordinary, one of a kind, behind the scenes type of footage.
Yeah. Well, if it is, why do you have access to something that no one else has seen before?
Serendipity, I guess. And it was recorded on the 18th
of what?
Of July, 1969. Do you remember this?
On the 18th?
Hello, Apollo 11. Houston, Goldstone says that the TV looks great. Over. Roger, Neil. We just wanted a narrative such that we can, when we get the playback, we can sort of correlate what we're seeing. Thank you very much.
Well, we shut out the sun coming in some of the other windows into the spacecraft, so it's looking through the number one window, and there isn't any reflected light. We only have one window that has a view of the Earth, and it's filled up with the TV camera. South America becomes invisible just off beyond the terminator or inside the shadow. We can see the oceans with a definite blue cast, see white bands of major cloud formations across the Earth.
Roger, the ATC is working real well. The F-22 looks good, over. Houston, did you copy? Over.
We copied, Charlie.
Roger, your transmissions the last couple of times have been about 2 by, over.
Okay, how do you read me now?
Right, you're 5 by now.
Coastline.
Now we're coming in. Can't quite make out who that had.
Discussing their
What is your proposition? That we didn't go to the moon?
I know for a fact that you did.
Here they discussed that these
I know for a
television
fact that you did
transmissions
not.
were in fact
You know
not
for a fact that we did
broadcast
not.
live, as
That's
everyone
correct. And
believed.
you'll see this tape
They were
proves
first
that.
Okay, well,
screened and
I'm not interested
for playback later.
in satisfying your suppositions when there's all this evidence that we did.
This proves, as you see, that you were using the window to demonstrate that you were halfway to the moon when you were
Turn the
doing an
camera
illusion
off,
with the
please.
window.
Sunlight from entering the
Turn the camera off.
through the other windows. As
You're
to
full
not
of shit.
It shows that you're in Earth orbit. Now, if the moon is 3 days away, and this is late, on the 18th, how could you possibly walk on the moon 2 days later when this was shot on the 18th? And
You want me to sit in front of a camera while you're taking pictures, you're showing this, and then you want to see my
the reason
reaction?
this was done.
I know for a fact that
That's
you didn't.
slimy journalism. Do you realize that?
If
You ought to be ashamed of
if you read the
yourself.
document that I have in here, you'll find that it's
This is
not.
a view of Earth from
That this is a
distance
personal
out of the
plea to do what is right.
spacecraft.
Well, we sit and we talk about things ahead of
This is the
time.
document that you'll want to see.
Is place the camera at the back of the spacecraft.
I know for a fact
But
that
what it is you're trying to do is unethical. You don't believe that?
It is completely
No, I do
clear
not.
with the Earth in low
Then we
orbit.
have a difference of opinion.
The circumference of the window.
this is where you're using the window of the spacecraft to appear to be the Earth far away.
Darkened walls of the
We got the raw footage of it. We have an auxiliary track, someone prompting you when
That
to
is why
speak.
they wanted the interior.
You believe in UFOs?
blocked out the
No, I
You
do
believe
not.
we've been visited by... Well, why do
No, I
you want to
don't.
believe this
I know
stuff?
for a fact. We've had this analyzed, and this is the window, and you're in, and it's dated by an atomic clock at the Goldstone tracking station, which is on the tape.
Well, you're talking to the wrong guy. Why
You
don't
were
you
there.
talk to the administrator in NASA? We're passengers. We're guys going on a flight. We're not...
I know for a fact that it did. And this tape would prove it in a court of law.
Subsequently, this
It would.
tape was never used.
Why don't you
would.
try? Why don't you put your money into a court of law and see how people laugh at you? You want it...
No one has
Is your
laughed.
camera working?
No one has laughed.
And this makes you
filled up with a TV
the
camera. As
real famous person that has discovered this and reveals all this stuff. What an ego you must have to want to propel yourself like this.
That's not why I'm doing it, and God knows that's not why I'm doing it. I'm doing it for the truth to come out because I think it was wrong.
You can also notice how the
Well,
astronaut
but you're doing it the wrong way. You don't mislead somebody like me to come in here.
If you didn't go to the moon, that's misleading people. I'm showing you this
Okay,
tape.
we went to the moon. We're not misleading anybody.
Then how is it possible that this is the window that's shot to make it look like...
Look, you can manufacture all you want with
This
these
is
things.
straight. This isn't manufactured. You know that it
to
isn't.
that of an interior of the astronauts at work.
I believe this would prove it in a court of law that you did not go to the moon. It's dated on the 18th. It proves when you remove the...
You give me your
Here's
business
the light.
card.
It's all in there.
Camera controls,
It's all
but
in there.
not throw light onto the spacecraft's wall. Here they remove part of the crescent insert.
This proves that it's the window. You can see them removing the crescent insert that you did to create the Terminator line in front of
You're
the
so
window.
full of shit, I can't believe it. If you show this publicly, you're open for a lawsuit. Okay?
I didn't.
Howdy, Buzz.
Who's that?
How's it going? Remember me?
What's your name?
Bart Sibrel.
Would you give your name to my assistant?
Yeah, I got one for you, one for your lawyer to sue me.
That's right.
I hope you do. I'd love to go to court and show the window shot.
I know you'd like to get a lot of attention, wouldn't you?
Well, you're the one getting money for something you didn't do. You're getting a lecture for walking on the moon when you didn't. Well, that's called being a thief.
Why don't you just
That's called being a thief. Do you think you can get to heaven without repenting? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
I'm not trying to get you tell him to get out of here. This is a hotel. We'll call the police.
We paid.
Come on in here. We'll call the police.
Solicit on Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
It doesn't, sir. I have nothing to do with this. But you cannot solicit on this property.
We just paid to rent out the penthouse to shoot up there. So
you can't solicit like this on this property.
Keep shooting.
All right. Well, then I'd go through my measures.
Yeah.
You got to keep shooting, man. Okay. Well, you can put it on your shoulder. Don't be shy.
Just come with me, Buzz.
You really like attention, don't you?
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Calling the kettle black, if I ever thought of it. Saying I misrepresented myself.
Away from me.
You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
Straight up decked that dude.
Yeah, right here's fine. I'm Bart with ABC Digital. How you doing? I was given a classified tape from the Apollo program. It's 31 years old. It's an unedited reel, including outtakes from the mission. It's got about 20 takes of a single shot of the mission.
What mission?
Apollo 11.
Yes.
And the photography is being forged in the mission. They're faking a shot of being halfway to the moon. And they refer to you on the tape as a shot that was done during Apollo 10, where you put a transparency over the window and move the camera of the Earth and move the camera back away from the window. Turn off the lights in the spacecraft and appeared to be halfway to the moon when in fact they were in Earth orbit.
Huh, really?
Yeah, and they said it was the same way that you did it on Apollo 10. So we wanted to give you the opportunity to put your left hand on the Bible, to raise your right hand, to swear to God.
Stick it in your ear.
Well, you were giving you an opportunity to swear to God under oath that you walked on the moon.
I don't do that now.
Well, if you really walked on the moon, what's the problem of swearing to God that you did? Do you believe in God?
You want me to knock you in the head?
Well, I want you to swear to God on the Bible that you walked on the moon.
Okay.
If you walked on the moon, we're given the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you if you don't leave me alone.
I'm a filmmaker, and I've been in the business about 15 years, and I've been asked even to testify in court as to the authenticity of footage. And I saw this footage. It's dated by an atomic clock 3 days into the flight. All the astronauts are identified, and they're there putting the transparency over the window. They're clearly pretending to be halfway to the moon when they're not halfway to the moon.
That is bullshit. I don't care what you say. I went to the moon and back, and everyone that's a scientist knows it. Now, if you want to not believe it, it's okay, you know? It's okay. It's a better story. It just happens to be a lie, that's all.
Would you swear to on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
I'm not going to do it because I'll do it over here. I won't do it on your camera.
Well, why not?
Because it just isn't an appropriate thing to do.
Well,
but you're an asshole to do that. You're the same guys, just different guys that did the other person I told you about.
Well, would you put your hand on, if you walked on the moon, here's the opportunity to set the record straight, to put your left hand on the Bible.
Left hand.
Raise your right hand.
Okay.
And you realize this can be used as a video deposition in the future. And if you lie, you'll be guilty of perjury.
I understand that.
Okay. Say your name.
My name is Alan Bean.
I swear to God and affirm.
I swear to God and affirm.
Under penalty of perjury.
under penalty of perjury.
Treason?
Treason? No, not treason. Treason has nothing to do with it. Let me rephrase this and say, I've got my hand on the Bible. I went to the moon, I walked on the moon. All the other people that you think are people that NASA says went to the moon and walked on the moon did go to the moon and walk on the moon.
You won't say under penalty of treason.
What's treasonous?
That's doing something fraudulent to the taxpayers.
That's crap.
Well, what
that
about
isn't treason.
under penalty of eternal damnation?
Under penalty of eternal damnation.
And under penalty of treason.
Treason is when you sell out your country.
Well, if you used $135 billion to not go to the moon.
That's still not treason. Treason is if you tell secrets to another thing. I've said enough. Now you can use that and say, well, you didn't say something else. No. I know how people are. It's okay. Well, take your stuff and get the fuck out.
Tell us, what is this video? I'm not quite following it on right now.
Well, that looks like a Buzz Aldrin photograph there. I can't see it too clearly from my angle here.
Is this a documentary about the moon missions?
I believe so. Well, I think it's a series of clips and vignettes. I'm not quite sure that's a documentary.
Was this something from broadcast or something that?
I'm sorry, I don't know. Without looking at the label and looking at it more closely, I have dozens of these things in here.
What is this? They're talking about shadows and stuff like that. What is that all about?
You know, this might have come from some of the challenges to the fact, from the challenges by the group that has said we never went to the moon, and they're trying to pick holes in some of the lunar photographs. And it's an interesting subject because they're totally misguided. We did exactly what we said we did. And they can try to pick holes in the photography all they want to, but
why is it that you have a copy of it?
Beg your pardon?
Oh, why do you have a copy of it?
People send me stuff all the time. I have boxes and boxes of video from various television programs, various speeches that I've done. I must have 300 or 400 of them. I look at very few of them.
So someone sent you this?
I'm sure that, well, they obviously did. That's why I have it.
Oh, so it's not something that you acquired or ordered or anything like that?
You have to understand, I get at least a dozen books a month to review, 2 or 3, maybe 4 dozen videos a year from various people just want me to have it, so they send it along.
We only brought like one clip. If you want to throw it in,
oh, yeah, sure. So
pop that one out.
Is that? Good. Oh, that was stopping.
Yeah, take it again.
Yeah, we can edit this the right way. We don't have to worry about doing that. So we can.
Yeah, just hit play.
Well, it goes in.
This is, what is this? Oh, this is a shot from 130,000 miles out.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's from approaching. It's from approaching the moon, looking back at the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I've seen this on a couple of flights. Was this something that you got? Although this is from Apollo 11, did you shoot a shot of the Earth like this?
Mm-hmm.
So you had a TV camera in the spacecraft.
That's correct.
And this is, I guess, the Earth zoomed in at a distance.
Yep, seems to be.
They get shot a little bit halfway to the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's kind of, I guess the cloud cover looks.
That's what you're looking at.
Now what is that right there?
What is what?
There's like an arm. It looks like hair on an arm getting in front of the window.
Maybe somebody got their arm in front of it.
Now I thought that was the arm of God moving across the Earth. I couldn't quite figure that out.
I suspect that was the edge of the window, more than likely. that they were shooting at.
What did the Earth look like from a great distance? There it is again, 130,000 miles out.
About like that.
So it's pretty small at the distance of the moon?
Yes, but I think the better images are the Hasselblad images that have been taken on every flight and are the most published pictures in the history of the world.
What is that in the top left? If that's the Earth, is that like another spacecraft?
Oh, no, no, no. That, I have no idea what that is. It's some aberration on the film of some sort. Oh, those are shadows, I think. Or reflections, probably reflections that are just reflecting.
Run that back again so we get another shot of it.
If you're going to press me on this, I'm not going to talk to you anymore because I won't pursue this. All of this attempt to say the Apollo programs were fake is just sheer nonsense. And you can talk till hell freezes over and you're wrong. Okay?
Well, would you affirm?
I won't continue on this line.
Would you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
You bet your sweet ass.
Okay, put your left hand on the Bible. Put your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand and say, I, Edgar Mitchell.
I, Edgar Mitchell.
Affirm.
Affirm.
Under penalty of eternal damnation.
I don't believe in that, but penalty of eternal damnation.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
Well, you know, you're the first astronaut to do that. We asked 6 other astronauts to swear on the Bible, and they refused to do it.
Well, I don't particularly like to take oaths like that either, because I don't accept the Bible as a gospel of anything except a historical record. But we did go to the moon. You bet your sweet ass we went to the moon. Okay, turn off the camera. Your interview is done. I've given you all the time I'm going to give you.
Okie dokie. Good to meet you.
I don't say it's a pleasure.
Understand.
Please get your ass out of my house.
Okay.
And you came here under false pretenses, and I think you're an asshole.
Well,
and if you continue this, and if you press us, I will personally take you to court.
I hope that you do. I invite you to. I'm going to give you my card so you can arrange that. And I'm encouraging you to arrange.
You're frankly not worth it.
No, we have you on the record saying you'll take me to court. I hope you do. Because we have proof that would prove it in a court of law that Apollo 11 didn't go to the moon. And I think it's something that you should see. I don't say that lightly, believe me. I don't say it lightly.
You have joking, sir. People can have fun. And maybe do that if they feel like they want to have a little fun on a trip to the moon. And as an independent producer,
okay, we're heading out.
Doing that is against moral ethics.
Lying about going to the moon is a satanic lie of gigantic proportions.
I don't hit people, but you're going to be on the deck unless you get...
I'm heading out. I appreciate it.
And get the hell out of my house. You'll get a gun and shoot them at them before they get out of the office?
We have a video camera running if you want to do it.
Right.
That would be great footage for us.
That
See
was
you
great
later.
content.
In court, I hope.
Want to call the CIA? Have them whacked?
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Gotta love that admission of or confession, whatever.
What
how pissed off they get.
I reckon I like that too.
Yep.
I'm roboting.
So his son said, do you want to call the CIA and have them whacked? I thought that was an interesting thing to say for some people who just came over for an interview.
Well, as long as you're whacking them, let me get my sling blade. Mm-hmm.
What are we watching? A video or something? What am I missing? What interview?
Interview. I don't know.
You guys didn't hear the Apollo something funny happened away the moon, Bart Sabril. You guys didn't hear any of that?
Yeah, I did. I was just giving him a hard time.
Oh, the Apollo interview of the astronauts? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, Bart Sabril's film.
Yeah.
That's what I was talking about. You didn't hear that playing just now, Michael?
I just now got back in, unmuted, undeafened. I was deafened. I'm
watching.
Know that. I'm watching that. Everything's a rich man's trick. And I reckon that their movie is reality. Them their politicians. They're Kaiser blading people left and right. Don't be fucking with their money. I just got to pick on my daughter again, so I remembered my sling blade voice. All her friends over, I said, I reckon you ought not talk like that. I love embarrassing her. She says, she gets so mad, she's like, Dad, I'm gonna ground you from your Discord. I'm like, sure. How are you gonna do that? I will limit your use of the internet. Since I know how to program that there router. Oh, look. Your internet's not working 'cause it ain't got no gas in it. And then I call her Tater Tot. She really hates that when I do that in front of her friends. They're all like, Tater Tot. No, your daddy loves you. He got a nickname. It ends up, get out of my room, Dad. This is my room. You're lucky it's not my house yet, or I would evict you. I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm done. You're good and mad. I told you good. I did that to one of her teachers when they called. When we let her go to school for 1 year because she wanted to go meet new friends. Homeschool. Not a lot of social interaction when you're homeschooled. Mom's the English teacher and dad's your math teacher. So we let her go to school, and then she didn't like it, because she didn't like her teachers. But in her defense, like she said, Dad, they tried to tell me there are 300 genders. Gender is biological, Dad. There's only 2. And then you got that weird one, hermaphrodite. I don't know where that fits in XXYY or XY. I don't know where it fits in there, but it's in there somewhere. God bless you. I love you, Tater Tot. But she told me the teacher was going to be calling. So I look on that ID caller and I'm like, hello. Yes, this is Mr. Smith. I reckon I don't like them 360 genders, and my kid won't be back to your class. I'm gonna sling blade that class. I'm gonna drop it like it's hot.
Well, how did you come up with 300 genders? Where did that number come from?
Identity. You could be a attack helicopter if you want.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Or you can identify as a lawnmower with no gasoline in it. Mm-hmm. I'm a lawnmower, mm-hmm, and your ass is grass. Yeah, and then so then we go back to homeschooling, and they change it to where you can't just teach your kid all the subjects and then test them on the internet every 3 months. Now they give required classes, and I'm like, required classes, and I look into it. I'm like, well, the place that runs this isn't even from my state. So how are they requiring classes for my child when they're not part of my local curriculum? So I called the school up and bitch, and they're like, "Oh, that's not ours." I mean, they said they had my local school, Concord. They've got online courses now for kids that just don't want to go to school during that stuff. And they're like, "No, none of them are ours." So I talked to my lawyer, and my lawyer's like, "They can't do it, Mike. It's illegal. That's not part of the state curriculum." So I got on there when they were trying to teach her all that crap, and she's arguing with them, and she yells, "Dad!" So I'm like, "What?" She's like, "Another one of them classes," and the teacher's telling my daughter to shut up and be quiet, and she can't drop her class. And I'm like, "I'm sorry, ma'am, but this class isn't a part of my state curriculum, so it can't be an elective." And she's like, "Oh no, we're a federal curriculum." I said, "Yeah, no. I've already talked to my lawyers." And she said, "Lawyers?" I said, "Oh yeah, I own a paving company. I got a team of lawyers. Lots of lawsuits come with contracting.
Damn.
I told her straight up, could be a lawsuit from this if you don't choose your next words wisely." She said, "Well, sir, it is. This is just a federal funded course. It's not part of your state curriculum. You don't have to follow it." I said, "Well, I just told you that. Just told you to mark my kid out of all of it. We're not going to be entertaining any of your courses. We'll get them from our local school district so that they reflect our curriculum." You know, she didn't argue. I was hoping she would, but as soon as I said plural lawyers, "Oh yeah, I got a team of lawyers." Well, I do. We averaged out what I spent a year, so they just said, "Well, from here on out, you can we'll work for you for this set amount." And I pay at the beginning of the year, pay it all in cash. So they get it all up front, they get to split it. But the funny thing is that I do a hell of a lot more business now than I did then, and so now they're doing twice the work for the same money. But hey, they're the ones that insisted on that 5-year contract. You know what I'm saying? And he's always he's trying to get me out of it on good faith. He's like, "Well, Mr. Smith, you know we're doing twice the work." "Sure, I do, but I also know you fucked yourself. You and I got a contract, sir, and I'm not letting you out of it by my word. Stop calling me, or I'll hire another team of lawyers to sue you sons of bitches for breach of contract and harassment." That's the thing. The law fucks the average person because they can't afford lawyers or a lawyer. So they just get raped and taken advantage of in court. But if you have the luxury of money, then you're doing better than other people. I've had friends get in trouble that I can appreciate that fact so much that I've helped people, gave them my lawyers. We Okay, so when you pay taxes every year, my company pays a large amount of taxes. 15% of that, I can take it and give it to non-profitable organizations. And I can claim that against my taxes, for each company. So I own 3. I own a repair service, which repairs a heavy equipment fleet service. I own Mike's Automotive. Mike's Custom Auto. We're knocking out the competition. We do rods, cycles, and classics, you know. So that's custom or a museum quality restoration or, you know, whatever you envision for your classic car. And then the paving company. So I take this money the way my grandparents raised me. People matter more than money. The way my parents raised me, I was fortunate enough to grow up in a home. I live on third generation property. I run a third generation paving company. The whole family gets paid off. It's part of an estate. So is the farm. So I don't really own the farm. It belongs to the family, the bloodline, you know. But I take what money, every percentage I can from each company, and I'll adopt people. I go to the homeless shelters. I ask churches around town if they have parish members who need help, you know. I let my daughters do it because I want it to continue. That's part of my bylaws. I had that written in the bylaws. They actually have to do hands-on charity or they don't get their money from the estate. You know what I'm saying? So I will pay for people. I get them a home. My nephew started a remodeling service. So part of what I do is I'll buy him a tax repo home, you know, or a condemned home, and then pay my nephew to remodel it. I put them in a home and pay their bills for 2 years, and I put them in a car. Because I got a salvage yard out here, but that's not a tax-run company. I just buy used cars, put them on my property, and I got a bunch of friends that always come here looking for parts. So that's not a licensed business. That's just a barter system. I'll trade for hot rod parts, all that shit. But I I put them together a car. I put them in a car, get them a license, and I had a mother of 3 kids, you know, still married to a piece of shit who's sitting in prison for beating her fucking ass. So I had the lawyers do her up, you know, hook her up free of charge. And I've had vice versa. Men who were single parents and at the shelter couldn't work. They lost their, one dude lost his job as a Ford engineer because he didn't had a babysitter. Plus they were on layoff, you know? So when the layoff came back, he couldn't afford to fucking pay for a babysitter. So he ended up losing his home and everything, you know? And those are the kind of people that I want to help. Are not drug addicts who are at the shelter because they choose to be, so they can just worry about supporting a drug habit. But hardworking, good people who are down on their luck. The auto industry crashed in my state, you know? That's 90% of our jobs. So I helped everybody out I could that was in the shelter because they lost their auto industry job. You know, you lose your home, your income, your car. You can't even afford to you can't go nowhere and look for a job, you know, or ride the city bus, but you're at the shelter with 3 kids, you know? How do you do that? It's a trap, you know? So I like to help people out. Generally, we pick them before Christmas, like a month before Christmas, and 2 months before Christmas. I'm already looking at them, and so I'll buy them the homes. And before a week or 2 before Christmas, I generally have them come stay here at the farm because I have my my grandparents had 10 kids. My parents had 10 kids, 11 kids, and adopted 3 kids, you know. So I got 6 bedrooms here we don't use. And I'll move 3 or 4 families into my house on Christmas, give their kids a good Christmas, you know, put them in a home. I put them right in my home and start feeding them. I'll cook for them. I cook. Nobody gets I'm a dick about the kitchen. I ain't married no more. That's my kitchen. I love to cook. So, imagine if you was down and out hating the world, thought nobody give a shit, and then Mike come along, took you all home with him, bought you a house, took you, showed it to you, said, hey man, tell my nephew how you want it remodeled. I'm paying for it. Got you a car. Christmas comes. You're wondering how you're going to hook your kids up, and I already got 10 presents for each one of them under the tree. You know what I mean? Make them help decorate. I do some Christmas things that my grandparents and my mom used to have us do because I enjoyed them. Get red and green crepe paper, make the hoops, the red and green chains, hang them everywhere, make snowflakes, hang them, make the popcorn streamers, hang them, make the wreath for the door out of coat hangers and garbage bags. Kids love that shit. But it also gives them the feeling that somebody does care. And when you tell them, hey, you don't got to worry no more, I'm setting your parents up, your bills are paid for 2 years, you're not going back to the shelter. Your dad's going to get a chance to get a job. My sister's going to babysit you all while your dad goes looking for a job. Generally, the kids tell me this, well, we could just hang out here with you, Mike. Like I had 2 black families out here this year, and they wouldn't get comfortable. I kept telling them, hey man, you could be my cousin. And dude's like, yeah, sure. And so I had my cousin come out who's black, and my other cousin come out who's dark brown, Ojibwe, Then my Mexican cousin come out, and they knocked on the door, and I told him to answer it. Say, hey man, go let my cousins in, man. He was sneaking outside to smoke weed, and I said, hey, my cousins are here. Go let them in. We're gonna go to the barn and get high. You want to smoke some weed? You've been sneaking outside to do it. I told you I got the good weed over here. He's like, I grow it, man. I got pounds. I was like, dude, you want some weed? Take a quarter pound. Once he seen my cousins, he was relaxed like a motherfucker. But that's why I brought him out, And on Christmas, they all come out here anyway. So my aunts, I generally, my aunts, they grew up on this farm. My uncles. So I try to invite the whole family out for Christmas. I try to make them come out for Christmas dinner every year.
That's nice.
I let my, well, we all grew up here. My aunts and uncles. That my aunts and uncles still get a percentage of the estate, the profit. Most people think, oh, Mike, you own a large asphalt company. It's probably do $1 million contracts. Yeah, I do, but that money's not all mine. It gets split up between like 200 family members, and I get a percentage. That's my estate percentage, but I also get a wage for being the chief executive officer and the general manager. So I run the company, plus I run the estate. So, and the rest of my family's cool with that. So they don't want to do it. Their kids don't want to do it. A lot of my nieces and nephews work for me, because they want their estate money plus a paycheck. They want to end up being a big part of the company. But they're cool with my daughter being the chief executive officer, so, and that's how it goes. My sisters and brothers picked me to run the company. None of them wanted to. So the next generation picks the chief executive officer. You know what I mean? It's kind of cool. My grandfather knew what he was doing. We were all raised Adventists, so my grandfather, well, these are old Ojibwe natives who studied the law because the law fucked them. They wanted to see how it fucked them. They learn about estate laws and how the rich stay rich. And, well, my grandfather said I should set up that structure, and we try to encourage each person to start their own business. You can get a loan from the estate, you start your own business, and make it a part of the estate. so that eventually there's good people who are rich people. People who know people matter more than money. You know, good people, godly people. I mean, if you can get that, and that was my grandfather's wish. Our bylaws are specific. You know, you can't be a greedy bastard in this family and still get your money. Can't do what would be called shrewd business practices. So we can screw people, we can screw customers, and it'll be legal. And yeah, we could triple our profits, but it's not right. Sell a service, an honest service for, you know, an honest price. And you put a guarantee on that. You don't pay until you're happy, because if you didn't get what you wanted, then, or what you ordered, you shouldn't have to pay. It's no different than Burger King. My grandfather was a really picky man, and he had a specific dream. The reason my sisters and brothers wanted me to do it is because I was, you know, I wasn't just a mama's boy. I wasn't just a baby of the family, but I was also grandma and grandpa boy. You know, I was a little ass kisser. So, like my brother said, well, you know where grandpa wanted it and what he wanted you to do. So you got a better idea of what grandpa wanted than I do, and you could probably relay it better to the next generation. Somebody's got to know what grandpa wanted and why the bylaws are the way they are, so that it can be ensured that it'll continue. We can add to the bylaws, but we can never change the existing bylaws. And it's structured on goodwill and charity. That would be the best way I could explain it. My grandfather is the one who, when I was younger, he was letting me pick families. You know what I mean? Now I do it for my children. And you know how you get a smile when you buy some stuff for Christmas that they really wanted? So that smile, that happiness, I couldn't even compare to the joy I see from my children when they're like, you mean we get to go in here and just change people's life for them, Dad? I get to tell a bunch of kids that they don't have to live at the shelter no more, that somebody does care. My daughter's like a little bleeding heart liberal, so, I mean, she like her daddy. I'm not a liberal, but, you know, I was a mama's boy. I'm a little emotional guy. I play tough, but truth is that I got a big heart, man. You got to.
It's okay, we all do.
Yeah, you just.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it.
Truth
Well,
comes out.
when you got a specific purpose, you just got to be firm on that, non-bending and unwavering. It doesn't make you a unloving person to say, we're going to stay true to the purpose we built this for, or we're going to stay true to the purpose my grandfather had when he started this, or we're going to follow the rules. That's not being uncaring. That's you actually care about people and you want them to follow the rules, because the rules are there for a reason. Just like, it's no different than when I'll be the biggest dick you ever met when I'm teaching you how to work on a car, but when I'm done, if you live in paycheck to paycheck, you'll never get a car payment again. You'll just buy a used car and start building it, because I gave you that. And you know the proper way because you paid attention and I made you. You know, so you want people to understand stuff if you're going to waste your time, or not waste your time, but teach them. Because if they don't understand, then you are wasting your time. But if you're teaching them, I mean, I tell you like my grandfather told me, I don't care what skill you have. If you have one skill that you can sell as a service, you shouldn't work for other people in your life.
And if you do, it should only be to build capital, to start your own damn business. Everybody should work for themselves. You can get one skill, roofing houses. And you can roof houses for the rest of your life. You can be a plumber. That's not that hard to get a plumber's license or learn plumbing. Drains and pipes. It's really not that hard. Fixtures, showers. I'm not a certified plumber and I do all that, but I mean, I'm just a mechanical minded person.
Yeah, that's how I am too. I'm pretty crafty when it comes to most things.
Yeah, if it can be teared apart and put back together, I can do it. That simple. You know? I don't care if it's a computer, a house, or if it's a damn alarm clock that quit working.
Yeah, I can do the same thing. I'll tear it completely apart and piece by piece and try to figure out what's broken.
I know my brother's always like, you got money, don't be a cheap bastard, would you? Don't tear the damn alarm clock apart. I said, it's just a button, bro. I'm going to put a switch where the button was. Shut up. Well, you got money. Well,
Yeah, leave me alone. Well, why not be a skimp when you don't have to spend it? Why wait?
Yeah, how the fuck do you think you keep money? By not spending it? But I got a purpose too, you know what I'm saying?
Well, don't get me wrong. I love spending money, especially when I need stuff, whatever. I love spending.
Yeah, I don't want to leave my children just the just their estate inheritance. I want to leave them all my money too, but I'm not gonna leave it to them. I'm gonna give it to them before I die. They already know. Like I made my daughter came home from service, you know, because I told them since they were kids, there's gonna come a point in life where you're gonna run the company. And you're going to take care of me, and you're going to maintain the farm, and you're going to pay all the damn bills. And I'm going to give you all my money, and I'm going to keep enough to, for retirement. And when I die, what money I have is going to go to my brother's son and his daughter because they've had a hard life. Their mom got murdered, and then their dad was diabetic, and it just stressed him out so bad that within 3 years of her dying or being murdered, he died too. He just didn't want to take care of himself no more, and you can't do that as a diabetic. You know what I mean? So I take care of him. I told him the day we buried his daddy, you don't have to worry because I'm his daddy now. And I'm a man of my word. When I go, he ain't gonna have to worry. That's the one that started the remodeling. He flips houses. He listens to Uncle Mike. The kid can make $150,000 a year, but he doesn't spend it all. He only spends what he has to live. And the rest, well, he'll put in a car collection or he'll buy another house to flip. Keeps investing in it. Good kid. He pays attention though. He knows I got money in him. I'm only trying to tell him how to get to a point in life where he ain't got to worry about money. Money's not a worry. You just continue to live the way you live. Keep your habits. If you form money habits that make you money, like working for yourself, then all you got to do is learn how to manage money and not spend money, and eventually you won't have to worry about money. The biggest part of it is not spending all your damn money. For me, it was never hard. I've known how to rebuild a car from the ground up since I was young, so that's one of the most expensive things for people. They make car payments of $300, $200 a month, plus they pay insurance. You got to have full coverage to have a car payment. I ain't never had a car payment. I bought a car that I could afford, and over a period of time, I'd rebuild it, set up a maintenance schedule. It's how I was raised. I ain't never worried about a vehicle. When I was 14, my dad said, "Pick a car out the junkyard, boy." I said, "Well, I'll take that Yanko Nova, Dad." He said, "All right." pulled it up in the barn with a tractor, and, you know, we went to tearing it apart. And my dad taught me how to do everything. Rebuild it from the ground up. I mean, my dad was like me. He would invest in the company with all his money. Even though the estate should pay for it, he still invests all his money because the estate split up and then only keeps so much money on hold. And he would work on cars when he wasn't doing asphalt to pay the bills and have money in his pocket. My dad never really... My oldest brother, he got out of high school and he moved out of the house, and he'd already flipped enough cars to buy his own house, you know? And that's all he's ever done is buy classic cars, restore them, and sell them. And he's a millionaire. He's got a $2 million collection of cars. You guys think I got nice cars? You would shit if you seen my brother's collection. He owns like 400 acres. He's got his own Route 66 out there. He got an old log cabin forge from the 70s that he bought the whole building from Kentucky and moved it up here board by board and rebuilt it because it's an old school metal forging. And he's got his own gas station, his own mechanic repair shop. Not that he uses or runs, it's just part of his real life Hot Wheels set. I mean, really. Got an old restaurant, got a truck out front like Potsy's, got his own fucking Happy Days hookup. Bonzi's bike parked over by the door. My brother's a weirdo, but you know, he's also 8 years older than me, and he grew up on Happy Days. So he's living his dream. That's all that matters to him. I got good.
Does he have a men's bathroom and then an office, which is the women's bathroom? Hank, you're breaking up a lot.
No, he don't have. My brother he's on his third wife. He got 2 alimony checks and the third wife, dude. He don't, he don't play all that. Oh, that's
so he's not a fast learner.
No, this one's even younger. This one's even younger, and he was trying to give me advice. I mean, he gave me some great advice during the divorce, but I'm just. That's where the advice stops. I'm not taking advice from women.
This is how you get your second ex-wife, and this is how you get your future ex-wife, and this is how you get your last ex-wife, your future widow.
So
no, bro. No.
You marry the youngest, hottest gold digger you can find. She'll take one of your Benzos, one Corvette. You'll have to pay her this much in alimony, and it'll be all good. You just move on to the next one. No, I'm cool, bro. Look, I just got the Extinction of the Dinosaur gift for about the 10,000th time from some dumb Glover that thinks, oh, these dumb flat earthers probably never seen this.
Well, hey,
so what you're saying?
I've been promoting the shit out of this place. So expect more people coming in doing that. Yeah.
Go ahead, Hank. I know, Josh, you're bringing in a lot of people.
So you're not saying... Thanks, Josh. Good job, bro. For real. So you're not saying that you're going to go your own way. You're saying you're looking for a heart of gold and not someone who has an empty heart who's looking for your gold.
Amen. I think I already found one, so I'm pretty good in that department. No, she's not way younger than me either. I'm good with that too. I don't want no damn young women, and not because they're young and undecided yet, but just because a 30-year-old woman deserves a 30-year-old man she can grow old with, not some 40-year-old man. 49-year-old man, you know what I mean?
Oh, bro, I'm 30 and I'm trying to find me like a 22-year-old. What are you talking about, Mike?
Oh, well, that's just
normal.
great. That's fine, bro.
Oh yeah. It's like, well, I don't want no fucking clapped out 30-year-old, and I'm 30. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, look, as long as you can keep up with the garlic you need to intake, you be all right.
Oh, yeah, plenty of fucking garlic. It's all good.
My grandma used to crack me up with that shit, man. She's like, see, but my parents said, you know, it was their job to teach you everything. And when I was a kid, she was always like, when I'm gone, boy, make sure you always grow 4 kinds of garlic and just eat garlic all the time, raw and cooked. And I'm like, why are you always on that, Grandma? I know it's healthy. She's like, no, it's blood health, boy. Gotta have good blood health.
Thins your blood.
Yeah, and I'm like, I know that, Grandma, but why is it so? She said, look, if you want to keep a woman married to a woman and satisfied your entire life, you need to eat garlic like this. It'll keep you from having that limp noodle disease. I'm like, okay, Grandma. All right, TMI. She's like, it's not TMI. If we don't teach you, who will? I'm like, well, you got a point there, Grandma.
Grandma was saying, boing.
Yeah, and so nowadays your medical doctors aren't going to tell you there's a way to fix erectile dysfunction rather than get a blue pill or whatever pill it is now, you know. So an
Claiming
osteo
someone needs one when they don't.
right,
Should
so
be a capital crime.
an osteopathic doctor would teach you that. They give osteopathic doctors would give you medicine to address it as a temporary fix, and osteopathic doctors would have you do lifestyle changes, diet changes, and try to correct things like erectile dysfunction, stiffness of the joints, hypertension, blood pressure. All these things can be cured. You don't need to take a pill the rest of your life for hypertension. What you need to do is adjust your diet because you get too much caffeine, too much sugar, and too much sodium. But that doesn't sell you blood pressure pills for the rest of your life.
Yeah, ride your bicycle every day.
Right.
Well, what's wrong with y'all?
Yeah, so medical doctors have big pharma has gotten rid of all osteopathic hospitals. They don't like osteopathology. It's everything is habit changes. They'll only use medicine as a temporary fix, and they literally try to get you to change things in your life to correct your problem. Health problems are diet. Almost all health problems are diet related, and they know this.
Yeah, diet and attitude.
Actually, MD doctors, they're fucking retards. They don't actually know it because they don't study nutrition.
I know.
They
They never. You're right. They never give nutritional advice, like hardly ever. Only once, I think, in my entire
Because
life.
they actually don't fucking know it. They're retards when it comes to nutrition. Retards.
I think Michigan, I've talked to a lot of people about this. So we still have one osteopathic hospital in Michigan, here in Jackson. And we have a lot of osteopathic doctors. But I've never talked to anybody that's said on here, oh, we got one of them in our state. Most people don't know what osteopathy is, or an osteopathic doctor. They've never heard of it.
They were all, the ones that were all outlawed at the beginning of the 20th century.
You could still go to an ND November, December, I guess.
Yeah, well, they weren't outlawed. They just Big Pharma tried to buy out all their hospitals.
Yeah, you still have the naturopath
out of existence.
Yeah, just like right now, University of Michigan owns almost every hospital in Michigan, and they're trying to buy the last osteopathic hospital left. But those guys aren't. They're not giving up. Because here's one thing: like my doctor said, medical doctors, they take advantage of welfare and get all the welfare patients they want. With their is it Medicare, their welfare insurance? But osteopathic doctors, the welfare insurance and disability insurance won't pay for. So they can't even have those people as patients. Unless, of course, they can pay. And that's crazy. That's like a disabled person because of heart problems that are diet problems. He can't ever get the possibility of getting cured, maybe living longer, because his disability insurance won't pay for that possibility. Fuck you. You're going to take our pills till you die, motherfucker, and that's just how it is.
And that's why Richard Nixon said, this HMO thing is going to be the greatest thing, insert some euphemism, since sliced bread, or he said peanut butter. I can't remember what he said, but, he was like all excited about the HMO thing because it was going to make everything contractual instead of you having the freedom to just go where you please.
Yep. Yeah, it's bullshit now. I've always had Blue Cross Blue Shield full coverage, so except when I was in the service, but I switched the insurance company that I had when I got out the service.
So,
what's up, Corestone?
Anybody like salad?
No, actually, I don't. I feed salad to the rabbits, and I eat the rabbits.
I like salad.
It's rabbit food. So, is that it? Only question you got?
Yeah.
All right. Do you like meat?
I like Toitos. I'm down for the South. I like Toitos.
You like what?
Bacon.
Toidles.
Toitos. Turtles.
What?
Oh.
No, I'm just joking.
Does anybody know where
well, people do legitimately eat like snapper turtle, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, not me. I was only joking.
Never tried it.
Now I'm kind of down to try it.
Oh, I'm totally down to try it.
Anyone want to go down to Alabama and kidnap a snapping turtle?
Alabama.
For scientific research.
Just called food.
Or that.
Yep.
Isn't the preparation of food akin to chemistry?
Yes. As my science teacher says, cooking is yummy chemistry.
That's right. I'm done with that.
Literally.
Science teacher? Like, what subject is that? Like, what science teacher?
Biology.
Oh. Biology's alright.
Yeah, I'm done with biology. You can prove things. I think the number one problem is that people see symptoms as like the cause when really it's the effect. But yeah, please continue.
Continue what?
We're just yapping, man.
We're yapping about snapping turtles.
Yeah.
Or should I say...
You want to talk about Earth?
Snapping
Snapping
turtles.
Turtles snap on Earth. You want to talk about Earth or not?
Guys, snapping turtles are now invading Earth. We better watch out.
Yep. So how do snapping turtles work on a globe Earth?
They eat you.
Okay. That's how they work on flat Earth too.
And they hurt.
Sure. Whatever you say.
Has anyone here been bit by a snapping turtle?
No thanks.
I've been bit by a redneck turtle. That's close enough.
Ow. There was this TV show called like Snapping Turtle something. This guy went and got like snapping turtles and caught them.
Oops, did I just fuck some shit up? Oh my god. No,
Yes.
I didn't. No, I didn't. I thought I did. Oh, you're roboting, bro. How much should I charge for half a day's worth of labor?
At least 2 cents.
I'm debating now.
Wait, you have to charge?
Yeah, just finished up a little job. She didn't need an estimate. She told me. I was like, okay, I don't like to work this way, anyways, but whatever. Just wrapped it up.
The sky's the limit.
Now I have to determine how much to charge. Like, I already had a set number in my head, but it was way easier than I thought. So we still charge the same.
Are most of the people in this VC actually listening? Or are they like AFK?
Yeah.
Oh, we here, boy.
Good to know.
Well, I mean, if everyone talks at once, becomes a mess.
It would sound like a Fortnite lobby. I agree.
Never played Fortnite.
Good.
Yes. You're in high school or what?
Yes.
No. What year?
Yes, year.
Yes, year, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. There we go. Not smoking, right? So what do you think the shape of the Earth is, man?
A good old yes, you.
Round.
What the fuck is round?
No, it's pyramid shape, man.
What is round? It's round a shape.
Round.
Yeah, what's like what?
A sphere. Well, technically, it's a little elliptical, but
Oh, technically, so you're taking the WGS 84 model. Is that it?
what the hell?
Still, World. What is it? Fuck, I'll get it for you. World Global Survey.
It's the most current model. There's been like 300 models before this one, right? And you and I all agree that those models suck. It's just you've still got one more model in your head, and you reify it to reality. Please continue. I'm sorry.
No, dude.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay. Yeah, so it's World Geodetic Systems 84. That's the current low model. The oblate spheroid, yeah.
Cool.
So when did you ever see curvature?
All the time.
Where?
The sky.
Oh, okay, that's fair. How about we're talking about Earth, bud, not sky. But it's okay. Sky could be curved. I don't care. I'm talking about that which is beneath my feet, not that which is above my head. Are they the same? Are they equal? How about let's start there. That which is beneath your feet and that which is above
What do
your
you
head.
think?
Of course not. What do you think?
Why? Of course not.
Because they're not the same.
Okay.
So they can't be equal, can they?
Well, if you're assuming they're not the same,
It's not. I'm not assuming. You can verify this. They're not the same.
all right.
What's above your head?
Just a bunch of dead stuff. See, I agree. Earth is not the same because we
shit.
have life.
What dead stuff above your head, bro? Got air above your head, don't you? Gases.
Well, space is pretty fascinating.
Never been, have you?
No, but I observe it all the time.
What, using what? A telescope. What kind? What's the brand? And give me the model number.
Brands?
Yeah. What kind of telescope you got, man? How about what type?
What does that have to do with?
What type of telescope? Well, I'm just trying to verify the horse shit that's coming out of your mouth.
6-inch Dobsonian telescope.
Oh, how big of a Dobsonian?
6-inch.
Oh, that's not bad. Cool.
6-inch radius.
I wanted to make my own mirrors. I want to make a 24-inch one, which is fucking massive.
Okay, I know people who've made their own mirrors.
Yep. Especially the Dobsonian, like it's really easy to make one. So nice, man. So space, like you're looking at lights that are like light that's coming into your telescope, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you don't know that it, like the vacuum or the ever expanding vacuum of outer space actually exists, right?
Well, technically, everything's not like 110 million% vacuum. In deep space, every like cubic meter has a couple molecules of something in it, like hydrogen or oxygen.
How'd you verify that? I mean, I'm with you. With your telescope? How'd you do that? Yeah, funny, right? I know, I'm a funny guy. How'd you do that with your telescope? Because that's a badass Dobsonian.
Well, I can't prove it with my telescope, but
how'd you prove it?
I can see, I can observe nebulae, and those are made of hydrogen or oxygen.
How'd you verify that they're made out of hydrogen and oxygen? I know you can see them. You can call it nebulae or X.
No.
I don't care what the label that you put on that thing.
What other gaseous thing could it be made of? We could go with.
How did you wait? How did you know that it's gaseous, man? And doesn't gas expand? Right? Yeah. Okay, so if you have check this out. If you have a high pressure,
gas expands into into other places because of the pressure difference.
Correct. That's it. Thank you. All right. So if you have a vacuum of outer space that's ever expanding, and then you have a collapsed ball of gas. 1, how did they collapse? 2, how are they staying intact? Right?
Because gravity.
Gravity of?
Well, all mass has gravity, including hydrogen, so it will pull itself together.
So how come the gas molecules spread apart when you let them? When you open up the container, how come they spread apart? How come they're not attracting each other if there's a pressure differential? See, that right there contradicts itself. Gas expands and collapses at the same time. You can't, it either expands or collapses, bro. You have to choose here. So which choice are you making? They're collapsing upon themselves?
Well,
then who's doing the work?
Depends.
Okay, so fine. Gas is collapsing.
If I were to get a jar full of air, and the air was, in order to bring it to space, in order to open that jar, it would expand, and then it would like kind of start clouding around it.
No, it would just instantly expand into the fucking void, right? To try to fill the space equally. Do you agree with it? That's the modern kinetic theory of gases, you know. So if you want me to pull it up, universities
of modern theory of what?
Kinetic theory of gases. Google it right now. That way you know that I'm not, just talking out of my ass. Called the kinetic theory of gases. Gases are always jittering. So,
oh no!
And the jitter. No, well, check this out. We can do some fucking experiments on this. Don't worry. I'll take you down to Charles. We're going to all right, pressure, volume, and temperature. Because now we have to enter thermodynamics, right? And that's why I asked you what year. Remember? And you said the yes year in high school. I wanted to know your level of education.
Well, maybe I just don't want to disclose that information.
Well, I can adjust my education accordingly. So if you're a graduate student, I'll talk to you on that fucking domain. If
talk to me on that domain, then.
All right, then. You want to go to Einstein, motherfucker?
Yeah.
You want to solve some tensors? Yeah.
Yeah. All right. With Einstein.
All right, gravity then. Cool.
You so the fucked up, yo.
He did. So the nebulae.
I'm sure I did.
Yeah, the nebulae that you were talking about. How did the gases move inwards towards each other, collapsing upon one?
Gravity.
Of what?
Okay, everything is made of atoms, including hydrogen and everything else. And
hydrogen
atoms are mass.
I was positive
Mass,
we were talking
gravity.
kinetic theory.
I was talking kinetic theory. Not
Yeah,
gravity.
so not the explanation that comes from kinetic theory.
Let me crank you guys up real fast.
Well,
you said talk to you like a graduate.
Would you like to explain
so
kinetic theory?
Your answer was wrong.
Kinetic theory of gases?
Sure, go ahead, explain it.
Yeah. 1, gravity has little to no effect on the gas molecules, and you can demonstrate this.
Yeah, because they're very small mass. They're just they're very thin.
Which one is it?
Debate about gravity. He's just trying to explain kinetic theory.
Well, the more mass,
as it's taught at a collegiate
the more mass, the more ass. We know, bro. Hold on.
just
let me just get you the
bro.
kinetic.
I got a bachelor's. You're preaching to the choir. Just listen to him or tell him you don't want to hear about kinetic theory.
No, I'm down to listen. Tell me about it.
I'll get it. Hold on. I'm just gonna copy pasta from NASA. You want NASA or what source would you like?
Whatever source you think's best.
No, fuck NASA then.
No, go to a university.
Yep. Right here, but
What university do you suggest then?
Whatever.
MIT,
All the same
Alabama Tech.
Kinetic theory.
I thought you guys said the public school education system was teaching you wrongly.
Well, no, not here. I don't know. I never said that. I never claimed such.
I have Common Core. What do you know about it?
Oh, you're gonna need better connection, Hank.
The public school is. This is why I homeschool all my children. So, Common Core education in its curriculum is an advancement.
All right.
It's a decline in curriculum. You spend more time showing your work than you do learning.
All right, man. That link right there, pretty decent, man. I like it.
Yeah. Then at the end, they tell you learn more in 10th grade than we did in college, and they're just lying to you.
Well, how do I know you're not lying?
Well, you don't even know what kinetic theory is. So if that was true and you finished 10th grade, you would be explaining kinetic theory to me, son.
Well, maybe I do. I'm asking if you would care to explain kinetic theory.
Oh, yeah? You don't
I have
sound
a bachelor's of science in engineering with a major in mechanical. I mean, you can explain kinetic to me, or we can debate what it actually is that is collegiately taught.
Well, okay, so if you're saying that you're saying
I didn't say anything yet.
If you're saying that like they should expand in space, then what is it? What is this?
Okay, cool, awesome. Since that is
gaseous substance,
that it should. These are the gas laws, Gus Hicks.
Quick, before kinetic theory, what do you think determines the phase of matter? You know, from liquid, solid to gas. What changes those things? Like if you have water, what changes the phase? So the phase of matter is dependent on what? Solely dependent on what?
The phase and the matter?
Yeah. The phase of matter. Of matter. You can pick whatever iron if you want. It doesn't matter. Let's talk about iron. Cool. It's irrelevant. Pick any fucking material you want. If you don't know, say I don't know. I'm not trying to grill you. I'm trying to educate you if you don't know.
Go ahead and educate me then.
Well, you have to say I don't know first. It's just how this works.
Right.
I'm sorry, are you...
We need a concession.
I said go ahead. Can you educate me, please?
Oh, I can, but do you know or you do not know? I need an answer. Nothing? Alright. I will assume that you do not know. Now I will preach.
You guys are really passive aggressive.
It's kinetic energy. I'm
Your
just.
goal is to teach people.
I am fucking aggressive, motherfucker. I am not passive aggressive,
I want to
right?
say this. Listen, education is specific. The English language is specific. There's nothing wrong with being hyper fastidious on your terminology or explanations. You want to know what level of understanding people are at. All this applies to whether or not I can relay information to you.
So, what are we debating exactly?
You said talk to you like we haven't debated anything.
The gravitational collapse of
Because
gas.
I feel like you guys are just kind
stars,
of like.
bro. No, we're debating
being a bit pushy.
the collapse of gases forming stars. That is exactly what we're debating. Now you know. If you did not know, that's why we went to kinetic theory, because we're talking about gases in space, bro. That's it. Are you down or you're not down? We can just have a chill convo and just fuck the debate. I don't care. Just let me know.
Well, I just want to know if you guys think it's not just gravity having effects on hydrogen, which pulls itself together, or even sometimes the stars will suck the hydrogen into
What is gravity?
Then what is it? I just want to know what it is.
What is gravity? You're using a label, a term.
Gravity bends space-time a bit.
No, it's mass that bends space-time, asshole. It's not gravity.
So the answer to the question you asked, isn't it dependent
don't
on
swear, man.
pressure and temperature conditions? Pressure and temperature, right? The phases of matter? Solid, liquid, or gas?
Yep, it's the kinetic energy of the molecule that determines the phase, bro. Now you get it, okay?
As determined by pressure and temperature, right?
Yep.
Because temperature and energy are related, right?
Of course.
As is heat is energy.
Core stone?
Yeah, we can stop being we can stop picking on him and just start going right.
Okay, you guys just need to explain simply your ideas.
Hey, bro.
Because my idea was to come here to learn.
Not all ideals are
and
simple.
you're being a little passive aggressive.
Listen, if all ideals were simple, you would have busted out Einstein's tensor equations the minute he said it.
Okay.
But you did not.
Look, dude.
All right, I just simply want to know what you guys think what the hydrogen whatever
it violates. All right, I got you.
You say it violates stuff. You say it's not this, but what is it?
I didn't finish, bro, because I didn't finish.
Please finish.
All right.
It violates gas laws and kinetic theory.
It violates the first and second law of thermodynamics.
I would like to know what it is, not what it's not.
Wait, just hold on. Calm down. The gravitational collapse of gases in a vacuum violates the first law of thermodynamics and the second law of thermodynamics, creating a perpetual motion machine of the first type and the second type. Now, what's your rebuttal to that? That's my fucking claim.
Well, I want to know what it is. Just tell me what substance
That's my claim.
is making this cloud in the sky.
There is no cloud in the sky. You have not verified that it's a cloud at all.
Well, what is it? We're seeing light.
That's it. You're seeing light enter
being blocked by something, and it gives off color. If you were to use an oxygen filter or a hydrogen filter, we can see it more clearly.
Of course, yeah. But that's filters in your you're filtering what's coming in already. It's not like you're adding anything. You're just removing stuff when you filter. That's why it's called a filter, right? It's not an addendum, is it? You put addendums in front of your lens? No, you don't.
It could. What is it? That's all I want to know. What the hell is it then?
Okay, a filter? Well, it depends on the.
No, what you think?
Alloy.
What you think? Okay, the Orion Nebula, for example.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think it is?
I don't know, but neither do you, because you've never been there to verify that it's gases.
Well, I can observe it.
Okay, so can I.
And it looks gaseous.
Oh no, it doesn't. It looks solid to my eyes. Solid with a gaseous cloud.
So let's go through the theory. Let's say it's not a gas. Then what the hell does it prove? What does it mean?
Well, I'm disproving it. I'm disproving your theory. That's what I'm doing.
So when you disprove it, then what is it like?
Well, it's not the horse shit that you're spitting. That's it. That's all I'm trying to do. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So if you're saying it's gases collapsing, and I provide the science that says, no, sir, cannot happen, right? Then fuck your theory, because it's just a theory. It's not even a scientific.
So is yours?
Oh, no, mine is scientific. It's backed by experiments.
It's not even your theory, bro. You didn't invent this shit.
It's not
just
mine.
Somebody told you.
And mine is not mine either, yeah. the modern mainstream science. I mean,
Okay, so let's say we were discovering the sky for the first time.
Discovering the what? So are we done with kinetic
Dang
theory?
it, I can't send images. I took a photo of the Orion and it won't let me send the image.
Orion, I know Orion's belt. I know what it looks like. And?
Well, let's say you're observing the sky and you were to see the these pretty images you see from NASA with the stars and the
Is it an image or a photo or a photograph? Well,
you're observing it with your own eyes. Like
No.
You're like Galileo. You're like
the nebula
like
is
one of the first people to see it. Like, what would you think it is?
I got you. The nebula is from the nebula images from NASA says it's an artist's rendition. So they're all colored by man because only data comes back from the telescopes they use to draw those themselves.
You can see that.
The ones they take. Now I know you can look at.
You're not answering my question.
Post your pics of what you're talking about. How about that?
It won't let me send photos for some stupid reason.
Send it to Battle Mod and he'll post it.
Battle what?
Mod. All the way up top on the list. Just tell him to post it on live stream. Anyways. Are we done with kinetic theory?
Yes. I would just
we are. Okay.
My question, my very, very simple question is, let's say you have a telescope, you made the telescope yourself, and you're to see this
you can buy
cloudy substance. You can actually see, like, you can verify, like, if you look at it with just your eye in the telescope.
Like a translucent.
It looks cloudy.
Translucent?
Yeah, it looks cloudy. It's like you can tell something's there, and it's like.
But how do you know it's actually clouds? Like, how do you know it's actually gases? You can assume that, right? That's fine. It's fair.
Well, what is it?
Well, if you assume that it's gases, there is set science about gases, right? That you can use to determine if your theory could be fallacious or not. And it is. You know what I'm saying? Gravitational collapse of gases does not happen. That's why they're a gas. Right? So if you get Cavendish mass is attracting mass, that's for solids. Right? So where are you going to go? Einstein with bending and warping of space-time, right? All right, then. Now we go Einstein. Yeah?
Okay, so...
What's keeping the gases together? Gravity? Okay.
Gravity.
Yeah, of course. I got you, bro. Coming right up. You just grab his tensor equations real quick, and you're going to have to explain to me exactly what you mean.
Well...
Yeah.
You guys come here, and then anything I say, you just spit out something, and you don't actually try to teach anything simply. You just say, that's wrong, that's wrong.
No, I will teach you general
then what is
relativity
it? Like,
right
what the
now.
hell is it?
Like, I got equations
teach you
coming up, man.
general relativity.
Yes, I will. Hold on. Okay. Get my snipping tool up. All right, sir. All right, this is gravity. Can you show me how to use this equation? Can you identify each of the variables in there?
Okay, let's say you guys suck at teaching. I'm not gonna.
No, okay, fine. I'll teach you. Just tell me I don't know what this is, bro. That's all I want to hear, and I'll enter teacher mode, and I'll stop being an asshole.
Well, it's big G versus little g.
He wasn't asking you.
No, you see that little g, bro? That's called a metric tensor. It's called G sub UV, right? No, it's not little g at all. See that big G, bro? That's Newton's gravitational constant on the right. See the other G? That's another tensor. So you have two tensors on the left. You have lambda. What's lambda? Yeah,
you tell me. You're the teacher.
This is your God. This is how your gases collapsed. So you have to explain to me, using this fucking equation, how your gases collapsed. And if you do not, then, you must abort.
Your goal is to teach me.
Abort mission. No, it's not.
You're just trying to push me into saying the word I don't know.
Do you know?
No, but I do know how gravity works.
Yeah, I gotta know out of him. Cha-ching. That's all I wanted, man. You do know how gravity works. How does it work?
So, basically, how gravity works And you guys need to do this too. Just break it down simply. Like, don't just spit out some equation
Core,
and demand people to know what it
Core,
means.
Can I stop you for just a second, Core?
Sure.
Hey, could you try not using this thing, you guys, because it's a logical fallacy. We're not a hive mind here. We're all individuals, unique with unique thoughts and ideas and beliefs and opinions. We're all different here. So could you stop using you guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You don't have to call me sir.
Let me actually try to find who I'm debating to then.
No, it's Cyrus.
Cyrus. All right, Cyrus TM.
Let's go back to Einstein. Yeah. All right, man. Teacher. Part on the left, that's curvature of space-time. It's called the metric tensors. So check this out. Space-time is on the left.
No equations. Let's just look at gravity.
No.
If I were to drop something,
I'm sorry. I'm dumb as fuck. I only work with equations. I'm a fucking retard. Give me an equation or else my brain doesn't function. Sorry, bro. Like, that's just...
When you drop something on Earth, it accelerates at 9.8 meters a second.
Okay, cool. And? It doesn't really, but okay. Close enough.
You could literally measure it. If you're to
in a vacuum,
perfect vacuum, it would.
In a vacuum, so not an air.
Down.
That's what I'm saying.
Air just slows things down because of air
resistance. Anyways, and okay, I'm agreeing that things fall down to 9.81.
So mass itself.
No. How'd you know that now? Things fall. Cool, great. You label it whatever the fuck you want to label it. Gravity, things fall. I don't care. X, Z, doesn't matter. Things fall. Okay, I get you. What caused it to fall? That's what we're talking about.
Okay, you
What? Did you cut out?
He's tapped out.
Come on, man. I'm just warming up. We need to get into the tensor equations. So I could show you how there's no mass in.
So, what is your guys' goal?
You guys
to shred the fucking ball Earth model. That's my goal. What's up?
So, how does that?
Your ball religion, because it's a religion. I'm trying to demonstrate that. It's
that's insulting.
No, it's not insulting. If you believe in something without evidence, then that's belief, right? Like, it's not verified. So beliefs are religion.
Yeah.
Like whatever flavor you want.
Yeah, you know what? You keep mentioning gravity. Do you have validation? In other words, an independent control variable from the scientific experiment that validates gravity has a cause and effect relationship. Do you have that?
Oh, nice. There you go. I like that.
Sound effects.
Dude, we're warming up. That's why. Nice. Look, if you speak that word,
I would like legit evidence. You guys are spitting out things that you can't understand, and you demand me to understand.
What don't I understand about Einstein's
those things you're trying to explain to me? Put them into actually use your brains. Observe the moon. Observe how how it lights up like crescents, because that's the shadow of the Earth.
But looking at Earth,
You just went a long way from providing experimental evidence for gravity.
Okay, bro.
Well, I'm saying if you know all this goddamn science, then use it, and that's it. Anyways, my biology, because my biology is legit doing 1 hour.
Wait, science? Where's the experiment for gravity?
Biology is what I said.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about here.
We're talking about kinetic theory, guys.
I apologize, but you guys are not.
What happened? Where are you going, man? Bro.
You guys aren't really debating.
Did you just say
you're not even to the level
causes the moon's phases?
We're just trying to.
I was going to say that too.
Well, it feels like you guys are kind of
being able
aggressive.
to debate. You're failing miserably to even achieve the level of an honest debate. You're not ready.
Okay. Okay. So I'm being aggressive, and what's the problem with that?
Bet I'll be back in 1 month, and I will crush you.
Okay, good luck, man. You're gonna have to study a lot of
For
stuff.
now, I have some biology to do.
Good
For
luck.
now, you're empty-handed. Within a month, you'll know your own claim. Cool.
No, wait a minute. So we boot scoots.
Fucking abort. I need an abort meme right now. Where's the fucking abort meme?
He didn't listen. He didn't get the right homework. He needs that experiment, the independent control variable for his fucking gravity. Period. That's what he needs. but he blew it. Anyway.
He doesn't know what experiments or science is. He thinks that science is looking at the sky and making up stories about it.
Yeah. We got to give him some leeway, though. He's only in high school. I like I texted earlier, put in the text. I assume zero knowledge at someone from high school. So pretty close to the truth. Zero.
Sorry to rumpus in on you, Cyrus. I know you had it handled, but I mean, it was just too tense.
Dude, he fucking slipped away, man. Like, see, that's what happens. Like, I could have held on to him for a few more minutes, maybe not.
I should have just let you do that. My bad.
It's all good, man. Shit happens. I get it. I mean, I've been on here for a minute, so like 3 years or whatnot. So it's all good, man. I don't care if I'm rumpus as long as you keep it on point. Like, I'll toss you the mic. I don't care. But if you fucking take it away from because I want Einstein. Like, I want their fucking great fucking holy priest, that guy out. That's where I'm always going. You know.
I was trying to lead it back to that because he kept slipping away.
Good luck. Yeah, tensor equations. Of course, he's gonna slip away. Fuck. What are you gonna do?
So you got to get him back to the whole thing. If they keep spouting science, I mean, you can go a couple different ways. You can like their whole entire gravity